Fu Yaoyao had traversed through time, finding herself in the guise of a wretched princess who had been swapped at birth. In her desperate bid to survive, she exerted every effort to appear adorable, hoping that her father, the emperor, might grant her a life of ease simply because of her charming demeanor. Yet, as she feigned innocence, she soon realized that those around her seemed to hear her innermost thoughts. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. The esteemed eldest sister of the cultivation realm, Fu Yaoyao, had met her demise. She perished on the path of saving the world, falling in battle against the demonic forces. Fu Yaoyao felt herself submerged in warm water, her voice trapped within her throat, unable to utter a single sound. She clenched her tiny fists in determination. Finally, a wail escaped her lips. In the next moment, a man's voice boomed. "Bastard child, I shall slay you." Looking up, Fu Yaoyao beheld a man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, striding menacingly towards her. She wished to cry out for help, but her throat produced no sound at all. Each step he took felt like a crushing weight upon her heart. In an instant, a large hand seized her delicate neck. Fu Yaoyao flailed her small hands desperately, attempting to push the man away, but her efforts were futile against his formidable strength. Observing this, the noble consort Ning, despite her weakened state post-delivery, struggled to approach. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, spare this child. Your Majesty, allow this servant to take her. After all, she is the offspring of consort Ning, unworthy of your gaze," a sharp-voiced eunuch interjected, taking Fu Yaoyao into his grasp. Finally gasping for breath, Fu Yaoyao felt a painful twist from the malicious eunuch holding her. The emperor? Consort Ning? Wasn't this the very story she had read out of boredom? In that tale, consort Ning was the cherished daughter of a general, raised alongside Emperor Fu Linfeng. Yet, she had been wronged, falsely accused of infidelity, and cast into the cold palace. With a face full of despair, consort Ning cried out, "Your Majesty, I implore you, she is truly your flesh and blood." Fu Linfeng's expression darkened, silencing him. The eunuch's piercing voice rang out, "Your Majesty, the adulterer was found in your chambers, do not attempt to deny it." "I did not." "Your Majesty," consort Ning shrieked in protest. Fu Yaoyao thought, "Oh, I am the so-called daughter of that adulterer." Though Fu Linfeng felt a pang of sympathy, memories of betrayal surged within him. Coldly, he commanded, "Take this bastard away and confine her. No one is permitted to see her without my decree." "Oh, how tragic for my mother! How unfortunate for me, had a dire beginning. This wretched father believes none of this. How could he doubt my mother's love for him?" Though unable to articulate her thoughts, the fierce will to survive compelled Fu Yaoyao to wave her tiny arms, exclaiming, "Father, look at me. I resemble you so closely, how could I not be your daughter?" Her small voice echoed in Fu Linfeng's ears, startling him. Whose voice was that? Yet, those around him showed no reaction, as if only he could hear her. Scanning the room, he noted that consort Ning lay exhausted, unable to speak, while the other attendants bowed their heads in silence. Was this an auditory hallucination? Where did this voice stem from? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the only child in the room. "Father, father, you finally see me. I am truly your daughter." As the eunuch attempted to exit with Fu Yaoyao, Fu Linfeng demanded, "Bring the child to me." Furrowing his brows, he felt a sense of urgency. The eunuch exchanged glances with another maid, hesitantly responding, "Your Majesty, she is after all a bastard, unworthy of your sight." Fu Yaoyao's anger boiled over. "You are the bastard. Your entire family is. I am a princess, your own daughter." Fu Linfeng glared at the eunuch and maid. "Is my word now rendered meaningless?" The pair hastily knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us. Bring her here." The eunuch, trembling, handed Fu Yaoyao over to the emperor. Once placed in his arms, Fu Yaoyao nestled against him, burying her face in his palm, unwilling to look up. Fu Linfeng scrutinized her, searching for proof of her claim. "How can you demonstrate that you are my daughter?" Fu Yaoyao lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes, rolling her own internally as she thought, "Isn't it obvious? Can't you just use blood to authenticate? You're a grown man, where is your sense?" Confronted by the infant's retort, Fu Linfeng's expression shifted between disbelief and embarrassment. Yet, he could not express his frustration. How could he admit to hearing a baby's thoughts? He addressed those around him, "Prepare the necessary items for a blood test." Upon his declaration, every eye turned to him. Wong Dejong, a favored eunuch, sensed the implications of Fu Linfeng's suspicion regarding the child's lineage and quickly urged, "Hasten to prepare the items." Before long, everything was ready. The eunuch presented a delicate box containing water, while Fu Linfeng selected a golden needle. He pricked his hand, a crimson droplet pooling forth and falling into the box. Fu Yaoyao watched the needle, swallowing hard. "I am not afraid of pain, but this infant's body." Before she could react, her finger was pricked. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the golden needle. Fu Linfeng, observing the mingling blood, felt a tumult of emotions. He had nearly condemned his own daughter to death. Lowering his gaze to Fu Yaoyao, he sensed an accusatory glare in her eyes. Clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, he sought to regain composure. Chapter 2. Hearing Thoughts. Meanwhile, consort Ning, having supported herself, fainted the moment she confirmed Fu Yaoyao was safe. With wide, glistening eyes, Fu Yaoyao gazed up at the man before her. Truly my father is quite handsome. If he looks this good, I must also be quite beautiful." Hearing the infant's vain musings, Fu Linfeng couldn't help but smirk. Such a young child already knew about beauty. Alas. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao sighed, causing Fu Linfeng's heart to leap. "Alas, what? Your Majesty," a flamboyant woman entered the room. Approaching Fu Linfeng, she wore a gentle smile. "Your Majesty, I didn't realize you were here." The fragrance exuding from Wang Jiyu overwhelmed Fu Yaoyao, prompting tears to spill from her eyes. "You wretched woman, stay away from me. You smell foul," she shouted in her mind. Wang Jiyu was Fu Linfeng's recent favorite consort. Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, Fu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had never found Wang Jiyu's scent bothersome before, but now, with a cold glare, he directed his penetrating gaze at the approaching Wang Jiyu, ordering, "Stay away from me." Wang Jiyu's expression shifted in surprise, unprepared for such a rebuff from the emperor. However, Wang Jiyu soon adjusted her emotions, a smile gracing her face. Who would have thought that Sister Ning, despite her questionable character, could give birth to the emperor's own flesh and blood? Truly, it is Sister Ning's fortune. Upon hearing this, Fu Linfeng's aura suddenly turned frigid. The child in his arms was his own flesh and blood, yet Ning Fei had brazenly betrayed him. His voice was devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Deshun, take the little princess away." He would never allow the one who had betrayed him to remain in his presence. Wang Jiyu smirked, casting a pitying glance at Fu Yaoyao in Deshun's arms. Alas, how unfortunate for the little princess to be born without a mother. What will become of her in the future? Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao, who initially thought she had secured her life, suddenly straightened up. "You have no mother, you have no mother." Fu Yaoyao glared at Wang Jiyu, her large eyes filled with fury and hatred. This woman was clearly intent on harming her mother. At that moment, Ning Fei also stirred awake. With a sorrowful gaze, she looked at the man before her. "Your Majesty, do you truly not believe me?" Her eyes held a glimmer of hope, as she could not fathom that he would doubt her entirely. Fu Linfeng snorted coldly, ignoring Ning Fei. Wang Jiyu seized the opportunity and said, "Sister Ning, do not be disheartened. The emperor does not believe you, he merely trusts his own eyes. After all, you have been by the emperor's side for so many years, have you not, Your Majesty?" "Sister Ning, I truly wonder what you were thinking. Was there some compelling reason behind that incident?" Fu Linfeng cast a glance at Wang Jiyu before turning his gaze back to Ning Fei. Upon meeting his indifferent eyes, Ning Fei felt a chill settle in her heart. It became clear that he did not trust her at all. "Ning Fei, I will grant you one last chance to reveal the truth." Fu Linfeng's voice was icy. Ning Fei forced a bitter smile. "There is no truth to reveal. If Your Majesty does not believe me, then execute me." Despair enveloped her. Fu Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. "Very well. Since you say so, I shall grant you your wish." Just as he was about to command for Ning Fei to be taken away, a small voice interrupted. "Wu, no, I do not wish to become a pitiful child without a mother." "Mother, my mother." Fu Linfeng turned his gaze toward Fu Yaoyao. He took a deep breath. After all, she was his own daughter. A mother's sin should not befall the child. He should find a kind-hearted consort to raise her. This wretched emperor dares to look at me like that. Let me tell you, if you harm my mother, you will certainly meet a tragic end. How could mother betray you? She loves you dearly, are you foolish? Fu Yaoyao puffed a small bubble. She was nearly beside herself with anxiety, wishing to speak immediately. Her voice trembled with tears. Oh, my father, that deceitful consort Chun has left you with nothing. Boo-woo. I am still a baby, what will become of my future? The emperor's breath hitched. He would not allow his daughter to worry about her future. What did she mean by this? Did her fate intertwine with consort Chun's? Yet Fu Yaoyao was reluctant to speak further. Fu Linfeng scratched his head in frustration. He could not directly inquire, he had to observe patiently. Take the little princess away to rest. He did not wish for Fu Yaoyao to know that he could hear her thoughts. Otherwise, she might never speak again. The palace maid beside Ning Fei cradled Fu Yaoyao in her arms. Fu Linfeng felt his mind swirling with confusion. At this moment, everything felt overwhelming, and he was uncertain of what actions to take. Wang Ji watched Fu Linfeng standing still and approached to remind him, Your Majesty, regarding Sister Ning. The group proceeded towards Consort Chun's palace. Fu Yaoyao remained unaware of anything. All she knew was that altering her fate from death at birth was the best outcome. Now, she must ensure that her mother, Ning Fei, was not executed by Fu Linfeng. After Fu Linfeng departed, she quickly spoke, Child, where is my child? The senior maid Taohua, understanding Ning Fei's maternal anxiety, hurriedly brought Fu Yaoyao closer. Your Highness, do not worry, the little princess is here. Ning Fei held her child close. The little one had round eyes filled with curiosity about the world, her complexion fair and clean, exceptionally adorable. Ning Fei had never encountered such a charming child. Mother, my beautiful mother, you are so lovely. I want to cuddle with you. Ning Fei furrowed her brows, wondering who was speaking. Yet those around her showed no reaction. The small voice chimed in again. It is such a pity for my beautiful mother, born of the general's estate, now trapped in the cold palace. Oh, my poor, beautiful mother. Ning Fei stared in astonishment at the child in her arms. Fu Yaoyao continued to blink her large eyes at her, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the adorable voice persisted, Mother, this cold palace is so frigid. I am so hungry, the baby wishes for milk. Since birth, she had not tasted a drop of water, constantly scheming to preserve her life. Now, she finally felt she could relax. Ning Fei panicked slightly. Quick, someone bring milk for the little princess. Tahua's face flushed with embarrassment. After the emperor acknowledged his bloodline, everyone knew she was his biological daughter, and none dared to mistreat her. After the emperor's departure, they had attempted to feed her, but she had stubbornly refused to open her mouth. I will not drink cow's milk, I want goat's milk. Goat's milk. Fu Yaoyao protested, her tiny feet kicking in defiance. She refused to drink anyone else's milk, she would rather starve. Upon hearing her thoughts, Ning Fei smiled gently. Hurry, prepare some goat's milk. Even within the cold palace, she was still the general's legitimate daughter, no one would dare to neglect her, and procuring some goat's milk was certainly feasible. Taohua hurriedly sent someone to prepare it. Chapter 3. Fourth Cousin. After drinking her milk, Fu Yaoyao fell asleep. Being still so small, she had exerted herself greatly today, and was now utterly exhausted. Little aunt, I have come to see you, are you there? From within the dog hole of the cold palace, a young boy's figure emerged. He was the fourth young master of the general's estate. In the generation of Ning Fei, there was one legitimate son, and two legitimate daughters. Ning Fei was the youngest daughter. There were also two illegitimate sons, and one illegitimate daughter. In total, there were 3 legitimate sons in the general's estate, while Ning Fei's sister, Ning Shui, had given birth to 2 sons, but no daughters. Now, upon hearing that Ning Fei had a daughter, this young boy was sent specifically to gather information. The boy, named Ning Shixian, was 7 years old, an age full of vigor and energy, chubby and fair. Emerging from the dog hole, he bounced a few times, dusting off his backside before approaching Ning Fei, blinking his large eyes at Fu Yaoyao. Little aunt, is this my sister? Ning Fei gazed at Ning Shixian with tenderness. Ever since she had entered the cold palace, her family had been particularly worried. Eventually, they found a dog hole nearby to send the lively Ning Shixian to keep her company. Ning Fei gently pulled Ning Shixian closer, introducing him to Fu Yaoyao. Shixian, this is your sister. Ning Shixian, looking at the little dumpling before him, carefully extended his finger to poke Fu Yaoyao's cheek. Little aunt, so soft. just like the pastries I had this morning. Fu Yaoyao stirred awake, her eyes meeting the young boy's. In this era, it must be the fourth young master of the general's manor, Ning Shixian. He possesses a lively spirit, showing little interest in scholarly pursuits or martial training, preferring instead to roam about aimlessly throughout the day. General Ning has made ample attempts to discipline him with a stick, yet to no avail, as he simply does not take to these endeavors. Several sticks have already been broken in the process, yet his disposition remains unchanged. Noticing Fu Yaoyao's gaze upon him, Ning Shixian exclaimed with delight, "Auntie, look. My sister is watching me. Does she like me too?" Ning Fei smiled gently, ruffling his hair in agreement. "Auntie, why do you seem so lackluster today? Are you feeling unwell?" Despite his playful nature, Ning Shixian possessed a keen sensitivity. Ning Fei forced a smile. "It's nothing really. I simply feel a bit fatigued after giving birth to your sister today. There's no cause for concern. Please don't mention it to your parents or grandparents, we wouldn't want to trouble them." Ning Shixian nodded. "I understand, Auntie. You needn't worry too much." Suddenly, Ning Fei recalled something. "Why did you arrive so early today? Have you skipped class again?" Ning Shixian chuckled and scratched his head. "Annie, you know me too well." He dared to speak the truth to Ning Fei, as he held her in high regard as the most gentle of aunts, one who wouldn't divulge his secrets to his father. "You rascal!" Ning Fei playfully poked his forehead. Ning Shixian pouted. "Annie, my fifth brother has already told me that for young masters like us, it doesn't matter much if we don't study. Wouldn't it be splendid to roam the world as a chivalrous hero?" Ning Shixian was lost in his own fantasies. Meanwhile, Ning Fei felt a surge of frustration should she inform her brother of her nephew's misguided notions. The fifth brother he mentioned was the second son of Ning Sikai, the legitimate heir of the general's manor. Ning Fei looked at Ning Shixian, attempting to gently advise. "Shixian, you are still young. Take your time to explore." Ning Shixian scoffed. I simply dislike studying, not at all. It's my father who insists on forcing me into things I despise. It's utterly intolerable." Ning Fei sighed, recognizing her little nephew's rebellious nature. Perhaps it was best for her elder brother to take on the task of guidance. Ning Shixian, with his round face close to Fu Yaoyao's, blinked his large, surprised eyes. The next moment, he heard a soft voice nearby. "Oh, dear, my fourth cousin startled me. Fourth cousin looks rather foolish, doesn't he?" Ning Shixian was filled with questions. Foolish? Was she referring to him? Glancing at Ning Fei, who sat by the bed, she was engrossed in her own thoughts and had not heard Fu Yaoyao's words. Ning Shixian continued to observe Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao continued, "If my fourth cousin knew that people say such things on purpose, intending to hinder his studies so that he would never achieve greatness, would he still think that way? Poor fourth cousin. He has been misled since childhood. It is likely that my fifth cousin did not come up with this himself. He must have been taught by the family. As for who, it is evident. Eventually, my fourth cousin will become the most notorious scoundrel in the capital, and uncle's reputation will be tarnished. And later, sigh, the entire Ning family's direct lineage will meet a tragic end." Ning Shixian felt tears welling in his eyes. What did it mean? His fifth brother would become a top scholar, and the Ning family's direct line would perish? Unbeknownst to Fu Yaoyao, who continued lamenting, Ning Shixian's expression grew pale with each word she uttered. He could not remain passive any longer. Fu Yaoyao glanced at him. Because of treason, he would be subjected to a gruesome fate, with not a single whole body left behind. It is truly tragic. Ning Shixian stood up, his legs trembling. What had he just heard? He swallowed hard. He must change his fate. He could not meet such a gruesome end. He could not reveal what he had just heard, lest he frighten his freshly delivered aunt. Ning Fei's eyes reflected confusion and concern. After all, Ning Shixian was still a child, lacking resilience. He burst into tears and turned, running out of the room. Chapter 4. The beautiful mother today, the enchanting Ning Fei, was in the cold palace, soothing her daughter Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao was captivated by Ning Fei's unparalleled beauty. She had an affinity for lovely individuals, and her mother was no exception. Her admiration was boundless. Fu Yaoyao continuously blew bubbles towards Ning Fei, expressing her excitement. "Enough. My dear child, how can you be so full of energy right after your birth?" Ning Fei chuckled as she noticed her daughter gazing at her with those large, glistening eyes and a cherubic, rosy face that was utterly adorable. "Mother, you are so beautiful," Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, entranced by Ning Fei's allure. "Goodness! How can you be so infatuated at such a tender age?" Ning Fei teased, affectionately pinching her daughter's cheek. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted. Oh, is my sister entertaining a child? Outside the door, Wang Jiyu entered with her personal maid. Tahua rushed in, casting a worried glance at Ning Fei. Your Highness. Understanding their current precarious position, Ning Fei waved her hand dismissively. You may leave for now. Tahua looked at Ning Fei, her eyes filled with concern, but ultimately bowed her head and exited. Wang Jiyu, examining the dark red lacquer on her fingernails, spoke with a playful tone. Sister may not be aware, but the Emperor told me yesterday that I am to raise the little princess. She tucked her hair behind her ear, proudly regarding Ning Fei. So, what if you bore a child? It is merely an insignificant little princess, and you cannot even keep your own child. How laughable. My child? Ning Fei could hardly believe her ears. Wang Jiyu sneered. What? Sister is still in the dark? Upon hearing of my brother's predicament, Ning Fei reacted with fervor. What has happened to my brother? Ever since she insisted on entering the palace, her relationship with her brother had grown strained. Were it not for her sister-in-law's mediation, they would scarcely speak. Initially, she thought her entrance into the palace was a pursuit of her own happiness. Now, she realized her brother had tried to prevent her from entering for her own good. But it was too late. Yet after all these years, she still held the general's residence dear in her heart. If her brother were to lose his life because of her, the guilt would be unbearable. Noticing her intense reaction, Wang Jiyu feigned innocence. Sister may not know, but the Emperor visited my palace yesterday and tormented me terribly, all due to the shameful events caused by you. Her voice grew softer, her cheeks flushed with feigned shyness. Ning Fei gritted her teeth, wishing to explain that the past had nothing to do with her. However, upon waking from her stupor, she found a man standing in her chamber, soon followed by Fu Linfeng's entrance. She was left speechless. How could Fu Linfeng, having witnessed it all, possibly heed her explanations? Ning Fei pressed her lips together tightly, her eyes glinting with resentment. Ah, sister, what a look you have. Do you feel wronged? Yet this is what the Emperor witnessed, and your very existence in this world brings shame upon the general's residence. Wang Jiyu chuckled softly. I merely feared that sister, confined in the cold palace, might be unaware of the news, so I came to remind you. Now that you are informed, I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Jiyu turned to exit. In Ning Fei's arms, Fu Yaoyao ground her teeth, wishing to tear apart Wang Jiyu's tongue. How could she be so malicious? Once Wang Jiyu departed, only Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao remained in the room. Ning Fei gazed at her daughter, a single tear escaping her eye. My baby, does my presence in this world bring you shame? Perhaps she should not have continued to exist in this world. A woman of tarnished reputation should not linger, as it would only bring misfortune to her family. Ning Fei held Fu Yaoyao tightly, her heart aching. Unaware of her mother's turmoil, Fu Yaoyao extended her chubby little hand, gently patting Ning Fei's back, her voice sweet and innocent. Mother, you are the best mother in the world. Please do not despair. Mother, you must live well. I believe in your innocence. Mother, you have been wronged. If you were to lose hope, it would bring them the greatest joy. You must live to prove your purity. Ning Fei lowered her gaze to her daughter's delicate face, with large, sparkling eyes and long lashes, a porcelain-like visage that was irresistible to kiss. She reached out to caress her cheek, smiling tenderly. Do not worry, my darling. I will live well. How could she, an adult, not comprehend the thoughts of her own little child? To end her life now would only fulfill their desires. The general's residence would forever be shamed by her actions, and her baby would have a mother of ill repute. She must prove her innocence, if not for herself, then for them. Seeing Ning Fei dismiss her suicidal thoughts, Fu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. She certainly did not wish to enter the world without her mother. Chapter 5. The full moon banquet. On the day of Fu Yaoyao's full moon banquet, Tahua and Ning Fei rose early to prepare for the occasion. Ning Fei dressed Fu Yaoyao in a vibrant red jacket, cinched with a light purple sash. To keep her warm, she draped a white cloak over her shoulders, completing the outfit with embroidered shoes that made her look utterly charming. Tahua, do you think the baby will like this color? Ning Fei queried, gently caressing Fu Yaoyao's face, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Your Highness, our little princess is beautiful and would look lovely in any attire. Tahua reassured with a smile. Ning Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Yaoyao is beautiful and clever. She must surely adore this color. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. When Fu Yaoyao opened her eyes, she found herself transformed into a little doll by Ning Fei and Tahua. Pouting, she blinked her large, expressive eyes at them, radiating innocence and clarity, her newly sprouted hair standing in delightful disarray. Ning Fei erupted into laughter. What is it, my baby? Are you still not awake? Tahua hurried over to adjust Fu Yaoyao's dress, then lifted her to place her in the cradle. Your Highness, allow me to style your hair. Very well, Ning Fei replied, sitting beside Fu Yaoyao as Tahua gently groomed her hair. As the comb glided from her crown to her shoulders and then to her waist, a tear fell from Ning Fei's eye. Tahua, Ning Fei's chief maid and childhood companion, had witnessed the many injustices Ning Fei endured. As the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, she should not have faced such hardship. Fearing Ning Fei would sense her emotions, Tao Hua quickly composed herself. Once Ning Fei was ready, she held Fu Yaoyao and stepped out of the room. The palace was bustling with activity. Even the usually desolate cold palace was filled with attendants. Fu Yaoyao curiously surveyed her surroundings, her large eyes sparkling with liveliness. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiyu appeared at the entrance of the cold palace, dressed in a pink palace gown. Ning Fei, you look exceptionally beautiful today. What is the occasion? Wang Jiyu's delicate voice made Ning Fei and her companions furrow their brows simultaneously, knowing she was not there to extend goodwill. Wang Jiyu signaled to the maids behind her. I visited Chunzi's palace today and saw Exiner, which reminded me of Ning Fei's child's full moon banquet today. TSK, I wonder if Ning Fei regrets her choices. After all, Chunzi was never a match for Ning Fei, yet both children were born on the same day, and I presume this child has yet to be named. Our Exiner, however, has been granted a name by the emperor himself. Ning Fei bit her crimson lips, declaring, you are not welcome here. Her chest heaved with indignation. Yet, Wang Ji remained unfazed, continuing with a smile. Yuexin, may she always be happy and wise. His Majesty has a great fondness for Exiner, and indeed, she is clever. Smiling only at him. Truly, she is a little trickster, no wonder His Majesty dotes on her. If I were in his position, I would cherish such a child as well. It was evident that both were born of the same lineage. Fu Linfeng had only named Chun Fei's child, neglecting to acknowledge hers. Ning Fei pressed her lips together, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her beautiful eyes. As she turned to leave, Wang Jiyu called out to her, Sister Ning. I thought since today is the full moon banquet for this child, although it cannot compare to XIRS, I still wish to present my gift. Wang Jiyu signaled to the maid behind her, who promptly approached with a box and opened it. Inside lay a modest jade pendant, engraved with orchids. Sister Ning, do not belittle this pendant. I know you hail from the general's manor, and your upbringing has been different from ours, but you are now in the cold palace. Please accept it. Ning Fei struggled to suppress the bitterness in her throat. Seizing the pendant, she hurled it at Wang Jiyu, exclaiming, Get away from me. Fury coursed through her veins. The orchid, symbolizing purity since ancient times, was an unmistakable insult to present at her child's full moon banquet. Ouch! Wang Jiyu shrieked, quickly covering her cheek with her sleeve, her eyes wide with terror. How dare you throw this at me? Anger coursed through Wang Jiyu, and she attempted to slap Ning Fei, only to be evaded. Ning Fei retaliated with a resounding slap, the sound reverberating through the air. She poured all her strength into the blow, leaving Wang Jiyu's cheek swollen. Ning Fei's complexion darkened. You are aware of my origins from the general's manor. And even now in the cold palace, you dare to overstep. Wang Jiyu, stunned from the slap, held her face in disbelief. You actually hit me, she stammered, her eyes reddening. Stop right there. Wang Jiyu stood resolutely in front of Ning Fei, but the next moment, she feigned to collapse at Ning Fei's feet. Chapter 6. Father's favoritism. Ning Fei frowned. What are you trying to do? Wang Jiyu repeatedly bowed before her. Sister Ning, it is my fault. I should not have pitied your child so much, and thus came to present a gift. However, my family is humble, and I could not afford anything extravagant, leading to your misunderstanding. It is my error. Tao Hua, observing Ning Fei, saw her shake her head. If you wish to kneel here, then kneel, Ning Fei replied, turning to embrace Fu Yaoyao as she moved to enter her chamber. The emperor has arrived. A sharp voice pierced the air, prompting all present to kneel. Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the scene. He had intended to visit Chun Fei's quarters to see Fu Yuexin, as today marked the child's full moon banquet. Thinking of the little girl who smiled exclusively at him softened Fu Linfeng's heart. Wang Jiyu bit her lip, tears splattering onto the ground. Fu Linfeng scrutinized her, his brows knitting together. Your Majesty, it is my fault, Wang Jiyu pleaded, crawling to Fu Linfeng's feet and grasping his robe. I pitied Sister Ning's child, so I brought some gifts. However, my humble origins prevented me from offering anything valuable, which led to her misunderstanding. Fu Linfeng turned to Ning Fei, who merely shot him a fleeting glance, her gaze returning to the child in her arms, unwilling to defend herself. His anger flared instantly. He was well aware of Ning Fei's temperament. The daughter of the general's manor, she was accustomed to luxury and had a fierce disposition. Ning Fei, do you have anything to say? Fu Linfeng's voice was cold. Ning Fei lifted her head, meeting his gaze. Your Majesty has already formed your own judgment regarding this matter. Have you not? What more can I say? After speaking, she looked down at the cherubic child in her arms, who blinked her round, innocent eyes. Fu Yaoyao had awakened without Ning Fei noticing. Gazing at her child softened Ning Fei's heart, while Fu Linfeng's brow remained furrowed as he turned his attention back to Wang Jiyu. You may rise, he commanded. Wang Jiyu obediently stood, regarding Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, please consider Sister Ning. She may still harbor resentment towards me. Fu Linfeng's voice was frosty. Whether she is angry or not is of no concern to me. He then addressed Ning Fei directly. Ning Fei, your conduct is improper. After uttering those words, he found himself at a loss for the next. For Ning Fei had already been relegated to the cold palace, devoid of any salary to penalize her further. Ning Fei, your conduct is improper for offending Wang Jiyu. You are confined for 2 months. Ning Fei did not even lift her eyelids, her tone flat. Thank you for your grace. After all, she was already in the cold palace. Did it matter whether she was confined? Her current existence had little connection to confinement. This wretched father, I truly detest him. Clearly, it is that vile woman who provoked my mother, yet he punishes her instead. I do not want this man as my father any longer. Fu Yaoyao fumed. Her tiny fists clenched, her round eyes glaring at Fu Linfeng. To bully her mother was to bully her. It was then that Fu Linfeng remembered Fu Yaoyao's presence.
What did her words imply?
Was Ning Fei truly wronged? He glanced at Ning Fei, who kept her head bowed, her expression inscrutable. If she was indeed wronged, why did she not speak up? While pondering this, he heard Fu Yaoyao's inner voice. Oh, my poor beautiful mother. It wouldn't matter if she explained. This wretched emperor would never believe her. He would only think she is quibbling and would trust only what his own eyes see. Oh, mother, my heart aches for you. Hearing her thoughts, Fu Linfeng felt utterly drained. Meanwhile, Ning Fei was in a state of panic. She was relieved that Fu Linfeng could not hear Fu Yaoyao's thoughts. Yet, her heart was heavy. The child spoke the truth. Even if she explained, Fu Linfeng would not believe her. He would trust others instead. It was better not to waste her breath on explanations. Fu Linfeng seethed. Could he be blamed for this? This woman had never intended to clarify things with him. From where did he gather that she thought he would not believe her? However, he recognized that Fu Yaoyao was not mistaken. He had already formed a biased impression of Ning Fei. Even if she attempted to explain, he would only accept the reality his own eyes had witnessed. Yet, children do not lie. He cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Jiyu. Wang Jiyu swallowed hard. Why did she feel that Fu Linfeng had seen through her little scheme? Yet, whenever it pertained to Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng had always favored others. She had done similar things in the past, and each time, Ning Fei faced punishment. This time, it must surely be her imagination. Wang Jiyu lifted her head, smiling at Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, are you planning to visit Sister Chuanfei? Today is the full moon banquet for Princess Yuexin, and I would like to accompany you. Knowing that Fu Linfeng's thoughts were currently with Fu Yuexin, she quickly sought to change the topic. Upon hearing Fu Yuexin's name, Fu Linfeng's stern demeanor softened considerably. Just as he was about to nod, he heard a despondent voice. Woe is me, I am truly a pitiful child, born at the same time as that Chuanfei's daughter. This wretched emperor cares only for that princess. Since my birth, I have not even received a name. Today marks my full moon banquet, and my beautiful mother has adorned me splendidly. Yet, my father, the dog emperor, seems blind to my mother's beauty. Am I not his own flesh and blood? I do not even have a name. In her heart, Fu Yaoyao cursed Fu Linfeng for his blatant favoritism. She too possessed a name, though she cared little for what he might bestow upon her. Yet, as his biological daughter, she found his bias utterly intolerable. This was the first time Fu Linfeng had been scolded and rendered speechless, for he could not bear to scold a child still in the cradle. He recalled that this child shared her birthday with Fu Yuexin, who was celebrated with a grand banquet, while his own daughter was neglected. Observing the child in Ning Fei's arms, Fu Linfeng sighed deeply. Let me hold the child, he requested. Ning Fei raised her head, her eyes gleaming with wariness. She knew Fu Linfeng harbored no fondness for her. What intentions did he have for her child? Despite being confined to the cold palace, she had the capability to raise the child herself. Sensing Ning Fei's gaze, Fu Linfeng's expression darkened. This is my child. I would not harm her. Ning Fei signaled to Tahua, who took Fu Yaoyao and placed her in Fu Linfeng's arms. He had never held such a small child before. The infant felt delicate and fragile, as though a gentle touch might break her. He was hesitant, his movements appearing comically awkward. Ning Fei, stifling a laugh, approached to guide him. Finally, Fu Linfeng adjusted his hold, though his motions remained stiff, wary of causing any discomfort. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao showed no sign of distress. She merely shifted to a comfortable position and gazed up at him with her large, expressive eyes, sparkling like stars. Ah, father is so handsome, the most handsome person I have ever seen. Seeing her infatuation, Fu Linfeng chuckled softly. At such a tender age, she was already discerning beauty. Indeed, his daughter was exceptional. With the arrival of Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng cradled the soft child awkwardly. It was his first time being so close to one so small. Her curious, glistening eyes examined him, and her tiny hands clutched his garment, as if he were the safest being in the world. His heart stirred. Do not fear. I will not harm you, he assured her gently, stroking her hair, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Fu Yaoyao understood his words, leaning against his chest with a smile that radiated comfort. In her heart, she thought, Though father may be biased, he is simply too handsome. For his beauty, I shall forgive his favoritism. Hearing her inner thoughts nearly made Fu Linfeng laugh aloud. He had not anticipated that his appearance would hold such significance for her. On the other hand, Ning Fei could only shake her head in disbelief. This child was indeed her daughter, sharing her fondness for beauty, a trait that had drawn her to Fu Linfeng in the first place. Fu Linfeng composed himself. She lacks a name. Let me bestow one upon her. Ning Fei looked up in astonishment, unable to believe he would remember to name the child. She quickly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for your grace. Fu Linfeng gazed at the tender child in his arms, nodding slightly, his gaze soft yet resolute. Let her be called Fu Yaoyao. Wishing her purity akin to the celestial maidens and a life as beautiful as the jade pool. Ning Fei's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. She bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. The name Yaoyao is truly splendid. Fu Linfeng smiled gently, looking down at Fu Yaoyao, his heart brimming with paternal affection. She sensed his love, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. In that moment, both Fu Linfeng and Ning Fei were enveloped by the warmth and hope ignited by Fu Yaoyao's smile. I adore this name, Yaoyao, she exclaimed. Fu Linfeng, delighted by her happiness, shared in her joy. At that moment, Wong Dejong cautiously interjected, Your Majesty, it grows late. We must hasten to Sister Chun's palace, lest we miss Yuexin's banquet. As a supporter of Chun Fei, she was naturally inclined to ensure the Emperor's presence did not hinder the festivities. Fu Linfeng suddenly remembered the full moon banquet for another child. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao pouted. I no longer like dog Emperor father. Today is also my full moon banquet, yet he shows no care for me. Amused yet exasperated, Fu Linfeng noted how the child switched from calling him father to dog emperor based on her mood. If I recall correctly, today is indeed Yaoyao's full moon banquet, Ning Fei remarked bitterly. Surprised he remembered. Observing the displeasure on Fu Yaoyao's face, Fu Linfeng sighed. The infant felt so delightful in his arms that he was reluctant to let go. In light of Yaoyao's sentiment, I shall permit you to leave the cold palace and accompany me to Chun Fei's residence. Fu Yaoyao, after all, was his daughter. And favoritism could not be so overt. He would not allow himself to be too biased, lest he be criticized. Thus, he resolved to bring Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao along. Ning Fei initially hesitated, but upon seeing Fu Yaoyao's eager expression, she relented. May your majesty allow me to prepare myself. Given the occasion, she wished to present herself beautifully and avoid being the subject of ridicule. Wang Jiyu, taken aback by Fu Linfeng's unexpected decision, swiftly signaled to her aides to prepare for their departure. At Chun Fei's palace, the ministers had arrived early, astonished to witness such affection bestowed upon a princess. They had not anticipated the emperor would grant such a grand celebration for a small child. Many initially thought Ning Fei would be the favored one, but appearances were indeed deceiving. Among the attendees, Mrs. Jinghua remarked, Chun Fei, this little princess resembles the emperor remarkably. Just look at her delicate nose and mouth. They are a perfect likeness. She shall surely be blessed. Chun Fei cradled Fu Yuexin, modestly replying, blessings remain to be seen. As her mother, I merely wish for her safety. Yet her face beamed with pride, for her child was thriving. Unlike the emperor's many children, none had received such attention as her Fu Yuexin. The prime minister's wife continued to flatter. Of course, she is fortunate. Princess Yuexin and the one from the cold palace were born on the same day, weren't they? But just look at the emperor's attitude towards her. Pure concubine's expression changed. In her heart, Ning concubine had always been a thorn. Enough. The prime minister's wife realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Your highness, forgive me. It was a slip of the tongue. She had intended to flatter, but ended up stepping on a sore spot. Who doesn't know the history between Ning concubine and pure concubine? If it weren't for Ning concubine's past mistakes, pure concubine would not have risen to her current position. Lady Jinghua quickly interjected, oh dear, why bring up such unfortunate matters on a joyous occasion? It truly offends the little princess. Only then did pure concubine's expression soften slightly. Suddenly, a palace maid named Sueju approached and whispered to her. Pure concubine's expression changed once more. At that moment, a sharp announcement rang out. The emperor has arrived. Pure concubine hurriedly took Princess Fu Yuexin and went out. Upon exiting, she saw Fu Linfeng holding another child. She quickly knelt down, Your Majesty. Fu Linfeng nodded. Rise. My beloved, and all ministers may rise as well. There is no need for excessive courtesy. As pure concubine stood, she noticed Ning concubine behind Fu Linfeng. Thankfully, Sueju was there to support her. Although she had anticipated Fu Linfeng bringing Ning concubine and her daughter, seeing them in person was far more shocking. Chapter 8. Titles and lands. Pure concubine smiled at Ning concubine. Sister Ning has also come. Is this your daughter? What is her name? She composed herself and turned to Ning concubine. Ning concubine's red lips parted slightly. I am merely a concubine in the cold palace now. I cannot bear the title of sister. Fu Linfeng was taken aback by Ning concubine's attitude. Pure concubine's face immediately fell, looking pitiful as she said, Your Majesty. That is not what I meant. I simply haven't seen Sister Ning in a long time, and miss her. A glint of cunning flashed in pure concubine's eyes. She gently caressed Fu Yaoyao in her arms, her face radiating maternal warmth. Sister Ning, look, I also have my own child. She and yours share a special bond.
Being born on the same day.
The emperor named her Fu Yaoyao, hoping she will be joyful every day. Ning concubine shot her a cold glance and remained silent. If she couldn't see that pure concubine was boasting, she truly had lived in vain. Fu Linfeng looked at pure concubine with a hint of tenderness. Reaching out to gently grasp her hand, Chunner. Fu Yaoyao opened her watery eyes. Ah, who is this woman? So ugly. Mother, where is my beautiful mother? She had just fallen asleep and was unaware that the person before her was pure concubine. Pure concubine couldn't hear her thoughts, but Fu Linfeng could. He glanced at pure concubine and then at Ning concubine. Though pure concubine was not unattractive, she resembled a delicate flower and could not compare to Ning concubine, who hailed from a military family and was once the most beautiful woman in the capital. Many eligible suitors had sought her hand. When Fu Linfeng first laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Her beauty was extraordinary, unmatched by any ordinary person. Even little Fu Yaoyao could discern who was more attractive. Fu Linfeng initially intended to embrace pure concubine but found himself unable to overcome the emotional barrier. He tightly held Fu Yaoyao instead. Today is also Yaoyao's full moon banquet. I brought her to celebrate with everyone. It's lively with many guests, Fu Linfeng casually explained. He still cared for pure concubine. After all, she had borne him a daughter. And he was willing to offer her an explanation. As the emperor, even without an explanation, pure concubine could not say much. Pure concubine watched Fu Linfeng's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. Looking at Fu Yaoyao in her arms, her eyes flickered with malice. In the next moment, the previously docile Fu Yaoyao began to wail. Fu Linfeng halted and turned to look back. He genuinely adored the little girl who smiled at him. Pure concubine quickly interjected, I don't know why, but Xiner seems to like the emperor. From the moment she was born, she would cry when others held her, but she smiles when the emperor holds her. Seeing Fu Yaoyau's distress, Fu Linfeng handed Fu Yaoyao to Ning concubine and took Fu Yaoyao into his arms. It was indeed remarkable. The crying Fu Yaoyao immediately stopped and smiled happily in Fu Linfeng's embrace. At that moment, Duke Jing was stepped forward. Princess Yaoyao stops crying upon seeing the emperor. This is an auspicious sign. Furthermore, on the day Princess Yaoyao was born, the drought was resolved. She is truly a blessing for our dynasty. Upon hearing this, all the ministers present knelt down, proclaiming, Princess Yaoyao is a blessing for our dynasty. Fu Linfeng laughed heartily overjoyed. His daughter was a little fortune bringer. How could he not be happy? Princess Yaoyao shall be titled Princess of Prosperity and Fortune, with an allocation of 100 acres of land. Pure concubine quickly knelt in gratitude. Thank you for your grace. From the founding of the dynasty until now, no prince had ever received a title and land simply for being born. Pure concubine also believed Fu Yaoyao was a little star sent by heaven. Throughout all this, Ning concubine remained indifferent, smiling gently at Fu Yaoyao. No one mentioned that Fu Yaoyao and Fu Yaoyao were born on the same day. She had no desire to compete. All she wished was for Fu Yaoyao to grow up safely and soundly. Beyond that, she cared for nothing else.
Fu Yaoyao Medellín.
Entirely unfazed by the events unfolding around her. After all, she found the connection between droughts and fortune to be absurd. However, since it was Fu Linfeng's wish, it did not detriment her interests, so she naturally remained unconcerned. While Ning concubine and Fu Yaoyao were indifferent to these matters, it did not mean others were as well, especially the prime minister's wife, who had just lost face because of them. She approached Ning concubine. Oh, this Ning concubine? How could you bear to come out from the cold palace? If it were me, I would rather not live. Then perhaps the prime minister's wife should consider that option. Ning concubine thought. After all, she was a pampered daughter of a military family. Being cast into the cold palace had left her despondent, but that did not mean she would allow others to bully her. The prime minister's wife clenched her fists tightly. So this is Ning concubine's daughter? Quite adorable. But what a pity she has a mother of questionable reputation. Just look at the Princess of Prosperity and Fortune, so favored. They are both the emperor's daughters. Yet due to their mothers, I truly feel sorry for her. Ning concubine covered Fu Yaoyao's ears. Knowing that her daughter was different from other infants, she understood everything. She did not want her to be tainted at such a tender age, nor to know of her mother's disgrace. To her surprise, Fu Yaoyao gazed wide-eyed at the prime minister's wife, hearing her thoughts, and Ning concubine almost laughed. Who would have thought this little girl would be so protective? Ning concubine's voice turned soft. All right, Yaoyao, dear, do not argue with the blind. The prime minister's wife stared in disbelief. After all, she was now someone everyone sought to please. Ning Qingcheng had been relegated to the cold palace, yet still dared to speak to her this way. Before she could retort, a voice came from behind. Ning concubine, so this is where you are? The people from the general's residence had come looking for her upon hearing that Ning concubine had arrived today. Now, she was merely a concubine in the cold palace. Even the formidable power of the general's residence cannot openly defy the imperial decree. Their desire to see consort Ning is fraught with difficulty. Upon glancing over, Ning Fei spotted her sister-in-law. She hurriedly embraced Fu Yaoyao and approached her, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." The sight of a familiar face overwhelmed Ning Fei, and her pent-up grievances burst forth. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed at Lady Li, her beloved sister-in-law who had watched her grow up, treating her like a cherished younger sister. Chapter 9. Competing for favor. Lady Li, upon seeing Ning Fei, was equally misty-eyed. Since childhood, Ning Fei had been obedient and sensible. After marrying into the general's estate, this younger sister-in-law had never caused her distress, often guiding her through difficulties. Lady Li had come to regard her as a true sister. Had Ning Fei not entered the palace, she would have protected her with all her might. The shocking events of yesteryear had left Lady Li in disbelief. She understood Ning Fei's character all too well. Once she had set her heart on Fu Linfeng, he would forever be her sole affection. Pursuing another man would not be a sign of betrayal, but rather of folly. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences should the truth come to light, both for herself and for the general's estate. Even she found it hard to believe, yet Fu Linfeng did. Not only did he believe it, but he also cast her into the cold palace, where she bore a child. The pampered legitimate daughter of the general's residence had now fallen to such a state. How could Lady Li come to terms with this? "Aunt, it's Yaoyao's aunt. Aunt is so beautiful. Hug me, aunt, please." The cherubic child in her arms blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, eagerly longing for affection. Ning Fei smiled gently. "Sister-in-law, this is my child. Would you like to hold her?" Deep down, she still felt apprehensive. Now that she had become a consort in the cold palace, would her sister-in-law disdain her and her child? To her surprise, Lady Li eagerly accepted the child. Gazing at the infant, clad in a bright red coat adorned with delicate embroidered flowers, topped with a matching hat and tiny red shoes, Lady Li noticed the child's large, glistening eyes, brimming with curiosity and charm. As Ning Fei listened to Lady Li's words, tears welled up in her eyes. Yet her heart swelled with joy. As long as her sister-in-law and niece did not shun her, she would be content. "Mother, beautiful mother." The little one wriggled in her embrace, reaching out her chubby hands, giggling at Ning Fei. Ning Fei looked at her, her eyes filled with warmth. Lady Li turned her gaze to Fu Yaoyao. "Sweetheart, what is your name?" She realized she did not even know her niece's name. Ning Fei quickly replied, "Yaoyao." "Her name is Yaoyao." "Oh, Yaoyao. What a lovely name, just as adorable as our little Yaoyao, isn't it?" Lady Li's affection for the child deepened. "Yaoyao, such a beautiful name. It is a pity, though, that with a mother like hers, she cannot compare to the esteemed Princess Fu, the Prime Minister's wife." Feeling utterly ignored by the two, hastily sought to assert herself. "I've heard that on the day the little princess was born." The emperor merely glanced at her before rushing off to visit Consort Chun, accompanying the little princess for an entire day until late at night, even naming her Yuexin, hoping she would grow up happy and joyful. Clearly, she received profound love. I wonder if Ning Fei's child only just received a name today? Her tone dripped with mockery. She had never liked Ning Fei during her time in the boudoir. The latter's beauty and noble lineage, along with the affection of her elder brother and sister, rendered her a source of envy. With both talent and beauty, Ning Fei was a thorn in the side of all noble ladies in the capital, including the Prime Minister. It was only because she married into the palace that the Prime Minister's wife ceased her scheming against her. Yet, even after all these years, she remained unable to forget Ning Qingqing, which gnawed at her insides. Lady Li glanced over. Although she treated Ning Fei with kindness and tenderness, it did not imply that she extended such grace to everyone. With a cold smile, Lady Li retorted, "Oh, is Consort Chun not present? Yet you've sent a spy in her stead?" The Prime Minister's wife, furious, turned to Fu Yaoyao and took a deep breath. "No matter how eloquently you speak, it pales in comparison to Princess Fu, who was born with a title and a domain. Some people are truly pitiful." Her gaze toward Fu Yaoyao was laced with derision. Ning Fei finally felt anger rise within her. She had long since grown accustomed to the disdain of others, her temperament tempered over the years. However, she could not tolerate anyone insulting Fu Yaoyao. How laughable! Our Yaoyao, regardless of circumstance, is the emperor's own flesh and blood. A princess. Does the Prime Minister's wife belittle Yaoyao or the emperor himself? Should I arrange for someone to discuss this with His Majesty? Ning Fei was not one to be trifled with. Even as a consort in the cold palace, she remained the daughter of the general's residence. And her daughter was a princess. She would not tolerate any affront toward her child. The Prime Minister's wife turned pale at Ning Fei's words. She was no fool. The implications were clear. Should she refuse to back down, it would be tantamount to disrespecting the emperor, a provocation of his authority, a grave accusation indeed. She lacked the courage to face such a consequence. With a harsh glare at Fu Yaoyao, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Lady Li sighed and looked down at the little girl in her arms. "Qingqing, your days." The former Ning Fei had never experienced such a life. However, once she entered the palace, her fate was no longer in her hands. Even having become a great general, She could not utter a word upon learning that her sister had been cast into the cold palace. Ning Shixian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. It's all right, sister-in-law. With your frequent assistance and now with Yaoyao, I am living quite well. In hindsight, life in the cold palace is not so dire. There is no need to vie for favor or guard against others. I am content to accompany Yaoyao as she grows. Ning Fei understood that her brother and sister-in-law felt guilty. Yet, she was acutely aware of the choices she had made. Although she had not committed any wrongdoing, Fu Linfeng had witnessed it with his own eyes. There was a risk of dragging the entire Ning family down, yet the general's estate remained intact. Though confined to the cold palace, her life was secure, thanks to her brother's intercession. Lady Li looked at her, her heart heavy. Ah, Qingcheng, now that you have Yaoyao, you must live well. How could such a fine lady from the general's residence end up in this state? Lady Li observed Fu Yaoyao, who was contentedly playing by herself, not causing any trouble, and sighed. Look at this child, so obedient. How could it be? She believed Fu Yaoyao was the most beautiful child she had ever seen, inheriting the best traits of both her parents. After all, Ning Fei was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, and Fu Linfeng was tall and imposing, exuding an unmatched grace. Fu Yaoyao seemed to embody the finest qualities of both. Lady Li lifted Fu Yaoyao, gazing at her rosy cheeks, and sighed. Ah! Let us not speak of such things in front of the child. Our Yaoyao is so wonderful. Surely one day, your father will see you. Although that day seemed distant, especially with Fu Yuexin in the picture, it was evident where Fu Linfeng's affections lay. Yet, one must always maintain a glimmer of hope. Fu Yaoyao glanced at her tender mother and then at Lady Li, resolutely deciding to assist her beautiful mother in winning favor. Her mother was too exquisite to languish in the cold palace any longer, especially with that consort Chun, whose very name suggested ill omens. Ning Fei gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Though she was unaware of her thoughts, her spirits remained high. My dear child, I wish for your safety above all else. She cared little for anything beyond her child's well-being. Chapter 10. Separating them. Ning Fei was conversing with Li Shi when Tao Hua hurriedly approached. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence immediately. The Empress Dowager has arrived. She cradled Fu Yuexin, her face beaming with kindness. Look at this little nose. It resembles the Emperor's from his childhood. Fu Lu, what a splendid name. This child is surely blessed. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with delight. Bring forth the gift I have prepared for little Fu Lu's full moon banquet. Shortly after, a servant presented a box. Upon opening it, they revealed fist-sized pearls. These were collected at my behest. Since little Fu Lu and I are fated to meet, I bestow this gift to add a touch of fortune. It was evident that the Empress Dowager held great affection for Fu Yuexin. Her generosity spoke volumes. Chun Fei, filled with excitement, quickly stood to express her gratitude. I thank the Empress Dowager on behalf of Princess Fu Lu. The Empress Dowager's lavish gift at such a banquet underscored her regard for Fu Yuexin. Instantly, the atmosphere among the ministers shifted. Ah, Sister Ning Fei, you have arrived. Chun Fei's keen eyes caught sight of Ning Fei and her daughter Fu Yaoyao at the doorway. As Li Shi approached, she parted ways with Ning Fei. The former was a consort, while the latter was the daughter of a general. Their proximity was deemed inappropriate for both parties. Upon hearing Chun Fei's words, all eyes turned towards Ning Fei at the entrance. Ning Fei pursed her lips and, holding Fu Yaoyao, stepped into the palace. She knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, wishing you longevity, and to the Emperor, eternal reign. The Empress Dowager's eyes betrayed her disdain. Without uttering a word, Ning Fei remained on her knees with Fu Yaoyao in her arms.
Fu Linfeng causes silence.
Unwilling to dampen the festive mood. Father, the Emperor, you treated mother so coldly after she bore you a child. She fell ill and has yet to recover. Yet you do not allow her to stand. I despise you.
Fu Linfeng garde Fu Yaoyao esse inner turmel.
He looked up to see her, held tightly in Ning Fei's embrace, glaring at him with wide, angry eyes that seemed to burn with fury. Is she ill? Why has she kept this from me? Fu Linfeng bit his lip. Mother, today is also Yaoyao's full moon banquet. For her sake, I shall allow Ning Fei to rise. Everyone present, including Ning Fei, stared at Fu Linfeng in disbelief. Ning Fei had not anticipated his intercession. With his request, the Empress Dowager relented, allowing her to stand for the sake of her grandson. However, her gaze remained filled with contempt for Ning Fei, who was, after all, the woman who had humiliated her son. Ning Fei, still holding Fu Yaoyao, retreated to a corner. Sister Ning Fei, I have heard that today is also Yaoyao's full moon banquet, Chun Fei began, choosing not to trouble Ning Fei just yet. Ning Fei turned, a gentle smile gracing her face. Indeed, this child Yaoyao is truly beautiful, and since today marks her full moon banquet, I shall present her with a gift. She signaled to Cui Zhu, who promptly departed. Sister Ning Fei, this pearl has been a cherished possession of mine for quite some time. Although it may not be as precious as the Empress Dowager's gift to Fu Lu, it is still quite lovely, and I wish to give it to Princess Yaoyao. Chun Fei's gesture not only painted her as exceptionally kind but also subtly reminded others of Ning Fei's fall from grace. She had not shown any resentment and remained gracious. Even Fu Linfeng regarded her with admiration, yet it served to underscore that Fu Yaoyao could not compare to Fu Yuexin, as even her full moon gift was less valuable. Ning Fei's face paled, but with so many witnesses, it was not the time for her to act petulantly. She knelt again. "Thank you, Consort Chun." Chun Fei smiled innocently. "As long as Sister Ning Fei is satisfied. Oh, by the way, Fu Lu and Yaoyao are of the same age and can play together often." "Oh, dear. How careless of me." She covered her mouth, feigning panic as she glanced at Fu Linfeng, as if she had genuinely forgotten Ning Fei's disgrace. Ning Fei bowed her head, concealing her expression. "Consort Chun, you may have forgotten, but I have been relegated to the Cold Palace, and it seems I cannot visit often." While others may not have grasped Chun Fei's implications, Ning Fei understood. Chun Fei turned to Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty, I meant no harm." She feigned innocence. And Fu Linfeng harbored no suspicion. "I know Chun Fei did not intend any offense." Chun Fei smiled, appearing bashful. "I know your Majesty would not blame me." She then turned to Ning Fei with a worried look. "But Sister Ning Fei, being in the Cold Palace is unsuitable for a child. While it may not matter much to an adult, Yaoyao is but a child. Can she truly endure it?" Such words should not be spoken so directly. Yet Chun Fei's innocence allowed her to voice her thoughts freely. Being favored, no one dared to oppose her. Chun Fei grasped Fu Linfeng's hand. "Your Majesty, please assist Yaoyao. As a new mother, I cannot bear to see a child suffer. She is so young, born on the same day as Fu Lu. Even if Sister Ning Fei has erred, it should not affect her." Chun Fei looked at Fu Linfeng with hopeful eyes. At that moment, Ning Fei understood Chun Fei's true intention, to separate her from Fu Yaoyao. Ning Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Li Shi stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the little princess is still young. It is unsuitable to separate her from her birth mother." She understood that Fu Yaoyao was Ning Fei's lifeline. Should Fu Yaoyao be taken from her, Ning Fei would not survive. Even if she faced punishment, she would defend Ning Fei. Yet, the Cold Palace was indeed not a suitable environment for a child's upbringing. No one anticipated that the Empress Dowager would interject on Ning Fei's behalf. Ning Fei's face fell. She bowed her head. "Your Majesty, I implore you, do not separate me from Yaoyao. I shall remain in the Cold Palace for the rest of my life, if it means keeping her with me." The child in her arms was her very essence. She understood that if Chun Fei succeeded in taking her away, Yaoyao would not survive. Ning Fei repeatedly bowed her head, her demeanor tragically desolate. All eyes turned to Fu Linfeng, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his next move. Chapter 11. She has grown quite plump. Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes at Fu Linfeng, who frowned, appearing conflicted. In truth, he was nearing his limit with Fu Yaoyao's inner cries. "Wah, the Emperor seems intent on giving me away. Mother, beautiful mother, I fear we shall be separated." Fu Yaoyao was deeply saddened. Had she known such sorrow awaited her, she would have prevented her mother from coming. "Your Majesty, regarding this matter," before Chun Fei could finish.
Fu Linfeng interrupted. Silence.
Taken aback by Fu Linfeng's reprimand, Chun Fei's heart sank as she looked at him in despair. Fu Linfeng hastily added, "Let it be settled as such." He never intended to hand over Fu Yaoyao to other consorts. Even though Ning Fei had committed such acts against him, she was still a woman he had genuinely loved. He understood that Fu Yaoyao was now the cherished treasure of Ning Fei. If she were to be taken away, she would surely be unable to survive. To his surprise, Fu Linfeng did not support Chun Fei's proposal. Everyone present turned their gaze towards Chun Fei and Ning Fei. Chun Fei's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated that Fu Linfeng would put her in such an awkward position in this setting. Usually, he would always acquiesce to her wishes. After all these years, was she still unable to compete with Ning Fei? Chun Fei cast a venomous glare at Ning Fei. Ning Fei, having regained what was lost, held Fu Yaoyao tightly in her arms, believing wholeheartedly, "Hooray, Daddy is not sending me away to others. I like Daddy." Fu Yaoyao gleefully rolled around in Ning Fei's embrace, confident that her father adored her the most. Ning Fei looked at Fu Linfeng with delight, initially thinking that today would be a treacherous banquet, but did not expect Fu Linfeng to reject Chun Fei's proposal. She cast a grateful glance at Fu Linfeng. Regardless of his intentions, he had not deprived her of her child. Fu Linfeng, holding Chun Fei's hand, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated seeing Ning Fei in such a state. Chun Fei regarded Ning Fei with extreme resentment. However, with so many witnesses present, she could not explode in anger, merely glaring fiercely at Ning Fei before looking down at her own child. She was determined to see just how long Ning Fei could revel in this triumph. "I simply believe that Yaoyao, being a child, should not remain in the Cold Palace. Forgetting that would separate Ning Fei and Yaoyao is my fault. Please blame me, Sister Ning Fei." She feigned a pitiful look at Ning Fei. Yet it was clear that she was the one bullying Ning Fei, wishing to drive a wedge between mother and daughter.
Now.
It seemed as though Ning Fei was the one tormenting her. Fu Linfeng held Chun Fei's hand reassuringly. I understand your innocent intentions. It is not your fault for overlooking this. Ning Fei certainly will not hold it against you. Fu Linfeng then turned to Ning Fei.
Ning Fei smiled bitterly.
Lowering her head, how could this guilty servant dare blame Consort Chun? She is merely a consort who has fallen into the cold palace, while Chun Fei is the most beloved woman in Fu Linfeng's harem. What qualifications do I have to argue with her or to blame her? As long as they are not separated, that is already a great blessing. Suddenly, a childish voice broke the tension. Why can't sister come out of the cold palace and stay with her mother? Everyone turned to see it was the young crown prince of Tianlin Kingdom and the third prince. The speaker was the third prince, Yi Yu, while the young crown prince, Yi Yibai, was now 7 years old. Despite his tender age, he commanded attention, having solidified his position as crown prince not merely due to his mother, but also because of his remarkable talents displayed at such a young age. At only 7, he was already capable of undertaking diplomatic missions to other nations. Tianlin Kingdom and Yugua maintained a cooperative relationship, and Yi Yibai was on a mission to Yugua with Yi Yu following closely behind, his eyes darting around. I pay my respects to your majesty. Yi Yibai performed a bow, and Yi Yu followed suit. Even though they were merely children, their presence was not lost on Fu Linfeng, who promptly responded, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please rise. Your Highness the Third Prince, please rise. Attendants, prepare seats for His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Third Prince. Although Yi Yibai was just 7, Fu Linfeng dared not treat him lightly. He envied Tianlin Kingdom for having such a prodigious star among them. Yi Yibai could compose poetry at 3 and participate in court discussions at 5, now at 7. He was already ahead of other princes. Hey, this little sister is so chubby, brother, look how plump she is. Yi Yu exclaimed upon seeing Fu Yaoyao seated beside Ning Fei. Fu Yaoyao, round and fair, widened her eyes at the comment. Chubby? Are you talking about me? You? With no discernment. I'm still a baby. This is not being chubby. This is being adorable. Ning Fei, hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, couldn't help but twitch her lips. She hadn't realized her daughter was so fond of beauty. Similarly, Fu Linfeng, eavesdropping on Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, found amusement in the situation. Fu Yaoyao clenched her fists. I want to see just how beautiful you are. She turned her gaze to Yi Yu, momentarily taken aback. Ah, this little brother is so handsome. I like this little brother. Yes, too beautiful. Yi Yu, also fair-skinned with sparkling eyes, resembled a porcelain doll. Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's admiration, he beamed and replied in a babyish voice, Little sister, even though you're chubby, you're adorable, and your eyes sparkle like stars. Children have an innate ability to bond quickly. Although Fu Yaoyao was not yet verbal, she felt joy at Yi Yu's compliment. He said she was pretty and praised her beautiful eyes. How perceptive. Even if he called her chubby, she, being kind-hearted and beautiful, would not hold a grudge. Her smile brightened her face, revealing 2 charming dimples. Ning Fei rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking her daughter was not as strong-willed as she had believed. Instead, she was a love-struck, easily appeased by mere flattery. Fu Linfeng watched the scene with keen interest. Ning Fei, bring Yaoyao over to me. I wish to see my unique daughter. Chapter 12, A Kiss. Ning Fei rose from her seat and entrusted Fu Yaoyao to the attendant beside Fu Linfeng. The eunuch took a glance at Fu Yaoyao, dressed in a vibrant red outfit, her eyes resembling dark grapes and her tiny mouth babbling sweetly, her skin fair and delicate. Initially believing Fu Yuexin to be quite lovely, he was taken aback by the beauty of this little princess. The eunuch discreetly cast a glance at Ning Fei, realizing that having the most beautiful woman in the capital as her mother certainly did not lead to any shortcomings. As Fu Linfeng held Fu Yaoyao, watching her blow bubbles, his heart melted. Originally, he had not wanted this child, even contemplating the execution of Ning Fei and her together. Yet upon seeing the child, he regretted his earlier thoughts. This was his child with Ning Fei. Despite her betrayal, she remained his flesh and blood, and an amusing child at that. Yi Yu yearned to approach and see Fu Yaoyao, but Yi Yibai's stern glance stopped him. Yi Yu's eyes conveyed a sense of grievance. Fearless in all matters, he was merely wary of his older brother. Brother, I want to play with the little sister too. Since she is in the cold palace, can I go visit her there? Yi Yu looked up at Yi Yibai, believing his voice to be quiet enough, yet the hall fell silent, and everyone heard him. Fu Yaoyao lazily turned her gaze in their direction, momentarily stunned. She thought Yi Yu was already quite handsome, but to her surprise, there was an even more beautiful young man. Yi Yibai was exquisitely handsome, with eyes that seemed to hold the stars, defined brows, a straight nose, delicate lips, and skin as white as jade. He radiated an indescribable air of nobility, the kind cultivated within royal circles. It is something that cannot be imitated by others, especially as he exudes an aura of superiority that makes it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. In her past and present life, Fu Yaoyao had never encountered such an exceptionally handsome young man. She couldn't help but reach out her hand towards Yi Yibai, babbling and blowing bubbles at him. Hug. Brother, hug. Pretty brother, I like you. Observing Fu Yaoyao's infatuated demeanor and hearing her admiring voice, Fu Linfeng scoffed coldly. He lifted his eyelids to glance at Yi Yibai and thought to himself that he wasn't all that handsome. With those rosy lips and pearly teeth, how could he possibly compare to himself? Fu Linfeng considered his daughter to be quite lacking in discernment. He forced a smile and remarked, Yaoyao seems to have quite the fondness for His Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Yibai curled his lips into a gentle smile, extending his hand towards Fu Yaoyao. Since the princess likes me, might the emperor permit me to hold her? Although he was not particularly fond of children, something about Fu Yaoyao's sparkling eyes softened his heart. Fu Linfeng was reluctant to part with his daughter, but in such a public setting, he couldn't appear overly possessive. He signaled to the eunuch beside him, who then lifted Fu Yaoyao and approached Yi Yibai. With her round, bright eyes, Fu Yaoyao looked at Yi Yibai, and upon sensing no malice from him, she beamed and giggled. Yi Yibai took Fu Yaoyao into his arms, and she wrapped her chubby little hands around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek with a resounding smack. Yi Yibai was taken aback. He had never been kissed by a woman before. This was his first experience, albeit from a little one, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He gazed down at the small bundle in his arms, who was laughing joyfully and reaching out to touch his face. Yi Yibai felt stiff, unsure of where to place his hands. In all his years, he had never been this close to anyone, and he found himself enjoying the sensation. Brother, pretty brother, Fu Yaoyao's sweet voice reached his ears, and he looked around, confused, noticing that no one else seemed to react. Was he the only one who heard her? He calmed his mind and listened again. I like the pretty brother, and Yaoyao is pretty too. Yi Yibai stared at Fu Yaoyao, still unable to comprehend that he could hear the thoughts of this little cherub. What a pity, such a handsome young man, only to meet a tragic end. The one who caused his demise truly ought to be condemned, Fu Yaoyao lamented inwardly. She had a fondness for all beautiful individuals, not just Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng, but also Yi Yibai. Yi Yibai furrowed his brow, pondering the implication of her words. So, he was destined to meet an untimely end? Surely, he must have misheard. Yet the notion lingered. Holding Fu Yaoyao, he gazed down at her, who blinked up at him with a hint of regret. So, was it true that he would ultimately perish, and in such a manner? He looked at the little one in his arms and smiled gently, suddenly finding her quite endearing, especially with her sparkling eyes resembling two radiant stars. Yi Yibai leaned down and kissed Fu Yaoyao's cheek. Yi Yu was astonished to witness Yi Yibai's affectionate gesture towards Fu Yaoyao.
To him,
his elder brother resembled a living embodiment of the underworld, known for his lack of mercy towards his younger siblings. He sidled up to Yi Yibai and asked, Brother, do you like this little sister too? Yi Yibai froze, realizing that he had indeed just kissed the little one in his arms. Fu Yaoyao opened her toothless mouth, bursting into laughter. The pretty brother kissed me. Yay, I'm so happy. I can't let my mother wash my face today. Yi Yibai watched Fu Yaoyao's joyful expression and found himself thinking that having a little sister was rather delightful.
Yi.
Witnessing the gentle smile on his brother's face was dumbfounded. His brother was actually smiling? What an extraordinary sight. He reached out to Fu Yaoyao, little sister. Give brother a hug. Fu Yaoyao looked at Yi Yu and suddenly extended her chubby hands towards him. He lifted her, but still too young himself. Yi Yibai was apprehensive about letting go entirely. Fu Yaoyao wrapped her little arms around Yi Yu's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, producing a crisp sound that left Yi Yu utterly astonished. He had never imagined that he would be kissed one day, especially by such a soft, sweet-smelling little bundle. His eyes lit up. Sister, kiss me again. Yet Fu Yaoyao, captivated by Yi Yibai, ignored him entirely. Seated on the dais, Fu Linfeng felt a pang of jealousy. His daughter had not even kissed him yet, but she was showering affection on these two young boys. Fu Linfeng clenched his fists, veins protruding, struggling to restrain himself from rushing down and reclaiming his daughter. Chapter 13. A desire to mar her beauty. Yi Yu suddenly remembered something. Your Majesty, may I go see my sister? Fu Linfeng's expression darkened as he continued to observe Yi Yibai holding the little milk bun. He was still absorbed in the scene of Fu Yaoyao kissing Yi Yibai and Yi Yu, oblivious to Yi Yu's question.
Pure concubine.
Noticing Fu Linfeng's distraction, hastily interjected, Your Majesty, the third prince is speaking to you. Fu Linfeng finally came to his senses. In that case, let Ning Fei and Yaoyao move out of the cold palace. Fu Yaoyao, being so beautiful and delicate, was indeed ill-suited to grow up in such a place. For the sake of his daughter, he could not allow her to remain in the cold palace. Pure concubine was taken aback. She never expected Ning Fei to so easily emerge from the cold palace. She felt like crying, recalling the effort it took to confine Ning Fei there in the first place. Yet now it seemed too easy for her to be released, and she found it hard to accept. Your Majesty, Pure concubine attempted to speak again, but was interrupted. Your Majesty, after all, Ning Fei is a concubine of the cold palace. This is quite illogical. The Empress Dowager looked at Fu Linfeng, hoping he would remember Ning Fei's past transgressions. Fu Linfeng waved his hand dismissively. Although Ning Fei made mistakes, she bore me a child. While she may not have merit, she certainly endured hardships. Moreover, I cannot allow my child to reside in the cold palace. Thus, it is decided. He did not forgive Ning Fei. It was merely for Fu Yaoyao's sake that he made this decision. The hall fell silent, as none expected that the greatest victor of the banquet would be Ning Fei. Not even Ning Fei herself. She looked up at Fu Linfeng seated above, crouched down to perform a deep bow. Thank you for your grace. Fu Yaoyao truly was her little lucky star. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao nestled comfortably in Yi Yi's embrace, shutting her eyes. Children require ample sleep, and even though her soul was that of an adult, she could not resist the fatigue. Fu Linfeng observed the slumbering Fu Yaoyao and inwardly scolded her for being so ungrateful. He had arranged for her to leave the cold palace, and she exhibited no sign of appreciation. This, however, could not entirely be blamed on Fu Yaoyao. She was simply too exhausted to comprehend the adult's conversation. The Empress Dowager and pure concubine, recognizing that the matter was settled, felt displeased but did not show it. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath. For being the Empress Dowager, she possessed a much deeper insight compared to pure concubine. Among those present, the happiest was undoubtedly Yi Yu. Yeah, that is splendid. From now on, I can frequently visit my little sister. Just the thought of spending each day playing with a soft and fragrant Fu Yaoyao fills Yi Yu with immense joy. Yi Yi also curled the corners of his lips. Fu Linfeng cleared his throat, stating, Yaoyao is asleep. Your Highness is too tired holding her. Please bring her over. In truth, he simply yearned to hold Fu Yaoyao himself. She was so delicate and soft in his arms, providing an unparalleled comfort. Yi Yi was reluctant to let go. However, he was, after all, her biological father, so he carried Fu Yaoyao to the side of the dragon throne. Fu Linfeng cautiously received Fu Yaoyao from his embrace. Gazing at the little bundle in his arms, his heart melted completely. This was his daughter, the one he cherished so dearly. Fearing to let her fall, and wishing to keep her forever. Overwhelmed with affection, Fu Linfeng found himself at a loss regarding how to cradle her, standing rigidly, afraid to move. Observing this, Yi Yi extended his hand to assist Fu Linfeng, but was met with a firm refusal. I can manage on my own. Fu Linfeng glared at him. Why should he let another touch his daughter? Chun Fei, standing nearby, clenched her fists tightly. Today was supposed to be the celebration of her daughter's full moon, yet Ning Fei had brought this little wretch to disrupt the occasion. With a gentle smile, she said, I have yet to hold the elder sister's daughter. Let me embrace Yaoyao, for she is truly beautiful. Just look at her little eyes and mouth. She resembles Sister Ning Fei so much. The Empress Dowager also leaned in for a glance. Your Majesty, you must admit, this child bears no resemblance to you at all. Her words served as a reminder to Fu Linfeng not to raise another child. Under normal circumstances, Fu Linfeng would have erupted in anger. However, having recognized Fu Yaoyao as his own by blood, he understood that the child in his arms truly belonged to him. He looked at Fu Yaoyao and remarked, she resembles her mother. That is quite splendid indeed. Fu Linfeng was affirming Ning Fei's beauty. Although he held no affection for her at present, he could not deny that she possessed certain charms. Furthermore, the child displayed signs of infatuation and self-admiration. As he thought of her sweet voice, Fu Linfeng's gaze upon Fu Yaoyao softened even more. Chun Fei tightened her grip, feeling the sting of Ning Fei's beauty, which she begrudgingly acknowledged. Looking at Fu Yaoyao, a malicious glint flickered in her eyes. Your Majesty, may I hold Sister Ning Fei's daughter? I share a good relationship with her, but I have not had the chance to see this child since her birth due to my poor health. Now that I see her, I find myself quite fond of her. She cast a glance at Ning Fei, whose eyes revealed concern. Nevertheless, in public, she could not refuse. Fu Linfeng nodded and placed the child into Chun Fei's arms. Chun Fei held Fu Yaoyao tightly, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Today, she resolved to make that wretched woman pay a price. Secretly, she retrieved a small porcelain vial from her sleeve. If she poured the liquid from this vial onto the little wretch, it would ruin her appearance. At that time, even if she were the emperor's daughter, he would no longer want her. As Chun Fei contemplated this, delight filled her heart. She cautiously opened the vial, dipping her fingers into the liquid. Then, she carefully reached towards Fu Yaoyao's face. To an observer, it seemed as though Chun Fei adored Fu Yaoyao and merely wished to caress her. However, the moment her hand touched Fu Yaoyao's face, the child awakened. Blinking sleepily, she realized that the person holding her was not Yi Yi, but a stranger. Pouting in discontent, she rubbed her eyes. Chun Fei, witnessing her reaction, felt even more fondness. Just as she was about to make another move, Fu Yaoyao suddenly extended her hand and slapped Chun Fei across the face. Smack! Chun Fei's face instantly flushed red. Stunned, she stood frozen, unable to comprehend that such a small child would dare to act so boldly. In truth, Fu Yaoyao had merely been startled upon awakening to find a stranger before her. Chun Fei's sinister gaze made her tremble, and in the next moment, she burst into tears. Chapter 14, just want to hold her. Ning Fei rushed in front of Chun Fei and snatched Fu Yaoyao away. Chun Fei frowned. Does Yaoyao dislike me? Why does she not behave at all when I hold her? Her words were purely provocative. What could such a small child possibly understand? Chun Fei looked at Fu Linfeng with tear-filled eyes. Your Majesty, I do not understand why Yaoyao does not like me. Fu Linfeng regarded her pitiable expression and frowned slightly. Yaoyao is still young. How could she possibly know what she likes or dislikes? Chun Fei pursed her lips, lowering her head in feigned distress.
Ning Fei, cradling Fu Yaoyao.
Found Chun Fei's pitiful demeanor somewhat irksome. Yet, Chun Fei was not entirely wrong. Indeed, Yaoyao was too young to have preferences. However, she did appear much more obedient in Ning Fei's arms than in Chun Fei's. Fu Yaoyao simmered with fury within. You shameless old woman. What could I possibly understand at this age? You have a face I do not recognize, and you are practically thrusting it into mine, scaring me to death. Fu Linfeng listened to the incessant babble in his ear, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. How could he not realize that his daughter was quite the chatterbox? She could talk incessantly, and at times, he truly wished she would just be quiet. Fu Yaoyao then glanced over at Yi Bai in the distance. That brother is so handsome, I want him to hold me. Ning Fei's arm stiffened as she held Fu Yaoyao. This child, though still so young, had already set her sights on someone else. If she were to grow up, what would become of her? Yi Bai also noticed Fu Yaoyao gazing at him longingly. Your Highness Ning Fei, might I hold the little princess once more? Ning Fei frowned. Let her rest. She has been frightened. She shot a glance at Chun Fei, hinting at her meaning. Chun Fei pressed her lips together, contemplating. She had heard of Yi Bai's reputation. If she could align herself with him. A flicker of desire ignited in her eyes. She wished to hasten Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao's departure. This was Fu Yuexin's full moon celebration. The spotlight should be on her and her daughter, not Ning Fei and hers. After all, the longer they lingered, the more unpredictable the situation became. Disappointment towards Fu Linfeng brewed within her, yet she was willing to ensure that Fu Yaoyao lived a good life. The cold palace was indeed an unsuitable environment for a child. Fu Yaoyao yawned. She too found the event rather dull. Initially, she had thought the banquet would be exciting, but it turned out to be quite ordinary. Noting the weariness on Fu Yaoyao's face, Fu Linfeng realized she must be tired. His next concession was not for Ning Fei, but for his daughter. Ning Fei performed a curtsy, turning to leave with Fu Yaoyao. One moment, Your Highness Ning Fei, Yi Bai called out to her. Ning Fei turned around. Does His Highness have further matters to discuss? Looking at Fu Yaoyao, who was nearly drooling, Ning Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have given birth to such a smitten daughter? Although she acknowledged that Yi Bai was indeed more exquisite than ordinary children, it shouldn't have come to this. Neither she nor Fu Linfeng was unattractive after all. Yi Bai pulled a jade pendant from his robes, offering it to Fu Yaoyao. Today, by chance, I encountered the little princess. This pendant is a gift for you, Princess Yaoyao, in celebration of your full moon banquet. He kept the thoughts of Fu Yaoyao's earlier declarations to himself. When the opportunity arises, he must extract the truth from her lips. Were it a natural death, he would not dwell on it. However, if it were due to foul play, it would indicate that someone harbored intentions to harm him. He must enhance his vigilance. This jade pendant serves a dual purpose. It is both an olive branch extended towards Fu Yaoyao and an expression of gratitude. The individuals in the Great Hall were taken aback by Yi Bai's overture to Fu Yaoyao, the daughter of a consort relegated to the cold palace. Even a legitimate daughter of a general's household, having suffered a similar fate, holds no value for manipulation. By gifting the jade pendant, it is evident that Yi Bai genuinely harbors affection for Fu Yaoyao. How could a mere infant elicit such fondness? This revelation prompted the ministers to reconsider their thoughts. Given that the crown prince of Tianlin Kingdom favors the little one, perhaps it would be prudent for the child to engage with him. After all, fostering a relationship with Tianlin Kingdom would be advantageous for them all. Even Fu Linfeng was astonished that Yi Bai would bestow upon Fu Yaoyao the jade pendant he carried with him. Since his arrival in the Yu Kingdom, Yi Bai had exhibited a gentle demeanor, yet appeared disinterested in matters around him. Consort Ning, unconcerned with the thoughts of those behind her, accepted the jade pendant and departed with Fu Yaoyao. After all, she is merely a consort of the cold palace. None of this concerns her. Once Consort Ning had departed, Consort Chun held Fu Yuexin in her arms. Since the crown prince has an affinity for children, their beloved Falu princess is also plump and fair. To curry favor with Consort Chun, the wife of Duke Jingwa chimed in, well aware of Consort Chun's aspirations. Who wouldn't wish to establish a connection with the crown prince of Tianlin Kingdom? Even if Consort Chun currently enjoys the emperor's favor, more connections would only be beneficial. Consort Chun remained silent, casting a glance at Yi Bai. He nodded slightly, conveying that his feelings towards Fu Yaoyao were not of affection. He was acutely aware that he held no fondness for children whatsoever. His interest lay solely in the information Fu Yaoyao possessed. Otherwise, he would not have gifted her the jade pendant he always carried. Such matters, of course, were not to be divulged to these individuals. If they choose to believe that he is enamored with the little one, let them think so. It would not cost him anything. Consort Chun instructed someone to hand Fu Yuexin to Yi Yibai, but he did not extend his arms to receive her.
Let it be, he remarked.
The Falu princess holds a noble status. I would not want her to be harmed. Upon hearing these words, Consort Chun felt a wave of embarrassment. When Yi Yibai had cradled Fu Yaoyao, he had not expressed such reservations. His statement was clearly a polite refusal. He had no desire to hold Fu Yuexin. Yi Yibai was free to act as he pleased. After all, she was merely the daughter of a consort, and he need not seek her approval. The balance of power between Tianlin Kingdom and Yu Kingdom had long been equal, even tilting in favor of Tianlin after his birth. He saw no fault in his actions, and merely glancing at Fu Yuexin was already a courtesy extended to Consort Chun. However, Consort Chun interpreted it differently, perceiving it as an affront. She clenched her fists, attributing all her grievances to Fu Yaoyao. Were it not for the two of them, she would not be the subject of ridicule in this gathering. Chapter 15. The family of the mother consort Ning settled Fu Yaoyao in her former palace. Tahua was brimming with excitement, darting around the palace. Your Highness, see. The emperor still holds you in his heart, allowing you to emerge from the cold palace. Consort Ning had been coaxing Fu Yaoyao to sleep, but upon hearing Tahua's words, her expression shifted. You need not speak of this again. She had already lost all affection for Fu Linfeng. Tahua opened her mouth but ultimately fell silent. She wished to advise Consort Ning to vie for favor, yet given Consort Ning's current disposition, it was clear she had no desire to do so. As a mere servant, she ought to refrain from meddling in her mistress's affairs. Fu Yaoyao slept soundly, her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile, as if lost in a beautiful dream. Consort Ning gently tucked her in, her gaze filled with tenderness. Yaoyao, mother will protect you. I will not allow you to suffer any harm. She turned her gaze to the star-studded night sky outside the window, her heart heavy with concern. Although she had escaped the cold palace, her life had not become any easier. She understood that the palace was rife with intrigue and conflict. How could she safeguard herself and Yaoyao in this treacherous environment? Consort Ning tenderly caressed Fu Yaoyao's delicate face, her heart heavy with worries for the future. Yet, she resolved not to allow herself and her daughter to become victims of palace strife once more. She determined to seek an alternative route, one that would protect both herself and her daughter while distancing them from courtly turmoil. At that moment, her gaze fell upon an ancient guqin in the corner of the palace. The instrument exuded a faint sandalwood fragrance, its strings seemingly recounting tales from a millennium past. This was the very guqin Fu Linfeng had commissioned from a master craftsman when he and Consort Ning were in love. As her fingers lightly brushed the strings, she felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. Yet now, the music remained, while circumstances had irrevocably changed. She gently played a piece titled Eternal Longing, the melody flowing gracefully as it expressed her innermost sentiments. In this tranquil moment, Consort Ning poured her nostalgia for the past into the music while simultaneously seeking new hope for her and her daughter's future. Sister, sister. A bright voice called from outside. Upon stepping out, she found Ning Feng accompanied by his family at the palace entrance. Consort Ning felt a surge of joy at the sight of her brother. Brother, what brings you here? Ning Feng was followed by Li Shi, Ning Shixian, and Ning Shui, with the latter holding the hands of two children, Su Chongsa and Su Chongma, Fu Yaoyao's four cousins. Sister, you are here too, Ning Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. It had been many years since she had seen her family, gazing at her brother, who had cherished her since childhood, along with her sister-in-law and sister. Consort Ning felt a lump in her throat, words escaping her. Ning Shui stepped forward and enveloped Consort Ning in a warm embrace, her voice thick with emotion. Sister, you have endured so much over the years. Consort Ning shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, I am fine. Everything is well now. Ning Shui released her, scrutinizing her closely. Seeing her face was somewhat pale, yet her spirit seemed intact, she felt a wave of relief. Li Shi and Ning Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as they grasped Consort Ning's hands, nodding fervently. Good, good, our little sister. Consort Ning looked at them. How is it that you all suddenly arrived? As a consort in the palace, she had to maintain a distance from her family, even during her most favored days. It is as such, Ning Feng explained, the emperor granted us permission to visit Yaoyao, as today is her full-month celebration, and it was the emperor's personal decree. Li Shi regarded Consort Ning with sympathy, her heart aching for her younger sister who had entered the palace. Ning Feng stood quietly, his gaze thoughtful as he surveyed Consort Ning. He had watched her grow and knew her to be a kind-hearted and resilient woman. Now, seeing her suffer within the palace, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for venting frustrations. His priority was to protect his sister and niece. He stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. Sister, rest assured, we will safeguard you and Yaoyao. Consort Ning gazed at him, touched, and nodded. Brother, I trust you. Ning Feng smiled gently, looking around. Where's my little niece? Consort Ning turned and brought Fu Yaoyao from the inner chambers. Ning Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of his rosy-cheeked niece, and he strode forward. Come, let your uncle hold you. Fu Yaoyao opened her eyes, curiously gazing at her unfamiliar yet affectionate uncle. Ning Feng carefully took her into his arms, his face radiating joy and tenderness. He playfully teased Fu Yaoyao, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Li Shi and Ning Shui also gathered around, and as the family encircled Fu Yaoyao, smiles of happiness illuminated their faces. Ning Fei watched the scene, her heart swelling with warmth and gratitude. She understood that no matter where she was, her family would always stand as her staunchest support. Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes, exploring this strange world, and the man before her with keen curiosity. Her tiny hands waved about, as if attempting to grasp something intangible. Ning Feng observed her, a profound and indescribable emotion surging within him. This was his first encounter with his little niece, and it was the first time he felt the bond of kinship coursing through his veins. Unable to resist, he pressed a gentle kiss upon her tender cheek, prompting another round of delighted giggles from her. Yaoyao, I am your uncle, and I shall protect you from any harm, Ning Feng declared, his voice a blend of softness and conviction, his eyes brimming with affection. Ning Fei, witnessing this moment, was deeply moved and comforted. Darling, this is your uncle. Your mother's brother, she said gently. Turning to Ning Fei, Ning Feng's gaze was resolute. Sister, I know your life in the palace is fraught with difficulties, but remember, wherever you are, we stand with you, supporting and guarding you. Ning Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She recognized her brother's words were not mere platitudes. Though their meetings had been infrequent over the years, he had always watched over her from afar, silently safeguarding her. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Brother, thank you. With you all by my side, I find boundless courage. Ning Feng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood Ning Fei's strength and bravery, and he believed she could overcome any adversity. Yet, he wished to alleviate some of her burdens, ensuring she would not feel isolated within the palace. Sister, remember to take care of yourself at all times. I will discreetly arrange for some individuals to protect you from the shadows, he said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei felt a surge of warmth within her. She knew her brother was paving the way for her future. Gratefully, she looked at Ning Feng, her eyes sparkling with determination. Brother, thank you. I will. Chapter 16. Crisis averted. Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes at Ning Fei and Ning Feng. Oh, how touching. It turns out that my beautiful mother's family treats her so well. Though my uncle may not be conventionally handsome, he is truly kind to my mother. He is a good man. Ning Feng was not unattractive. After all, he had the sister renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. It was just that his years on the battlefield had imbued him with an air of ruggedness. His skin was weathered and dark, and his tall, robust frame presented him as a rough-hewn man, perhaps not fitting into Fu Yaoyao's aesthetic sensibilities. Uncle, you are that unfortunate uncle I remember now, Fu Yaoyao reflected. Ning Fei was busy entertaining the family when she suddenly heard Fu Yaoyao's thoughts. She quickly scooped Fu Yaoyao into her arms, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could something be amiss within the Ning family? Unmindful of Ning Fei's expression, Fu Yaoyao continued her musings. I always wondered why my beautiful mother's fate was so tragic. Now I remember the Ning family was ultimately executed. Realization dawned on Fu Yaoyao. Ning Fei's heart tightened upon hearing her thoughts. So, the Ning family faced such a grim fate? What exactly had transpired? Ning Feng, noticing Ning Fei holding Fu Yaoyao, wore a serious expression. Not only he, but Ning Shui and Li Shi also took note, silently awaiting Ning Fei's next words. Ning Fei was also eager for Fu Yaoyao to continue. I don't know who betrayed us, but there were letters exchanged between Uncle and an enemy nation in the study. I initially thought it was Uncle's doing, but seeing his righteous demeanor, I believe he is innocent. Fu Yaoyao clasped her small hands. How can I inform Uncle about this? He needs to check the study immediately. Anxiety bubbled within her. Meanwhile, Ning Fei began to grasp the entirety of the situation. The Ning family had been ensnared in a plot. A myriad of possibilities flashed through Ning Fei's mind, yet none could be confirmed. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Ning Feng, her eyes reflecting determination. Brother, I need to discuss something privately with you, Ning Fei spoke softly. Ning Feng nodded in agreement. Ning Fei handed the child to Ning Shui and led Ning Feng into a side room. Within the study, Ning Fei recounted everything Fu Yaoyao had mentioned, omitting the fact that she had gleaned this information from Fu Yaoyao's thoughts. Such matters, once spoken, would likely be met with disbelief from Ning Feng. It was better to avoid further complications for Fu Yaoyao. Upon hearing her words, Ning Feng's brow furrowed, anger flashing in his eyes. How dare someone conspire against the Ning family? He slammed his fist onto the desk, producing a resounding thud. Ning Fei observed Ning Feng, worry flashing across her features. Brother, what shall we do now? If someone is indeed plotting against us, what can we do? Ning Feng inhaled deeply, a resolute glint in his eyes. Whoever it is that dares to conspire against the Ning family shall not go unpunished. Sister, do not worry. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. Clenching his fists, a determined light flickered in his gaze. Ning Fei looked at him, warmth swelling in her heart. With her brother by her side, she believed they could overcome any hardship. Ning Fei remained uncertain of the truth, merely wishing to alert Ning Feng. Ning Feng did not doubt Ning Fei, but felt the weight of the situation pressing on him. Fu Yaoyao sat in Ning Fei's embrace, her hands pressed together in silent prayer. How can I alert mother about this? Why can't I speak? Fu Yaoyao pondered how to communicate this vital information to Ning Fei, unaware that her thoughts had already reached her. After all, if the Ning family were in peril, the quality of life for both her and Ning Fei would undoubtedly decline. Ning Feng meticulously searched the study, but found no evidence of correspondence with enemy nations. Doubt gnawed at him. Could it be that his sister had misunderstood? Yet, he did not lower his guard and resolved to investigate the matter discreetly. Determined to uncover who was orchestrating this scheme, recognizing the gravity of the situation for the safety of the entire Ning family, he began to closely monitor activities within the estate, particularly those who could access the study. One night, Ning Feng observed a servant behaving suspiciously, sneaking into the study under the cover of darkness. Intrigued, he decided to follow the servant to discern what he was up to. As night enveloped the estate, Ning Feng stealthily trailed the servant to the study. He watched as the servant glanced around furtively before retrieving a book from the shelf, swiftly extracting a concealed letter hidden within and stashing it in his garments. Ning Feng's heart raced with alarm as he swiftly approached and subdued the servant, retrieving the letter from his grasp. Upon opening it, his complexion paled dramatically. This letter was irrefutable evidence of correspondence with an enemy nation. Fury surged within him. He understood the significance of this discovery and the urgent need to unveil the truth, to expose the puppet master behind this treachery. He resolved to interrogate the servant immediately, eager to uncover who was pulling the strings. However, matters took a grim turn. When Ning Feng began to question the servant, he found the young man had been silenced, lifeless in his chamber. Ning Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart, realizing that he had become entangled in a grand conspiracy. By the time Ning Fei received Ning Feng's letter, several days had already passed. If it were not for her hearing Fu Yaoyao's heartfelt voice, the Ning family might have faced utter ruin. Contemplating this, Ning Fei held Fu Yaoyao tightly, recognizing her as her little lucky star. Unbeknownst to Fu Yaoyao, Ning Fei's excitement puzzled her, prompting her to tilt her head and smile sweetly at Ning Fei. The latter, with tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes, understood that it was indeed Fu Yaoyao's warning that had allowed them to avert disaster. Although she was unaware of how Fu Yaoyao had acquired such knowledge, she firmly believed that the child possessed some extraordinary ability. Ning Fei silently vowed to cherish the time spent with Fu Yaoyao, to nurture her into a kind, intelligent, and courageous young woman. Simultaneously, her resolve to uncover the mastermind behind this plot grew stronger. She could not allow those who sought to harm the Ning family to escape justice. In Ning Fei's embrace, Fu Yaoyao felt warmth and security, gently closing her eyes to bask in this tranquility and happiness. Chapter 17. She is the little lucky star. Ning Fei carried Fu Yaoyao around the palace, and the mother and daughter spent their days within its walls, avoiding trouble. While Ning Fei was not one to shy away from challenges, she now wished to protect her child from harm. Fu Yaoyao was well behaved, sleeping peacefully after her meals. Days passed, and Fu Yaoyao had grown to 3 years old, able to open her eyes and wave her hands to amuse Ning Fei. The duo played joyfully in the palace. Your Highness, the eldest cousin and the fourth cousin have arrived, announced a servant, prompting Ning Fei to quickly invite them in. As she held the delicate Fu Yaoyao, Ning Shishuan's fondness for her deepened. Annie, my sister is so beautiful. I adore her. Today, Fu Yaoyao donned a lovely green palace gown, her hair styled into 2 playful buns, her sparkling eyes twinkling like stars. Ning Shishuan was utterly captivated by her charm. Ning Fei observed her nephew and shook her head with amusement. You should be grateful to sit still and listen to your tutor. Your father would be relieved. She was well aware of her nephew's nature. The newcomer, clad in an elegant black robe, was Ning Shiji, Ning Shishuan's older brother. At 14, he was in the prime of his youth. His gaze fell upon Fu Yaoyao, and he too was enchanted. Sister, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Fu Yaoyao looked up at Ning Shiji, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What a handsome brother. I really like you. Hearing her daughter's innocent thoughts, Ning Fei couldn't help but chuckle, passing Fu Yaoyao to Ning Shiji. Shiji, Yaoyao adores you. Give her a hug. This was Ning Shiji's first genuine encounter with Fu Yaoyao. Under the guidance of General Ning, he was gradually stepping into the political arena. He gently cradled the soft child, hesitant to apply too much pressure. Yaoyao, smile for your elder cousin, he encouraged. Fu Yaoyao beamed at Ning Shiji, her lovely almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons, making her even more endearing. Ning Xi is milad varmly. Yaoyao is truly obedient. Ning Shishuan leaned in. Sister, I am the fourth cousin. Remember me? Fu Yaoyao blinked her big, watery eyes and returned a sweet smile to Ning Shishuan, who was elated. Sister smiled at me. Sister smiled at me. Observing the harmonious interaction between her children, Ning Fei felt a profound joy within her heart. She invited them to stay for dinner. At the table, Ning Fei continually served Ning Shiji, concerned for his well-being.
Shiji.
You must not neglect your meals while away. You've lost weight. Looking at the towering pile of food in his bowl, Ning Shiji sighed in resignation. Despite his relatives' affection, he often found himself being told to eat more, though he was not actually losing weight. Ning Fei treated both equally, serving Ning Shixian as well. Watching them eat happily, Fu Yaoyao, nestled in Taohua's arms, drooled with envy, wishing for a taste of the delicious food. She had grown weary of merely observing while others feasted. When would she be able to enjoy such delights? After serving her nephews, Ning Fei noticed Fu Yaoyao, the little glutton, fixated on the meal, with longing. Unable to suppress a smile, she wiped the drool from Fu Yaoyao's chin. Do you wish to join us for the meal, Yaoyao? Fu Yaoyao's large, shimmering eyes flicked towards Ning Fei before returning to the food. Ning Fei chuckled. Taohua, please take the princess down to feed her some milk. Taohua hurriedly obliged, fond of the little princess who, despite her tender age, was remarkably well-behaved. Though born on the same day as the princess in Chunfei Palace, Fu Yaoyao was far more amiable. Unlike the other child, who had seen multiple caretakers come and go, Fu Yaoyao remained a source of calm and contentment. Ning Fei was relieved to focus solely on nurturing Fu Yaoyao without competing for favor. After Fu Yaoyao was fed, she nestled contentedly in Taohua's embrace. Meanwhile, Ning Fei and the others finished their meal. Despite his outward politeness, Ning Shiji possessed a keen sense of vigilance. He was cautious even with children, but he found himself increasingly fond of holding Fu Yaoyao. Initially clumsy, his handling improved remarkably after just one meal, leaving her comfortable and nearly asleep. Shiji, how did your recent assignment to Jiangnan for flood control go? Ning Fei inquired with concern. It is my fault that the Ning family has faced such troubles. Do not fret, auntie. We are family, sharing both honor and burdens. My father believes this experience will serve as valuable training. The flood in Jiangnan has been successfully managed, and the emperor even praised my efforts. He has arranged for me to visit you, Ning Shiji reassured her, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Ning Shiji's words, Ning Fei released a breath she had been holding, genuinely anxious about potential repercussions for the Ning family due to her actions. That is a relief, truly. Ning Shiji playfully teased Fu Yaoyao. Auntie, you need not worry. Focus on raising Yaoyao. These matters are ours to handle. I believe Yaoyao truly is my lucky star. The day she was born, the floods inexplicably ceased. Ning Fei shook her head. We must not speak of such things. Others should not hear. Yaoyao is merely our little lucky star. This was the day when Fu Linfeng conferred a title upon Fu Yuexin. It was as though the nation's calamities ceased inexplicably with her birth. In truth, Fu Yaoyao had entered the world at the same time. She had no desire to vie for such titles. For her, the greatest joy was simply to see Fu Yaoyao grow up safe and sound. Listening to their words, Fu Yaoyao couldn't help but nod internally. Yes, indeed, she was a little lucky star. Chapter 18. Wishing to take them out of the palace, Ning Shiji nodded. Aunt, you need not worry, I will take care of these matters. Ning Fei let out a sigh of relief, since the flood in Jiangnan has been addressed. You have no further obligations, correct? Yet, she remained uneasy about Ning Shiji's ventures. It was far more reassuring for a child to be in the presence of their parents and elders. Ning Shiji shook his head. Tomorrow I must set out to the Yanbei Mountains to quell the bandits. Fu Yaoyao, drowsy, perked up at Ning Shiji's words. No, Gassen. You must not go to the Yanbei Mountains, she exclaimed. You absolutely cannot go. It suddenly dawned on her that after Ning Shiji had previously traveled to Yanbei, misfortune had befallen him. Despite being a favored son of heaven, he had been betrayed by his own, captured by bandits, and suffered a grievous injury that left him crippled. The most promising heir of the Ning family had thus fallen. Ning Fei, also concerned for Ning Shiji, heard Fu Yaoyao's heartfelt plea. With a furrowed brow, Ning Shiji sensed Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, though he was unaware they belonged to her. He searched around, trying to locate the source of the voice. Fu Yaoyao continued to shout. Mother, beautiful mother, you must not let cousin go. He will encounter danger this time. He must not go. At last, Ning Shiji grasped that these were Fu Yaoyao's thoughts. The cousin she referred to was indeed himself. Could it be that he would truly face peril on this journey? Ning Shiji was the chosen heir of General Ning. He understood well the effort his elder brother had invested in him. If something were to happen to him, General Ning might not withstand the burden of such a loss. Ning Fei no longer doubted the authenticity of Fu Yaoyao's revelations. Hearing her warning filled Ning Shiji with trepidation. Who would not fear such ominous predictions? Yet, he had already accepted the imperial decree and could not defy it. Ning Shiji shook his head. The emperor has issued a decree, and I have accepted it. Uncertain of the veracity of Fu Yaoyao's words, his first instinct was disbelief. After all, Fu Yaoyao was merely a 3-year-old child. It was already astonishing to hear her thoughts. She must ensure Ning Shiji does not venture out. The roots of the Ning family must be preserved. Ning Fei rose, preparing to leave. Ning Shiji hurriedly stopped her. Aunt,
Please.
taking a deep breath, he continued, I have already promised the emperor, and I cannot go against his wishes. Ning Fei, with tears welling in her eyes, looked at Ning Shiji. You know how perilous it is to eradicate bandits. You are merely a 14-year-old child. This matter should not fall upon your shoulders. It is I who have implicated you. She had never considered this situation to be her fault, yet the entire Ning family bore the consequences. Ning Shiji remained silent, his lips pressed together. Ning Fei was on the verge of tears. I truly do not understand why beautiful mother is crying. Cousin going to quell the bandits is a good thing. To cousin, those bandits are nothing to fear. As long as we uncover the traitor among them, it should be a simple task. Both Ning Shiji and Ning Fei were momentarily taken aback. Fu Yaoyao continued to ponder. If only I could speak. How can I warn them? It is so difficult. Why can't I grow up faster? If cousin encounters trouble, it might not be so bad. The emperor's suspicions towards the Ning family would lessen. That girl is not virtuous. She merely sees cousin as a stepping stone. As soon as he faces trouble, she will swiftly break off their engagement, although it seems he is quite fond of her. Should I remind them? Ning Shiji glanced at Fu Yaoyao in his arms. Her little pigtails bobbed adorably. Listening to her thoughts, he felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He gently stroked her delicate face, admiring its softness. Looking at Ning Fei, he said, Aunt, do not worry about me. I will take care of myself. However, given your current condition, both my parents and I are quite concerned for you. We only hope to have the opportunity to take you out of the palace. The others around them withdrew, allowing Ning Shiji to voice his true feelings. His younger siblings did not share the same profound bond with Ning Fei as he did. In his childhood, while General Ning was stationed at the border, his mother had little time to spend with him due to her responsibilities managing the Ning family. He had grown up under Ning Fei's tender care. She had always been gentle. Now, with her entering the palace and facing such circumstances, they found it hard to believe. Even though this wish seemed distant, he still yearned to strive for it. Ning Fei had not anticipated that Ning Shiji would fight so fiercely for her sake. Shaking her head, she looked at him. Shiji, you need not exert yourself so much for your aunt. My fate is settled. I have accepted it. Now I only wish for Yaoyao to grow up safely, and that you brothers can also live peacefully. She had never hoped to escape. Accompanying Fu Yaoyao through her life was her greatest desire. Ning Shiji remained silent, merely gazing at Ning Fei. She was deeply moved by the words of the two brothers. Regardless of whether this endeavor was feasible, their heartfelt intentions brought her immense joy. As Ning Shiji prepared to leave, Ning Fei accompanied him to the palace gate. Is the handsome cousin already departing? What should I do? I have yet to warn him to be cautious. Fu Yaoyao fretted, her little hands fidgeting. She was too anxious to remain silent. Ning Shiji, hearing her thoughts, smiled. Fu Yaoyao blinked her starry eyes at him, waving her small hand as if to dispel any misfortune that might cling to him. Chapter 19. Fondness for the emperor. The emperor's arrival was imminent. Not long after Ning Shiji and the others departed, Fu Linfeng appeared. Ning Fei quickly scooped up Fu Yaoyao and exited the palace. Standing outside, Fu Linfeng, clad in his resplendent yellow dragon robe, appeared particularly imposing. Ning Fei did not cast a glance in his direction, instead kneeling on the ground with Fu Yaoyao in her arms. Long live the emperor. Noticing Ning Fei's distante manner. Fu Linfeng took a deep breath. Today, he had finally found a moment of respite. Passing through the imperial garden, he had spotted Ning Shiji and Ning Shixian, which reminded him of Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao. He had intended to come by for a brief visit, yet Ning Fei's aloofness stung, particularly since she was the one who had erred. With mixed emotions, Fu Linfeng reached out to assist Ning Fei, only to feel her stiffen and evade his touch. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, but he could only manage a bitter smile. Yaoyao, come let your father hold you, he softly urged, attempting to ease the tension. Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes, glancing between Fu Linfeng and Ning Fei, her little face filled with hesitation. Ning Fei held her tightly, refusing to release her. Seeing this, Fu Linfeng felt an even deeper ache. His expression hardened, his voice icy. Stand up. Ning Fei rose from the ground, still holding Fu Yaoyao, and quietly stood to the side. Observing her demeanor, Fu Linfeng could no longer contain himself. With a swift kick, he admonished the eunuch standing by. Do you not possess eyes? The eunuch hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, forgive me, Your Majesty. Fu Linfeng cast a cold smirk at Consort Ning. You have committed a wrong, yet you present yourself in such a manner. Do you truly believe I would not execute you? Upon hearing this, Consort Ning's complexion paled, yet she stubbornly refused to bow her head. Fu Linfeng, infuriated by her defiance, advanced and forcefully seized Fu Yaoyao from her grasp. Fu Yaoyao, frightened, erupted into wails. Consort Ning attempted to approach, but Fu Linfeng pushed her away. If you dare to come any closer, I shall have you killed, he threatened icily. Consort Ning collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. Watching Fu Linfeng's departing figure as he cradled Fu Yaoyao, her heart ached. She recognized that she should no longer harbor any fantasies about Fu Linfeng. Yet, whenever she beheld him, her heart would uncontrollably flutter. She could not comprehend why, Despite their once harmonious relationship, he could not extend her a modicum of trust. Noticing Fu Linfeng's stern demeanor, Fu Yaoyao shrank back, fearful that his wrath might turn upon her. Observing her timid gesture, Fu Linfeng remained expressionless, his voice devoid of warmth. What is it? Do you no longer recognize your emperor? If that is the case, you must be properly disciplined. Fu Yaoyao, eager to appease him, offered a sweet smile. Despite being merely 3 months old, she understood that Fu Linfeng resembled a man driven to madness. Provoking him was not an option. After all, he was the emperor, the most powerful figure. Thus, she must ensure to keep him in good spirits. Seeing her radiant smile softened Fu Linfeng's heart considerably. Should you forget me again, regardless of your age, I shall ensure you face punishment, he warned. Fu Yaoyao widened her eyes in disbelief. How could he contemplate punishing her? A mere infant of 3 months? It was utterly bizarre. As she internally chastised him, yet continued to wear a pleasing smile, Fu Linfeng felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could not discipline consort Ning, how could he not manage a mere child?
Fu Yaoyao's smile faltered.
Why has the dog emperor suddenly thought of me today? Does he not only have Fu Yuexin as his daughter? Am I merely a little dog, summoned when he thinks of me, and cast aside when he does not? Humph. The dog emperor dotes on Fu Yuexin yet treats me so harshly. I shall never again favor him. Fu Linfeng, noticing her gaze upon him, adopted a fierce expression. What are you staring at? Do you wish for punishment? Left with no choice, Fu Yaoyao once again offered a conciliatory look. Inwardly, Fu Linfeng reflected on whether he had neglected Fu Yaoyao too much. The little girl's sentiments were a reflection of his own shortcomings. Upon recalling that the last time he had seen Fu Yaoyao was during her full moon banquet and that nearly 4 months had elapsed since, he realized he had been preoccupied with Fu Yuexin. Both were his daughters, deserving of equal affection, irrespective of their mother's circumstances. With this thought, Fu Linfeng gazed at Fu Yaoyao with increasing tenderness. Yaoyao, today I shall stay here to dine with you, all right? Fu Yaoyao could scarcely believe her ears. The dog emperor had actually proposed to share a meal with her? Surely she had not misheard. She blinked, gazing at Fu Linfeng. Finding her expression utterly adorable, Fu Linfeng gently pinched her cheek. What is it? Do you not wish to dine with your father? Only then did Fu Yaoyao realize and quickly responded with a sweet smile. Although she still bore some grievances against Fu Linfeng, the prospect of dining with him brought her joy, for he was her father. She believed that as long as she was present, the misunderstanding between him and consort Ning could be resolved. She could discern that consort Ning still harbored feelings for Fu Linfeng, often staring at his portrait in the study. Lost in thought, consort Ning, having composed herself, entered the room. Fu Linfeng, focused on amusing Fu Yaoyao, noticed her frown and declared, Today, I shall remain here to share the evening meal with Yaoyao. Consort Ning had initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's excited response, she nodded in agreement. Regardless of her feelings towards her child, Fu Yaoyao required a father's love. It was already generous of Fu Linfeng to allocate his time for Fu Yaoyao. Consort Ning consented. I shall go to the kitchen and have them prepare your favorite dishes, Your Majesty. With that, she hurriedly departed. It had been many years since she and Fu Linfeng had spoken so amicably, all thanks to Fu Yaoyao's influence. Unaware of consort Ning's sentiments, Fu Linfeng was in high spirits, continuing to entertain Fu Yaoyao, who beamed at him with delight. I adore my father. He is the most handsome man in the world. If my mother is the most beautiful woman and my father is the most handsome man, then I must be the most beautiful child.
Fu Linfeng,
listening to Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, found her utterly charming. Meanwhile, consort Ning was in the kitchen, her mind elsewhere, anxiously concerned for Fu Yaoyao. As her own daughter, she felt uneasy about Fu Linfeng's presence. She wished to observe how they interacted, yet feared that her sudden appearance would disrupt their moment. As she hesitated, the sound of Fu Yaoyao's laughter reached her ears.
Chapter 20. Never doubting Fu Yaoyao upon stepping outside, consort Ning witnessed Fu Linfeng amusing Fu Yaoyao,
resulting in her infectious laughter. Rarely did Fu Linfeng display such joy. However, this fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by an urgent summons from the pure consort's palace. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The pure consort requests your immediate presence. The little princess has awakened and is currently unhappy in your absence. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao's smile faltered. She turned to observe Fu Linfeng, eager to see how he would respond. Fu Linfeng cast a conflicted glance at Fu Yaoyao in his arms. Truth be told, he preferred the widely adored Fu Yaoyao over the singularly devoted Fu Yuexin. Fu Yuexin often left him feeling suffocated. Despite being merely 3 months old, she seemed to perceive his every thought. Furthermore, given the pure consort's lament, he could not bear to dismiss her, as she was his daughter. However, with consort Ning, there was never any nagging. Fu Yaoyao's obedient demeanor allowed him to feel at ease. Noticing Fu Linfeng's silence, the maid once more spoke. Your Majesty, if you are occupied with affairs of state, it is of no consequence. The pure consort can attend to the little princess. Although the little princess prefers you, the pure consort wishes to learn how to care for a child. Upon hearing this, Fu Linfeng's expression changed. After Fu Yuexin's birth, the pure consort's health had deteriorated. As a result, she could not raise Fu Yuexin herself, leaving him, as her father, to shoulder the responsibility. Taking a deep breath, Fu Linfeng handed Fu Yaoyao to Consort Ning. I shall make a brief visit to the pure consort's palace. Consort Ning lowered her head, accepting Fu Yaoyao without a word. However, as Fu Linfeng departed, she gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with reluctance. Fu Yaoyao kept all this in her heart, though she feigned toughness. She understood that Ning Fei still harbored feelings for Fu Linfeng. Yet, the thoughts of Fu Linfeng remained a mystery to her. What she did know was that she wished to shield her beautiful mother from sorrow. She resolved to find a way to dispel the misunderstandings between them. Clenching her small fists tightly, Fu Yaoyao acknowledged that Ning Fei had always been the one misunderstood. Her silence led Fu Linfeng to perceive her as guilty. It was hard for Ning Fei to believe that the Fu Linfeng, who once loved her dearly, now held no trust in her. Thus, their misunderstandings burgeoned. Peach Blossom approached. Your Highness, the dishes in the kitchen. Ning Fei softly replied, clear everything away. Her silhouette exuded an air of solitude. Yet, it was evident that she still cared for Fu Linfeng. After his arrival, she had eagerly prepared meals. However, Fu Linfeng had abandoned both her and their daughter for Chun Fei and Fu Yuexin. It was understandable that Ning Fei felt heartbroken. Seated in her chamber, Ning Fei silently het theirs. Peach Blossom entered, holding Fu Yaoyao, whose little face reflected concern. She reached out, wanting to comfort Ning Fei. Mother, don't cry. You are the most beautiful. Please don't cry. Ning Fei did not expect Fu Yaoyao to come to her aid. She forced a smile. Yaoyao, dear. I am not crying. You need not worry about mother. Fu Yaoyao discerned her mother's deception, her small face etched with seriousness. If the dog emperor treats you this way, I will never like him again. I will keep a record. This is the second time he has abandoned us. Ning Fei remained silent, and Fu Yaoyao gazed at her mother. Mother, I will avenge you. Please do not cry. Listening to her daughter's heartfelt words, Ning Fei felt a surge of comfort. She took Fu Yaoyao from Peach Blossom's arms. Peach Blossom, you may leave for now. After Peach Blossom exited, Ning Fei looked at the child in her embrace. Sweetheart, your father still cares for you deeply. Do not harbor resentment towards him. Despite the discord between her and Fu Linfeng, Fu Yaoyao was undeniably his flesh and blood. Ning Fei wished to prevent her daughter from misunderstanding Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao stared at Ning Fei. Wow, my mother is both beautiful and kind. I really cannot fathom what my dog emperor father thinks. Beautiful mother, I love you. Fu Yaoyao gazed at Ning Fei with sparkling eyes, hoping to glean more information regarding the situation. She was determined to safeguard Ning Shiji's life. She pondered whether she could obtain a clue from Fu Yaoyao. After hearing Ning Fei's words, Fu Yaoyao fell into deep thought. It seems that my beautiful mother values her cousin greatly, yet I have forgotten who it was that plotted against him. I only recall that it was someone particularly close to him. Who could it be? I must think harder to uncover the truth. Ning Fei held her breath, intently listening to Fu Yaoyao's musings. At that moment, Fu Yaoyao was lost in her thoughts and did not notice Ning Fei's growing anxiety. Oh, right. I remembered. It was someone who grew up alongside my cousin, though I do not know their name. However, a reminder to my beautiful mother or cousin might be prudent. They should be aware. Yet, I am unable to speak now. How can I convey this to them? Fu Yaoyao was engulfed in melancholy. If only she were not a mere infant, she could alert them. Fu Yaoyao felt utterly distressed, while Ning Fei's heart raced. The thought of a childhood friend betraying Ning Shiji sent chills down her spine. It would be completely understandable for him to be devastated by such treachery. Ning Fei listened intently. Alas, my cousin trusted him, only to be betrayed out of jealousy. How tragic it is for him. He regarded his friend as a brother, while that friend merely viewed him as a rival, committing such unforgivable acts against him. In her heart, Fu Yaoyao mourned silently. Yaoyao, are you hungry? Let Sister Chuntao take you to eat. She needed to hastily write to her elder brother, urging him to caution Ning Shiji about those around him. Ning Fei never doubted the veracity of Fu Yaoyao's words. Had it not been for her, the last incident at the Ning family would have ended in disaster. Presently, she placed great faith in Fu Yaoyao's sentiments. Ning Fei had never regarded her daughter as anything but a divine gift, a little fairy endowed with extraordinary insight. Chapter 21. The Dark Monkey Indeed. After absorbing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, Ning Fei clenched her fists tightly. She was aware of Ning Shiji's fiancée, the daughter of the Zhao family. The Zhao family only had a minor official position, while the Ning family boasted a first-rank general and a noble consort. Ning Shiji himself had already ascended to the position of an academician at the Hanlin Academy at the tender age of 14, achieving remarkable success. The Zhao family was simply not a match. However, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts, their families had arranged their engagement, not wishing to sacrifice their children as happiness for the sake of family prosperity. Yet, unexpectedly, after Ning Shiji's misfortune, she had swiftly betrayed him. Even taking up with his close friend, Ning Fei could not allow the general's household to be so wronged. With a heavy hand, she slammed the table. Fu Yaoyao was startled, her round eyes fixated on Ning Fei. Wah, mother, you frighten me. Mother, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? Mother, are you unwell? Ning Fei met the concerned gaze of Fu Yaoyao, quickly reassuring her, Yaoyao, mother is fine. Do not worry. Ning Fei sought ways to send word beyond the palace. Yet she was acutely aware that her release from the cold palace was solely due to Fu Yaoyao's influence. Fu Linfeng would never permit her to communicate with the outside world. The Ning family had yet to send any word. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, on the third morning, Ning Xue finally arrived. Upon seeing her, Ning Fei's eyes welled with tears. A sister, having lost their mother in childhood. It was her sister who had raised her. The bond she felt with Ning Xue was akin to that with her own mother. Ning Xue hurried over to wipe Ning Fei's tears. Sister, do not cry. I heard from your husband that you were looking for everyone and seemed quite anxious. Our elder brother is concerned about your reputation, so I came. They were, after all, sisters by blood. She could not believe that Ning Fei could commit such acts. Though their fates were intertwined, had it not been for Ning Fei entering the palace, their lives would not have been so prosperous. Ning Fei grasped Ning Xue's hand, casting a glance around, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister, you misunderstand. I have no urgent matters. I am unsure why, but since giving birth, I tend to overthink. I wish to send a message to our brother simply to invite my sister-in-law to the palace for company. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope. Even without any value, she would not pose a threat. Yet, vigilance had become second nature. This matter concerned the Ning family, and she had to handle it with utmost care. Ning Xue, at that moment, sensed something was amiss. She had married the son of the loyal duke's family, a childhood friend, and could not fathom the implications. Although there is no promise of eternal love between just two individuals, the young lord lives a life of integrity, with only his lawful wife and 2 concubines. Each day, she only needs to manage the household affairs and attend to her children, causing her to not worry excessively. This lack of concern leads to her not thinking too deeply. Observing the vigilance of consort Ning, Ning Xue's eyes brim with tears once more. In her youth at the general's residence, consort Ning was the epitome of innocence and vivacity. At that time, whatever she desired, even the moon in the sky, her elder brother and others would strive to obtain for her. After all, she is their only sister. She simply needed to relish life without burdening herself with worries. For everything was taken care of by them. However, everything changed after entering the palace. Ning Xue longs for the former consort Ning. She follows consort Ning into the room, where Fu Yaoyao, still wide awake, has just roused from her slumber. Upon seeing Ning Xue, she raises her tiny hand and giggles at her, expressing her fondness for her aunt. Aunt, I really like you. You smell good. Come here, beautiful aunt. Let me hug you. You are so lovely. I adore beautiful people the most. Hearing her heartfelt words and noticing Fu Yaoyao gazing at Ning Xue, consort Ning chuckles softly. Sister, Yaoyao wishes for your embrace. She adores you. Consort Ning hands Fu Yaoyao to Ning Xue. Ning Xue, already a mother of 2 sons, has longed for a daughter but has not been blessed with one. Just when she thought she might never have a daughter, she is gifted with such an adorable niece. Oh, Yaoyao loves her aunt, and her aunt loves Yaoyao too. Yaoyao is simply the cutest. She is the most beautiful baby I've ever seen, and I adore her. Ning Xue playfully teases Fu Yaoyao, who beams with joy. Aunt thinks I'm adorable. She actually thinks I'm cute. Aunt has great taste. I am indeed the most charming baby in the world. Fu Yaoyao is particularly self-admiring. At 3 months old, she has grown accustomed to her identity as a baby, knowing nothing of the world. However, since they praise her cuteness, it must be true. Fu Yaoyao's lovely almond-shaped eyes blink at Ning Xue. Aunt is so gentle. I really like you. Please come to the palace to play with me more often. Aunt, Yaoyao adores you. Please hold me and give me a kiss. Fu Yaoyao nestles in Ning Xue's arms, rubbing her little head against her. Ning Xue cannot help but laugh at her antics. Unable to resist, she plants a kiss on Fu Yaoyao's tender little face. Yaoyao is such a good girl. Aunt will come to the palace to keep you company often, alright? Although Ning Xue cannot hear Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, her actions clearly express her affection. The more she observes Fu Yaoyao, the more she adores her. Consort Ning glances at Ning Kue, failing creasuret. Ning Xue, amused by Fu Yaoyao's antics, bursts into laughter. Sister, don't you think Yaoyao seems exceptionally intelligent? Consort Ning looks at Fu Yaoyao, pondering. This child may have lacked paternal affection since childhood, making her sensitive and precocious. She does not wish for anyone to know Fu Yaoyao's uniqueness, not even her own sister. This knowledge could significantly impact Fu Yaoyao. If possible, she wishes to keep the secret for a lifetime, shielding Fu Yaoyao from external influences. Ning quesix agreng vit consort ning sentiments. However, I truly cannot comprehend why, with such a darling like Yaoyao, anyone would prefer that dark, skinny little monkey over her. Ning Xue rolls her eyes, exaggerating slightly. A newborn cannot possibly be very dark. Furthermore, pure consort ensures she has ample food and care. While not as exquisitely beautiful as Fu Yaoyao, she still surpasses most children. Chapter 22. The The slap consort Ning casts a glance at Ning Shui.
Sister, do not speak like that.
Ning Shui pouts but understands that consort Ning means well. She gazes at Fu Yaoyao. Regardless, our Yaoyao is the most adorable. Seeing Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkling with admiration for Ning Shui, consort Ning speaks again. Sister, please refrain from such comments in front of Yaoyao. Others may not know, but she is very perceptive. Fu Yaoyao is different from ordinary children. It is best she remains unaware of such matters. Ning Shui nods. I understand. I will not speak of such things in front of Yaoyao again. Consort Ning has some matters to discuss with Ning Shui and calls for Tahua to take Fu Yaoyao out. At that moment, Fu Yaoyao stretches her neck, eager to know what they wish to discuss. However, the door is unceremoniously closed. Tahua entertains Fu Yaoyao outside the courtyard. Soon after, Ning Shui emerges from the room, her expression serious as she approaches Fu Yaoyao to pat her little head. Yaoyao, Aunt must leave today. But I will come to play with you again when I have the chance. Fu Yaoyao reveals her toothless smile, sweetly grinning at Ning Shui. Ning Shui turns to consort Ning. Sister, this child is truly well behaved. I am reluctant to leave and wish I could take her home with me. No. I know I am my beautiful mother's child. I know I am the loveliest and you all adore me, but I can only belong to my mother. Hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, consort Ning approaches and embraces her. If you love daughters, then have one of your own. Why do you need mine? She watches Ning Shui warily. Ning Shui pouts. Isn't it because I cannot have one? If I could, would I need to be told? Consort Ning protects Fu Yaoyao in her embrace. I do not care. You shall not have my daughter. You are truly protective. Ning Shui retorts. However, seeing consort Ning's lively spirit return, she feels relieved. It seems that motherhood has profoundly changed consort Ning. After Ning Shui departs, just as consort Ning intends to turn and leave with Fu Yaoyao, a voice calls from behind. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it is Sister Ning, holding a child. What are you up to? Wong Jiu approaches, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Consort Ning raises an eyebrow. Regarding Wong Jiu, are you envious, Wong Jiu? Envious of me having a daughter? But I can understand. After all, you have nothing.
Ha!
She has nothing, but she has plenty of cunning. Fu Yaoyao's thoughts echo in consort Ning's ears, prompting her to chuckle softly. Saying Ning Ning Glauk, Wong Jiu Becomes Furios. She steps forward, reaching out to snatch Fu Yaoyao away. Let me see how cute the little princess is. Consort Ning takes a step back, keeping Fu Yaoyao out of reach. What are you trying to do? Wong Jiu, infuriated by consort Ning's protection of Fu Yaoyao, feels a surge of jealousy. She too is a woman of the emperor. Why can't she have her own child? Yet, consort Ning, having fallen from grace, still has such a delightful daughter. Wong Jiu seethes with resentment, stepping forward, attempting to grab Fu Yaoyao. Sister, you are truly stingy. I merely wish to see the little princess. I love children too. Consort Ning shields Fu Yaoyao, evading Wong Jiu's grasp. What does my daughter have to do with you? As the two argue, a voice suddenly announces, the Empress Dowager has arrived. At this proclamation, Wong Jiu collapses to the ground, pitifully sitting there. Consort Ning quickly composes her expression, standing properly to the side. The Empress Dowager stood imperiously, accompanied by Consort Chun, who cradled a child in her arms. The Dowager gazed down upon Consort Ning and the noble Lady Wong, her eyes betraying an unrestrained distaste for Ning. Bowing her head, Ning remained silent. Ignoring her, the Dowager directed her attention towards Lady Wong. What kind of decorum is this? Causing such a ruckus among the palace concubines? Lady Wong cast a pleading glance at Ning, then knelt before the Dowager. Your Majesty, I have no children of my own and have always adored little ones. Today, upon seeing the little princess distressed in the courtyard, I wished to comfort her. To my surprise, Consort Ning was so vigilant that she pushed me to the ground. I could not help but weep. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. The Dowager furrowed her brow, turning her gaze to Ning. Is this true? Ning, about to speak, glanced at the Dowager and saw the disgust in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she refrained from defending herself, fully aware that her words would fall on deaf ears. The Dowager's disdain for her was palpable, rendering any justification futile. Seeing Ning's silence only deepened the Dowager's contempt. Consort Ning, how audacious you are. Even while I am present, you dare to bully other concubines. Should I be absent? Would you then turn the palace upside down? Ning knelt, her head bowed. Your Majesty, I have not bullied Lady Wong. I was merely protective of my daughter. Protective? What right does a mere concubine have to bear children? I should have ended you before you gave birth to this child. The Dowager retorted, commanding, bring her here. At her command, a matron approached Ning, raising her hand to strike. Ning closed her eyes, bracing for the blow. Ah! That wicked old witch is about to strike my mother, cried the child. Do not hit my mother. If you do, I shall strike you. The slap landed, sending Ning sprawling to the ground, blood staining her lips and her cheeks swelling. The matron prepared to deliver another blow when Consort Chun stepped forward. Your Majesty, I wish to plead for Consort Ning. The Dowager cast a disdainful glance at Ning on the ground, her contempt still evident. This matter does not concern you. Take care of your own child. Then she turned back to Ning. I ask you, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing in disrupting the palace? The dowager had never held affection for Ning, whose beguiling beauty had ensnared Fu Linfeng, causing chaos in the palace. Since entering the harem, Ning had enjoyed unparalleled favor. The dowager had always believed her to be a woman of ill repute. Had it not been for the General S family, Ning would have long ceased to exist. To her, the child was no blessing, but a bastard that could never claim the emperor's bloodline. How could a noble lady stoop to such behavior? I say, it would have been better for her to have died sooner. The dowager's voice dripped with sarcasm. Ning, adjusting herself and holding Fu Yaoyao, lowered her head in silence. Had it been in the past, she would have resisted vehemently. However, now, as a consort fallen from grace with her family in decline, she could not afford to cause further trouble. The dowager sneered, her tone laced with disdain. A woman who sullies the palace. The emperor's leniency towards you is merely out of sentiment from years past. This child is the result of your debauchery, yet you dare to claim royal blood. The dowager seethed with resentment. At this moment, Ning truly faced dire straits. Regardless of the dowager's accusations, Ning felt indifferent until her daughter's legitimacy was called into question. Raising her head, she implored, Your Majesty, I beseech you to temper your words. Yaoyao is not a bastard. She is the emperor's true offspring, as confirmed. Should the Empress Dowager doubt this, she may seek verification from the emperor. Ning could endure humiliation, but not when it came to her daughter. She felt she owed Fu Yaoyao a better life than what she had provided. The dowager, infuriated by Ning's rebuttal, seethed, Consort Ning, how dare you counter my words? Guards, silence her. Ning clutched Fu Yaoyao tightly, her expression darkening. Your Majesty, even as the dowager, you cannot subject Yaoyao to such humiliation. She is the emperor's flesh and blood. How can you tolerate such insult? Do you think you can leverage the emperor against me? Just because you bore a daughter does not grant you the power to act with impunity. As long as I live, you shall not have it easy, the dowager declared, rising from her seat and advancing towards Ning. Consort Chun, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, Sister Ning, the dowager's health is frail. It would be wise to hold your tongue. Ning, unheeding of Chun's well-meaning advice, remained resolute in protecting her daughter. When the dowager reached out to seize Fu Yaoyao, Ning instinctively recoiled. How audacious of you, Ning. The dowager trembled with rage. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. What is happening here? All turned to see Fu Linfeng entering in a fury. Upon witnessing the standoff between the dowager and Ning, with the small Fu Yaoyao in her arms, his heart ached. Yaoyao's little face was flushed, her playful eyes tightly shut in fear. He strode forward, gently taking Fu Yaoyao from Ning, soothing her. Do not be afraid, my dear. Your father is here. Hearing her father's voice, Fu Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes and upon recognizing him, broke into a sweet smile. Daddy, you have finally come. If you had delayed any longer, Mother would have been harmed. Daddy, you are so handsome. Today, you are the most handsome of all. Father, hold me. Her laughter melted Fu Linfeng's heart, and he quickly embraced her. He then turned to the dowager, his voice steely. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Yaoyao is my daughter. How can you treat her so? The dowager, momentarily taken aback by Fu Linfeng's imposing presence, found herself at a loss for words. Consort Chun seized the opportunity. Stepping forward to defuse the situation, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. The dowager merely came to check on Consort Ning and Yaoyao. Casting a glance at the sleeping Fu Yusin in her arms, she felt a pang of guilt and pinched her, causing the child to wail. Yusin, do not cry, she soothed, but the child continued to cry. Looking at Fu Linfeng with hesitation, she suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps you could comfort Yusin. She adores you. She must have awakened upon hearing your voice. With a pleading look, she gazed at Fu Linfeng. He hesitated but prepared to hand Fu Yaoyao to a nearby eunuch. Just then, Fu Yaoyao began to wail. Daddy, do you not want me anymore? Her cries were heart-wrenching. She was acutely aware that in this world, the child who cried received sweet treats. At this moment, Fu Linfeng was her and Ning's only savior, and she could not afford to let go. Fu Yaoyao clung tightly to Fu Linfeng's arm, employing all her strength as a 3-month-old to hold on. Fu Linfeng, fearing to hurt her, refrained from moving, his heart aching at her pitiful expression. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Very well, let it be. Consort Chun glanced at Fu Yusin, who was now awake. She gazed longingly at Fu Linfeng, her small hands outstretched towards him, yearning for his embrace. Yet, Fu Linfeng seemed entirely oblivious to her presence. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Observing this, Chuanfei quickly consoled her. Yuexin, do not cry, do not cry. Your father is busy. How about I hold you instead? At that moment, Fu Yuexin was beyond heeding Chuanfei's words, merely reaching out for Fu Linfeng to take her in his arms. Left with no choice, Chuanfei steeled herself and stepped forward. Your Majesty, please hold Yuexin. She adores you. Fu Linfeng regarded Fu Yuexin with a slight furrow of his brow. Ultimately, he extended his arms and gathered her into his embrace. Fu Yaoyao watched with wide eyes as Fu Yuexin approached her for the first time. Her eyes were large, yet she appeared much smaller than herself. Upon seeing her, a clear look of disdain flickered across her face. How could such a mere 3-month-old infant exhibit such emotions? However, when she looked again, Fu Yuexin had returned to her innocent self, blinking her eyes at her. Fu Yaoyao pondered if she had misjudged her. Chuanfei laughed joyously, Your Majesty. Look how well these two children get along. Yuexin is far too lonely in the palace. It would be wonderful if Yaoyao could grow up alongside her, ensuring neither child suffers from solitude. Chuanfei's words were melodious, yet upon closer inspection, her intentions became apparent. Fu Yaoyao extended her chubby little hands, persistently expressing her thoughts. Wicked woman, I shall never leave my mother. You merely wish to take me away to torment me. You are certainly no good. You expect me to accompany your daughter? She is a princess and so am I. I am angry. Do not send me to her. She fixed her large eyes on Fu Linfeng, conveying that if he were to offer her to another, she would no longer acknowledge him. Fu Linfeng, who had initially dismissed her words, paused as he heard them. He glanced at Chuanfei, not believing she had intended to say such a thing. She had always been forthright, never concealing her thoughts, maintaining a girl's innocence, which was a significant reason for his continued affection. However, after hearing Fu Yaoyao's sentiments, Fu Linfeng's gaze towards Chuanfei grew peculiar. Chuanfei felt a twinge of guilt as she looked at Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, why do you look at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Nearby, Ningfei clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh.
To this day,
Chuanfei had not ceased her attempts to take away her child. Chuanfei would certainly not treat Fu Yaoyao kindly. She could not relinquish her daughter. Fu Yaoyao waved her hands. I almost forgot my beautiful mother. Father, you must punish this wicked woman. She is bullying my beautiful mother. Every word was a curse directed at the Empress Dowager. Fu Linfeng lifted his eyelids to glance at the Empress Dowager, noting she had no reaction. Thankfully, she could not hear Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, otherwise, she would surely be furious. The wicked woman Fu Yaoyao referred to was indeed the Empress Dowager. Fu Linfeng felt a slight crack in his composure, almost unable to contain himself. How could he act against his own mother? He would surely face censure in court the following day. Fu Linfeng cleared his throat. What has transpired? At that moment, Wang Jiyu, eager to assert her presence, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I merely wished to hold the little princess, but Sister Ningfei refused, claiming I harbor ulterior motives towards her. Your Majesty, the heavens bear witness, I harbor no ill will towards the little princess. The Empress Dowager scoffed. A wicked heart perceives malice in everything. She turned to Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, I truly cannot fathom why you continue to defend this woman after she has committed such acts. The Empress Dowager looked at Fu Linfeng with deep sorrow. Chuanfei, sensing the Empress Dowager's attempts to provoke, quickly spoke up, Your Majesty. This matter is not primarily the Emperor's concern. He is worried that the 5th princess will not be treated well if separated from her mother. However, Your Majesty, you know my character. I would never betray the 5th princess. Ningfei, upon hearing this, nearly lunged at her to tear her words apart. Chuanfei's remarks had crossed Fu Linfeng's boundaries. He despised interference in his affairs, particularly regarding his harem. With a stern expression, he declared, This matter is not your concern. After hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, he regarded Chuanfei with growing discontent. With his harsh reprimand, Chuanfei's eyes glistened with tears. Your Majesty, I understand. I shall refrain from speaking further. The Empress Dowager interjected defensively. What does this have to do with Chuanfei? She was merely speaking her mind. Chuanfei risked her life to bear your child. You ought to show her some consideration. Fu Linfeng cast a glance at the Empress Dowager, noting her incessant prattle, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand. This matter ends here. Chuanfei, I hope you remember my words. I can manage my harem affairs myself.
Seeing Fu Linfeng genuinely angry, Kunfei nodded hastily.
I understand. Ningfei remained kneeling. Fu Yaoyao noticed her pained expression and desperately waved her little hands. Father, please look at mother. She is unwell. Quickly save her. Father, do not argue. Observing the anguish on Ningfei's face, Fu Yaoyao was anxious like a little monkey, hoping Fu Linfeng would notice her. Ningfei's health had always been fragile. Having resided in the cold palace for so long and after giving birth without proper care, she had succumbed to lingering ailments. She was trying to capture Fu Linfeng's attention. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuexin unintentionally slapped her face. Although a child's strength is minimal, Fu Yaoyao's delicate skin turned red instantly. Fu Yaoyao paused for a moment before quickly reacting. Ow. She hit me. It hurts so much. She struck me. It is so painful. It was not that she could not contain herself. Rather, the sensation was overwhelmingly intense. Fu Linfeng's attention was finally drawn. He first glanced at Ningfei, who was kneeling on the ground, and then his focus shifted entirely to Fu Yaoyao, his heart aching at the sight of her flushed cheek. Ningfei also heard her daughter's thoughts and felt an urgent desire to snatch Fu Yaoyao away from Fu Linfeng. Fu Linfeng frowned, expressing his disgust. Am I not enough for you? Ning, take her away from me at once. Ningfei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered herself. Rising from the ground, she approached Fu Linfeng, who promptly handed Fu Yaoyao over to her. Take good care of the fifth princess. Ningfei cradled Fu Yaoyao and was about to leave when suddenly, Fu Yaoyao squirmed and fell. Looking down, she realized Fu Yaoyao had bitten Fu Yuexin's finger. Fu Yuexin gasped in pain, her eyes immediately turning red.
What?
She cried out. Ningfei, hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, was momentarily stunned. She could not help but chuckle at Fu Yaoyao's indignant expression. Fu Yaoyao looked at the crying Fu Yuexin, feeling a surge of triumph. She harbored no guilt for bullying the infant. After all, she was also a mere 3-month-old baby, completely unaware of the implications.
Fu Yaoyao proudly gazed at Fu Yuexin,
finally realizing that the infant before her possessed her own thoughts. As she gazed into her clear eyes, the unmistakable flicker of anger was evident, albeit fleeting. Yet, she perceived it. She could traverse memories, and so could others. She was not so self-absorbed as to believe she was the only one capable of such feats. Chapter 25. The image of a negligent father seeing her daughter being bullied, the pure concubine stepped forward. Observing Fu Yaoyao, she clenched her fists tightly, tears falling to the ground. Sister Ning, I know you do not favor me, but Yuexin is still just a baby, utterly oblivious. You cannot vent your frustrations on her. Her words clearly implied that Fu Yaoyao was bullying Fu Yuexin, taught by Ningfei. However, Fu Yaoyao was merely a 3-month-old child herself, incapable of understanding speech. Yet, the pure concubine blamed all this on Ningfei. Turning to Fu Linfeng, she said, Your Majesty, I know Sister Ning does not like me, but Yuexin is innocent. Just look at what has become of her. Fu Yaoyao pouted, glaring at the pure concubine. You wicked woman, it is you who bullies me. It was she who hit me first. I merely bit her in return. Fu Yaoyao longed to defend herself verbally. Fu Linfeng found the pure concubine's claims utterly absurd, yet, faced with her red-rimmed eyes, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The pure concubine was simply too indulgent towards her child. When could a 3-month-old baby comprehend the words of others? Yi Yu leaned towards Yi Bai, whispering, Elder brother, her words are quite amusing. Even I, a 7-year-old, know that a 3-month-old cannot understand speech. She claims it is someone else's teaching. The most remarkable person I know is you, elder brother. Yet even you could not comprehend anything at 3 months. Yi Yu mistakenly believed no one was listening. In reality, all present heard him. The pure concubine's expression shifted repeatedly. Had she just been chastised by a 7-year-old child? She took a deep breath. Hush. After this, he pulled Yi Yu to bow. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, we pay our respects to the pure concubine and the Ningfei. My younger brother did not mean it. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. What Yi Yu stated was indeed true. But such words should not be spoken in front of Fu Linfeng. A slip could lead to misunderstandings between nations. Realizing his misstep, Yi Yu quickly added, Your Majesty, I did not intend to offend. He had always been straightforward, now realizing he was not in their own kingdom. Fu Linfeng was not one to quibble with a child. What the third prince said is quite right. A 3-month-old child knows nothing. This is merely a misunderstanding between two children. Pure concubine, you are overreacting. Chastised in front of so many, the pure concubine felt utterly humiliated. She pursed her lips, feeling aggrieved. Your Majesty, even if you do not favor me, you cannot be so biased. Look at how my daughter has been bullied. How can you say I am overreacting? Fu Yaoyao thought, is this person a little dim-witted? I have done nothing wrong. Why is she pretending to be pitiful? I am clearly the victim here. Humph, wicked woman. When I can speak, I shall ensure father teaches you a lesson. How cruel. Not only do you bully me, but you also bully my mother. I know nothing, yet you say this is what my mother taught me. You were not so formidable at 3 months. It is utterly ridiculous. Though Fu Yaoyao could not speak, her tiny fists waved vigorously, expressing her indignation. Yi Yu, captivated by this curious sight, stood before Fu Linfeng, his gaze drifting towards Fu Yaoyao. Her round little face was irresistibly adorable, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. Unaware of how long he had been standing there, staring at Fu Yaoyao, he snapped back to reality upon hearing Fu Linfeng cough. His heart fluttered at the sight of the delightful baby, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wow. The big brother is coming towards me. How delightful. Yi Yu approached Fu Yaoyao and squatted down. Sister, we met last time. Do you remember me? His voice was soft, akin to cotton candy. Fu Yaoyao wished to reach out for his hand. Big brother, you're so cute. I like you very much, she thought, her heart soaring, waving her tiny hands. Her delicate, rosy fingers seemed to invite a kiss. Seeing Fu Yaoyao's gestures, Yi Yu felt his heart melting. He cautiously asked Ningfei, Madam, may I hold a little sister? Ningfei hesitated. Yi Yu, though not very old, seemed likely to drop Fu Yaoyao. Although she was merely 3 months old, this child was robust, larger than her peers, soft and cuddly. Before Ningfei could respond, the pure concubine interjected. Ah, so the third prince adores children. Our Princess Falu also greatly enjoys the company of older brothers. Would you like to play with her? Cultivating a good relationship with Yi Yibai and Yi Yu would be beneficial for them. However, Yi Yibai remained indifferent, unaware of his own preferences. Yet, he exhibited remarkable patience towards his younger brother. If Yi Yu developed fondness for them, Yi Yibai would undoubtedly be drawn into the same circle. Yi Yu turned to glance at Fu Yaoyao in the pure concubine's arms, then at Fu Yaoyao, who was gazing at him with her large, twinkling eyes, and promptly declined. No, I am too young and lack strength. I fear I might drop Princess Falu. After saying this, he looked at Ning Fei with puppy-like eyes. Madam, I truly adore the little sister. Please let me hold her. Yi Yu's differential treatment caused the pure concubine's expression to shift. She had not anticipated being publicly rejected. Since Ning Fei had fallen from grace, and she had become Fu Linfeng's most favored concubine, no one had dared to treat her this way, until now. Yi Yu was the first. Fu Yaoyao was equally surprised by Yi Yu's boldness, yet she found it delightful. The big brother is unlike that negligent father. He only likes me. Did you hear? He likes only me, surely. It is because I am too adorable. And he cannot resist my charm. I want to be held. I want the big brother to hold me. Fu Yaoyao reached out towards Yi Yu. Ning Fei could not contain the lively Fu Yaoyao, who resembled a little piglet. She cautiously handed her over to Yi Yu. Meanwhile, Fu Linfeng, the old father, felt utterly dejected. It turned out that in Fu Yaoyao's eyes, he was merely a negligent father, a heavy blow to his heart. Chapter 26. A slice of her, Your Highness. It appears that Princess Falu has been gazing at you intently. She seems quite fond of you. If you have a moment, might you embrace her? Chun Fei and the little one, Fu Yuexin, are both looking at Yi Yibai with eager anticipation. Fu Yuexin even stretches her hands towards him from Chun Fei's embrace. Yet, Yi Yibai remains unmoved, standing there without a flinch. Chun Fei's expression grows somewhat stiff, clearly taken aback by Yi Yibai's apparent disregard. Just then, a melodious voice rings out. Allow me to hold the little princess. Everyone turns toward the sound, and there stands Consort Jing, elegantly clad in a light blue gown. Her features delicate and her demeanor gentle. Observing this, Chun Fei's eyes flicker with delight as she hastily hands Fu Yuexin over to Consort Jing. Consort Jing gently cradles Fu Yuexin, soothing her with tender words. The initial displeasure on Fu Yuexin's cherubic face gradually melts away, revealing a sweet smile. Witnessing this, Chun Fei's discontent dissipates significantly, and she gazes at Consort Jing with a glimmer of gratitude. Consort Jing, holding the child, offers her greetings to Fu Linfeng. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, Ning Fei's complexion pales upon seeing Consort Jing.
Yi Yu, holding Fu Yaoyao,
hands the child to Ning Fei and approaches Yi Yibai to join him in greeting Consort Jing.
Aunt.
Consort Jing is the most cherished little princess of the late Emperor of the Yu Kingdom. To foster cooperation between the two nations, the Yu Kingdom sent this beloved princess to Tianlin Kingdom for marriage. After her arrival, Consort Jing has largely remained within her quarters, seldom venturing out. However, none in the palace dare overlook her presence. She commands a formidable elite force of 500, a safeguard left to her by her father, ensuring her safety at all times and places. Consort Jing, cradling Fu Yuexin, smiles softly and inquires, I have heard that Ning Fei has incurred the Empress Dowager's ire. What transpired? Her words redirect everyone's thoughts back to the initial topic. Ning Fei, holding Fu Yaoyao, stares pale-faced at the assembly before her. Fu Linfeng presses his lips together. Opting not to speak, it would not benefit Ning Fei to voice her thoughts at this juncture. Meanwhile, Wong Dejong, who had been overlooked, seizes the moment to interject. Your Grace, it is as follows. I happened to pass by Ning Fei's quarters today and saw the fifth princess emerge from the palace. I was overjoyed and wished to hold her. While I understand Ning Fei's affection for the fifth princess, I cannot fathom why she misinterpreted my intentions. With a glance from Chun Fei, she embellishes her account once more. Consort Jing turns her gaze to Ning Fei. Ning Fei, this matter is indeed your fault. We are all consorts of the Emperor's harem, akin to sisters. Wang Jiyu is nothing if not kind-hearted. Your suspicion is excessive. Yi Yu opens his mouth, intending to defend Ning Fei, but a mere glance from Yi Yibai silences him. He obediently closes his mouth, acutely aware of the true purpose of their visit to Tianlin Kingdom. Ning Fei bites her lip, ultimately lowering her head, gritting her teeth to admit her fault. It is my error. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Your Grace. Consort Jing smiles gently, choosing not to press further against Ning Fei. Yi Yu wishes to follow, but is halted by Yi Yibai. These matters do not concern us. It is best we remain uninvolved, he whispers to Yi Yu. Regardless of the cordial relations between Tianlin and Yu kingdoms, an emperor would not wish to reveal discord within his harem. Yi Yu frowns but ultimately refrains from pursuing. Brother, I am merely worried about that little chubby one. Yi Yibai's gaze darkens as he watches Ning Fei depart. Fu Linfeng glances at Wang Jiyu, and the group turns to leave. In truth, Chun Fei is not the ultimate concern for Fu Linfeng. It is Consort Jing who holds his attention. Although Fu Linfeng harbors no romantic interest in consort Jing, she is the most favored little princess of the Yu kingdom. Without a designated empress, she holds the title of consort, illustrating her significant position within the palace. What troubles her is that after consort Jing's arrival, no one seems willing to stand by her side. When one finds themselves opposed by all, the loneliness becomes palpable. Lying in bed, tears stream down her cheeks. Fu Yaoyao senses her mother's distress and reaches out her chubby little hand to gently touch Ning Fei's face. Mother, be good. Do not cry. In the future, Yaoyao will avenge you. Ning Fei gazes at her daughter, her heart aching even more. She tightly embraces Fu Yaoyao, tears streaming uncontrollably. Fu Yaoyao perceives her mother's despondency and gently pats her back, as if to soothe her. Clenching her tiny fists, she recalls how everyone stood with consort Jing today, and she can no longer contain her emotions. Though the sky is clear, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes down toward consort Jing's palace. You bully my beautiful mother. I will make you pay. Strike her. Strike her down for bullying my mother. Fu Yaoyao's big, watery eyes gleam with determination. Just then, commotion ensues outside. Ning Fei calls for Taohua. What is happening outside? Taohua, having witnessed the earlier events, knows that consort Jing has long been a thorn in Ning Fei's side. Her voice carries a hint of schadenfreude. The palace of the consort has been struck by lightning. Ning Fei momentarily freezes upon hearing this. Soon, realization dawns upon her. She looks down at Fu Yaoyao, unable to believe what she hears. Fu Yaoyao gazes up at her innocently, her big, bright eyes filled with sincerity. Ning Fei reaches out to gently pinch Fu Yaoyao's nose. The wicked have been punished. We can rest now. Yaoyao has yet to sleep today. It's time for bed. She tenderly embraces Fu Yaoyao. She has long known that her daughter is unlike any other child, yet she never anticipated such extraordinary abilities. Fu Yaoyao is capable of supporting her mother. Ning Fei resolves to protect her daughter, ensuring that no one discovers her uniqueness. She cannot afford to lose Fu Yaoyao. Chapter 27. The most handsome man days pass, and before long, it is Fu Yaoyao's first birthday. It has been quite some time since she last encountered outsiders. Over these months, she has learned to walk and speak, albeit her enunciation remains unclear. During this time, Ning Fei has kept Fu Yaoyao confined to the courtyard, never allowing her to venture outside. While being alone can be dull, she obediently complies. Today, she has been catching birds outside. Upon returning, she discovers a man seated opposite Ning Fei. Fu Yaoyao furrows her brow. Big pot, who are you? Do you not know that one cannot enter the chambers of the harem consorts without permission? Be careful, or Father Emperor will have your head. Fu Yaoyao looks earnestly at Fu Linfeng, who, feeling awkward, gazes back at her. It has indeed been a while since he last visited her, but surely she must still recognize him. Fu Yaoyao merely pretends not to know him. He has never paid her a visit yet showers affection upon Fu Yuexin. And even without leaving the palace, she has heard of his kindness towards her. Since you have been so kind to Fu Yuexin for quite some time, now reflecting on what you have done for yourself. If you do not like me, then so be it. I do not wish to converse with you. I have no father. Humph, I have never met my father. Fu Yaoyao was quite indignant. At this moment, Fu Linfeng, having sensed her thoughts, understood that she still remembered him, but he had not visited her in a long time. She had begun to harbor resentment towards him. Fu Linfeng rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Had it not been for the melodious laughter he unexpectedly heard today, he might have nearly forgotten that he had a daughter. Clearing his throat, he attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Do not think that by uttering a few kind words, I will forgive you. You are good to me. But even better to Fu Yuexin, I will not be deceived. Fu Linfeng bitterly smiled to himself, aware that mending his relationship with his daughter would not be an overnight endeavor. He gently grasped Fu Yaoyao's small hand, his eyes filled with affection. Yaoyao, your father promises to visit you more often and spend more time with you. You must believe in your father, alright? Fu Yaoyao looked up at Fu Linfeng, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Will he truly change, or is it merely empty words? Although her heart wavered, she remained cautious. Upon noticing her demeanor, Fu Linfeng sighed inwardly. He recognized that his actions had created a rift between them, yet he was unwilling to relinquish her. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao spoke up. Then you must accompany me more in the future, and not forget about me like before. Forgetting about her? What a peculiar expression. Yet at least Fu Yaoyao was willing to forgive him. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fu Linfeng's eyes as he eagerly nodded in agreement. All right. Your father promises to play with you more often and ensure you do not feel lonely. Fu Yaoyao pouted, her skepticism apparent. Seeing such an expression on his daughter's face, Fu Linfeng felt even more awkward. Nothing was more disheartening than having one's daughter not believe in him. Fu Yaoyao perched herself on the chair like a little lord, propping her chubby cheeks with her tiny hands, questioning, What brings you here today, Ning Shiji? Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. I wonder if my cousin has lost weight or become less handsome this time. Hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, Fu Linfeng felt a surge of guilt. He gently patted her head, speaking softly. Of course, your cousin is eager to see you. Let us set off right away. Fu Yaoyao joyfully leaped up, grasping Fu Linfeng's hand as they rushed outside. All the while, her face radiated with a brilliant smile, her heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Then, in a moment of exuberance, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Fu Yaoyao picked herself up, gazing at her scraped knee. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, it hurts. It hurts so much. Fu Linfeng was startled and quickly scooped her into his arms. Yaoyao, what happened? Are you alright? Fu Yaoyao presented her knee to him. It hurts. Father, blow on it. Only Fu Yaoyao dared to treat him in such a manner. Even his beloved Fu Yuexin would never be so audacious in front of him. Yet, despite her blatant disrespect, he felt no anger. Seeing that Fu Yaoyao was still waiting for him to blow on her knee, she turned her back to him in a huff, appearing quite miffed. He could not fathom where this child inherited her impatience from. With a sense of resignation, Fu Linfeng conceded, gently blowing on her knee, speaking soothingly. All right. Your father will blow on it, and it will no longer hurt. As Fu Yaoyao felt the warmth on her knee, she looked up at Fu Linfeng, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She suddenly realized that her father was not so detestable after all. In truth, she was merely tormenting Fu Linfeng for having neglected her for so long. Now that he needed her, he remembered her. She was not so easily appeased. Fu Linfeng stood up, still cradling Fu Yaoyao, and gently brushed the dust off her clothes. All right, let us go find your cousin. Noticing Fu Yaoyao staring at him in a daze, he pinched her little nose. Why are you staring at your father like that? Fu Yaoyao snapped back to reality. Beaming, father is handsome. You are the most dashing man in the world. Her voice was sweet and innocent. Fu Linfeng felt a warm sensation in his heart. Fu Yaoyao's words were like honey, bringing him immense joy. He cleared his throat, attempting to shift the topic. How many people have you met to declare that your father is the most handsome? Fu Yaoyao huffed. I don't care. Father is the most handsome person in my heart, and there is no one else. Although he recognized that the little girl was flattering him, Fu Linfeng could not help but be charmed. The child was still quite small, no taller than his calf, her eyes resembling black grapes, gazing at him with utmost sincerity. Chapter 28. Grace bestowed upon her. Fu Linfeng entered the imperial study with Fu Yaoyao. Seated within was a man whose strict upbringing was evident even from his silhouette. Fu Linfeng carried Fu Yaoyao and settled into the dragon throne. Ning Shiji quickly stood up from his seat. I pay my respects to your majesty. Fu Linfeng waved his hand. No need for formalities. Ning Shiji gazed intently at Fu Yaoyao, who waved her small hands. Cousin, it's Yaoyao. Don't you recognize me? Her childish voice, tender and sweet, combined with her sitting on Fu Linfeng's lap and swinging her little legs, made one wish to pinch her cheeks. Ning Shiji's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at Fu Yaoyao. She was the only child of his little aunt. Observing Ning Shiji's unwavering gaze upon Fu Yaoyao, Fu Linfeng frowned slightly. Ning Aiqing, why do you keep staring at Yaoyao? He did not hold it against him, knowing that Ning Shiji had likely only seen her once since her birth. Fu Yaoyao stretched her arms towards Ning Shiji. Cousin, hug me. Ning Shiji hesitated. For Fu Linfeng was present. He quickly waved his hands. Princess, I dare not. Fu Linfeng chuckled lightly. If Yaoyao wishes for you to hold her, then you should do so. Following Fu Linfeng's words, Ning Shiji dared to extend his arms and embrace Fu Yaoyao. She was so small and soft, cradled in his arms as if she weighed nothing at all. Ning Shiji could not help but plant a kiss on her cheek. Fu Yaoyao giggled in response to the kiss, filling the room with her laughter. Seeing how much Fu Yaoyao adored Ning Shiji, Fu Linfeng felt a surge of happiness within. After all, Fu Yaoyao was the only bloodline of Ning Fei in this world. Fu Linfeng inquired, Ning Aiqing, have you come to see me regarding some matter? Ning Xie, still holding Fu Yaoyao, wore a serious expression. Your Majesty, I indeed have a matter to discuss. Observing his grave demeanor, Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow. What has transpired? Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Fu Linfeng. Ning Shiji took a deep breath, slowly articulating, Your Majesty, I have discovered a mysterious force at the borders. They act furtively and possess formidable martial skills, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Fu Linfeng's expression darkened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Have you discerned their origins? Ning Shiji shook his head. Not yet, but they appear to be well acquainted with our nation's border defenses. And I fear they may pose a threat to us. Fu Linfeng contemplated for a moment. This matter is of great importance. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. Ning Guising, please continue to monitor the movements at the borders and report any anomalies immediately. Ning Shiji nodded in acknowledgement. Yet a heavy sense of worry loomed in his heart as he held Fu Yaoyao, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He vowed to protect this nation and safeguard Fu Yaoyao at all costs. There is one more matter, Ning Shiji continued. Ning Shiji gazed at Fu Yaoyao in his arms, a soft glimmer flickering in his eyes. Your Majesty, I humbly request a favor from you. Fu Linfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Oh, what favor? Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, Ning Shiji replied, I wish to petition your Majesty for a favor on behalf of Princess Yaoyao. Upon hearing the name of Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng frowned but concealed his reaction. Ning Aiching, do you truly wish for this? Indeed I do. The princess is the sole bloodline of Ning Fei, who is, after all, my aunt. Our family has never abandoned her. They had discussed this within the Ning household. And with his success, he believed the emperor would grant the favor. He had not hesitated, wanting only to bestow this grace upon Ning Fei. Yes, your majesty. I have made up my mind. I seldom see Princess Yaoyao, yet she is my sister. I have never gifted her anything for her birthday, and in just a few days, she will turn 2. I wish to present this favor to Princess Yaoyao as a birthday gift. He could not compel Fu Linfeng to treat Ning Fei more favorably. After all, on the surface, her actions had been unforgivable. That Fu Linfeng was willing to spare her life was already a concession to the Ning family. However, with Ning Fei alone in the palace, they were concerned. After all, Fu Yaoyao was her biological daughter, and securing a favor for her would also benefit Ning Fei.
Fu Linfeng glanced at the Fu Yaoyao,
who was animatedly gesticulating in Ning Shiji's arms. She was gradually growing up, yet he found it increasingly challenging to discern her thoughts. One had to listen intently to understand her words.
Yay!
I want father to reward me with lots of delicious food. Roast duck, steamed bear paw, so many delicacies. What should I eat? Fu Yaoyao almost drooled at the thought of the feast. Fu Linfeng had intended to quietly absorb her musings, but was instead met with a barrage of dish names, leaving him exasperated. He reined in his temper, reminding himself that she was but a child under 2. Steeling himself, Fu Linfeng looked at Ning Shiji. Aiching, are you truly committed to bestowing this favor upon Yaoyao without regret? Ning Shiji affirmed, yes, I shall not waver. Fu Linfeng chuckled lightly, meeting Ning Shiji's gaze. Very well. I shall grant your request. In 3 days, as it is Yaoyao's birthday banquet, it shall also serve as your welcome feast. I shall personally oversee the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Ning Shiji promptly knelt, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Wow, father's going to host my birthday banquet? That's wonderful. Does that mean I can eat lots of delicious food? Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, her joy palpable. She blinked her large eyes at Fu Linfeng, filled with admiration. Father, you are the best. Fu Linfeng felt a surge of happiness from her praise. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao wiggled her little legs, insisting on being let down from Ning Shiji's arms. Once on the ground, she rushed to Fu Linfeng, looking up with her small face. Father, favor, let us go to our palace. She tugged at Fu Linfeng, determined not to miss this opportunity. After all, he could go years without visiting them. She needed to find a way to reconcile Fu Linfeng and Ning Fei. Ning Shiji observed Fu Yaoyao, fully aware that no matter how well they treated Ning Fei, she was now the emperor's consort. And only through his favor could her life in the palace improve. Yet, as subjects, they could not sway the emperor's thoughts. He was astonished by how astute Fu Yaoyao was, nearly applauding her brilliance. Chapter 29, Words Unspoken. The birthday banquet was set for 3 days hence. Ning Shiji left the imperial study, content, leaving Fu Linfeng and Fu Yaoyao to gaze at one another.
Fu Yaoyao grasped Fu Linfeng's hand.
Father must dine with mother and me. You can't leave. Fu Linfeng's emotions were complex. He hadn't forgotten Fu Yaoyao during this time. He just didn't know how to face Ning Fei and had been avoiding her. Standing at the entrance of Ning Fei's palace, he was unsure how to proceed. With a deep sigh, Fu Linfeng asked, then shall you accompany me? Fu Yaoyao tilted her head, pondering before shaking it. No, father and mother are husband and wife. Yaoyao cannot be a third wheel.
Fu Linfeng chuckled helplessly.
You know what a third wheel is? Fu Yaoyao proudly puffed out her chest. Mother taught me. Father and mother can play inside, and I'll play outside. Fu Linfeng ruffled her hair, saying, then I shall take you with me first, and afterward. I will find your mother.
Fu Yaoyao nodded obediently, snuggling against Fu Linfeng's shoulder.
The imperial study was not far from Ning Fei's chambers, and they arrived swiftly. Upon entering, Fu Linfeng found Ning Fei seated at her vanity, grooming herself. As he approached with Fu Yaoyao, Ning Fei looked up and met Fu Linfeng's intense gaze, causing his heart to race. He felt an inexplicable longing to remain transfixed in that moment. He gently set Fu Yaoyao down, who immediately dashed to Ning Fei, wrapping her arms around her legs. Father brought Yaoyao here. Beautiful mother. I haven't seen you for an hour. I missed you so much. Ning Fei's heart melted at Fu Yaoyao's words as she bent down to lift her. Mother missed you too. Observing the affectionate interaction between Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao, warmth surged within Fu Linfeng. He stepped closer, taking Fu Yaoyao from Ning Fei's arms and settling her on his lap. Yaoyao, let father play with you for a while so mother can rest. Fu Yaoyao nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling with innocence. Fu Linfeng playfully pinched her nose, holding her a little closer. Ning Fei watched the scene unfold with a swell of inexplicable emotions. She once thought such moments were within her reach, but reality had delivered a harsh blow. Fu Linfeng's expression grew somewhat awkward, yet he still took Fu Yaoyao out to play. Father, I don't want to play with you. You should go in and keep mother company.
Fu Yaoyao insisted.
Hee, if father and mother reconcile, I will have both of them and no one will bully me again. I can tell my friends that I have a father who will protect me. Ning Fei and Fu Linfeng heard Fu Yaoyao's heartfelt sentiments and both fell silent. Ning Fei had always known Fu Yaoyao lacked paternal affection, but she could only double her love for her daughter. She had always been well-behaved, never causing a stir. Now, she realized how desperately Fu Yaoyao craved her father's love. Fu Linfeng felt a deep sense of guilt. He had been so preoccupied with not knowing how to face Ning Fei that he had not visited Fu Yaoyao. Yet, he had not anticipated that Fu Yaoyao longed so greatly for his affection. Fu Yaoyao skipped outside, unaware of the emotional turmoil she had stirred within them. She squatted at the palace entrance, playing by herself while sneakily glancing inside at the unfolding scene. She was oblivious to how they were faring together. Tao Hua approached. Princess, what are you doing out here? Fu Yaoyao placed her finger on her lips and whispered, Shu, don't speak. We mustn't disturb mother and father. Tao Hua's eyes widened in shock. Today, Fu Linfeng had broken protocol, coming here to take Fu Yaoyao away. Who would have thought he would voluntarily engage with Ning Fei? Peach Blossom was immensely joyful, feeling as if the clouds had parted and the moonlight revealed itself. Hey, where have you hidden my father, the emperor? Hand him over immediately. A haughty voice echoed from behind. Fu Yaoyao turned around to see a little girl, clad in a resplendent red silk robe, staring at her with an expression of arrogance. Peach Blossom promptly positioned herself in front of Fu Yaoyao. Greetings to Princess Falu. Princess Falu? Fu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, recognizing the girl before her, Fu Yuexin. So, this is Princess Falu. She doesn't appear more beautiful than me. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuexin grew even angrier. Who are you? Since you know who I am, how dare you block my path? Step aside at once. She attempted to shove Peach Blossom away. Knowing how much Fu Linfeng cherished Fu Yuexin, Peach Blossom dared not retaliate and was pushed to the ground. Having grown up with Fu Yaoyao, she regarded her as family. Fu Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Fu Yuexin. You better apologize to Aunt Peach Blossom right now, or I shall not be merciful. Fu Yuexin sneered. Apologize? You lowly people think you deserve an apology from a princess? Hand over my father, or I will make you regret it. She glared fiercely at Fu Yaoyao. Having spent the entire day waiting in the palace for Fu Linfeng, she was taken aback to learn he had gone to another palace. Being spoiled since childhood, she could not accept this and rushed over. You are merely the daughter of a lowly concubine, daring to compare yourself with me. Your mother is a seductress. Step aside. The venomous words of a child not yet 2 years old were shocking. Fu Yaoyao, hearing Fu Yuexin's taunts, furrowed her brow, her little face puffed up with indignation. Though young, she understood the importance of respecting her elders, especially her mother. Summoning her courage, she retorted loudly, You are the bad child. My mother is not a seductress. You insult her, making you the real bad child. Apologize at once, or I will tell father. Fu Yuexin, taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's audacity, had never encountered such defiance. Fu Yaoyao, sensing her advantage, stood tall, like a little adult, and declared, Humph, you cannot speak now, are you afraid? Do not insult others casually. Or I will tell father to punish you. She was not just an ordinary 2-year-old, she would not be bullied. Chapter 30. To Mother Fu Yuexin finally regained her composure. With a menacing glare, she stepped towards Fu Yaoyao. You wretched girl, just like your mother. Let me tell you, I am the most beloved little princess of Tianlin Kingdom, with a title since birth. Do not even think of surpassing me. Fu Yuexin scoffed, You ugly duckling, you cannot compare with me. At last, Fu Yaoyao was enraged. You dare insult my mother. I will beat you. Fu Yaoyao, plump and cherubic, was not to be trifled with. She mounted Fu Yuexin and began to pummel her with tiny fists, crying all the while, her tears and snot smearing across Fu Yuexin's attire. Fu Yuexin, utterly overwhelmed, burst into tears. You wretched girl. How dare you strike me? I am a princess. Your mother is a vile woman, and you are the same. You both deserve a miserable fate. Fu Yuexin attempted to push Fu Yaoyao away, but the latter clung to her like a little meatball. The two handmaidens, paralyzed by fear, stood by, uncertain of what to do, especially Fu Yuexin's chief maid. Having always been granted her every desire, Fu Yuexin had never been bullied in such a manner. She contemplated intervening, but Fu Yaoyao was also a princess. Although she had not previously garnered Fu Linfeng's favor, he had now brought her to the palace of noble consort Ning, possibly hoping for her to regain favor through his daughter. Everyone in the palace knew how favored noble consort Ning had once been. With Fu Yaoyao single-handedly thrashing Fu Yuexin, no one dared to intervene. Exhausted from her exertions, Fu Yaoyao finally ceased her assault, collapsing onto the ground, sobbing while gasping for breath. Fu Yuexin, too, was in tears, having never endured such humiliation. As Fu Yaoyao sat on the ground, crying and wiping her tears, her round, cherubic face glistened with moisture, making her look utterly pitiable. Hearing the commotion, noble consort Ning emerged from the inner chamber. Upon witnessing the scene, she was momentarily taken aback. Fu Linfeng frowned as he approached Fu Yuexin. Fu, why have you come here so suddenly? Seeing Fu Linfeng, Fu Yuexin's face lit up with hope. She reached out for him, yearning to be held. Father, father. Now genuinely distressed, Fu Yuexin cried bitterly. Fu Linfeng, observing the marks on her face, furrowed his brow. He knelt down, wishing to comfort her. However, upon seeing Fu Linfeng, Fu Yuexin felt even more aggrieved and extended her arms for a hug. Fu Linfeng opened his arms and embraced her. Upon exiting the room, he had witnessed Fu Yaoyao's unilateral assault on Fu Yuexin. Noble consort Ning stepped forward, glancing at Fu Yuexin in Fu Linfeng's arms, her eyes lowered. Children fighting is not unusual, she spoke softly. Yaoyao is still young and not one to cause trouble without reason. There must be a misunderstanding here. Regardless, her faith in her daughter remained unwavering. Though Fu Yaoyao was mischievous, she was also obedient and would not strike without provocation. Fu Yuexin, sobbing, interjected, Father, father. She hit me. She said, I do not deserve to be with you. She hit me and I couldn't win. Fu Linfeng, troubled by the injuries on Fu Yuexin's face, offered her solace. Fu, dear, father is here. No one will bully you. Through her sobs, Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, Father, she insulted me first. She called mother a wretched woman, and said I am one too. I once let her insult my mother, so I hit her. I have not lost.
Fu Yaoyao,
brimming with pride, could never conceive of defeat in a fight. Despite her chubby frame, her eyes sparkled brightly. Now, with tears glistening, she looked at Fu Linfeng, feeling utterly wronged.
Fu Linfeng regarded both Fu Yaoyao and Fu Yuexin doubtfully.
With a sigh, he knelt down and embraced Fu Yaoyao as well. Ruffling her hair, he said, Yaoyao, Fu is still young. She could not have said such things. Tell father what truly happened. He must understand the situation. Fu Linfeng could hardly believe Fu Yuexin could utter such malicious words. In his memory, she was a well-behaved and understanding child who had never caused him trouble. How could a child of 2 articulate such venomous remarks? Fu Yaoyao remained silent, burying her head in noble consort Ning's embrace, crying in her distress. Witnessing this, noble consort Ning felt a pang of sorrow. She understood that Fu Linfeng favored Fu Yuexin more. When the two children clashed, his instinct was to trust Fu Yuexin and doubt the veracity of Fu Yaoyao's words. Your Majesty, I believe Yaoyao. She has never lied, noble consort Ning said, holding Fu Yaoyao close as she stood before Fu Linfeng, her gaze resolute. Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Noble consort Ning continued, Your Majesty, while Yaoyao may be mischievous, she is very sensible and would never lie. If she truly spoke such words, I am willing to accept punishment on her behalf. With that, noble consort Ning knelt before him. Fu Linfeng gazed at noble consort Ning, still without a word. He understood that concubine Ning would not utter falsehoods. He raised his gaze to Fu Yuexin and inquired, Fu, did you truly say such words? Upon witnessing concubine Ning kneeling on the ground, Fu Yuexin felt a surge of panic within. She indeed had spoken those words, yet she was acutely aware that she could not admit to it now. Fu Linfeng observed Fu Yuexin's silence, and the scales of his heart began to tip. With a more frigid tone, he asked, Fu, I demand to know, did you utter such words? Fu Yuexin bit her lip, remaining mute. She glanced at concubine Ning and Fu Yaoyao, her heart racing with anxiety. As Fu Linfeng continued to gaze at her in silence, he had already arrived at his conclusion. This matter would conclude here. He embraced Fu Yuexin. Fu, a voice called from behind. In the next moment, Chun Fei appeared, her eyes red-rimmed. She looked at Fu Yuexin with deep compassion. Fu, dear, do not cry. Mother is here, come to mother. Chapter 31. One should not strike indiscriminately upon seeing Chun Fei. Fu Yuexin could not contain her tears, crying out, Mother, mother. She immediately accused concubine Ning. In response, Fu Yaoyao and concubine Ning's arms glared fiercely at Chun Fei, unable to bear witnessing anyone bully concubine Ning. Having previously suffered from an inability to speak, she was now determined to protect her mother with her words. Fu Yaoyao struggled to free herself from concubine Ning's embrace. Although uncertain of her intentions, concubine Ning respected her daughter's wishes, knowing well that Fu Yaoyao possessed a strong sense of independence. Standing before concubine Ning, Fu Yaoyao spread her arms protectively and declared, Why are you speaking such things about my mother? She has not bullied anyone. I struck her because she, at such a tender age, cannot even speak. With her hands on her hips, Fu Yaoyao looked indignant and self-righteous, as if she had committed no wrongdoing. Concubine Ning gazed at her daughter, both amused and touched, her heart warmed. Chun Fei, infuriated by Fu Yaoyao's words, attempted to approach and reason with her, only to be tightly embraced by Fu Yuexin. Mother, please do not be angry. Sister Yaoyao is still young and does not understand. Do not hold it against her. Fu Yuexin gently urged, tugging at Chun Fei's sleeve. With reddened eyes, she turned to Fu Linfeng, saying, Father, it is Fulu's fault. She should not have acted in a manner that upset sister. Fulu is willing to apologize. Observing his daughter's understanding demeanor, Chun Fei's heart ached further. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she addressed concubine Ning. Sister Ning, I am aware you harbor grievances towards me, but the children are innocent. Even if you dislike me, you should not vent your frustrations on them. Chun Fei's words furrowed concubine Ning's brow. Just as she was about to retort, Fu Yaoyao interjected. With her chin raised defiantly, she said, Mother would never stoop to bullying her. It was I who struck her, so how can you blame my mother? We were merely two children quarreling. Why must you elevate this to an adult matter? I do not understand your perspective, Lady Chun. Though Fu Yaoyao's voice was soft and sweet, her reasoning was quite sound. After all, she had not suffered any loss. This must be attributed to childish quarrels. It cannot be allowed to escalate. Father will undoubtedly favor them. My mother and I are the pitiful ones. We cannot allow this to become too grand. Otherwise, the ones to suffer will surely be my mother and me. Fu Linfeng, hearing Fu Yaoyao's inner thoughts, found himself momentarily speechless. He had spent considerable time with Fu Yusin, and the child had always been well-behaved in his memory, leading him to unconsciously lean towards her side. Chun Fei's face darkened with anger at Fu Yaoyao's words. She had not anticipated this little girl to be so eloquent. Just as she was about to approach to argue, Fu Linfeng intervened. Enough, Chun Fei. Yaoyao is still young. Why must you hold her accountable? His gaze towards Chun Fei bore a hint of warning. Chun Fei, feeling her fury intensify at Fu Linfeng's words, understood that now was not the time to erupt. Taking a deep breath, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, she spoke plaintively, But your majesty, Falu has been spoiled since childhood. Even I cannot bear to strike her. If concubine Ning does not pay the price today, I cannot allow my daughter to suffer in vain. Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow, aware of Chun Fei's temperament and that she would not easily relent. Yet, he was also certain that this situation was tied to Fu Yusin. However, neither party was willing to yield. He glanced at concubine Ning, observing her calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the matter, which irked him further. Fu Yusin should not have lashed out, and Fu Yaoyao should not have resorted to violence. She had not properly guided her child and showed no remorse at all. He spoke softly, concubine Ning, indeed, this incident was caused by Yaoyao. She should not have bullied Falu. You ought to teach her well. Upon hearing this, concubine Ning felt a surge of anger. She had not anticipated Fu Linfeng's bias towards Chun Fei. Casting a glance at Fu Yusin, who was huddled pitifully in Chun Fei's embrace, her rage intensified. With a cold laugh, she retorted, Some people refuse to acknowledge the obvious, blinded by their own ignorance. I have nothing further to say. I maintain that my daughter would not strike without reason. I trust Yaoyao. She would not compel Fu Yaoyao to apologize. With that, concubine Ning turned and departed. Fu Linfeng watched her determined silhouette with growing agitation. He recognized that he had mishandled this situation. However, he could not simply stand by and allow Chun Fei to suffer injustice. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Chun Fei, let this matter end here. Yaoyao is still young and does not understand. You shall guide her properly moving forward. Chun Fei looked at Fu Linfeng, a flicker of discontent to her eyes. Yet she understood that she could not afford to clash with him at this moment. She nodded, stating, I understand, and I will ensure Falu is well guided. As Chun Fei observed Fu Linfeng's retreating figure, her heart brimmed with resentment. She held Fu Yusin tightly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Concubine Ning, do you believe you can protect your daughter? I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of crossing me. Chun Fei silently vowed to find an opportunity to retaliate against concubine Ning and her daughter. She looked at her own daughter, worry etched across her features. Yaoyao, why did you suddenly resort to violence today? Did I not instruct you to coexist harmoniously with the other children? Concubine Ning gently inquired, concerned that Fu Yaoyao might be affected by this incident and bear a lasting emotional scar. Just as her words faded, Fu Yaoyao's childlike voice replied, Mother. She insulted me first, saying I lacked father's affection, and even berating you. I simply could not endure it, so I retaliated. Fu Yaoyao pouted, feeling wronged. Although she did not harbor affection for Fu Yusin, she had never instigated bullying against her. Today had merely pushed her to her limits. Besides, I did not suffer any loss. I made her cry. Fu Yaoyao thought to herself, convinced that she had done nothing wrong. Hearing her daughter's words, concubine Ning felt a pang of sorrow. She recognized that her daughter had not enjoyed much paternal affection since childhood, rendering her particularly sensitive to such matters. Crouching down, she embraced Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, in the future, you must not strike indiscriminately. If anything arises, speak up and we shall communicate openly. Chapter 32. Luring him back, Fu Yaoyao pouted. But did I not act in retaliation? She insulted me first, not only me but also you, mother. I merely taught her a lesson. She was certainly not a bad child who bullied others without cause. It was Fu Yusin who had started the insults first. Fu Yaoyao stood with her hands on her hips, her delicate face flushed with indignation. From now on, I shall protect mother. No one is allowed to bully her. Ning Fei felt a surge of emotion in her heart as she embraced Fu Yaoyao. Yes, mother believes in Yaoyao. You will protect me well. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao recalled something. Her eyes narrowing with determination. Father has broken his promise again, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He promised to dine with me here today. She knew little else, only that Fu Linfeng had failed to keep his word, and that this was a matter of great significance. Having been earned through the notable efforts of her older cousin, disappointment washed over Fu Yaoyao, her large eyes brimmed with tears. As if she might burst into sobs at any moment, Ning Fei felt a pang of anxiety and comforted her. Do not cry, Yaoyao. Since father has promised you, he will surely come to dine with us. He is the emperor and will keep his word.
Fu Yaoyao sniffled,
Blinking her watery eyes as she looked at Ning Fei with a face full of grievance. Really? Will father truly come?
Ning Fei nodded emphatically.
Yes, he certainly will. As she held Fu Yaoyao close, she gently patted her back. Nestled in Ning Fei's embrace, Fu Yaoyao quickly drifted off to sleep. Once she was soundly asleep, Ning Fei laid her on her small bed and then departed for Chuanfei Palace. Standing at the entrance, she clenched her fists tightly. Were it not for Fu Yaoyao, she would never have sought out Fu Linfeng. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she entered the palace of Chuanfei. Chuanfei was leisurely savoring tea when she saw Ning Fei, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before a smirk of provocation emerged. Oh, is this our beloved Ning Fei? What a rare occasion for you to visit me, she said, setting down her teacup with a hint of sarcasm. Ning Fei disregarded Chuanfei's taunts and stated plainly, I am here to see the emperor. Chuanfei scoffed. The emperor? Do you think you are someone of importance? Can you see him whenever you wish? A glint of determination flashed in Ning Fei's eyes. I have something important to discuss with the emperor regarding Yaoyao. Upon hearing this, Chuanfei's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure.
Oh?
About the fifth princess? Then wait here while I inquire if the emperor is available. After all, he is currently entertaining Fulu.
And he may not have the time.
Chuanfei's demeanor was smug. Ning Fei felt a surge of anxiety, but could not reveal it. So she patiently waited in the corridor outside Chuanfei Palace. Chuanfei entered the inner chamber and whispered something to Fu Linfeng, who was teasing Fulu. After listening, Fu Linfeng frowned, set down Fulu, and said in a deep voice, let her in. Chuanfei's heart simmered with resentment, yet she dared not show it and stepped aside obediently. Ning Fei was ushered in, her gaze locked onto Fu Linfeng, filled with resolve. Your Majesty, about Yaoyao, but she was interrupted by Fu Linfeng. I am aware of Yaoyao's situation. It is I who have failed her. He regarded Ning Fei with a complex expression. However, I have my reasons.
I hope you can understand.
Ning Fei took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, Yaoyao is still young. She needs your presence. Since you promised her, you must follow through. Fu Linfeng rubbed his temples, appearing weary. I understand, but I have my constraints. Chuanfei is right. Fulu also requires my attention. A sharp pain pierced Ning Fei's heart. She had not anticipated Fu Linfeng's favoritism towards Chuanfei and her child. She suddenly scoffed, Your Majesty, do not forget that Yaoyao is also your child. She needs a father's love, not only Fulu. Fu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback by Ning Fei's words. He fell silent for a moment before sighing. I will try to find time to see Yaoyao. You can rest assured. Ning Fei clenched her hands tightly. After Fu Linfeng departed, she pressed her lips together, her eyes shimmering with determination. She would not surrender easily. Yaoyao was her daughter, and she would fight for the paternal love that belonged to her. Gently caressing Fu Yaoyao's cheek, she murmured, Yaoyao, mother will protect you and ensure you face no harm. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind as she concocted a plan. She could not afford to let Fu Yaoyao down. Hearing a commotion, she walked over to find Ning Fei dancing gracefully in the imperial garden, her form reminiscent of a captivating butterfly. Fu Linfeng halted, quietly admiring her dance. Ning Fei seemed to sense his gaze and deliberately enhanced the elegance of her movements, her eyes glimmering with a hint of allure. Fu Linfeng's heart stirred, and he approached, gently applauding. My beloved's dance grows ever more enchanting. It had been a long time since he had seen this side of Ning Fei. Following that incident, each time she encountered him, she seemed like a prickly hedgehog. Yet, she believed that she had done nothing wrong. Ning Fei turned, offering a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with triumph. I am glad you enjoy it, Your Majesty. Seizing the moment, she approached Fu Linfeng, lowering her voice. Your Majesty, I have prepared exquisite food and wine in my palace. Why not join me, and allow me to serve you well? Fu Linfeng, entranced by Ning Fei's beguiling demeanor, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go to your palace. Ning Fei was someone he had genuinely loved. Despite harboring resentment, she was willing to lower herself, and Fu Linfeng was ready to forgive her. Everyone makes mistakes, and as long as Ning Fei did not repeat her past errors, he could grant her forgiveness once more. Ning Fei's heart swelled with joy, though her face remained impassive. She linked her arm with Fu Linfeng's, and together they strolled toward her palace. Along the way, she deliberately slowed her pace, allowing Fu Linfeng ample time to admire her beauty. Parting her lips, she spoke in a sultry tone, Your Majesty, I have recently learned a new dance. May I perform it for you?
Fu Linfeng esse anticipation e heightened. Oh.
My beloved has learned a new dance? How fortunate I am. Ning Fei smiled subtly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. She understood that tonight was the crucial moment to win back Fu Linfeng's affection. If she performed splendidly, he would surely forget past grievances and shower her with love anew. Chapter 33. Reconciliation. Ning Fei was not foolish. She was acutely aware that as long as she was willing to humble herself and admit her mistakes, Fu Linfeng would certainly forgive her. Yet, each time she struggled with her own pride. The thought of the one she loved having no trust in her drained her of energy. However, for Fu Yaoyao's sake, she must strive for his affection. Previously, she believed that simply showering her daughter with love was sufficient. Today, she realized that Yaoyao also needed a father's love. That child had always been obedient, never causing any trouble. A mother must be strong. Now that Fu Yaoyao needed paternal love, she was willing to pursue Fu Linfeng's favor. Upon arriving at Ning Fei's palace, Fu Linfeng could no longer contain himself and embraced her. Ning Fei gently struggled, her cheeks flushed, and softly said, "Your Majesty, there are many eyes here. We should let go for now." Upon hearing this, Ning Fei's heart warmed, her eyes glistening. "Your Majesty." Fu Linfeng took her hand, and they entered the hall together. He settled into a chair while Ning Fei nestled beside him, their voices a soft murmur, as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them. Suddenly, Fu Linfeng produced an exquisite jade hairpin from his sleeve, gently placing it in Ning Fei's hair. "This is a special gift I chose for you. Do you like it?" Ning Fei had initially hoped for him to share a meal with Fu Yaoyao here, never expecting him to present her with a hairpin. She looked at Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty." Fu Linfeng pressed her head against his chest. "In a few days, it will be Yaoyao's second birthday banquet. As her mother, you have worked hard. Thank you for giving me such a lovely daughter." He inserted the hairpin into Ning Fei's hair. "Ninger, you are beautiful." Ning Fei felt deeply moved as she gently clasped Fu Linfeng's hand. "Your Majesty, as long as you are willing to believe in me, I am prepared to sacrifice everything for you." Fu Linfeng chuckled softly, pulling her closer. "I naturally believe in you. My Ninger is the kindest of all." Just as they were enveloped in their affectionate moment, the cheerful laughter of Fu Yaoyao echoed from outside the hall. A tender glimmer crossed Ning Fei's eyes as she gently pushed Fu Linfeng away, rising to step outside. There, she beheld Fu Yaoyao, accompanied by palace maids, chasing butterflies in the garden, her laughter ringing clear and delightful. Upon seeing her mother, Fu Yaoyao dashed into her embrace. "Mother, look, I caught a butterfly." Fu Linfeng, having tidied himself, followed her outside. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she rushed toward him. "Father, I'm here." Fu Linfeng lifted her into his arms. Has Yaoyao been obedient?"
Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously.
"I've been good. Mother told me that when I wake up, I can see father." "I didn't think mother was lying, father. I thought you wouldn't come today. I even thought I didn't like you, but I know I was wrong." Holding her close, Fu Linfeng gently kissed her forehead. "Yaoyao, it is I who has been remiss. I have been too busy to spend time with you and your mother. I promise to make more time for both of you in the future." Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao beamed with joy. "Father, you must keep your promise."
Fu Linfeng indulgently nodded.
"Of course I will." Ning Fei watched this tender scene, her heart brimming with warmth. Fu Linfeng approached her, wrapping her in his embrace. "Yaoyao, your father and mother have other matters to attend to. You stay outside and play nicely, all right?" Fu Yaoyao covered her face. "Father and mother are being shy." She playfully pushed them. "Quickly go inside. Hurry up and come back to play with me." Turning away, she muttered quietly, "Father is truly useless. He can't even handle his own affairs without mother's help." Indeed, mother is the most formidable. Even father relies on her. Unbeknownst to her, both Ning Fei and Fu Linfeng overheard her words. Once inside, Fu Linfeng swept Ning Fei off her feet. Her cheeks flushed. "Your Majesty, it's still broad daylight." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Linfeng leaned down and kissed her lips, silencing her unspoken words. His kiss was tender and fervent, as if he sought to envelop her entirely in his embrace. They lost themselves in each other, the world around them fading away until it felt as though they existed alone together. After what seemed like an eternity, Fu Linfeng finally released her, gazing at her flushed face with indulgence. "Ninger, be a little more patient. Yaoyao wants us to hurry and go play with her." Leaning against his chest, Ning Fei listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart swelling with sweetness. She felt her face grow warm again. Fu Linfeng set her down gently by the bedside. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Ninger, I have a surprise for you." With that, he rose and retrieved a finely crafted wooden box from a hidden compartment. Ning Fei watched with curiosity as he opened the box to reveal a lustrous pearl necklace. Fu Linfeng delicately took the necklace and approached her, gently placing it around her neck. "Today, I am very happy." Ning Fei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, the pearls shimmering under the light, enhancing her beauty. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Linfeng's neck. As long as he believed in her, she was willing to give him everything. 2 hours later, the palace doors finally opened. Fu Yaoyao rushed in. Mother, why did you suddenly change your clothes? She blinked at Ning Fei. Ning Fei playfully shot Fu Linfeng a glance. Fu Linfeng, now refreshed, explained, your father accidentally spilled water on your mother.
So she changed her clothes. Fu Yaoyao nodded, so me vat understanding.
Father is such a big fool. How can he spill water on mother? Fu Linfeng skazalingeret on Ning Fei, his expression darkening. Ning Fei's cheeks flushed once more. Fu Linfeng personally served her dishes and also helped Fu Yaoyao with her favorite food, enjoying her favorite dishes.
Fu Yaoyao smiled brightly.
Today, Yaoyao is so happy to have both father and mother with me. Seeing Fu Yaoyao's satisfied little face, Ning Fei felt a deep sense of fulfillment. As long as Fu Yaoyao was happy, she would do anything. Fu Linfeng patted Fu Yaoyao's little head. Be good. Will father come to play with you often from now on? Fu Yaoyao clapped her hands, her cheeks stuffed full.
Yay!
Chapter 34. Truly talented. Upon hearing the report from her attendants, Chun Fei, unable to contain her anger, smashed all the cups on the table to the ground. That wretched Ning Fei dares to seduce the emperor. I will make her pay. She had never anticipated Ning Fei would dare to act so brazenly. Caught in bed with Fu Linfeng and still have a chance for reinstatement. She had long ceased to regard Ning Fei as a threat. Now, upon hearing such news, how could she accept it? Beside her, Fu Yuexin frowned, watching Chun Fei with a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. However, she still approached Chun Fei. Mother,
please do not be so angry.
She took Chun Fei's hand. The surrounding servants were still present. If she openly cursed and the matter reached Fu Linfeng's ears, her reputation would be ruined. Chun Fei still had use for her at this moment. Looking at the 2-year-old Fu Yuexin, Chun Fei felt a sense of reassurance. Glancing at the nearby servants, she spoke coldly, get out. And if this matter gets out today, you can forget about living. Once the palace was empty. Chun Fei held Fu Yuexin close. Fulu, do you have something to say to your mother? Fu Yuexin grasped Chun Fei's hand. Mother, we are in the palace now. You must control your emotions. Chun Fei took a deep breath. But I cannot help it. The thought of that shameless Ning Fei trying to seduce the emperor drives me mad. Fu Yuexin held her hand and spoke again. Mother, these matters are trivial. The most important thing is that in 3 days, it is my birthday banquet, yet father has agreed to hold a birthday banquet for Fu Yaoyao instead. This is clearly a slight against me. Since her birth, Fu Yaoyao had always received all the affection. Every birthday, Fu Linfeng would host a grand celebration for himself. Yet this time, it was specifically for Fu Yaoyao. They shared the same birthday, and how would others perceive her? They would surely think she had fallen out of favor. Fu Yuexin could not accept it. Chun Fei took a deep breath, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. She had nearly forgotten. This was indeed the most important matter. Looking at Fu Yuexin, her eyes softened slightly as she spoke gently. Fulu, do not worry. Your mother will ensure you get your revenge. She had already devised a plan to make Ning Fei pay. Fu Yuexin nodded, nestling comfortably in Chun Fei's embrace. Fulu, you are truly your mother's little lucky star. From the moment Fu Yuexin was born, Chun Fei had viewed her as a tool to secure favor. However, as she grew, Chun Fei realized that Fu Yuexin was different from other children. She was always purposeful, knowing exactly whom to please. With Fu Yuexin, she seldom needed to exert much effort. Instead, Fu Yuexin often aided her. Chun Fei felt no fear, believing that Fu Yuexin was a gift from heaven, sent to help her triumph over Ning Fei. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with calculated ambition. At this moment, the noble consort Ning was still immersed in the joy of her reinstatement, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. She held the hands of Fu Yaoyao and Fu Linfeng as the 3 of them leisurely digested their meals in the courtyard. This rare tranquility filled consort Ning with an insatiable longing. The trio wandered into a secluded corner amidst the grass, when suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. Fu Linfeng immediately turned alert, scanning the surroundings. Who is there? Out from the grass emerged a trembling palace maid, who knelt before consort Ning, visibly shaken. Your Majesty, consort, there is a cat here. The maid cradled a frail, sickly kitten in her hands. Upon seeing the creature, Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight. A kitty! It's so cute! She turned to consort Ning and Fu Linfeng. Father, mother, can I keep it? At that moment, the kitten opened its eyes and affectionately rubbed against Fu Yaoyao's hand. The palace maid exclaimed with joy, this little cat must adore the 5th princess. Just moments ago, we thought it was starving. We brought it some rice soup. But it ignored us completely until the 5th princess arrived. Fu Yaoyao gazed at the kitten, her eyes wide with wonder. She knew that for her to adopt the kitten, consort Ning's approval was essential. She dashed to consort Ning, shaking her arm excitedly. Mother, please, I really want it.
Can we keep it?
Observing the chubby little girl, consort Ning's heart softened. However, she pondered whether Fu Yaoyao, still so young, could adequately care for a pet.
Unlike Fu Yaoyao,
she understood that with the decision to adopt came the responsibility to nurture. She wanted to see if her daughter could shoulder this duty. The 2-year-old puffed out her chest. mimicking adults, and earnestly declared, "Mother, don't worry. I will take great care of the little kitty. I love cats." Seeing the determination in Fu Yaoyao's eyes, a smile flickered in consort Ning's gaze. She nodded, "Very well, since Yaoyao wishes to keep it, then let it be so." Fu Yaoyao leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, mother." Fu Linfeng looked at consort Ning with fondness. "If Yaoyao wishes to keep it, ensure the maids take care of it properly. We cannot let her tend to it all by herself. If anything happens, it would break her heart." Consort Ning smiled and nodded, "I understand." She took Fu Yaoyao's hand gently and spoke, "Yaoyao, this little cat will be yours from now on, and you must care for it well. Do you understand?" Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously. Their innocent eyes met, and consort Ning affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. "Why don't you give the little cat a name?" Fu Yaoyao, brimming with excitement, jumped up and down. "Let's call it Little White, because it's small and white." Fu Linfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing his daughter's naming skills were rather simplistic. Consort Ning, accustomed to her daughter's whims, interjected, "Oh no, you've forgotten. In the palace, we already have a cat named Little White. Please choose another name." Fu Linfeng straightened his posture, bracing himself for Fu Yaoyao's plea for help. Yet, she merely lowered her head and, after a brief pause, looked up with a bright smile. "Then let us call it Big Black." "That sounds mighty." She clapped her hands, pleased with her own creativity. Meanwhile, Fu Linfeng nearly choked on his own saliva. He had to admit that his daughter possessed a certain flair. However, at just 2 years old, there was still much to teach her. He reassured himself. Fu Yaoyao, unfazed by his thoughts, gently stroked Big Black, her voice tender. "Big Black. From now on, your name is Big Black. You must feel very proud and majestic." The little cat gazed back with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her words. Suddenly, Ling Hua, the senior maid beside the pure consort, appeared at the palace entrance. Upon seeing them, her eyes lit up. "Greetings to your majesty, consort Ning, and the 5th princess." She offered her respects before addressing the group. Fu Linfeng recognized her and, noticing consort Ning's calm demeanor, breathed a sigh of relief. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt particularly uneasy in the presence of someone affiliated with the pure consort. Clearing his throat, Fu Linfeng inquired, "What brings you here?" "Humph. Father is not a physician. What good will his visit do? Isn't it just to slander me, claiming I caused her condition? She bullied me today. I truly detest that weak sister of mine. How could she fall ill over something so trivial? I wonder how I should act. Should I cry, lamenting father's departure, or cheerfully send him off? But I'm so exhausted. I just want to sleep." As Fu Linfeng listened to Fu Yaoyao's inner musings, a complex expression crossed his face. He never anticipated that a 2-year-old could possess such profound thoughts. He felt both amused and bewildered, while others yearned to keep him close. She seemed ready to push him away simply because she was tired. Fu Linfeng glanced at consort Ning, who remained unfazed. "Since Princess Fulu is unwell, your majesty should hurry and accompany her." Fu Linfeng stared at consort Ning incredulously, wondering how she, like Fu Yaoyao, wished to send him away. Her intentions were straightforward. She merely wanted Fu Linfeng to stay and share a meal with Fu Yaoyao, not wishing to see her unhappy. Now that they had dined, she felt it was no longer her concern. Moreover, it was Princess Fuexin who was ill, his most cherished little princess. Consort Ning did not believe they could ever compare to her in Fu Linfeng's heart. The morning's incident, where Fu Linfeng had seemed to doubt Fu Yaoyao, remained vivid in her memory. Fu Yaoyao, being a child, would soon forget these matters, but consort Ning would not. She would always remember when her daughter felt wronged. Ling Hua, feeling ignored, cried out once more, "Your Majesty, you must go quickly. The situation with Princess Fulu is indeed critical." Fu Linfeng winced at Ling Hua's shrill voice, shooting her a glare. "Enough of that. I am on my way. Father is going to see Fu Yusin. Alas, I'm not happy. I want father to stay with me. However, since she is ill, I should visit her. Father will surely be distressed. I ought to comfort him." Fu Linfeng was taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's thoughts. Consort Ning stared at her daughter in shock. They fell into a moment of silence, the atmosphere tinged with strangeness. To her surprise, Fu Yaoyao's first reaction was not jealousy, but rather concern for Fu Linfeng's feelings, wishing to offer him comfort. Seeing Fu Linfeng in a daze, Fu Yaoyao approached him. "Father, please don't be too sad. The 6th sister will surely recover soon." She mimicked an adult, patting his chest gently. "You must take care of yourself and not feel down. She will get better." Fu Linfeng stood there, stunned by Fu Yaoyao's actions, unsure how to respond. Noticing his silence, Fu Yaoyao shook his hand. "Father, why aren't you speaking? Did I say something wrong?" He crouched down and embraced her. "Yaoyao, you are wonderful. You did nothing wrong. Father is just very happy." Consort Ning watched the tender scene between father and daughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had never anticipated that Fu Yaoyao would be so understanding. After Fu Linfeng departed, Ning Fei held Fu Yaoyao closely. "Yaoyao, your father has left. Do you not feel sad?" Fu Yaoyao blinked her innocent big eyes. I am sad. I wish for father to always accompany me. Ning Fei looked at Fu Yaoyao with confusion. Then you. Fu Yaoyao gazed back at Ning Fei, puzzled. Yaoyao wants father to be with me always. But he is not just my father. Everyone wishes for him to be by their side. Now that sixth sister is unwell, she needs father the most. He should be with her. Yaoyao has things to do too. It is getting late, and I must go to sleep. Tomorrow, when sixth sister recovers, father will come to see me, and I will become beautiful. Though she desired Fu Linfeng's constant presence, she understood he was not solely devoted to her. Ning Fei stared blankly at Fu Yaoyao, astonished that a 2-year-old child could possess such clarity. In the past, when Fu Linfeng chose to accompany other concubines instead of her, she felt immense displeasure. Though she understood that as the emperor, he had obligations, her heart ached with jealousy. She yearned for her husband to belong exclusively to her. Yet, upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's words, she realized the truth. She had chosen the emperor, and it was impossible for him to be hers alone. He bore responsibilities that extended beyond her. Being his concubine, she shared him with others, including Chun Fei. While it was natural for her to feel discontent, she recognized the need to engage herself in fulfilling pursuits rather than allowing a man to drain her emotionally. Ning Fei finally had an epiphany. She embraced Fu Yaoyao and showered her with kisses. Yaoyao, you truly are your mother's little blessing. From then on, she would strive to enrich her own world, no longer revolving solely around Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao, not understanding why her mother was so joyous, felt happiness in her mother's delight. She clapped her tiny hands. Yay. Time for sleep. Yaoyao wants to share a beauty sleep with mother. We will become beautiful ladies together. On the day of Fu Yaoyao's birthday banquet, Fu Linfeng arrived early. Not only did he come, but he also brought Fu Yuexin in his arms. Upon seeing Fu Yaoyao, his eyes reflected regret. Yaoyao. Fu shares the same birthday as you. She wanted to celebrate together. Despite realizing that this was a favor bestowed by Ning Shiji for Fu Yaoyao, he felt guilty. However, seeing Fu Yuexin, a girl he had cherished for many years, he could not bring himself to refuse. Initially, he expected Fu Yaoyao to reject the idea, but to his surprise, she smiled and reached out to Fu Yuexin. Sister, come down. Let us dress up together. She warmly grasped Fu Yuexin's hand. Both Fu Linfeng and Fu Yuexin were taken aback. Fu Yuexin had not anticipated that despite her provocation, Fu Yaoyao would remain unperturbed.
Fu Yaoyao,
holding Fu Yuexin's hand with a gentle smile, continued, Sister, today is our birthday. Father has prepared a banquet for me, so let us celebrate together. Fu Yuexin displayed a cheerful demeanor, bouncing alongside Fu Yaoyao into the room. The chamber was festooned with vibrant decorations, adorned with flowers that created a dreamlike atmosphere. It was a room specially arranged by Ning Fei for Fu Yaoyao. With a bright smile, Fu Yaoyao inquired, Sister, isn't my room beautiful?
nearby.
A few palace maids were attending to matters and paid no attention to them. Fu Yuexin's eyes turned malicious as she shoved Fu Yaoyao down. Fu Yaoyao's delicate hand was scraped, and she gazed at Fu Yuexin in confusion, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly attacked her. Seizing the moment while Fu Yaoyao was still in shock, Fu Yuexin leaned in and whispered in her ear, You, the daughter of a lowly woman. Why do you deserve the same treatment as me? In the next instant, she shoved Fu Yaoyao, causing her to fall to the ground. Oh, father. Fu Yuexin cried out, attracting Fu Linfeng's attention. As he approached, he saw both children on the floor. Instinctively, he rushed to Fu Yuexin and lifted her up. Yuexin, what happened?
Fu Linfeng asked anxiously.
Fu Yuexin, with tears streaming down her face, pointed at Fu Yaoyao. Father, sister pushed me. She is jealous and does not want to celebrate our birthday together. Fu Linfeng turned to Fu Yaoyao. Noticing her small hand bleeding, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. A sense of dread filled his heart, realizing the situation might not be as simple as it appeared. Just then, a palace maid hurriedly approached and whispered, Your Majesty, I just saw the 5th princess and the Fulu princess playing, and suddenly Fulu fell. Fu Yuexin continued to wail, Since sister dislikes me, I will no longer like her. I do not wish to celebrate the birthday banquet with her anymore. At that moment, Chun Fei appeared, exclaiming, Fulu, what is wrong? You came here to celebrate happily. How did it come to this? Ning Fei was currently attending to guests, and Tao Hua had been sent away by Chun Fei, leaving Fu Yaoyao entirely alone. Sitting on the ground, she appeared particularly pitiful. Fu Linfeng approached, intending to help her up, but Fu Yaoyao vehemently rejected his touch. Do not touch me. I do not like you. She was a princess from the demon realm, sent to undergo trials. Previously, the Jade Emperor and her father had been on good terms, promising to send her to a good family. She never imagined she would endure such humiliation. With tear-filled eyes, Fu Yaoyao looked at Fu Linfeng, feeling that he was not a good father. Whenever something happened, he always favored others. The little princess had never faced such injustice before. In the demon realm, she was the one who bullied others. How could anyone dare to mistreat her? Moreover, as the only daughter of the demon emperor, With two older brothers who had loved her dearly since birth, she had never encountered such bias. This trip to the mortal realm was due to her impending 500th birthday. While it was unnecessary for her to descend, the Jade Emperor foresaw an opportunity for her in the mortal world. As she departed, her father and two brothers had tearfully urged her to be cautious. They were beings from the demon realm, typically refraining from interfering with those undergoing trials. Fu Yaoyao was unafraid, for she was the princess of the demon realm, merely undergoing trials. Yet she never expected to encounter such circumstances. Fu Yaoyao shot a fierce glare at Fu Linfeng, vowing to no longer harbor affection for him. She picked herself up from the ground, turning her back on Fu Linfeng to display her discontent. Fu Linfeng felt a headache coming on. After spending a few days with Fu Yaoyao, he recognized her temper was particularly fierce. He found it difficult to articulate his concerns to the little girl. His feelings were increasingly complex as he held Fu Yuexin, soothing her with gentle pats on her back. He glanced at Fu Yaoyao, feeling helpless. He approached her to lift her up, but Fu Yaoyao resisted his embrace. "Go away. I do not like you. I want to find mother," she exclaimed angrily, and with that, she stomped away on her little legs. In her haste, she tripped over her skirt and fell forward. Fu Yaoyao closed her eyes, bracing for the pain, but instead, she fell into a warm embrace. Opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with a strikingly beautiful figure. Yi Yibai cradled Fu Yaoyao, her petite face exuding an unusual gravity. He gazed into her large, reddened eyes adorned with long eyelashes, glistening with tears. This was the first time he had seen Fu Yaoyao in such a state. Usually, she was carefree and brimming with joy. Fu Yaoyao pouted, wriggling out of Yi Yibai's embrace, and, in a sullen tone, offered her apologies. Crab pot. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Yi Yibai swiftly caught hold of the spirited girl, pulling her back beside him. Despite her tender age, she possessed surprising strength. Fu Yaoyao furrowed her brow and shot him a fierce glare. "Let me go. I want to find my mother. I don't want to play with you." The thought of everyone unfairly accusing her filled her with distress. "You all bully me simply because my mother's not here," she lamented. "And you, Fu Yuexin? If you bully me, my mother will not spare you." Clenching her tiny fists, she glowered menacingly at Fu Linfeng and his companions.
Fu Yuexin shrank closer to Fu Linfeng,
exclaiming, "Father, she's so scary. Fu just wanted to celebrate her birthday together. She never intended to steal you from her. Father, please talk to her." Fu Yaoyao retorted angrily. "You're lying. You didn't want to celebrate with me at all. You fell and pushed me down." Fu Linfeng remained silent, his gaze deep and inscrutable. The concubine Chun quickly interjected, "Princess, your age does not grant you the liberty to lie. Look at your small frame. You are sturdier than both Fulu and me combined. How could Fulu possibly be your match? Moreover, there are others present. Who among you saw Fulu push the fifth princess?" Her threatening glance swept over the bowing attendants. They all kept their heads down, none daring to speak. Fu Yaoyao, tears brimming in her eyes, felt utterly helpless against concubine Chun's cunning. The concubine smirked triumphantly. "Princess, see? No one witnessed your fall. Rather, it appears you were the one who pushed Fulu down. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for me." She pretended to wipe away tears. Fu Linfeng, holding Fu Yuexin in his arms, spoke coldly. "Enough. I am aware of this matter. Yaoyao, as the elder sister, you should accommodate your younger sibling. It is your joint birthday celebration. What harm is there in yielding a little?" Fu Yaoyao stared at him in disbelief. "Father, how can you be so biased?" She planted her hands on her hips and stomped her feet. "You all bully me." The little princess of the demon realm had never been subjected to such treatment. As her words echoed, the once clear sky darkened ominously, threatening rain. "Yaoyao," a gentle voice called from outside. She turned to find Ning Shiji unexpectedly present. "Cousin, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. Ning Shiji bent down to lift her. "The concubine Ning is occupied ahead. I was sent to check on the fifth princess." Fu Yaoyao pouted, her eyes red and filled with grievance as she gazed at him. Ning Shiji, as heart melted at the sight. He gently ruffled her two little pigtails. "Do not cry, Yaoyao. Tell your cousin what troubles you." Fu Yaoyao pointed at Fu Linfeng in the distance. "They are bullying me." Now that her protector had arrived, she was determined to voice her grievances. "She pushed me down and then fell herself, claiming I did it. I did nothing. My hands hurt." She extended her tiny hand towards Ning Shiji, revealing her chubby palm marked with red streaks. Ning Shiji, as heart ached at the sight. He couldn't fathom how they could mistreat Fu Yaoyao in the absence of concubine Ning. She was merely a 2-year-old child, subjected to such cruelty. Had he not arrived, she would have suffered unjustly. Ning Shiji held Fu Yaoyao, feigning just now noticing Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I was preoccupied with the fifth princess and failed to acknowledge you." Fu Linfeng's expression shifted slightly, but he merely replied, "No harm done." He then called out to Fu Yaoyao, "Come here." The sight of his own daughter seeking comfort from another was a silent rebuke of his role as a father. Fu Yaoyao, still upset, refused, shaking her head and turning away, her voice muffled. You don't like me. You only like her. I want to go over. You all will bully me there. Fu Linfeng took a deep breath, struggling to remind himself that she was his own flesh and blood, striving to control his emotions. Yaoyao, come here. I promise I will not wrong you. I merely wish to understand what transpired. Initially, he intended for Fu Yaoyao to apologize to Fu Yuexin, wanting to resolve the matter quietly on this significant day, without further embarrassment. Little did he know that Ning Shiji had arrived. He was acutely aware of how fiercely the general's household protected their own. Ning Fei had previously committed acts that earned her disdain. Yet General Ning would sacrifice the century-old honor of the family to protect her. He sought to prove to all that, despite the lack of favor for Ning Fei and her daughter, the general's household remained a steadfast support. Now, emboldened with power and no longer fearing the Ning family, he knew they remained loyal and produced remarkable talents in every generation. Should he truly take action against the Ning family, he would only alienate the ministers. Concubine Chen turned pale, realizing Ning Shiji had personally come. She had witnessed how fiercely the general's household defended their own. If they discovered that Fu Yuexin was involved, her scheme would unravel. She exchanged a glance with Fu Yuexin, signaling her to remain silent. As long as they insisted that Fu Yaoyao had bullied Fu Yuexin, what could anyone say? Fu Yaoyao, oblivious to their scheming, felt a surge of relief knowing she would no longer be wronged. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at Fu Yuexin in Fu Linfeng's arms, exclaiming, "Cousin, she is the one who bullied me." With a newfound sense of justice, she felt fearless. Fu Yuexin retorted, "I did not bully you. You hit me and pushed me down. You are slandering me. Father, you must punish her." The two stood their ground, each asserting their truth. Fu Linfeng felt a headache coming on. Nearby, Yi Bai spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have a proposal to prove the innocence of both princesses." Generally disinterested in such matters, he found himself inexplicably moved by Fu Yaoyao's tear-streaked eyes. Fu Linfeng turned his gaze to Yi Bai, astonished. He well understood Yi Bai's character, as the future heir of the Yu Kingdom. He rarely displayed his emotions and had never before intervened on behalf of another. Yet here he was, advocating for Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao beamed with joy, finally having someone to vouch for her innocence. She tilted her head, looking up at Yi Bai, "Cousin, can you truly prove my innocence? I did not push her." A wave of distress washed over her at the thought of being wronged by so many. Yi Bai nodded. "Indeed, fifth princess, but I will need your cooperation. As long as she can prove her innocence, not only is Fu Yaoyao willing to cooperate with Yi Bai, but she would even gladly spend an entire day with him. Admittedly, she is attracted to him. After all, Yi Bai is exceptionally handsome, and she feels as though she can hardly contain her drool. Big brother, I can cooperate with you, so what method do you wish to use to prove my innocence?" She blinked her large, expressive eyes at Yi Bai.
Yi Bai,
Under the intense gaze of her clear eyes, felt as if she could see right through him. It is evident that if the fifth princess did not push the princess of fortune and prosperity, yet the latter fell, one of them must be lying. Fu Yuexin was equally surprised that Yi Bai would speak in favor of Fu Yaoyao. She understood the significance of Yi Bai. If she could win him over, she would become the most esteemed little princess of the Tianlin kingdom. However, Yi Bai was notoriously aloof. She had no idea what he liked. If it weren't for concubine Jing, she felt he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Such a cold flower was willing to advocate for Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yuexin clenched her fists, struggling to accept this reality. Turning to Fu Linfeng, she spoke with a hint of grievance. "Father, I do not understand why the crown prince and fifth sister would say such things. Father, you know that Fu Lu would never lie." Fu Yaoyao widened her eyes in disbelief. "Just because you cannot articulate your thoughts, does that mean I am lying?" She was infuriated. At this point, Fu Yuexin was still trying to wrongfully accuse her. Fu Linfeng glanced at Yi Bai, then at Fu Yuexin, finally settling his gaze on Fu Yaoyao. He suddenly crouched down to her level. "Yaoyao, tell your father, did you really not push Fu Lu?"
Fu Yaoyao nodded earnestly. "Father,
"I truly did not push Sister Fu Lu. I do not know why she fell, but I did not push her. Father, please believe me." Her large eyes brimmed with sincerity. Fu Yaoyao was on the verge of tears. Fu Linfeng observed her for a while before gently patting her head. "All right, father understands." He then stood up, turning to Yi Bai. "Yi Bai, if you have any thoughts, please share them."
Yi Bai nodded and approached Fu Yuexin, "Princess Fu Lu.
"Is this the spot where you fell?" Fu Yuexin affirmed. "Yes, it is indeed here." Yi Bai remained silent for a moment before suddenly stepping forward and placing his foot where Fu Yuexin had fallen. He pressed down forcefully several times. The crowd watched, puzzled by his actions. Yi Bai then spoke. "Princess Fu Lu claims she fell here, yet this area is paved with cobblestones. If she truly fell, she would certainly be injured." He turned to Fu Yuexin. "However, Princess Fu Lu, it seems you are unscathed." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuexin anxiously rolled up her sleeves to reveal her arms, which were indeed flawless and free of any marks. A sinking feeling hit her. Had she made a mistake? No, That was impossible. She had meticulously planned everything. Yi Yibai continued, Princess Fu Lu asserts that the fifth princess pushed you, but the fifth princess is shorter than you. How could she possibly have knocked you down? Furthermore, if the fifth princess was behind you, you would have fallen backward, not forward. Fu Yuexin's face turned pale as Yi Yibai's words struck her. She had believed her scheme was flawless, yet here he was, effortlessly unraveling it. The realization left her utterly flustered. Fu Linfeng frowned at Fu Yuexin, his gaze heavy with disappointment. Fu Yaoyao, however, felt a wave of relief. Finally, someone believed her. Yi Yibai regarded Fu Yuexin with a chilling tone. Princess Fu Lu, do you have anything else to say? Fu Yuexin's complexion turned ashen, speech escaping her. She recognized that she had truly been caught this time. Yet, she was unwilling to accept defeat. Suddenly, she raised her head, looking at Fu Yaoyao with a cunning glint in her eyes. Yes, I admit I fell deliberately, but it was because fifth sister insulted me first. And that is why I acted this way. Fu Yuexin's attempt at deflection left Fu Yaoyao momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Fu Yuexin's audacity. It was clear she had set a trap for her, yet now she was turning the tables. Fu Yaoyao's face flushed with anger. You're lying. I never insulted you. You were the one who insulted me first and pushed me. I did not push you. Observing Fu Yaoyao's furious demeanor, Fu Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to touzle her hair. All right, father understands. This matter was Fu Lu's fault, and father will punish her. He then turned to Fu Yuexin. Fu Lu, as a princess, it is utterly unacceptable to frame your sister and lie. Starting today, you will spend 3 days facing the wall in the ancestral hall to reflect upon your mistakes. The concubine Chun, clearly taken aback, quickly knelt to plead for Fu Yuexin. Your Majesty, Fu Lu is still just a child. She is too young for such punishment. Fu Linfeng shot her a cold glance. Being young is no excuse for wrongdoing. When one errs, one must accept the consequences. Concubine Chun opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by Fu Linfeng's stern glare. She could only reluctantly fall silent. Fu Linfeng then turned to Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, you did nothing wrong in this matter. Father believes you, but Fu Lu is your sister. So you must show her some leniency in the future, understand? Fu Yaoyao nodded. I understand, father. Rest assured, I will be more accommodating to my sister. Although she felt a twinge of injustice, Fu Yaoyao chose to comply. Chapter 39. Understanding and compassion. Concubine Chun gazed at Fu Linfeng, repeatedly bowing her head. Your Majesty, Fu Lu is your own child. Today is her birthday banquet. If she is truly punished, she will surely be mocked. Your Majesty, I beseech you to show mercy to us mother and daughter. With tears streaming down her face, Concubine Chun pleaded for Fu Yuexin. It must be said that her strategy was effective. Fu Linfeng was evidently softening. Beside them, Ning Shiji's voice was cold as ice. You only care for your own daughter. If the fifth princess had truly been wrong today, would you have stood up for her? The thought of what might have happened to Fu Yaoyao if he had not intervened tightened his fists. The people of the General's mansion tended to protect their own. And he had grown fond of his cousin Fu Yaoyao. Concubine Chun's expression stiffened, and she quickly turned to Fu Linfeng, trying to defend herself. Your Majesty, that is not what I meant. However, Fu Linfeng had already lost interest in her explanations. He waved his hand dismissively. Ning Yiqing is right. You only think of your own daughter, never considering the other princesses. This matter, I shall decide. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Concubine Chun hurried after him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yet Fu Linfeng acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued on his way. Concubine Chun's heart sank to the depths. She realized that this time it was truly over. After they had departed, Fu Yaoyao grasped Ning Shiji's hand softly. Thank you, big cousin. Ning Shiji affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. Be good. If you face any grievances in the future, you must tell your big cousin, understood? At this, Fu Yaoyao's expression turned glum. She recalled how much her father favored her before Fu Yuexin arrived. However, every time she was present, he would side with her. Why was that? She blinked her eyes, seeking answers from Ning Shiji. Yaoyao. The hurriedly arriving Ning Fei felt her heart shatter upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's words. The precious child she held in her hands was treated in such a manner. Turning around, Fu Yaoyao spotted her mother rushing toward her. Mother! She exclaimed, opening her arms and leaping into Ning Fei's embrace, which brought her a sense of solace. Snuggling against her mother, Fu Yaoyao reflected that despite her disdain for the emperor in this life, she still cherished her mother deeply. She had never experienced the warmth that her mother provided throughout her life. Ning Fei, already aware of the situation, began to examine Fu Yaoyao carefully. Yaoyao, tell me, are you hurt? Is there anything wrong? Fu Yaoyao shook her head and pointed her chubby little finger at Yi Bai. Mother, luckily this big pot helped me. Otherwise, I would have suffered today. When Ning Fei had heard from the servants about the incident, she had not anticipated that Yi Bai would assist Fu Yaoyao. After all, Concubine Jing and Concubine Chun were allies, and Concubine Jing was his aunt. Ning Fei, holding Fu Yaoyao, expressed her gratitude to Yi Bai. Thank you, Your Highness. She looked at Fu Yaoyao and gently instructed, Yaoyao, Since His Highness has helped you, shouldn't you say thank you to your elder brother? Fu Yaoyao blinked her innocent eyes, obediently nodding her head. In a soft, sweet voice, she said, "Thank you, brother prince." Yi Yibai ruffled her hair, replying, "It was nothing." Seeing this, Ning Fei could not help but reflect that perhaps her previous prejudice against Yi Yibai was excessive. Although he was the nephew of concubine Jing, having grown up in the Kingdom of Jade and being the designated heir, he was likely not lacking in merit. However, concubine Chun was indeed detestable. She tightened her hold on Fu Yaoyao, vowing to ensure that the emperor would adequately punish them this time. Otherwise, they would not know what trouble might arise in the future. Ning Fei silently swore that she would never allow her daughter to suffer any unjust treatment again. Together, Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao made their way to the imperial study. Fu Linfeng was seated at his desk, reviewing memorials. Hearing the commotion, he looked up to see Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao, and his expression softened somewhat. He beckoned, "Yaoyao, come here." Obediently, Fu Yaoyao walked over and threw her arms around Fu Linfeng's neck, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder. Looking at the little bundle in his arms, Fu Linfeng felt his heart melt. He gently patted her back. "Yaoyao, you must have endured some grievances today." Fu Yaoyao lifted her head, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Fu Linfeng. "Father, I am not distressed. Please do not be sad." Despite having been wronged, she was concerned about him. Fu Linfeng felt warmth spread through him. He gently stroked her nose, saying, "Yaoyao is truly understanding." Ning Fei watched their tender interaction, feeling a genuine happiness. But as thoughts of Fu Yaoyao's grievances surfaced, she could not help but speak up. "Your Majesty, I have heard about today's events. Yaoyao mentioned that you are also quite saddened. I thought it best to comfort you." Ning Fei understood that for the sake of Fu Yaoyao, she must be strong. She could no longer afford to be passive as before, otherwise, anyone could bully them. If she desired to regain favor, it would be a simple matter. "Your Majesty, the Princess Fulu is still young and may not understand these matters. Please do not be too upset. She can be guided properly in the future. Today's events should not be made public, as they reflect upon the royal family's dignity." Ning Fei articulated her intentions with empathy. They had suffered grievances, but for the sake of the royal family's face, they were willing to endure. Fu Linfeng felt a surge of compassion for Ning Fei. He stood and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Ning Fei, do you not feel wronged?" Ning Fei's eyes glistened with tears. "Yaoyao is my daughter. Naturally, I cannot bear to see her suffer. However, Princess Fulu is indeed still young, and I cannot say too much. A woman must be understanding when necessary, but she must also make her grievances known. If one remains silent, who will recognize one's efforts?" Seeing Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng felt her distress profoundly. He embraced her tightly. "Ning Fei, rest assured, I will not allow Yaoyao to suffer in vain." Leaning against Fu Linfeng's chest, Ning Fei felt a sense of accomplishment in achieving her goal. She gently said, "Your Majesty, I know you care for Yaoyao, but I truly do not mind. I only wish for her to grow up healthily. I desire nothing more." Ning Fei's words only deepened Fu Linfeng's concern. He tightened his embrace around her. "Ning Fei, do not worry, I will make amends for you and Yaoyao." Ning Fei remained silent, simply nestling against Fu Linfeng. Ning Fei smilet, tilting her head to look at Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Today is Yaoyao's birthday banquet, which has been planned for a long time." Ning Fei playfully looked at Fu Linfeng. Beside them, Fu Yaoyao tugged at his arm. "Father, please do not be unhappy. Yaoyao wants to play with you. If you are happy, then Yaoyao will be happy as well." Fu Linfeng's mood was finally uplifted by this mother-daughter duo. He smiled and lifted Fu Yaoyao into his arms. "All right, I shall accompany Yaoyao to the birthday banquet." As the trio exited the imperial study, they unexpectedly encountered concubine Chun, who was carrying a food box. The smile on Fu Linfeng's face vanished instantly. "What are you doing here?" he asked coldly. Concubine Chun appeared quite aggrieved. "Your Majesty, I..." Fu Yaoyao's eyes darted around. She turned to Concubine Chun and said, "Concubine Chun, today is my birthday banquet. Although my sister Fulu has wronged me, I am still willing to share with her. Please allow her to join us." Again, Fu Yaoyao brought up the matter. Concubine Chun's expression darkened. She and Fu Yuexin had originally intended for Fu Yaoyao to lose her credibility entirely before Fu Linfeng today, but it had backfired on them. Concubine Chun, sounding wronged, said, "Your Majesty, I truly cannot understand how a 2-year-old child can be so malicious."
Fu Yaoyao frowned.
She had not spoken a single word, yet they were casting aspersions upon her. Ning Fei would not allow Concubine Chun to wrong Fu Yaoyao. "Concubine Chun, I truly cannot fathom why you would use such a vicious term to describe a child. If you claim our Yaoyao is malicious, then who is the one pushing her down and then retaliating? A 2-year-old child does not understand such things. She cannot learn them on her own. Clearly, someone is teaching her. Be careful that your words do not lead your own child astray." Ning Fei's anger flared as she recalled how they had bullied Fu Yaoyao in her absence. She knew she had to protect her daughter and not allow Concubine Chun to continue her bullying. Concubine Chun's face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Fu Linfeng, who did not even spare her a glance. Feeling deeply wronged, she gritted her teeth, but ultimately said nothing. Ning Fei, however, would not relent. Concubine Chun, Yaoyao is only 2 years old. As an elder, do you not think it excessive to bully a child? If you were truly compassionate, you should reflect on how to educate your own child rather than unjustly accuse others. Ning Fei's words left Concubine Chun feeling utterly humiliated, and her jealousy towards Fu Yaoyao burned fiercely within her. Chun Fei, suppressing her fury, spoke with a quivering voice. Sister Ning Fei, I acknowledge my errors. It is merely that Fu Lu is still young and unaware of her actions. I implore your highness and the 5th princess to refrain from holding her accountable. I shall teach her properly. Sister Ning Fei, please show mercy. Ning Fei scoffed derisively, Cun Fei. You ask for mercy, yet accuse Yaoyao of being malicious while indulging your own child without restraint. Your hypocrisy is glaring. If you continue to educate her in such a manner, I fear that your child may stray from the righteous path. Chun Fei's complexion paled, for she recognized the truth in Ning Fei's words, yet she could not swallow her indignation. Furthermore, it is you who has led Fu Lu astray. Send her to the Empress Dowager for proper guidance. Chun Fei gazed incredulously at Fu Linfeng. Sending her child to the Dowager Empress for upbringing was akin to sentencing her to death. Filled with disbelief and resentment, she implored, Your Majesty, I have come to understand my faults and will amend my ways. Fu Lu is so small and knows nothing. She has grown up by my side. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Her voice trembled as she attempted to plead her case, but Fu Linfeng remained unmoved. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. His tone was cold and resolute as he turned away, embracing Fu Yaoyao and departing with Ning Fei. Chun Fei stood rooted in place, her pallid face betraying her turmoil, her eyes gleaming with venomous resentment. She understood that all of this was instigated by Fu Yaoyao, that little wretch. Clenching her fists, Chun Fei vowed to seize an opportunity to teach both Fu Yaoyao and Ning Fei a lesson, to make them aware of who truly holds dominion in the harem. At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, her expression frantic. Your Highness, it is terrible. The little princess is missing. A jolt of panic surged through Chun Fei as she queried urgently, How could she be missing? How have you cared for her? Her complexion turned ashen, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. The maids hurriedly took their leave, but Chun Fei was engulfed by a sense of dread. She knew that if Fu Yuxian encountered any mishap, her own position would become increasingly precarious. And all of this was due to that Fu Yaoyao. A glint of malevolence flickered in Chun Fei's eyes as she silently vowed that if she found the little princess, she would ensure that Fu Yaoyao paid a heavy price. Just then, another maid rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, Your Highness. Princess Fu Lu says she is in Lady Jing's palace, and you need not worry. Chun Fei's heart finally settled. She had known her daughter was capable. She was eager to see how Fu Yaoyao and Ning Fei would contend with Lady Jing. It was indeed quite daunting. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Linfeng had brought them along. The surrounding courtiers gazed at Ning Fei with astonishment. Although the events had been contained, everyone was acutely aware of the situation. The officials looked at Fu Yaoyao with incredulity. Chapter 41. A violent confrontation. Fu Linfeng held Fu Yaoyao, surveying the assembly of ministers below. His voice resonated with authority. Today marks the 5th princess's birthday celebration, coinciding with the commendation banquet for Lady Ning. He proceeded to deliver a lengthy discourse. Fu Yaoyao could no longer endure it and succumbed to slumber. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself surrounded by an abundance of birthday gifts. Her eyes sparkled as she chirped, Father, let me go. So many treasures, they're all mine. I'm rich. I'm rich. Yaoyao is going to be wealthy. Fu Yaoyao was elated. Hearing her thoughts, Fu Linfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he had neglected to feed her. The birthday banquet was merely a display of extravagance. After a brief period of play, Fu Yaoyao found it dull. She turned to Fu Linfeng, Father, I wish to go outside. Understanding that a small child would find such an occasion tedious, Fu Linfeng nodded and set her down. Be cautious and stay safe while you play outside. Fu Yaoyao eagerly bobbed her head. I understand, Father. You need not worry about me. She scampered off, her little figure radiating joy. Fu Linfeng watched her with a slight smile. Once outside, Fu Yaoyao noticed a crowd gathered around a table laden with her favorite snacks. However, Ning Fei always restricted her consumption. Today, she could finally indulge freely. Fu Yaoyao cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and quickly snatched a treat from the table, stuffing it into her mouth. Her cheeks bulging like a little hamster caught in the act. What an embarrassment to the royal family. Haven't you eaten? Came a taunting voice from behind. Turning, Fu Yaoyao saw a considerably taller girl regarding her with disdain. The girl extended her hand, still dusted with crumbs. Sister, I want some too. This is Yaoyao's favorite. I'll share it with you. With that, she offered the remaining pastries. The girl scoffed, swatting them to the ground and disdainfully stepping on them. You think I would want your measly treats? Unlike you, I have eaten plenty. Fu Yaoyao frowned. Why step on the pastries? Treats are precious.
Mother said, we must not waste.
She gazed mournfully at the crushed delicacies on the ground, her heart aching. They were her absolute favorite. The last piece she had even shared, yet the girl showed no gratitude. The girl sneered, who cares for your pathetic treats? I am not some useless child like you. My family has plenty of snacks. I can have as many as I want, unlike you. Hearing this, Fu Yaoyao's expression hardened with resolve. You are the useless one. You are a big waste. Yao Yao is clever, not useless, and I have not gone without food. Such delicious treats cannot be wasted. She glared fiercely at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue laughed mockingly. Princess Fu Lu has told me all about you. You stole her father and bullied her, you detestable little pest. She pointed an accusing finger at Fu Yaoyao, who did not flinch and was directly poked. Ouch! Fu Yaoyao covered her head and glared at Su Qingyue. Yao Yao did not steal any father. He belongs to all of us. You are the villain. You are the detestable one. Su Qingyue trembled with rage. Pointing at Fu Yaoyao, you little good-for-nothing. How dare you insult me? Fu Yaoyao stood her ground. Yao Yao said it, so what? I am still a child. And you bully me.
What?
With that, she burst into tears. Su Qingyue, though intent on defending Fu Yuxian, hesitated before the royal princess. She hurriedly covered Fu Yaoyao's mouth. You mustn't cry, you detestable child. You mustn't cry. Fu Yaoyao struggled fiercely, tears brimming in her eyes. Yao Yao hates you. Yao Yao will tell father. At 2 years old, she felt no shame in reporting grievances. Terrified, Su Qingyue quickly covered Fu Yaoyao's mouth. No. You only know how to report. This is how you bully Princess Fu Lu, and I must help her. Su Qingyue often frequented the palace. Her father was the prime minister, a close advisor to the emperor. She felt empowered by her status. Fu Yaoyao fought back with all her might, pushing Su Qingyue to the ground. Although Su Qingyue is 3 years older than her slender frame lacks the strength of the robust Fu Yaoyao. She is simply no match for her. Fu Yaoyao rose, dusting off her small hands, and stuck out her tongue at Su Qingyue, making a silly face. Yao Yao is not a bully. I am the most well-behaved and clever child in the world. If I don't tell Father Emperor, then I won't tell him. Yao Yao can manage just fine on her own. With that, she wiggled her little bottom and dashed ahead. Su Qingyue called out from behind, stop right there. But Fu Yaoyao ignored her and blended into the crowd. She wasn't foolish, besides, she hadn't even finished eating, so why waste time fighting? Seeing Fu Yaoyao escape, Su Qingyue, in a fit of frustration, chased after her, shouting, you stop right there. You can't just run away. She reached out to grab Fu Yaoyao's clothing, but Fu Yaoyao squealed in fright. Ah, help. Someone is bullying Yao Yao, they want to harm me. After shouting, she darted into the crowd, unafraid. After all, her father emperor was watching from a distance. He would never allow anyone to bully her. Indeed, a series of steady footsteps echoed from afar. Her heart leaped with joy as she turned to see her father approaching. She ran up and hugged Fu Linfeng's leg, exclaiming, Father, I want a hug. Fu Linfeng lifted Fu Yaoyao into his arms, noticing her face was dirty. His voice softened. What have you been up to, Yao Yao? You look like a little stray cat. Fu Yaoyao didn't want her father to know about the fight. She aimed to be his most obedient child. She quickly shook her head. No, father. Yao Yao hasn't done anything at all. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue was taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's shamelessness. To appear like nothing had happened after getting herself into such a state was astonishing. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyue stepped forward to accuse Fu Yaoyao. Your Majesty, please. I implore you to take my side. I did nothing. I was just standing here, and the 5th princess came and hit me. Although the 5th princess was the emperor's daughter, it was unacceptable for her to strike someone without reason. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Su Qingyue cried incessantly. Fu Linfeng frowned, astonished that in such a short span, Fu Yaoyao had already stirred up trouble again. Clearing his throat, he addressed Fu Yaoyao. Yao Yao, is what Miss Su said true? Fu Yaoyao pondered how to respond in a way that would convince her father. However, he kept giving her meaningful glances. Realizing she needed to act quickly, she put on a serious face and shook her head vigorously. Yao Yao didn't do anything. I don't know anything. Fu Linfeng nodded in satisfaction and turned to Su Qingyue. Miss Su, while I am uncertain why you would wrongfully accuse Yao Yao, she is after all a royal princess. And you must be mindful of your status. His words carried a heavy warning. Even if Fu Yaoyao had truly harmed her, Su Qingyue would have to swallow her grievances. However, given that the prime minister still held some influence, and considering Su Qingyue was still quite young, he was willing to offer her some guidance. Su Qingyue looked at Fu Linfeng in disbelief. She recalled how he had previously advised her to treat the palace as her home, yet in the presence of Fu Yaoyao, he treated her this way. Clenching her fists, she felt a surge of indignation. Fu Linfeng continued, moreover, Yao Yao is merely 2 years old today. If I recall correctly, Miss Su, your daughter is already 5. I have yet to witness a 2-year-old defeat a 5-year-old. The hurriedly arriving Prime Minister Su overheard this and was taken aback by the scene before him, feeling as if he could see his entire clan being implicated. He pressed Su Qingyue to apologize. Qingyue, hurry and apologize to the fifth princess. Say you were wrong. Surprised that the prime minister had come to demand her apology rather than defend her, Su Qingyue took a deep breath, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry. Fu Yaoyao, acting like a little adult, waved her hand dismissively. No harm done. This princess forgives you. As Su Qingyue was led away by the prime minister, Fu Yaoyao turned to see Fu Linfeng gazing at her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and reached for Fu Linfeng's hand. Father, let us go inside together. Fu Linfeng remained rooted in place. Why did you hit her? Fu Yaoyao feigned ignorance. Father, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Didn't I already say it? It was my sister who slandered me. It has nothing to do with me. Fu Yaoyao sought to evade the issue. But Fu Linfeng was not about to let her off so easily. What did she do to you that warranted a strike? Hitting is wrong. I cannot allow you to develop a habit of resorting to violence whenever you face an issue. Realizing that she had to clarify things today or face her father's displeasure, Fu Yaoyao lowered her head. Father, it was my sister who bullied me. She even threw my snack on the ground. Pointing toward the remnants of the pastry, Fu Yaoyao began to cry. She loved snacks. But concubine and I forbade her from eating too many. After finally deciding to share her favorite treat, only to have it discarded, she felt utterly devastated. So you retaliated by hitting her?
Fu Linfeng esse anger flared.
Fu Yaoyao shook her head vigorously. No. Yaoyao didn't he? It was my sister who called me a bad child. But I am clearly a good baby. Mother often says I am a good child. She blinked her large eyes. Why is my sister saying such things? Mother said children must not lie. Fu Linfeng took a deep breath, looking at Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, if such a situation arises again, you must not hit anyone. Do you understand? Fu Yaoyao immediately shook her head in refusal. No.
They all bully Yaoyao.
In their realm, if you are bullied and you win a fight, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Why can't I hit back? Does that mean I must just stand here and let others bully me? The thought of being a helpless little flower, unloved and uncared for, made Fu Yaoyao feel despondent. No, father, you truly don't care about me. You let others bully me, she cried bitterly. Fu Linfeng felt a headache coming on. How could he explain his meaning? Yaoyao, please don't cry. Let father explain slowly. Fu Linfeng awkwardly attempted to comfort the little girl before him. He had never been good at soothing children. His movements were clumsy. Fu Yuexin had always been obedient, and as long as he held her, she would behave. Other children, even without his intervention, would not dare to misbehave. But Fu Yaoyao was different. She was unafraid of him. When she cried, it was genuine. I want to play with father. You want others to bully Yaoyao. You're a bad person. She glared at Fu Linfeng fiercely. Fu Linfeng rubbed his nose and quickly responded, Yaoyao, you've misunderstood your father. That's not what I meant. He pulled a pastry from seemingly nowhere and placed it in Fu Yaoyao's hands. Instantly, her tears stopped, her large eyes fixated on the treat. Once she quieted down, Fu Linfeng finally spoke. Yaoyao, father doesn't want others to bully you. I want to tell you that, as a princess, there are many things you don't need to handle with your own hands. Fu Yaoyao's big eyes reflected her confusion. Being a princess the same? In their realm, there's no difference. Even if you are a princess, if you lose a fight, you will still be bullied. Fu Linfeng nodded proudly. Of course. You are the princess of our Tianlin kingdom, above all others. If anyone bullies you, they are bullying our kingdom and your father. Fu Yaoyao blinked her eyes and complained. Pretty mother one let me eat snacks. Isn't that bullying me too? That bullying my father? In her mind, Fu Yaoyao only grasped that her status was indeed elevated. From now on, she would eat as many snacks as she wished. Fu Linfeng felt genuinely weary at this moment. This child was truly obstinate. No matter what you said, her focus remained solely on food and play. When she grew a few years older, he would certainly send her to the imperial study for proper education. This is for your own good. Your mother doesn't let you eat snacks to protect you. If children get cavities, it can be quite painful. Fu Linfeng attempted to frighten Fu Yaoyao. However, Fu Yaoyao was not easily scared. Not at all. My teeth won't get cavities. My teeth are just fine. They are beautiful. She proudly displayed her row of tiny milk teeth, white and perfect. No cavities will eat my teeth. If they try, I will tell my demon king father, and he will punish them properly. After all, I am the little princess of the demon realm. They cannot bully me. In the end, Fu Linfeng could only negotiate with Fu Yaoyao. If anything happens in the future, do not fight back on your own. Tell your father and your mother. We will help you solve it. You are still so young. What will you do if others bully you? This was Fu Linfeng's greatest concern. Fu Yaoyao, fearless and unyielding, declared, I can beat children my age. So what about later? Some matters must be resolved collectively. With her mind solely on snacks, Fu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. I know, father. I know. Yet, deep down, she remained unconvinced. I am very strong. They're no match for me. If anyone dares to bully me, I will fight them until they dare not jump around in front of me. Fu Linfeng listened to her thoughts, his expression complicated. It seemed that all his words had been in vain. Chapter 43. the mischievous demon king, holding her while they dined. The lively dance began. A group of beautiful women appeared on stage, particularly the one at the forefront, with fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs. Every smile and frown was irresistibly captivating. Even Fu Linfeng, accustomed to beauty, was drawn in. It was not that he could not resist temptation, but this beauty was indeed extraordinary. She did not shy away, casting a flirtatious glance toward Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao, while eating, dropped her large chicken leg to the ground, leading everyone to believe she admired the beauty before her, for who would not be fond of someone so lovely? Yet Fu Yaoyao's heart was screaming, "Ah, it's her. She is the one sent by the enemy country to assassinate my father. My father was caught off guard and was stabbed by her, leading to his untimely demise. My father has been quite good to me. Should I tell him?" Fu Linfeng, hearing Fu Yaoyao's inner turmoil, couldn't he help but chuckle. He never imagined he would fall victim to such a beauty-esque schemes. Ascending to the throne at 12 and personally leading troops into battle at 15. He had never been deceived by any enemy tactics. Yet, after becoming emperor, his vigilance had waned, and he found himself unable to resist the allure of beauty. On the other hand, he never expected that despite his kindness to Fu Yaoyao, she would be conflicted about whether to save him. Fu Linfeng reached out and pinched her cheek, feeling a sense of relief as he scolded her lightly. His initial admiration faded into indifference, leaving no one able to discern his true feelings for the beauty before him. As the dance concluded, Fu Linfeng addressed the leading beauty, "Come closer. Let me see you properly." The minister sighed internally, lamenting that such a beautiful woman had fallen into Fu Linfeng's grasp. The beauty approached him with an air of confidence. "Your Majesty," her voice soft and delicate. The next moment, Fu Linfeng's voice turned cold. "Imperial guards, seize her at once." The beauty's expression changed dramatically. "Make your move." Upon hearing this, the eunuchs beside Fu Linfeng revealed glimmering blades. "Father, be careful." Fu Yaoyao's pupils dilated, and she rushed forward. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh filled the air, and the scent of blood permeated. Fu Yaoyao clung to Fu Linfeng, blood bubbling from her lips. Her face as pale as death. "Oh, father, it hurts. Am I going to die? Don't tell mother." Fu Linfeng gazed down at the small girl in his arms, an indescribable emotion filling his heart. His Yaoyao, his beloved Yaoyao, had shielded him with her own body. "Quickly summon the imperial physician," he commanded, cradling Fu Yaoyao and rushing into a nearby palace. He laid her on the bed, the dragon bed soaked in her blood. Fu Linfeng's heart twisted painfully. He gently stroked her hair. "Be good, Yaoyao. Father is here. Do not be afraid." The physician arrived swiftly, examining her wounds. The physician's expression turned grave. "Your Majesty," but Fu Linfeng interrupted, "if anything happens to the princess, you will accompany her to the grave." Fu Yaoyao could no longer hold on and fainted. Uncertain how long she had been unconscious, Fu Yaoyao heard a familiar voice calling, "Yaoyao, Yaoyao, wake up." Upon opening her eyes, darkness enveloped her. The voice continued, "Yaoyao, come here." Following the sound, light gradually emerged before her. She saw the demon king, whom she had not seen in a long time, standing before her. After expressing her longing, Fu Yaoyao suddenly spoke, "Father, you always say I am not strong. Today I blocked a knife for the human realm's father. It was so big and hurt so much, but I still did it." She tilted her small head, eagerly awaiting praise from the demon king. A flicker of concern appeared in the demon king's eyes as he patted her head. "Yes, Yaoyao is the best." Fu Yaoyao tugged at the demon king's sleeve, but could not pull him. Turning to face him, she looked up at the tall man curiously. She turned again, pouting slightly. Fu Yaoyao's eyes suddenly brightened. "Father, the snacks here are so delicious. I love them so much. Let us take some back to the demon realm." If not for her father's reminder, she might have forgotten. A flicker of hesitation crossed Fu Yaoyao's face as she slowly asked, "Can I stay here a few more days?" Furrowing her brows, she inquired, "How much longer do I have to stay here?" She missed her turtle, Big Bird, and brothers back home. It had been a rare opportunity for her to visit the human realm. Although she missed them a bit, the thought of her actions made her want to forget. However, she could not express this to avoid hurting Fu Yaoyao's feelings. The demon king could only patiently soothe her. After some thought, Fu Yaoyao nodded obediently. "Okay, father, you don't need to worry. I'm living well here. Mother is super beautiful. Although you are not as good as father, she treats me well." The demon king felt no concern for her safety. Rather, he dreaded that Fu Yaoyao would revert to being a mischievous troublemaker in the human realm. The demon king adjusted his expression. Fu Yaoyao hopped down from his embrace. "All right. Father, goodbye." Chapter 44, finally awakened after bidding farewell to the demon king, Fu Yaoyao. Heeding his words, she continued forward until she reached the place illuminated by light, her destination. Finally, she opened her eyes to behold the scruffy visage of Fu Linfeng. In a weak voice, Fu Yaoyao remarked, "Father, why do you look so unkempt? It's quite unappealing." Apart from attending court, he had not left her side. Seeing her awake and still possessing the energy to jest brought a flicker of hope to Fu Linfeng's heart. He had envisioned countless possibilities. the gravest being that he would never again hear Fu Yaoyao's sweet voice. Despair had settled within him, especially since even the imperial physician had expressed that the likelihood of her waking was slim. Fu Yaoyao gazed intently at Fu Linfeng and said, "Father, you truly do not look good. You should be as handsome as before." Her eyes reflected a clear disdain for his appearance. At that moment he asked Yaoyao, "Tell your father, do you feel any discomfort?" She shifted slightly, her expression quickly darkening. "It hurts, it really hurts, father." Only then did she recall how she had shielded Fu Linfeng from a knife. "Wah, such a long knife, it frightened me so much. Father, I never want to see such a long knife again." That day, she had not thought much. Instinctively, she had rushed forward to protect him. Fu Linfeng might encounter danger, but she was certain she would remain unscathed. Fu Yaoyao still had unwavering faith in her powerful father. Fu Linfeng embraced her, promising, "Rest assured, Yaoyao, your father will protect you well from now on." At this moment, concubine Ning received the news and hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Fu Yaoyao awake, she rushed over and carefully held her in her arms. "Yaoyao, tell your mother, do you feel any discomfort?" She had been preoccupied with thoughts of what she would do if something truly happened to Fu Yaoyao. She would not be able to bear it. Her child was still so young and obedient. What if she were to be bullied on the road to the underworld? She would have to accompany her. To her relief, the heavens had favored her, and Fu Yaoyao had awakened. Fu Yaoyao extended her tiny hand and gently patted concubine Ning's back. "Mother, do not worry, I'm perfectly fine." Overcome with joy, concubine Ning wept. The vast palace echoed with her elation. Fu Yaoyao, feeling a pang of hunger, shyly covered her belly. "Father, mother, I am hungry." Being hungry is a good sign, Fu Linfeng quickly responded, instructing the kitchen to prepare a light meal for the fifth princess. The servants moved swiftly, but when Fu Yaoyao saw the bland food, she frowned and refused. "I do not want to eat this. I want big pig trotters and chicken legs." "I will not eat chicken legs." She felt particularly famished and longed for something delicious. To her dismay, they had brought her such plain fare. She would not eat it. Frowning, she huffed and turned her head away, determined to have something tasty instead. Concubine Ning, maintaining her patience, coaxed, "Yaoyao, be good. Your wounds have not yet healed. I promise, if you eat some porridge now, once you recover, I will have the royal kitchen prepare your favorite delicacies." Fu Yaoyao was unconvinced. "I do not want porridge. I want big pig trotters right now." She was no longer a child. Such words could not deceive her. Immediately, Fu Linfeng intervened, gently encouraging, "Yaoyao, be good. Once you recover, I will have people prepare your favorite snacks." Upon hearing about her favorite treats, Fu Yaoyao quieted down, but still insisted, "But I cannot eat now." She wanted those delights at this very moment. Fu Linfeng shook his head. "I have instructed the royal kitchen to create a new type of snack that is guaranteed to be delicious." Excitement surged in Fu Yaoyao at the mention of new snacks. "Are they really delicious?" Fu Linfeng replied slowly, "I cannot say for sure yet, but I do know that if a certain little princess does not eat properly now, she will certainly miss out on the new snacks." The next moment, Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously, "I will eat. I want to eat now." She reached out to concubine Ning, exclaiming, "Mother, feed me." Concubine Ning was taken aback by how easily Fu Linfeng had resolved the situation. She gave him a thumbs up and began to feed Fu Yaoyao spoonful by spoonful. Knowing her daughter's preferences, concubine Ning had the royal kitchen prepare porridge made with fish broth. Once Fu Yaoyao was full, she lay back, sighing, "Mother, I am so stuffed, truly too stuffed." Concubine Ning chuckled, "If it is this delicious, then you should not eat new snacks tomorrow. Just have this instead, all right?" Fu Yaoyao immediately shook her head. "No way. Snacks are definitely a must." Fu Linfeng smiled indulgently at her. He left the room to handle matters regarding the assassins, having finally found the time to do so. His gaze darkened as he commanded, "Bring them to me at once." While he had not previously dealt with these issues, the thought of Fu Yaoyao's pale face lying in his arms was unbearable. Soon, the culprits were brought before him. Upon their arrival, one of the women glared at Fu Linfeng with venomous eyes. "Tyrant! You despot!" Fu Linfeng looked down at them. "Who sent you?" Neither spoke. He scoffed coldly. "You choose silence. Then let us see how tough you truly are." With that, the Imperial Guards sprang into action, preparing to execute them. "Let us play a little game. Since you both are so tough, let us see who will surrender first. The one who confesses will spare the other's life." Though his mind was focused on Fu Yaoyao, he did not neglect this matter. Since they dared to provoke him, he was curious to see how resolute they would remain in the face of adversity. Screams echoed through the prison. One man shouted, "You tyrant! If you have the guts, kill us." Fu Linfeng replied with a playful tone, "Do you truly believe any of you will survive? The one who confesses will allow the other to die easily. The choice is yours." In the study, the atmosphere was tense. Concubine Ning held Fu Yaoyao as they stood before Fu Linfeng. It was not just the two of them. Other imperial consorts, including concubine Jing, were present, as well as individuals from the general's residence. Fu Yaoyao's large eyes roamed about curiously. A eunuch stepped forward, presenting a collection of items before Fu Yaoyao. Princess, please take one. The eunuch showed great respect towards her, as he was a favored servant of Fu Linfeng, aware of the significance of this moment for Fu Yaoyao and concubine Ning. Fu Yaoyao glanced at concubine Ning, who silently nodded in encouragement. She then turned her gaze to the array of treasures, which included gold and silver jewelry, as well as a life-saving medal. Pure concubine's pupils constricted in disbelief. She had not anticipated that concubine Ning and this lowly girl would encounter such fortuitous circumstances. Gripping her fists tightly, she watched as Fu Yaoyao reached out for the jewelry, a smile creeping onto her face. While the gold and silver were indeed valuable, in the grand scheme of these treasures, they seemed less significant. To her astonishment, concubine Ning had evidently taught her daughter to be so easily swayed. Even Fu Linfeng was inclined to provide Fu Yaoyao with special treatment. Had he known, he would not have placed the gold and jewels within. Such a young child knows nothing, only that the shining gold is beautiful. However, the concubine Ning was indifferent. She cared not what Fu Yaoyao might take, all she desired was her own happiness. To her surprise, Fu Yaoyao directly cradled the jewelry in her arms and then presented it to concubine Ning, saying, "Mother, it's beautiful. I want you to wear it." At that moment, concubine Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. Though she had not provided her with a good life, Fu Yaoyao constantly thought of her. After all, she had exchanged her own life for this moment of reward, yet here was her daughter offering her treasures. Concubine Ning felt a pang in her heart, rendered speechless. Unaware of her mother's emotions, Fu Yaoyao turned and rushed back to the tray. She then withdrew a golden token of immunity and placed it in Ning Shiji's hand, saying, "Big brother, this is for you." She had no idea what it was, but her intuition told her it was invaluable. The entire Ning family looked at Fu Yaoyao in disbelief. Ning Shiji's voice was hoarse as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fifth princess." They had never considered intervening in Fu Yaoyao's choices. Whatever she selected was her own merit and had nothing to do with them. Once again, Fu Yaoyao approached and took a piece of armor from the tray. It was quite large, and her small frame could not carry it entirely. She dragged it over to Fu Linfeng. "Father, this is for you. Wear it, and you won't be afraid of being stabbed with knives. It hurts so much." Hearing her soft and cute voice, Fu Linfeng could no longer contain himself and embraced Fu Yaoyao tightly, saying, "Yaoyao, you are so kind to your father." Fu Yaoyao beamed with a sweet smile. "Father is also good to me, and he gives me delicious snacks." She had not forgotten Fu Linfeng as promised to take her out for treats. Fu Linfeng affectionately rubbed her little nose. "You dear child." Fu Yaoyao then busily distributed the treasures from the tray to the Ning family members. Even the eunuchs nearby received silver. Yet, the palace concubine received nothing. After distributing everything, she looked up at Fu Linfeng with a hopeful expression, asking for praise. "Father, am I wonderful? I shared all these things with everyone." Fu Linfeng patted her little bun, saying, "Yaoyao is indeed wonderful." He had never anticipated that Fu Yaoyao would think of him amidst her generosity. She glanced at her round little belly, realizing she had not had lunch yet and was quite hungry. Fu Linfeng observed her and asked, "Yaoyao, will you not save a little something for yourself?" She had cleared the entire tray of treasures. Fu Yaoyao shook her head. "No need, I don't need it. I want those who can use it to have it." Her voice was gentle. "Mother is beautiful but has no jewelry. With jewelry, she would look even more stunning. This armor goes well with the black token, so I will give it to father. Father often gets hurt by knives, so he should wear this." She counted on her tiny fingers, carefully tallying her thoughts. Fu Linfeng sighed. "You are quite the little rascal." As silence fell, Chuanfei finally seized the opportunity to speak. She approached Fu Linfeng, saying, "Your Majesty, you cannot indulge the fifth princess like this." She was unwilling to let Fu Yaoyao give away treasures so freely. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao hurried to protect the gold and silver jewelry, exclaiming, "No, these are gifts from father to me. I want to give them to you. Mother is super beautiful. Dressing her up beautifully is unmatched." Chuanfei took a deep breath, striving to control her emotions. She hardly coveted those trinkets. Rather, she resented Fu Yaoyao giving away such precious items to the General S household, believing these treasures rightfully belonged to her daughter. Chuanfei quickly added, "Your Majesty, today is a day of merit and reward. As the daughter of the emperor, it is the fifth princess's duty to shield you. If it were Fulu, she would never ask for so many treasures." She compared Fu Yaoyao unfavorably with Fu Yuexin, hoping Fu Linfeng would see how selfish Fu Yaoyao was. However, Fu Linfeng's expression turned cold. "Are you implying that my life is unworthy of such treasures?" Chuanfei could not possibly mean that. She quickly knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I did not mean that. I merely believe that as the emperor's daughter, it is her duty to do such things. How can a daughter protect her father while receiving so much in return? Your Majesty, please reconsider." Chuanfei continued to bow her head repeatedly. At this moment, Fu Yaoyao finally grasped the situation. She released concubine Ning's hand and said, "If that is the case, let father present the treasures previously awarded to sixth sister." Chuanfei's eyes widened, her voice sharp. "Those belong to Fulu." With a forced smile, Fei replied, "Fifth princess, you misunderstand my meaning. I merely believe that the emperor is your biological father. Without him, there would be no you. It is only right to protect your own father without expecting anything in return." Fu Yaoyao seemed to understand slightly and nodded. Chapter 46. Father is a pauper. Fei did not expect Fu Yaoyao to be so resilient. She endeavored to suppress her anger and smiled gently at Fu Yaoyao. "Fifth princess, may I ask you a question?" Fu Yaoyao's big eyes twinkled with curiosity. She assumed this was a test and was eager to participate. Fei struggled to maintain her smile. "Fifth princess, is the emperor your real father?" She thought Fu Yaoyao would not comprehend her previous remarks. Not all children are as intelligent as Fu Yuexin, and Fu Yaoyao, with her plump, fair appearance, did not seem particularly clever. Fu Yaoyao nodded. "Of course. Father's my daddy. I love him the most." This simple question posed no challenge for her. Fei continued. "Indeed, since the emperor is your father and your favorite person, should you not protect him?" Fu Linfeng frowned at this, disliking Fei's words, especially her attempt to manipulate the child. "Mother, I understand what you mean, but you do not understand my intention. Father has many children, not just me. There are also 6 sisters and my brothers and sisters. But when the incident occurred, none of them were present. Only I was there to protect father. Since 6 sisters did nothing yet received so much, why can't I have it?" She gazed at Fei with innocent, clear eyes. Fei was caught off guard by Fu Yaoyao's response. The silent concubine Jing was equally surprised by Fei's ineptitude, unable to articulate a response to a child's question. She stepped forward to aid Fei, saying, "Fifth princess, Fei did not mean that. She was merely suggesting that you might have depleted the emperor's little treasury." It must be said, concubine Jing had a way with words. Fu Yaoyao turned to Fu Linfeng, her expression troubled. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Father, are you really so poor? I will no longer eat snacks." She had thought Fu Linfeng as affluent as her father from the demon realm, only to discover he was a pauper. Henceforth, she would forgo snacks to save him some money. Hearing this, Fu Linfeng was both amused and exasperated. Why did she think he was impoverished? He pretended to ponder for a moment and said, "Very well, from now on, Yaoyao shall eat less to save some money for father." Fu Yaoyao gazed at him with longing, ultimately nodding her head in heartache. She resolved to work diligently in order to earn enough to indulge herself in whatever culinary delights she desired. Unbeknownst to Fu Linfeng, he appeared to her as a figure on the brink of financial ruin. Fei, taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's silence, hastily interjected, "Fifth princess, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Fu Yaoyao turned, puzzled. "What have I forgotten?" She was unaware of her own oversight. Jing Guifei, gently chiming in, remarked, "The emperor is already in such dire straits. The gifts you just presented were intended for the Ning family." She had no desire to grant any favor to them, even though she was merely 2 years old, fully aware that such a situation was embarrassing. With Fu Linfeng's lack of funds, she was willing to be frugal in the future. Fu Linfeng lifted Fu Yaoyao into his arms and cast a cold glance at Jing Guifei and Fei in the distance. If he had become so impoverished that he needed the princess to exchange her dignity for his sake, then Jing Guifei and Fei, as his consorts, should also contribute. Henceforth, their allowances would be halved. To speak so dismissively in his presence was to misjudge his patience. His earlier silence regarding Fu Yaoyao was merely a means to observe how she would confront these matters. Bring forth the decree. The 5th princess is to be titled Princess Anping, with lands granted in Yanping, and her monthly tributes shall be bestowed upon her. This is the gift Fu Linfeng truly yearned to bestow upon Fu Yaoyao. No gift could surpass such exalted honor. As long as she holds power and influence, none shall dare to bully her. Fei stared at Fu Linfeng in disbelief. Previously, Fu Yuexin had been the most unique presence in the palace, having been conferred a title at birth, which she had always taken pride in. Yet the realization that Fu Yaoyao had also received a title, one even more substantial than Fu Yuexin's, was simply intolerable for her. Taking a deep breath, Fei was about to voice her thoughts when Jing Guifei silenced her with a mere glance. This fool had already implicated herself and yet remained ignorant. Fu Linfeng's affection for Fu Yaoyao was evident on his face, and yet she dared to provoke him. Truly foolish. Fei fell silent. Fu Yaoyao, however, paid no heed to their inner thoughts. All she knew was that she was now hungry. "Father, mother, can we eat now?" she asked, clutching her little belly. Fu Linfeng picked her up. "Come. Father will take you to eat." A warmth enveloped Fu Linfeng's heart, an emotion he had never felt even towards Fu Yuexin. He intended to spare no gift for Fu Yaoyao, and she would always occupy a special place in his heart. With Fu Linfeng cradling both Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao, they departed, much to the delight of the general's household, who recognized Fu Yaoyao as their little blessing. They vowed to cherish her dearly. Jing Guifei and Fei clenched their fists, acutely aware of the significant threat posed by Ning Fei and the general's family. Having labored to undermine Ning Fei, they could not allow her resurgence. Exchanging a knowing glance, both understood the treachery that lay ahead, an unspoken pact between them. Chapter 47. Encountering the flower demon, Fu Linfeng emerged from the study, carrying Fu Yaoyao in his arms. He gazed at her with delight. Yaoyao, would you like to accompany father outside the palace for some fun? Fu Yaoyao had never ventured beyond the palace walls, and she had yet to fully explore its entirety. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we really go out?
Fu Linfeng nodded.
I wish to see the world. Would you accompany me? Fu Yaoyao wrapped her arms around his neck, brimming with joy. Father, I want to go. Her eagerness was palpable. Fu Linfeng held her close, reveling in her soft, tender form. Father will take Yaoyao with him. Ning Fei hesitated, casting a worried glance at Fu Linfeng before speaking. Your Majesty, Yaoyao. She had never allowed Fu Yaoyao to stray from her sight, and the thought of her leaving now made her uneasy. Fu Linfeng, sensing her apprehension, gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, Do not worry, my beloved. I will personally look after Yaoyao. She will be safe. Ning Fei gazed into Fu Linfeng's steadfast eyes, her worries somewhat alleviated. She understood the depth of his affection for Fu Yaoyao and trusted in his capabilities. Embracing Fu Yaoyao, Fu Linfeng turned toward the palace gates. Their figures appeared especially heartwarming in the sunlight, as if they were part of a beautiful painting. Once outside the palace, Fu Linfeng led Fu Yaoyao to a bustling street. She marveled at her surroundings, her eyes alight with curiosity and excitement. Hand in hand with Fu Linfeng, she skipped joyfully along the street, relishing this rare opportunity.
Fu Linfeng,
enchanted by her innocent smile, felt a profound softness in his heart. He guided her through the marketplace, purchasing numerous trinkets for her. Clutching a delicate rabbit doll, Fu Yaoyao's eyes formed crescent moons as she beamed. Suddenly, the sound of drums caught their attention. It was a street performance of acrobatics.
Intrigued, Fu Yaoyao edged closer.
And Fu Linfeng followed closely behind, wary of losing her. The acrobatics were captivating, and Fu Yaoyao watched with rapt attention, occasionally gasping in delight. Observing her excitement, Fu Linfeng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After the performance concluded, Fu Yaoyao eagerly discussed it with Fu Linfeng, her words filled with childlike wonder and curiosity, prompting him to wish to show her even more marvels. As they strolled, Fu Yaoyao held tightly to the candied hawthorn skewers he had just bought her. Just then, a guard approached, having purchased a little monkey from the acrobats. Fu Yaoyao joyfully embraced the monkey, planting a kiss on its cheek. Little monkey, you are now my friend. I will take good care of you. It was indeed remarkable. The monkey had shown no interest in the guard but leaped with delight upon entering Fu Yaoyao's arms. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the faint scent of flowers. Fu Yaoyao looked up to see a sea of blossoms nearby, vibrant colors swaying in the breeze. Her eyes lit up, and she tugged at Fu Linfeng's hand, exclaiming, Father, look, there are flowers. They're so beautiful, just like me. Fu Linfeng couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. He allowed her to lead him into the floral expanse. Petals drifted softly, as if dancing to celebrate their arrival. Amidst the flowers, Fu Yaoyao flitted about, pausing to admire the exquisite blooms, her face radiating pure joy. Suddenly, she halted, pointing at an especially brilliant flower. Father, look at this one. It seems even more beautiful than the others. Fu Linfeng approached to examine the flower she indicated, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Just then, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, causing Fu Linfeng to furrow his brow and scan the surroundings with vigilance. Oblivious to the change in atmosphere, Fu Yaoyao continued to delight in the flowers. Abruptly, she swayed and collapsed into Fu Linfeng's embrace. Alarmed, he quickly held her close. Yaoyao, what is wrong? As he surveyed the once beautiful flower field, it now appeared sinister. The blossoms seemed to come alive, emanating an eerie glow as they encroached upon them. A foreboding sensation gripped Fu Linfeng. He understood they were facing something malevolent. He held Fu Yaoyao tightly, attempting to repel the encroaching flowers with his inner strength. Yet, those blossoms seemed to possess boundless energy, relentlessly advancing toward them. Fu Linfeng took a deep breath, preparing to depart with Fu Yaoyao. Just then, the unconscious Fu Yaoyao suddenly opened her eyes. She stood protectively in front of Fu Linfeng, saying, Father, could you push back a little? To his astonishment, he found himself shielded by a mere 2-year-old child. Fu Linfeng's expression became increasingly complex. At that moment, a melodious flute melody resonated through the air. The approaching flowers appeared to be enchanted, halting in their tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Linfeng swiftly lifted Fu Yaoyao and fled the sea of blossoms. They arrived at an open meadow, where Fu Linfeng gently set Fu Yaoyao down, relieved to see her unharmed. Yaoyao, what just happened? He inquired with concern. Fu Yaoyao blinked, a mysterious smile gracing her face as she replied, Father, I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry. As she spoke, she produced a delicate flute from her pocket, the very instrument that had just played that enchanting melody. Fu Linfeng sighed in relief, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the flowers in the distance seemed to awaken once more. Fu Yaoyao's expression shifted, and she rummaged through her small pouch, pulling out an array of items. "This is Grandpa Turtleshell, this is Uncle Bird's chick, and this is Sister Phoenix's feather," she exclaimed, scattering treasures across the ground. Fu Linfeng's gaze grew even more intricate. He had never anticipated experiencing such fantastical events. Moreover, Fu Yaoyao spoke of them so casually that he found himself at a loss for words. Had he not known Fu Yaoyao was extraordinary, he might have mistaken her for a creature of folklore. After a prolonged search, Fu Yaoyao finally produced a zither. She handed it to Fu Linfeng, urging, "Father, play the zither quickly." To his utter surprise, she had just requested this of him. Fu Linfeng stood frozen for a moment, holding the instrument, while Fu Yaoyao anxiously urged him as the flowers surged toward them. "Father, please act swiftly. Do not dawdle." Chapter 48. An incident occurred, only then did Fu Linfeng react. He hastily accepted the zither from Fu Yaoyao. Initially devoid of hope, he was aware of his own martial prowess, yet the gravity of the situation left him momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, he seated himself on the ground. The zither's notes began to resonate softly, initially somber, like the whisper of winds in a valley, gradually escalating into a passionate crescendo, akin to the roaring of rivers. Resounding with grandeur, Fu Yaoyao stood by, her gaze fixed intently upon Fu Linfeng. The once aggressive flowers, under the influence of the music, began to calm. The petals fell more slowly, no longer rushing toward them. As the melody continued, Fu Linfeng's expression turned serious and focused, as if the world had narrowed down to just him and his zither. With the ebb and flow of the music, the flowers seemed to dance, gently swaying, revealing their most exquisite forms. A surge of admiration welled up within Fu Yaoyao as she gazed at Fu Linfeng's profile, perceiving him as a towering figure in that moment. "Father, switch to the river and mountain melody," she suddenly declared. Fu Linfeng's eyes widened, and the music abruptly ceased. His brow furrowed, confusion evident in his gaze as he looked at Fu Yaoyao. Yet she remained resolute, repeating, "Father, switch to the river and mountain melody." After a moment of silence, he nodded. Taking a deep breath, his fingers delicately plucked the strings, and the familiar melody resounded once more. This time, the music soared higher, as if 1,000 troops were galloping, and the very earth trembled. The flowers, once tranquil, stirred to life again with the melody of the river and mountain. But this time they danced rather than attacked, painting a series of beautiful scenes. As the music persisted, the blossoms began to emanate a gentle glow, as if imbued with life. Fu Yaoyao watched in astonishment, her heart brimming with awe. She had not anticipated that the river and mountain melody possessed such wondrous power. Fu Linfeng's demeanor grew increasingly animated, as though he resonated with the spirits of nature, infusing his emotions into the music. Suddenly, the melody surged dramatically, as if striving to break through the heavens. The flowers, guided by the music, swiftly converged in a singular direction.
Fu Linfeng approached Fu Yaoyao. "Yaoyao?"
Thankfully, the guards he had brought remained outside, leaving only a few trusted attendants to witness this spectacle. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to protect Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao's small face was exceptionally serious as she observed the direction the flowers were departing. She recalled that only the flower goddess from the celestial realm and the flower spirits from their demon realm could command flowers. Others were powerless against them. She sensed no trace of demonic energy among these blossoms. Yet, she and Fu Linfeng were merely ordinary humans. Why would these flowers inexplicably assault unremarkable mortals? Fu Yaoyao found it perplexing. Moreover, neither Uncle Jade Emperor nor her father had ever spoken of such matters. She felt utterly bewildered by the current situation. Furrowing her small lips, her youthful face was etched with confusion. "Father, I am unsure of the current circumstances, but I can assure you that the mortal realm has changed." Taking a deep breath, she resolved to share her thoughts with Fu Linfeng. With a serious expression, she looked at him and said, "Father, the current situation is quite intricate, differing from what you might imagine." She conveyed her conjectures to Fu Linfeng. He gazed at her in shock, as if he had heard something unfathomable. "Yaoyao, what are you saying?" His voice trembled, nearly unable to believe his ears. Fu Yaoyao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady tone. "Father, it is also possible that I am mistaken. Perhaps it is merely the emergence of certain extraordinary individuals." Fu Linfeng stood there, dazed, his mind a whirlwind. Yet, observing the earnestness in Fu Yaoyao's eyes, he understood that his daughter would never speak without reason. Fu Linfeng fought to suppress the tremor in his voice. "How should we resolve this?" No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream echoed from outside. Fu Yaoyao extended her hand toward Fu Linfeng. "Quick,
"Take me out to sea."
Having spent her time in the demon realm indulging in play, she had hardly learned any spells. Just moments ago, she had merely repelled those flowers. Fu Linfeng immediately scooped up Fu Yaoyao and dashed out of the room. The once vibrant streets were now in disarray. The flowers that should have been quietly blooming now seemed animated, frantically attacking passers-by. People fled in panic, yet the flowers pursued them as if possessed. Witnessing the scene, Fu Yaoyao was filled with shock. She had not expected her suspicions to be validated. This world had indeed transformed into something entirely unfamiliar. Suddenly, A colossal flower charged toward Fu Linfeng and Fu Yaoyao. Fu Linfeng's eyes sharpened, swiftly shielding Fu Yaoyao as he evaded. The enormous blossom crashed violently to the ground, creating a deep crater. Fu Yaoyao clung tightly to Fu Linfeng's neck, her small face taut with determination. Father, we must find a solution quickly, or this world will descend into chaos.
Fu Linfeng inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement.
He recognized that his daughter was indeed correct. The world has undergone tremendous changes, and they must swiftly find a way to cope. At that moment, a strange sound of wind filled the air. Fu Linfeng raised his head warily, only to see a massive black hole appear in the sky. Emanating from the black hole was an eerie glow, as if something were slowly descending from within. Fu Yaoyao's heart sank. She felt a powerful pressure emanating from the black hole, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Father, be careful, she whispered urgently. Fu Linfeng gripped his sword tightly, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a colossal beast flew out of the black hole, its gaping maw aimed directly at Fu Linfeng and Fu Yaoyao. With a cold glint in his eyes, Fu Linfeng swung his sword to meet the creature. However, the beast's strength was overwhelming, and he could only barely fend off its attacks. Chapter 49. And the Princess Fu Linfeng was thrown to the ground by the beast. The entire street was in chaos, a far cry from their earlier departure from the palace. Fu Yaoyao watched the scene unfold, her eyes crimson with rage. She felt a surge of anger boil within her. It had taken great effort for Fu Linfeng to bring her out to see the world. Yet they had barely arrived on the street before facing such calamity. Was this truly the trial her father had spoken of? To witness monsters slaughtering humans? She could not believe her father would orchestrate such a thing, yet the beast before her was irrefutable proof. The demon beasts of the demon realm had come to wreak havoc in the human world. As the demon emperor, her father was either in grave danger, or this was a deliberate act on his part. But she had seen him just recently, and he had disclosed nothing to her. Fu Yaoyao did not wish to dwell on the matter, but then Fu Linfeng coughed up blood, falling to the ground. Fu Yaoyao's face turned pale with fear as she clutched his clothing tightly, her voice trembling. Fu Linfeng was also frightened, but he knew they must remain calm. If they panicked, the guards would follow suit. He needed to steady Yaoyao's emotions to prevent her from affecting others. Struggling to his feet, he grasped her shoulders firmly, his eyes shining with resolve. Yaoyao, do not be afraid. We will be all right, he whispered, his voice weak yet filled with strength. As she looked at Fu Linfeng's figure standing protectively in front of her and the panicking citizens around them, she took a deep breath and made a decision. This turmoil was indeed a consequence of the demon realm's negligence. As a princess of the demon realm, it was her duty to address these matters. She glanced at Fu Linfeng before stealthily turning to leave. Finding a secluded corner, she observed the demon beasts rampaging through the streets. Lacking sufficient power, she could not drive them away. Yet, as the princess of the demon realm, her soul remained unchanged despite her reincarnation. She closed her eyes and retrieved a dagger from her pocket. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yaoyao pricked her finger, using her blood to draw a complex array in the air. This forbidden technique, learned in the demon realm, summoned demonic power through blood. As the blood dripped, the array began to glow, and a tremendous force surged forth, sweeping towards the surrounding beasts. The demon beasts were momentarily stunned by the sudden power, halting in their tracks and letting out terrified roars. Fu Yaoyao felt the energy within her waning, but she pressed on, knowing this was her only means of protecting the citizens and Fu Linfeng. At last, the light of the array faded, and the demon beasts were repelled, restoring some semblance of order to the streets. Fu Yaoyao swayed, the forbidden technique having drained her significantly. Unable to hold on, her vision blurred, and she collapsed. When she next awoke, it was in a strange room. Mother, come quickly, she's awake. A rough voice called out. Moments later, a woman, her clothing patched and worn, entered the room. Fu Yaoyao blinked, taking in the humble yet clean surroundings. Had she truly fainted from using forbidden magic? Where was she? Confusion filled her mind as she saw the woman gazing at her with concern. Little girl, you are awake. You are truly fortunate. My husband found you in a near-lifeless state on the street, the woman exclaimed, her eyes filled with relief. Fu Yaoyao struggled to sit up, her heart tumultuous. She remembered fainting after invoking the forbidden technique, yet she was now in this unfamiliar place. Father, I must find my father, she insisted. The woman and the man beside her exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. They merely saw a plump, fair girl who had fainted on the street and felt pity. They never imagined she could be a fool claiming to be a princess. If she were truly a princess, how could she have collapsed in the street? Upon hearing their words, Fu Yaoyao became agitated, nodding vigorously yes, thank you. The woman smiled and gently patted her head before exiting with the man. They decided to inquire with the local officials, as her claims of being a princess and residing in the palace were beyond their means to handle. Upon reaching the town's magistrate, they explained the situation. The magistrate furrowed his brow upon hearing their tale and promptly ordered them to leave. Huang Zhaodi pleaded, Honorable magistrate, our girl insists she is a princess. Could you please help us inform the emperor? Huang Zhaodi and Wang He were dismissed from the magistrate's office. Looking at her son, Huang Zhaodi frowned. What are we to do? Wang He also furrowed his brow. Mother, could it be a mistake? While she is fair and chubby, she does not appear to be a princess. He hadn't anticipated the chaos outside. Perhaps we should take advantage of her still-dazed state and abandon her. Times are difficult, and it is already hard enough for us to survive. With a cough, Wang He lamented. He had a younger brother, only 7 years old. At 10, he was too frail to be of much help. Huang Zhaodi had single-handedly raised him and his brother through hard work. He felt sorrow for her. Taking on another child would be immensely challenging. Huang Zhaodi hesitated, her kind heart at war with practicality. If the child had indeed suffered a head injury, abandoning her would surely lead to her demise. Wang He sighed. Huang Zhaodi had a good heart, but it was her soft nature that led to their current predicament after losing their father. He could not believe that luck could be so fortuitous as to find a princess on the street. Chapter 50. I am Princess Onping. Fu Linfeng would undoubtedly learn that she had saved the entire city as populace and would commend her. Huang Zhaodi sighed, stroking Fu Yaoyao's head. My child, how unfortunate for you to have suffered such an injury at such a tender age. Fu Yaoyao responded, who has injured me? It was I who the chaos outside was overwhelming. Huang Zhaodi felt relieved to see her 2 children standing unharmed before her. Yang, look here, a little sister. Huang Zhaodi introduced Fu Yaoyao to Wang Yang. Initially unaware of Fu Yaoyao sitting on the bed, he turned and was struck by her resemblance to a porcelain doll. Sitting obediently with her fair skin and large, blinking eyes, Wang Yang's heart melted instantly. He lunged in front of Fu Yaoyao, exclaiming, wow, she is indeed my sister. He playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, marveling, so soft. Mother, do we really have a sister now? Fu Yaoyao appeared bewildered, her mind still processing the situation. Huang Zhaodi smiled and nodded. Yes, Yanger, this is your sister. She has suffered some injury to her head and cannot remember her past. Please spend time with her and ensure she does not feel afraid. Huang Zhaodi had already resolved to keep Fu Yaoyao with them. After all, such a young child, especially a girl, would likely not survive long on her own. Although life with them was difficult, at least she would not starve. Wang Yang immediately nodded. Mother, do not worry. I will take good care of my sister. He took Fu Yaoyao's hand and asked, Sister, are you hungry? I will fetch you something to eat. With that, he dashed out energetically. Fu Yaoyao pouted, expressing, Father, Mother, I want to be with Mother. At that moment, she grasped the situation. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and soon her little mouth quivered as she began to cry. Her plaintive wails prompted Huang Zhaodi to embrace her, asking, What is it, dear one? Are you feeling unwell? Through her sobs, Fu Yaoyao managed to say, I want father, I want mother. I do not want to be with you. You are all bad people. You are human traffickers. You have taken me away. Father and mother will not let you go. Huang Zhaodi and Wang He were taken aback, exchanging glances. They had saved Fu Yaoyao's life, yet she accused them of being traffickers? Wang He frowned. No more crying. Realizing her tears were futile, Fu Yaoyao ceased her crying and glared defiantly at Huang Zhaodi and Wang He. Once she grew quiet, they left her alone in the room to attend to their own matters. After they departed, Fu Yaoyao climbed down from the bed, determined to find a way to escape. Though merely 2 years old, she was the little princess of the demon realm and would never submit so easily. She first approached the door, only to find it locked from the outside. Furrowing her brow, she called out, Open the door, I want to go out. No one responded. She then moved to the window, which was tightly shut. After a brief struggle, she discovered it could be opened. Peering outside, she saw a shabby little courtyard with a small vegetable garden. She strained to pull over a small stool and managed to climb out of the window, only to tumble to the ground, the pain nearly prompting her to cry out. However, thoughts of Fu Linfeng and Ning Fei steadied her emotions. She was resolute in her escape. The entrance was deserted, and she seized the opportunity to slip out. Fu Linfeng had advised her that if she encountered difficulties outside, she should seek out the local magistrate. Without hesitation, Fu Yaoyao began to ask passers-by how to find the magistrate. Excuse me, how do I get to the magistrate's house? Auntie, I wish to go to the magistrate's home. Pretty sister, you are so beautiful. Can you tell me how to get to the magistrate's house? With her adorable appearance and sweet voice, despite her short legs, she eventually arrived at the magistrate's residence. Holding her little stomach, she pouted, never having experienced hunger before. Just as she reached the magistrate's office, a constable emerged and approached her, asking, Little girl, whom are you looking for? Fu Yaoyao replied in her childish voice, I am looking for the magistrate. The constable observed her delicate features and clean attire, which set her apart from the typical child. He squatted down, inquiring, What business do you have with the magistrate? Upon hearing her claim of being a victim of human trafficking, the constable grew alert. He was currently investigating a case of missing persons and was taken aback to encounter a little girl alleging she had been abducted. Do not be afraid, little girl. I am an officer under the magistrate. Please tell me how you were taken by the traffickers, and I will take you to the magistrate. The constable escorted Fu Yaoyao into the magistrate's office. Once inside, Fu Yaoyao recounted her experience of being abducted, her innocent voice painting a vivid picture. The magistrate listened, initially incredulous, but as he observed Fu Yaoyao, he sensed she was not fabricating her story. He promptly ordered an investigation. "Who is your father?" he asked. Fu Yaoyao tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. "My father is Fu Linfeng, and my mother is Ning Fei." The magistrate's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who do you say you are?" Fu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, sensing the magistrate's incredulity. "My father is Fu Linfeng, the emperor, and my mother is Ning Fei. I am Princess Onping." The magistrate descended from his chair, mockingly lifting Fu Yaoyao from the ground. "So, you thought you could deceive me this morning. And now you attempt to use a child for your trickery?" Fu Yaoyao struggled, kicking her legs. "Let me go. I will have my father punish you." The magistrate sneered. "I would like to see how he would punish me. Now, begone, or I shall punish you myself." Fu Yaoyao continued to protest. "I am Princess Onping." "What Princess Onping? I have never heard of her. I only know that Princess Fulilu is the blessing of our Tianlin kingdom. If it were not for Princess Fulilu, our kingdom would be in peril." Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who did you say?" The magistrate exchanged glances with the constable, who promptly lifted Fu Yaoyao and carried her outside. This child seems to be well-formed, yet her mind is clearly muddled. Chapter 51. Escape again. Fu Yaoyao was carried out of the magistrate's office by the constable. She stamped her little foot, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I am Princess Onping. Be careful, or I will have you punished." When she resided in the palace, whenever Fu Linfeng mentioned punishment, everyone trembled in fear. Fu Yaoyao perceived punishment as something dreadful, and she could invoke fear with just a mention. Now, she regarded this as her protective charm. The constable scoffed. "Princess? This is the magistrate's office. Even if the emperor himself arrived, he would have to follow our rules. Now, be off with you. I have never heard of any Princess Onping." Fu Yaoyao was taken aback that the constable did not believe her. Fuming, she declared, "You will regret this. When my brother arrives, you will see." The constable ignored her, unceremoniously depositing her in a room before turning to leave. It dawned on her what the magistrate had said earlier. The constable turned around, remembering, "You really think you can compare yourself to Princess Fulilu? There was great unrest in the city today, and if it were not for Princess Fulilu, everyone would have suffered. She is a divine gift to our Tianlin kingdom, and you dare to compare yourself with her? Truly delusional." With that, he spat in her direction and returned to the office. Fu Yaoyao frowned, realizing that it was her use of forbidden techniques that had resolved the issues, not Fu Yuexin. It was because of the forbidden techniques that she found herself in this predicament. She struggled to rise, intent on confronting the magistrate about why all her accomplishments were attributed to Fu Yuexin. Yet, as she stood, dizziness overwhelmed her, and her body felt as though it had been drained of strength. Determined, she pressed on, step by step toward the magistrate's main entrance. Outside, the townspeople were animatedly discussing Princess Fulilu's bravery and wisdom. Fu Yaoyao's heart brimmed with discontent. She was undeniably the one who had saved everyone. Yet why was she so unacknowledged? At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a troop of cavalry rushed in, led by none other than Fu Linfeng. Dismounting, he hurried towards the yamen, anxiety etched across his face. Seeing this, Fu Yaoyao felt a flicker of joy and hurried to meet him. However, it was as if Fu Linfeng did not see her at all. His guards immediately obstructed her path, barking, "Who is this little brat? Hurry up and scram." Fu Yaoyao attempted to protest, only to be whisked away. "I beg your pardon, my lord. My younger sister is still quite young and lacks understanding. Please forgive her." Wang He, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, said as he cradled Fu Yaoyao. She struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Let me go. I need to find my father." Even though Fu Linfeng was just ahead, she found herself unable to approach him. She believed he had come to search for her. Watching his retreating figure, disappointment and anger flickered in her eyes. She could not comprehend why both her father and brother ignored her when she was the one who had saved everyone. After some time, Fu Yaoyao lay silently on her bed, refraining from speaking. She closed her eyes but steeled her resolve internally. She was determined to escape. Later that evening, Huang Zhaodi entered her room, urging Fu Yaoyao to join them for a meal. Fu Yaoyao scoffed, "I refuse to partake in the food of you human traffickers." Huang Zhaodi hesitated momentarily. Wang He let out a cold laugh. "Oh, how spirited. But do you think refusing to eat will let you off the hook? Dream on. When the time comes, we will sell you. Right now, you're a commodity, but once you lose weight, you'll fetch an even higher price." With that, he turned to leave. Alarmed by his words, Fu Yaoyao quickly called out, "Wait. I'm hungry. I want to eat." Despite her pride, she was still just a child and understood the implications of Wang He's words. If she lost weight, he intended to sell her. She was resolute in not allowing that to happen. Wang He turned back with a smirk. "See? If you had done this sooner, you wouldn't have to suffer." He exited the room and shortly returned with a bowl of food, placing it before Fu Yaoyao. Though the meal was modest, it appeared particularly enticing at that moment. She realized she had gone a long time without food, not even a sip of water. Fu Yaoyao devoured the food ravenously, as if trying to consume all her hunger in one go. Wang He sat nearby, observing her with a complex expression in his eyes. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao halted, raising her gaze to him. What do you want from me? Why have you captured me? Wang He scoffed. Who do you think you are? What purpose do you serve for us that we must capture you? With that, he left the room, leaving Fu Yaoyao alone. Though young, she was perceptive enough to understand. As she watched his retreating figure, a spark of determination ignited within her. Fu Yaoyao lay on the humble bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Quietly, she rose and tiptoed to the window, peeking outside. The moonlight was hazy, and the streets lay in eerie silence. Taking a deep breath to summon her courage, she gently pushed open the window and leapt out. Upon landing, a sharp pain coursed through her body, yet she paid it no mind and scrambled to her feet. Running into the night, directionless, she could only rely on her instincts as she stumbled through the darkness, filled with fear and uncertainty. She had no idea how long she had been running, only that footsteps seemed to be closing in on her. Suddenly, she slipped and fell hard to the ground. Wincing in pain, she did not dare to stop. Struggling to rise, she continued her desperate flight. Just as despair began to consume her, a figure emerged before her, a young man clad in resplendent garments. Yi Yibai regarded her with a hint of surprise. Upon seeing him, Fu Yaoyao was overwhelmed with excitement. Yi Yibai swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her into a corner. What are you doing here? She gazed at him with hope, finally finding someone who could rescue her. Yi Yibai frowned. Princess, something has happened in the palace. Fu Yaoyao's heart sank, her mind racing with blurred images. Grasping Yi Yibai's hand, she asked anxiously, Is it my father or mother who is in trouble? Yi Yibai nodded. The emperor is missing, and you too have vanished. Ning Fei is the only one who knows your whereabouts and is currently imprisoned. The general's residence is under surveillance, and chaos reigns in the palace. The matter has been entrusted to the Empress Dowager, and an investigation is underway. Tears welled in Fu Yaoyao's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. But I just saw my father today. She had clearly seen Fu Linfeng at the magistrate's residence. That was not the emperor, merely a stand-in. Stumbling backward, disbelief washed over her. The emperor was missing? Then who had she seen today? Yi Yibai refrained from elaborating, yet Fu Yaoyao had already grasped the truth. Bowing her head, tears continued to fall. She had finally gained her father's recognition, only to lose him again. If something were to happen to him, what would she do? Yi Yibai shook his head. You are still young. You are of no use here. Stay safe outside. The adults will handle matters within. Her voice, though youthful, resonated with unwavering determination. Yi Yibai looked at her, astonished. He had not expected such resolve from a mere 2-year-old. Sighing, he realized he could not alter her mind and could only strive to protect her. Princess, listen to me. Your foremost duty is to safeguard yourself. The emperor will surely be fine. Moreover, only outside will you find more opportunities. Freedom, do you understand? Though Fu Yaoyao struggled to comprehend Fu Linfeng's intentions, she trusted his wisdom. Nodding in confusion, she asked, So I should just stay outside and do nothing? Yi Yibai shook his head. No, your priority is to protect yourself. I will send people to safeguard you. You must listen to them. If anything arises, I will have them inform you. Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. I will certainly obey. Thank you. What should I do? She inquired earnestly. Yi Yibai pondered for a moment, then retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. Princess, take this. If you find yourself in danger, go to the nearest station. They will protect you. Fu Yaoyao accepted the pendant, clutching it tightly, her resolve firm. I understand. Thank you. Yi Yibai nodded and turned to leave, but Fu Yaoyao tugged at his sleeve. Can I go with you? I want to help find my father. Her eyes shone with hope. Fu Linfeng shook his head. It is too dangerous to accompany me. You must stay safe outside. The relationship between Tianlin Kingdom and Yugua was inherently cooperative. Fu Yaoyao obediently remained in the room. When Huang Zhaodi and Wang He returned, they were taken aback by her unexpected compliance. It is getting late. You should rest, Wang He remarked, feeling little affection for the sister he had acquired through happenstance. He found her ungrateful for their kindness. Had it not been for Huang Zhaodi's compassion, he would have been tempted to cast her aside. Auntie, big brother. Fu Yaoyao unexpectedly called out to Huang Zhaodi. She gazed at Fu Yaoyao in astonishment. My dear, what do you call your aunt? Please say it again. Upon hearing Yi Yibai's words, Fu Yaoyao understood. In truth, Huang Zhaodi and Wang He were not human traffickers. She ought not to treat them in such a manner. Lowering her head, Fu Yaoyao murmured, I'm sorry, auntie. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Can you please forgive me? Her large eyes sparkled with innocence, filled with a sense of grievance that made it impossible for anyone to reject her plea. Even someone as hardened as Wang He could not remain indifferent. Fu Yaoyao's soft, melodious voice melted the hearts of both Huang Zhaodi and Wang He. Huang Zhaodi hurriedly embraced Fu Yaoyao, saying, Dear one, Annie does not blame you. I know you were frightened. It's all right, I will take good care of you from now on. Wang He approached as well, gently ruffling Fu Yaoyao's hair. Yaoyao. Consider this place your home. We will look after you well. Fu Yaoyao nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, auntie. Thank you, uncle. A warmth filled her heart. She had not expected that beyond her father and mother, there were others willing to treat her with such kindness. Wang He had longed for a sweet, fragrant little sister, and seeing Fu Yaoyao's obedient demeanor softened his heart. He pressed his fingers to his lips to conceal the smile that crept upon his face. Wang Yang, a younger boy who entered from outside, was unaware of the circumstances. Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's gentle voice, he rushed over. Sister, I am your second elder brother. Call me that. Fu Yaoyao looked at Wang Yang and offered a bright smile. Hello, second brother. Wang Yang's eyes lit up as he leaned closer, exclaiming, Sister, you are truly beautiful. I like you so much. Fu Yaoyao, flattered by Wang Yang's compliments, felt her cheeks flush. She reached out to embrace his neck, sweetly replying, Second brother. I like you too. Wang Yang felt as if he were floating, as though he were in the clouds. Unable to resist, he planted a kiss on Fu Yaoyao's cheek. Sister, you smell wonderful. Fu Yaoyao giggled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Huang Zhaodi, witnessing the scene, could not help but chuckle. She was unafraid of hardships. Now that she had 3 children, she needed to plan accordingly. Chapter 53, a stealthy venture into the palace. Fu Yaoyao had just risen from her bed today. Huang Zhaodi was busy packing. Clumsily, Fu Yaoyao crawled down from the bed and approached Huang Zhaodi, asking, Auntie, what are you packing for? She blinked her eyes innocently at her. Huang Zhaodi sighed, gently stroking Fu Yaoyao's head. Yaoyao, there is significant unrest in the capital. Auntie cannot ensure your safety, so we must leave for a while. Fu Yaoyao's little mouth pouted, her eyes beginning to glisten. But I haven't found my mother yet. Yi Bai had told her not to reveal her identity as Princess Anping, urging her to listen to the family and survive. Huang Zhaodi, seeing Fu Yaoyao's pitiful expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She understood the girl's feelings. However, the situation in the capital was dire. She sensed the undercurrents swirling dangerously around them. Staying any longer could put their lives at risk. Hearing Huang Zhaodi's words, Fu Yaoyao buried her head in her embrace, nodding gloomily. Okay, I will listen to you, auntie. Huang Zhaodi smiled with relief, tousling Fu Yaoyao's hair. You are such a good girl. She resumed her packing, while Fu Yaoyao silently moved to the side to assist her. She knew this was not the time for defiance. The capital was too perilous, and she had to leave with her aunt. Yi Ibai had instructed her to obey them, and once he found her father, he would come to seek her. Huang Zhaodi allowed Fu Yaoyao to play by herself, while Wang He and Wang Yang busied themselves with their tasks. She wandered to the doorway and spotted Dehe. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed in delight. Dehe, what are you doing here? Dehe obediently lay in Fu Yaoyao's arms, gazing in a particular direction. Following its gaze, Fu Yaoyao saw Yi Ibai appear before her. Uncle, you've come, she exclaimed joyfully. Uncle, does this mean there is news of father? She looked up at Yi Ibai with eager anticipation. Yi Ibai's eyes held hesitation, unsure of how to convey the news to Fu Yaoyao. Sensing his unease, Fu Yaoyao asked, Uncle, what is wrong? Has something happened? Yi Ibai sighed and handed her a small package. Yaoyao, this is yours. Keep it safe. Fu Yaoyao looked at him quizzically. What is this? As she opened the package, her expression changed dramatically. It was her protective talisman, the one she had kept close all along. How could it be with Yi Ibai? She looked up at him. Uncle, this is. Yi Ibai pressed his lips together. Yaoyao, I found this in the palace. At his words, her heart sank. Do you mean? Yi Ibai nodded gravely. Indeed, your father may be in grave danger. He did not elaborate further. Fu Yaoyao stared at the talisman in her hands, a creation made out of her own interest for Fu Linfeng. Her heart plummeted at the thought. Her father in peril? The news was too sudden for her to grasp. She bit her lip, gazing at the talisman, a flicker of determination igniting within her. Uncle, I must go to the palace. She raised her head to look at Yi Ibai, her eyes brimming with resolve. Yi Ibai frowned. Yaoyao, the palace is far too dangerous. You cannot go. I understand, but I need to confirm my father's situation, Fu Yaoyao insisted.
Yi Ibai,
seeing her steadfast gaze, realized her mind was made up. He took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. But you must promise to follow my lead and not act recklessly. Fu Yaoyao eagerly nodded. Yes, I will be obedient.
Sink her compliant demeanor, Yi Ibai siket internale.
He knew he could not stop her from going to the palace. However, he would do everything in his power to protect her safety. As Fu Yaoyao observed his serious expression, she understood his concerns. Gently, she grasped Yi Ibai's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Uncle, thank you. Yi Ibai smiled at her. Silly girl, why thank me? Fu Yaoyao and Yi Ibai resolved to venture into the palace to uncover Fu Linfeng's whereabouts. After soothing Huang Zhaodi and the others to sleep, Fu Yaoyao sat on the bed, waiting for her father to come for her. For now, these matters must remain undisclosed to others. When Yi Ibai stealthily entered the room, he found Fu Yaoyao waiting at the door, small and expectant. Yi Ibai felt his heart melt. Fu Yaoyao pointed at Huang Zhaodi nearby. fearing she might wake suddenly. Understanding her concern, Fu Linfeng discreetly retrieved a small vial, allowing Huang Zhaodi to take a whiff. As night fell, the two quietly infiltrated the heavily guarded palace. Under the moonlight, the outlines of the palaces loomed, seemingly concealing countless secrets. Fu Yaoyao clutched her talisman tightly, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Yi Yibai held her hand firmly, offering her courage and strength. They cautiously evaded the patrolling guards and arrived at the former chamber of Fu Linfeng. The palace was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Fu Yaoyao scanned her surroundings, seeking any clues regarding Fu Linfeng. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, prompting the two to hold their breath and conceal themselves in the shadows. Chapter 54. Resolution. Fu Yaoyao clutched the hem of Yi Yibai's garment tightly. Once the patrolling guard passed, she exhaled in relief. Is it really this dire now? Though the palace was always heavily guarded, it was never like this, she remarked. Yi Yibai nodded, his brow furrowed. The emperor has yet to be located, and this news cannot be recklessly disseminated. We must keep it contained for the time being. The disappearance of a nation's emperor is a monumental affair. Many neighboring countries are eyeing Tianlin Kingdom with keen interest. RU Kingdom's alliance with Tianlin was forged to ensure the longevity of both nations. We have considered whether to exploit Fu Linfeng's absence to advance against Tianlin, but our internal strife remains unresolved, which would only burden Yu Kingdom further. We must safeguard this information. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao's heart tightened, and she clutched Yi Yibai's sleeve even more firmly. Having traversed into this unfamiliar world, her curiosity intertwined with unease, she now felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Big brother. It's perilous now. You must protect me, she implored. Fu Yaoyao lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and steadfast as they met Yi Yibai's, radiating trust and determination. He felt warmth spread through him as he ruffled her hair, assuring her, do not worry. I shall. Guiding Fu Yaoyao, Yi Yibai expertly avoided the guards and entered the palace of concubine Ning. Currently, concubine Ning was under house arrest by the Empress Dowager. Since learning of Fu Yaoyao and Fu Linfeng's simultaneous disappearance, her worries had intensified, leaving her unable to rest. She sat by the window of her chamber, moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her weary visage, accentuating her desolation. Mother, Fu Yaoyao called softly as she and Fu Linfeng climbed through the window. Concubine Ning looked on in disbelief, as Fu Yaoyao stood before her. A flicker of joy crossed her features upon seeing her daughter safe. Yet it was swiftly overshadowed by concern. Fu Yaoyao approached and gently grasped concubine Ning's hand, reassuring her, Mother, I am well. I was rescued by a kind lady. With reddened eyes, concubine Ning clutched Fu Yaoyao's hand tightly, as if drawing strength from her. Yaoyao, you must be cautious. The palace is in turmoil. With your father missing, I fear someone may seek to harm you, she cautioned softly. Fu Yaoyao moved closer, her voice innocent yet insistent. Mother, what has transpired? She still struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Concupine, Ning deeply. Your father took you out of the palace, but something went awry, and both of you vanished. Now, the entire palace is under the control of the Empress Dowager and Consort Jing. Seeing Fu Yaoyao before her, concubine Ning felt a wave of relief. As long as Fu Yaoyao was unharmed, her worries lessened. The information she provided mirrored what Yi Yibai had shared. Fu Yaoyao frowned. How could father be missing? She distinctly recalled Fu Linfeng directing the populace to evacuate before she lost consciousness. How could such a calamity have occurred? Fu Yaoyao clenched her fists, struggling to fathom what had transpired. Concubine Ning observed her. Yaoyao, what truly happened between you and your father? To this day, the events remained unclear. She had saved the citizens of Tianlin Kingdom at great personal cost, yet her contributions were overshadowed by Fu Yuexin. The chaos outside that day had been quelled, they said, through the sixth princess's sacrifice, which had now elevated her to the status of a national heroine. However, concubine Ning was unconcerned with such accolades. Her focus rested solely on Fu Linfeng and Fu Yaoyao. She had finally begun to breathe easier, unwilling to let anyone usurp her daughter's rightful credit. No, Yaoyao, you must not involve yourself in these matters. You are still so young. Leave this to us adults, she insisted, though she had always recognized Fu Yaoyao's extraordinary nature, viewing her not as a divine figure, but as her beloved daughter. In this moment, she could not permit Fu Yaoyao to take risks.
Fu Yaoyao pouted, visibly dissatisfied.
Mother, I must go. I must find father, and I must confront that sixth sister. She did nothing to deserve taking my credit. Her voice bore a hint of childishness. Yet the resolve in her eyes was undeniable. Concubine Ning, moved yet anxious, understood Fu Yaoyao's tenacity. Once she made a decision, she would not easily waver. However, with the palace rife with danger, she was loath to let Fu Yaoyao venture into peril. Yaoyao, please listen to your mother. These matters are beyond your capacity to resolve. You need to rest and regain your strength. Once you are well, we can devise a plan. Concubine Ning gently stroked Fu Yaoyao's head, attempting to soothe her. Fu Yaoyao raised her head, her eyes shimmering with determination. Mother, I know I am small and weak, but I cannot stand idly by while others seize my achievements. I must uncover the truth. Gazing into Fu Yaoyao's resolute eyes, concubine Ning felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She realized she could no longer dissuade her daughter and could only silently pray for her safety. You must be careful. Remember, your safety is paramount, she whispered earnestly. And you must take care of yourself. Do not worry about me. I am safe out there, Fu Yaoyao reassured her. She understood that remaining in the palace would only hinder her movements. Yet concubine Ning remained unconvinced. Yi Bai finally interjected, Your Highness. You understand what the emperor's absence signifies for Tianlin Kingdom. As long as he remains missing, turmoil will ensue. Allow the fifth princess to go. Concubine Ning regarded Fu Yaoyao's steadfast expression and ultimately nodded. She recognized that she could no longer thwart her daughter's resolve. With a silent prayer for her safety, Fu Yaoyao turned and prepared to depart. Her small figure appeared particularly resolute in the sunlight. Yaoyao, remember, no matter what happens, your safety is the most important thing. Concubine Ning softly urged from behind her. After imparting her words, she turned and quickly vanished beyond the palace gates. Chapter 55. Returning to claim what is rightfully ours. Yi Bai observed Fu Yaoyao's young face and spoke up. Yaoyao, do you comprehend the implications of your father's disappearance? He questioned her understanding of the gravity of the situation.
Fu Yaoyao maintained a stern expression.
Big brother, I am quite clever. Do not doubt me. Yi Bai was taken aback by her astuteness. Seated beside Huang Zhaodi, Fu Yaoyao tightly clenched her fists, determined to resolve all matters at hand. The following morning, Fu Yaoyao was roused from her slumber by Huang Zhaodi, who lifted her from bed. Yaoyao, we must leave together. Still dazed, Fu Yaoyao could only nod in agreement. Inside the carriage, Fu Yaoyao sat alongside Huang Zhaodi, while Wang He and Wang Yang occupied the space outside. By the time Fu Yaoyao regained her senses, the carriage had traversed a considerable distance. Huang Zhaodi's concern was palpable. She hesitated before speaking. Yaoyao, we are almost home. Fu Yaoyao nodded. Where is our home? She had only ventured out once before with Fu Linfeng and had never left since. At that moment, she felt immense joy at the novel sights outside. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's exuberance. Stammering, she remarked, Yaoyao, last time you were quite resistant to leaving. She had not expected her to adapt so swiftly. Fu Yaoyao smiled brightly. Auntie, I understand my mistakes now. You have treated me kindly, and I wrongly perceived you as a trafficker. I promise I will not think that way again. Huang Zhaodi gazed at Fu Yaoyao in astonishment. Had it not been for her kind heart, she would never have kept Fu Yaoyao with her. Regardless of the misunderstandings, Huang Zhaodi had no intention of letting her go. To her surprise, Fu Yaoyao actually understood. Embracing Fu Yaoyao, Huang Zhaodi reassured her, Rest assured, Auntie will treat you well. She had always longed for a daughter, but her husband had passed away young, and raising two sons alone had been arduous. The sudden presence of Fu Yaoyao fulfilled her unvoiced yearning for a daughter. Huang Zhaodi's family resided in a small village not far from the capital. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived home on the evening of the third day. Upon seeing their brightly lit home, Huang Zhaodi, Wang He, and Wang Yang wore grim expressions. Someone emerged from the house and, upon spotting Huang Zhaodi, began to mock her. Well, who do we have here? Quite the rare visitor. Su Guifan looked at Huang Zhaodi with derision. Huang Zhaodi pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent. Su Guiying began to usher people away. Fu Yaoyao, holding Wang Yang's hand, marched forward angrily. You're disgusting. You can't call her auntie. Only then did Su Guiying notice her. Su Guiying scrutinized Fu Yaoyao from head to toe. Oh, where did this little vagrant come from? No wonder your sister-in-law insisted on taking the 2 children with her. It turns out she couldn't hide her pregnancy any longer. Tell me, whose illegitimate child is this? Su Guiying's eyes were filled with mockery and amusement. Huang Zhaodi prided herself on her loyalty to Wang Dejong. She was curious to see how she would explain this to the Wang family. Upon hearing Su Guiying's words, a cold glint flashed in Huang Zhaodi's eyes.
Su Guiying.
Mind your tongue. Who is being disgusting? She glared fiercely at Su Guiying. If you have the audacity to say such things, I can certainly speak my mind as well. Su Guiying was not intimidated by Huang Zhaodi. In her memory, Huang Zhaodi was still the woman who toiled like a beast of burden. However, Huang Zhaodi had survived in the capital for many years and was not to be trifled with. She rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Su Guiying. Caught off guard, Su Guiying found herself grabbed by the hair and pinned down as Huang Zhaodi struck her face repeatedly. I endured your bullying before, but now you wish to oppress me again? I am not the same Huang Zhaodi anymore. Each slap was a retribution for past grievances for Yang Ge, and for the foul words spoken today. Su Guiying finally reacted, struggling to free herself from Huang Zhaodi's grip. In the end, her face swelled from the blows, and the rest of the Wang family rushed out upon hearing the commotion to separate the two. Disheveled yet resolute, Huang Zhaodi realized how foolish she had been. The old matriarch of the Wang family frowned. Huang Zhaodi's character had always been meek. She had agreed to their marriage because both were mild-mannered and could be easily manipulated. Little did she know that Wong Dejong would meet an untimely end. After his death, Wang Zhaodi transformed, taking her 2 children and leaving. The old matriarch observed the brothers Wang He and Wang Yang standing protectively beside Huang Zhaodi, sneering. Wang He prepared to speak, but Huang Zhaodi shot him a warning glance. She continued, "Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Yangge and Yangge are your grandsons. Yet you can turn your backs on them without a second thought." Huang Zhaodi fixed her gaze on the old matriarch. The old woman slammed her hand on the table. "This is a gesture of filial piety for my son. You greedy woman, get out." She would never relinquish what she had already claimed. "We have long severed ties. Now leave swiftly." The old matriarch scoffed. Huang Zhaodi clenched her fists. She had anticipated the Wang family's shamelessness, but their audacity exceeded her expectations. Wang He could no longer contain his anger, coughing as he protested. "You are going too far." The old matriarch and the others paid no heed to Wang He's plight, continuing to berate Huang Zhaodi. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "Fine. If you say I am shameless, I shall embrace it completely." With that, Huang Zhaodi lunged forward, seizing the old matriarch's hair and forcefully bashing her head against the wall. The old matriarch screamed in pain, struggling in vain against Huang Zhaodi's grip. Su Guiying, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist, but was swiftly kicked down by Huang Zhaodi. "Aren't you all so formidable?
Keep cursing."
Huang Zhaodi shouted, her grip tightening. Su Guiying screamed for help. "Quick, separate them." No one had anticipated that Huang Zhaodi would be the first to strike. Wong Dejong and Wong Deshi hastily intervened to separate the two. Wong Dejong slapped Huang Zhaodi across the face, while woman. Stunned by the blow, Huang Zhaodi clutched her face, glaring at Wong Dejong. Suddenly, dizziness overcame her, and she stumbled backward. Wang He, Wang Yang, and Fu Yaoyao joined forces to lift her up. The old matriarch glared at Huang Zhaodi, preparing to strike, when Fu Yaoyao indignantly interjected, "You shall not harm auntie." Everyone finally noticed Fu Yaoyao. Nearby, the Wang family's sister-in-law, Li Tsuehua, added fuel to the fire. "Third sister-in-law, how could you stoop so low? Your brother will never rest in peace." Huang Zhaodi trembled with rage, wanting to retort. But Wang He held her hand, signaling her to remain calm. The old matriarch regarded Huang Zhaodi with contempt. "Get out now, or I will report you." Huang Zhaodi bit her lip, knowing she could not compete with the Wang family, yet unwilling to leave without a fight. She glanced at Fu Yaoyao. Her eyes filled with determination. No matter what, she would keep her daughter by her side. Taking a deep breath, Huang Zhaodi grasped Fu Yaoyao's hand and prepared to leave. "You think you can just walk away after giving birth to an illegitimate child? Let me tell you, you have wronged Dejong, and you cannot take that child with you." The old matriarch signaled to Wong Dejong, who approached and seized Fu Yaoyao. "What are you doing?" Huang Zhaodi lunged forward to reclaim Fu Yaoyao. The old matriarch sneered. "This child is a result of your betrayal to Dejong. I am Dejong's mother. How could I allow you to disgrace yourself so? This child cannot stay." The old matriarch's eyes glimmered with greed. The Qingyi building was a well-known brothel in the area, and upon hearing this, Huang Zhaodi was left speechless. She gazed at the old woman Wang in disbelief, her voice trembling. "You dare not even think about it. Let me tell you. If you lay a finger on Yao Yao, I will not let you off." The old woman Wang sneered. "What, feeling pity now?
This one. Take the child and come with me."
Huang Zhaodi's heart ached as she tightly embraced Fu Yaoyao, tears streaming down her face. "Yao Yao." Fu Yaoyao struggled desperately. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Wang Dejong, holding Fu Yaoyao, prepared to leave. But Huang Zhaodi suddenly lunged forward in a frenzy, biting his arm.
"Ah!"
Wang Dejong cried out in pain and forcefully pushed Huang Zhaodi away. She fell to the ground but disregarded her pain and quickly scrambled to hold Fu Yaoyao again. "Yao Yao, are you alright?" Huang Zhaodi looked at Fu Yaoyao with a heart full of concern, her eyes brimming with tears.
Fu Yaoyao clung tightly to Wang Zhaodi.
Her small face filled with terror. The old woman Wang shot a glance at Wang Deshi. "Aren't you going to help your elder brother?" Wang Yang rushed in front of Huang Zhaodi. "You are not allowed to touch my mother or my sister." Wang He was pale, not expecting the Wang family to be so despicable. "What do you want? You cannot take Yao Yao." Huang Zhaodi cried out, trying to stop Wang Dejong and the others. But the two brothers, Wang Dejong and Wang Deshi, were too strong. She could not overpower them at all. Fu Yaoyao struggled with all her might, wriggling like an eel, yet she was firmly held in Wang Deshi's embrace. The old woman Wang laughed triumphantly. "What? Are you scared now? If I had known this day would come, I would have never let Deshing marry a wretched person like you." Huang Zhaodi's heart was in agony. She knew she could not win against the Wang family, but she could not bear to watch Fu Yaoyao being taken away. Suddenly, she knelt before the old woman Wang, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, I beg you, do not take Yao Yao away. She is still so small and knows nothing. I promise I will never disturb you again.
Please spare us."
The old woman Wang sneered. "Do you think that by kneeling and begging me, I will let you off? I tell you, there is no way. Huang Zhaodi's forehead was already bleeding from knocking it against the ground, yet the old woman Wang remained unmoved. She looked coldly at Huang Zhaodi, as if observing a lowly insect. At that moment, Fu Yaoyao suddenly cried out loudly, Auntie, I'm scared, I'm scared. Huang Zhaodi's heart twisted painfully. She looked up at Fu Yaoyao, who was in tears, pitifully gazing at her. Huang Zhaodi's heart ached. She knew she could not give up so easily. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly stood up and charged towards Wong Dejong and Wong Deshi. Chapter 57. The Black Dog's Aid as a Woman. She was no match for the two men and was immediately thrown to the ground. Wang He and Wang Yang rushed to protect Fu Yaoyao. Wang Yang was thrown to the ground, blood oozing from his forehead. Wang He, already in poor health, was also knocked down. Fu Yaoyao was furious. She bit Wong Dejong's hand. Wong Dejong yelped in pain and threw Fu Yaoyao to the ground. She got up, glaring fiercely at them. In the next moment, a snake crawled up the old woman Wang's body. Gradually, one snake turned into 2, then 3, then 4. The old woman Wang was so frightened she stumbled backward, her face paling. The snakes multiplied, flicking their tongues, advancing towards the old woman Wang. Wong Dejong and Wang He were also terrified, retreating in fear. Wang Yang's face was ashen, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes fixed on the snakes. Fu Yaoyao watched the scene with a cold smile. These snakes were summoned by her. As a little princess from the demon realm, calling upon beasts for assistance was a simple task. These snakes were enough to instill fear in these people. She stepped forward, and with each step, the snakes moved closer to the old woman Wang and the others. No, don't come over. The old woman Wang cried, stepping backward and losing her footing. Falling to the ground. Wong Dejong and Wang He were also pale with fright, unable to move. Fu Yaoyao laughed coldly, advancing towards them step by step. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out from the forest, pouncing directly at Fu Yaoyao. Startled, Fu Yaoyao quickly retreated, but she was still knocked to the ground by the shadow. When she looked up, she saw a large black dog glaring at her, baring its sharp fangs. Fu Yaoyao's heart sank. This dog exuded a powerful aura. Clearly not an ordinary beast. She hurriedly summoned the snakes to attack the black dog, but the snakes seemed to be deterred by something and scattered. Fu Yaoyao's heart sank further. She knew she was facing a formidable opponent. The old woman Wang, seizing the opportunity, scrambled to her feet and lunged at Fu Yaoyao. Just as Fu Yaoyao was facing off against the big dog, she was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the old woman Wang. Struggling to get up, she was pinned down by the old woman Wang. You little brat, watch how I deal with you. The old woman Wang sneered as she raised her hand to strike Fu Yaoyao. At that moment, the big dog suddenly let out a low growl and lunged at the old woman Wang. Startled, the old woman Wang quickly released Fu Yaoyao to evade. But the dog's speed was astonishing, knocking her to the ground in an instant. Fu Yaoyao took this opportunity to rise, coldly observing the scene. The old woman Wang screamed in terror, struggling desperately. The dog, however, seemed oblivious, biting down on her arm. The old woman Wang screamed in agony, blood flowing down her arm. Wong Dejong and Wong Deshi rushed forward, wanting to save the old woman Wang, but they dared not approach the big dog. Fu Yaoyao watched them coldly, secretly relieved. This big dog seemed to be her savior, helping her out of the current crisis. She did not know where this dog had come from or why it was helping her, but she knew it was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of this, she picked up a wooden stick and struck at Wong Dejong and Wong Deshi fiercely. Huang Zhaodi and the others were already petrified with fear. Fu Yaoyao approached. Auntie, let's hurry and leave. Huang Zhaodi finally came to her senses and, with Wang He, helped Wang Yang up from the ground. The big black dog seemed to have no intention of harming anyone. After Fu Yaoyao and the others left, it followed along as well. Watching the direction in which the big black dog departed, Fu Yaoyao fell into deep thought. Just moments ago, the big black dog had looked at her with murderous intent. Why had it ultimately come to her aid? Huang Zhaodi's voice trembled. Yaoyao, it's good that you're all right. She tightly embraced Fu Yaoyao, an item they had kept since their departure. Little did she expect it would prove useful at such a moment. Huang Zhaodi assisted and occasionally glanced at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes filled with worry. Yaoyao, about today's events? She was not foolish. If what happened today were to spread, it would surely bring trouble for Fu Yaoyao at such a young age. Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes at Huang Zhaodi. Annie, why are you looking at me like that? Huang Zhaodi had initially wanted to ask Fu Yaoyao about today's events, but after some thought, she decided against it. Since she had already decided to raise Fu Yaoyao, regardless of any peculiarities, it was her duty to accept them.
Wang Cao decide.
Placing the firewood into the stove, the flames illuminating her face with a gentle glow. Yaoyao, Auntie knows you have secrets. But all I hope is for you to be safe, Huang Zhaodi said softly. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Huang Zhaodi, her eyes shining with determination. Auntie, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Saying this, she lowered her head and continued to brew medicine. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Fu Yaoyao and Huang Zhaodi exchanged glances, their hearts tightening. Could it be that Wong Dejong and the others were pursuing them? Fu Yaoyao's heart raced, nearly dropping the medicine spoon from her hand. When she opened the door, she was surprised to find that the visitor was none other than the village chief. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback to find that the visitor was none other than the village chief. However, he had a reputation for being a good man within the village, known for his fairness and impartiality. Sighing deeply, Huang Zhaodi lamented, "The world outside is so chaotic nowadays. As a woman with children, life has become exceedingly arduous." The village chief nodded in understanding. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing Fu Yaoyao preparing medicine, while Wang Yang lay on the bed, being tended to by Wang He. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Zhaodi decided to share the events of the day with the village chief. Upon hearing her account, the chief's expression grew serious. "Zhaodi, you and the children should stay here in peace. I will take care of this matter," he assured her, turning to leave. However, Fu Yaoyao suddenly called out, "Grandfather village chief, wait." The village chief halted, looking at Fu Yaoyao with curiosity. She pulled out a cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to him. "Grandfather village chief, these are some herbs I gathered today on the mountain. Please take them to the village doctor, they might be useful." The chief stared at her in disbelief, having never disclosed his own discomfort to anyone. As he gazed at the young girl's innocent face, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He opened the bag to reveal a collection of fresh herbs, seemingly handpicked with care. "Yaoyao, where did you find these?" he inquired, his astonishment palpable. It was hard to fathom that such a young child possessed such remarkable abilities. He glanced at Huang Zhaodi, who was equally astonished, never having realized Fu Yaoyao's impressive skills. Nevertheless, she nodded and quickly explained, "This child comes from a well-off family but has encountered some misfortune. Her parents were my benefactors, and after their mishap, I took her in." Huang Zhaodi felt compelled to provide a suitable explanation for Fu Yaoyao's background, having refrained from doing so in the Wong household, fearing that revealing Fu Yaoyao was not her biological child would provoke further hostility. Yet, it was unjust for her to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child for a lifetime. Huang Zhaodi constantly thought of Fu Yaoyao's well-being. The village chief gently ruffled Fu Yaoyao's hair. "Indeed, you are a good child." Fu Yaoyao beamed with delight. The village chief turned to Huang Zhaodi, remarking on their current dwelling. The thatched cottage was merely a temporary refuge, left unattended since the previous occupants departed. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Huang Zhaodi sighed. "The world outside is too tumultuous, and with 2 children in tow, I have hardly earned any money. For now, this is all we have." The village chief wished to assist Huang Zhaodi but felt powerless at that moment. After he left, Fu Yaoyao blinked up at Huang Zhaodi. The latter, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her. "Yaoyao, are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you. No one should endure hardship, especially not the children." Huang Zhaodi stepped outside to tidy up. Fu Yaoyao approached Wang Yang. "Yang Guoguo, let us go up the mountain together." She patted her little belly, unwilling to face hunger. Wang Yang was busy tending to Wang He, nursing a significant wound on his head, hastily bandaged by Huang Zhaodi. He looked at Fu Yaoyao in shock. "Yaoyao, we can't say that. It's dark outside. It would be dangerous for us to go out." He assumed Fu Yaoyao was unaware of the dangers of the mountain, where tigers and leopards prowled, fierce creatures indeed. He intended to frighten her. Fu Yaoyao frowned. If she were so easily intimidated, she could hardly be the little princess of the demon realm. Shaking her head, she replied, "Yang Guoguo, I'm not scared. We can just look for some wild vegetables nearby. Otherwise, Annie has nothing to eat, and will go hungry." Fu Yaoyao endeavored to persuade Wang Yang, knowing that only if he accompanied her could she procure meat. She could forego other foods, but her stomach would not be neglected. Wang Yang, seeing the determination in Fu Yaoyao's eyes, felt a sense of helplessness, but also understood the difficulties Huang Zhaodi faced as a woman caring for 2 children. He patted her head. "Yaoyao, I'll go with you, but you must stay close to me, all right?" Fu Yaoyao joyfully nodded, knowing Wang Yang would indeed accompany her, as he too was concerned for Huang Zhaodi and Wang He. With a small basket in hand, the two quietly ventured out under the moonlight. Wang Yang held Fu Yaoyao's hand, slowly ascending the mountain. Truthfully, he was quite frightened, regretting his decision to follow her. As they climbed, a sudden tiger roar echoed through the night. Wang Yang froze, instinctively shielding Fu Yaoyao behind him. "Yaoyao, we must run." However, Fu Yaoyao halted, blinking up at him. "Yang Guoguo, why should we run?" Wang Yang stared at her in confusion. Fu Yaoyao, grinning, exclaimed, "Yang Guoguo, tonight we will have meat." She released his hand and dashed up the mountain. Wang Yang, watching her retreating figure, gritted his teeth and followed her. As they ascended, Wang Yang's heart raced. Eventually, he found Fu Yaoyao standing before a tiger, joyfully conversing with it. Stunned, he shut his eyes and shouted, "Yaoyao, run." Yet, the anticipated attack from the tiger did not occur. Slowly opening his eyes, he was astonished to see Fu Yaoyao riding on the tiger's back, her small hands patting its head. Wang Yang was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing.
Yaoyao.
Tonight we will have meat. This is Dahei's friend. It won't harm us, she exclaimed cheerfully. Wang Yang's mouth fell agape, struggling to articulate a single word. Glancing at the fearsome tiger, he quickly waved his hands. I'll stay back. I'm fine just following you. He lacked Fu Yaoyao's courage and was unwilling to mount the tiger. Since Wang Yang hesitated to join her, Fu Yaoyao did not press the matter, instead reclining on the tiger's back. The tiger carried them a short distance before stopping, revealing 2 wild chickens, 3 hares, and a nest of eggs. Beside them sat a small white dog, guarding the catch. The wild chickens and hares had already met their fate. Fu Yaoyao leaped off the tiger, joyfully cradling Dahei in her arms. Dahei, I finally found you. The excited dog licked her hand. Fu Yaoyao looked at the meat on the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is wonderful. We will have meat tonight. No more hunger. She turned to Wang Yang. Yang Guogua, this is a gift from Dahei and its friends. Hurry and gather it. Wang Yang felt as though he were in a dream. For us? He stammered, pointing at himself. Fu Yaoyao nodded earnestly. Yes, Dahei said that since Yaoyao is still young, she needs to eat more meat. This is what they caught today. Seeing Wang Yang remain motionless, Fu Yaoyao frowned. Yang Guogua, why aren't you moving? Yaoyao is small and needs help. Please gather everything quickly.
Wang Yang swallowed wet heart,
finally beginning to fill the basket with their bounty. It was no wonder Fu Yaoyao insisted he bring a basket. He had thought it excessive at the time, yet it had proven invaluable. After bidding farewell to the tiger, Fu Yaoyao, with Dahei in her arms, followed Wang Yang down the mountain. She tugged him closer, furrowing her brow as she glanced at him. Young brother, you are no longer a child, and your sister is still young. As the elder brother, you must not act so recklessly. It is late now. Even if you wish to go out and play, it is better to wait until tomorrow. Huang Zhaodi is unaware of what the two of you are up to, merely thinking that you are indulging in play. Fu Yaoyao approached Huang Zhaodi and said, Annie, do not blame young brother Yang. We went out to find something to eat. Huang Zhaodi looked at Fu Yaoyao with a heavy heart. Fu Yaoyao, plump and fair. She did not want her to suffer alongside them. Fu Yaoyao shook her head, insisting, today, we must have meat. Huang Zhaodi assumed that Fu Yaoyao was merely craving meat at this hour. If she desired it, there was little she could do.
Wang Yang observed Fu Yaoyao,
then glanced at Huang Zhaodi, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. What had transpired today was truly beyond his comprehension. Fu Yaoyao gazed at Huang Zhaodi, pondered for a moment, and then spoke earnestly, Auntie, let us have meat for dinner. We have brought back plenty. As she spoke, she tugged at Huang Zhaodi's hand, leading her to the courtyard, revealing the wild chickens and rabbits from the backpack. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback, staring at the ground covered in wild game. Chapter 59. Let her eat alone. She looked at Huang Zhaodi, who was at a loss for words. Turning to Wang Yang, she said, Young brother Yang,
please come inside with me.
At this moment, she was the only adult in the household. She could not allow Fu Yaoyao to be influenced negatively. Fu Yaoyao was fixated on the meat on the ground, her mouth almost watering. Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang entered the room together. She needed to discern what had truly happened. Wang Yang recounted the day's events to Huang Zhaodi. Mother, I cannot fathom why Yaoyao is so extraordinary. Even a tiger listens to her. Such words, if spoken to others, would surely be met with disbelief. Huang Zhaodi's expression was complex as she took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Wang He, who had been sitting nearby, now sat up, having heard Wang Yang's remarks. He looked at Huang Zhaodi and said, Mother, what about Yaoyao? He feared that Fu Yaoyao might bring them catastrophic trouble. With the patriarch of the Wang family gone, as the eldest son, he had to ensure the safety of everyone in the household. Huang Zhaodi regarded the two of them with a serious expression. This matter must not be spoken of outside. I will do my utmost to protect Fu Yaoyao. She is merely your sister from now on, nothing more, do you understand? Her stern tone compelled both Wang Yang and Wang He to nod in agreement. Mother, I understand. Wang Yang inhaled deeply, comprehending his mother's concerns as well as Fu Yaoyao's uniqueness. He resolved to keep this secret buried deep within his heart, sharing it with no one. Wang He looked at Huang Zhaodi, determination flashing in his eyes. Mother, I will protect my sister. I will not allow anyone to harm her. Huang Zhaodi gazed at her two sons, her heart swelling with pride. She knew that regardless of what the future held, as long as these two children were with her, she could find solace. Meanwhile, outside the door, Fu Yaoyao continued to gaze longingly at the meat, entirely unaware that a secret conversation about her was unfolding within the room. Her presence had undoubtedly introduced unprecedented changes to this once ordinary family. Huang Zhaodi stepped out of the room and, seeing Fu Yaoyao fixated on the meat, her eyes softened with tenderness. She approached and gently patted Fu Yaoyao's head. Yaoyao, are you hungry? Mother will cook meat for you. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Thank you, mother. Huang Zhaodi chuckled, shaking her head as she began preparing the meat on the ground. Wang Yang and Wang He also emerged, watching their busy mother and delighted sister, their hearts filled with warmth. Little did they know, This seemingly tranquil home was quietly transforming due to Fu Yaoyao's arrival. What challenges and opportunities awaited them in the future? Wang He observed Fu Yaoyao, darting about. With a complex expression, logically, he should have driven Fu Yaoyao away for the good of the family. Yet, when her large eyes fixed on him, his heart softened against his will. Huang Zhaodi went to cook, and the little-tailing Fu Yaoyao followed her into the kitchen. The kitchen was rudimentary, a makeshift structure that still leaked rain, but it was sufficient to cook a meal. Fu Yaoyao perched on a small stool, enthusiastically chiming in, "Annie, the food smells wonderful." It had been a long time since she had eaten. Huang Zhaodi recognized Fu Yaoyao's genuine hunger and hurriedly set about cooking. Fu Yaoyao rested her chin on her hands, watching Huang Zhaodi's busy figure with admiration. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She jumped up and ran to Huang Zhaodi's side, saying, "Auntie, let Yaoyao help you." Huang Zhaodi was taken aback, gazing at Fu Yaoyao's earnest little face, a warm feeling swelling within her. She smiled and ruffled Fu Yaoyao's hair. "Yaoyao is so considerate. But there is no need for you here. Go outside and play." Fu Yaoyao shook her head, looking intently at Huang Zhaodi. "You must be tired after a long day." "Auntie, Yaoyao is very strong." In an effort to showcase her strength, Fu Yaoyao ran to lift a bucket of water. Huang Zhaodi was surprised to see Fu Yaoyao actually manage to lift it. At just 2 years old, she could carry a bucket that even a 6 or 7-year-old would struggle with. Fu Yaoyao hurried over to Huang Zhaodi, exclaiming, "Auntie, am I amazing?" She tilted her little head, awaiting praise. Huang Zhaodi provided her with emotional validation she sought. "Yaoyao is incredible. I have never met such an impressive child." "Then you can help Auntie start the fire later." Fu Yaoyao nodded joyfully, bouncing off to gather the tools for the fire. After Huang Zhaodi finished cooking, she brought a steaming bowl of meat to Fu Yaoyao. Wang Yang and Wang He also sat down with her, and they all instinctively pushed the dish of meat toward Fu Yaoyao. However, life in the capital was particularly frugal. Eating meat was a rare treat, occurring only once every 6 months despite Huang Zhaodi's love for them. Wang Yang stared at the plate of meat, swallowing hard as he could smell its savory aroma. Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she quickly accepted the bowl and began eating heartily. Huang Zhaodi felt a wave of satisfaction as she watched Fu Yaoyao enjoy the meal. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao paused, looking up at Huang Zhaodi. "Auntie, young brother Yang and young brother He, you should eat too." Huang Zhaodi smiled and shook her head. "Yaoyao, you eat. Auntie is not hungry." Wang Yang added, "Yes, Yaoyao, you are so plump and healthy. It makes us happy. Enjoy the meat. Eat as much as you want." Wang He held his bowl silently, but his eyes agreed with their sentiments. Thanks to Fu Yaoyao's presence, the oil used for stir-frying the vegetables was derived from the meat, making the wild greens exceptionally fragrant. Huang Zhaodi had prepared only a small piece of meat, saving the rest for later to gradually feed Fu Yaoyao. However, Fu Yaoyao insisted on pushing her bowl toward Huang Zhaodi. "No, Annie, if you do not eat, neither will I." Huang Zhaodi looked at Fu Yaoyao's serious little face, warmth swelling in her heart. With no other choice, Huang Zhaodi picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, which finally satisfied Fu Yaoyao, allowing her to continue eating. Wang Yang and Wang He also each picked up a piece of meat, although they felt it should be reserved for Fu Yaoyao. They had been craving it for a long time. Watching the 3 of them eat, Fu Yaoyao beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, she had another thought and looked up at Huang Zhaodi. "Auntie, let us have rabbit meat tomorrow." Huang Zhaodi did not refuse. What does Yaoyao want to eat? If it were not for Fu Yaoyao, there would not be so much meat in the house. Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, her little face brimming with anticipation. "We will have spicy rabbit heads and rabbit hot pot." Spicy rabbit heads? Rabbit hot pot? Huang Zhaodi looked at Fu Yaoyao in confusion, evidently not comprehending. Fu Yaoyao hurriedly explained, "We cut the rabbit meat and put it in the pot, cooking it with spicy ingredients, then dip it in sauce to eat. It's incredibly delicious." She had never tasted it herself, but had always been tempted. At that moment, her mouth watered, and now that the opportunity had finally arisen, she could not let it slip away. Huang Zhaodi, somewhat understanding, nodded. "It sounds quite delectable. Let us give it a try tomorrow." Fu Yaoyao leaped for joy. "That's wonderful. We will eat rabbit meat tomorrow." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already smell the enticing aroma. Fu Yaoyao looked at Huang Zhaodi. "Annie, let us prepare the rabbit together, and we'll share it with the pot." She was young, but not foolish. Today, Huang Zhaodi had only prepared a small amount of meat, evidently just for her. She never indulged in solitary feasting. Huang Zhaodi paused, gazing at Fu Yaoyao's earnest expression, and nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 60. Slandering the village chief. The next day, before Fu Yaoyao had fully awakened, she heard a commotion outside the courtyard. As she opened her eyes, she saw Wang He sitting by her bedside. "Yaoyao, it's still early. Sleep a little longer." He gently patted her head. After the events of yesterday, they dared not let Fu Yaoyao go outside again, as the Wang family was utterly shameless. Outside were Wong Dejong and his wife, Li Tsuehua. Yesterday, Wang's wife had been terrified by snakes and black dogs and was now resting in bed. Huang Zhaodi stood in the main room, her face dark with anger as she looked at them. "How dare you show your faces here? Li Tsuehua charged directly into the house. Huang Zhaodi, give me an explanation. Hand over the illegitimate child. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback by their audacity. They had committed those acts, yet they twisted the truth. Anger coursed through her veins. Her situation is her own doing. It has nothing to do with us. If anything, it's her insatiable greed that has led to this. If it weren't for Wang's wife harboring ill intentions toward Fu Yaoyao and planning to sell her, none of this would have ensued. However, Wong Dejong and Li Tsuehua's presence today was certainly calculated. Huang Zhaodi's expression shifted. She understood what dunking the pig meant. Yet, she could not concede. She sneered. You are distorting the truth. I see it clearly. You are bullying us orphans, thinking I, Huang Zhaodi, am an easy target? Li Tsuehua glanced at Wong Dejong. Since she has no shame, we might as well deal with this child ourselves. Wong Dejong prepared to barge into the house. Huang Zhaodi attempted to block him, but she was no match for Wong Dejong. He shoved her aside and strode into the room. Li Tsuehua followed closely behind, intent on dragging Fu Yaoyao out. Hearing the commotion, Wang He rushed out of the room, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Yaoyao. What do you want? Wang Dejong looked at Wang He with disdain. You sickly wretch, get out of my way. He attempted to push Wang He aside. Wang He would not allow him to harm Fu Yaoyao, steadfastly shielding her. Li Tsuehua charged forward, ready to seize Fu Yaoyao. Wang He, witnessing this, immediately shielded Fu Yaoyao behind him. If you want to take Yaoyao, you'll have to go through me first. Wang Dejong sneered. You're siding with her. Even though your father wears a green hat, you've truly been led astray. Since that's the case, don't blame me. With that, Wang Dejong lunged at Wang He. Wang He was no match for him and soon found himself on the ground. Seizing a moment, Li Tsuehua rushed over and grabbed Fu Yaoyao by the wrist. Fu Yaoyao cried out, trying to struggle, but her strength was no match for Li Tsuehua. Wang He struggled to rise, eager to stop Li Tsuehua. But as soon as he stood, Wong Dejong kicked him down again. Wang He groaned, spitting blood. Huang Zhaodi, seeing this, rushed forward. Higuer Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao looked at Wang He, who had just coughed up blood. Higuer. She glared fiercely at Wong Dejong, who was holding her. Let go of me. Wong Dejong dismissed Fu Yaoyao entirely. I want to see if your father will come out. The onlookers in the village offered no assistance. This was a family matter of the Wong clan, and they wanted no part in it. Fu Yaoyao clenched her fists. My father is the best father in the world. And I am not an illegitimate child. Like a young bull, she charged at Wong Dejong. Wong Dejong underestimated her, preparing to teach her a lesson, but to his astonishment, Fu Yaoyao knocked him to the ground. He had not anticipated that this little child possessed such strength. Li Tsuehua, shocked by Fu Yaoyao's defiance, raised her hand to strike her. Fu Yaoyao, quick as lightning, seized Li Tsuehua's arm and bit down hard.
Ah! Li Tsuehua shrieked, violently shaking Fu Yaoyao off.
Fu Yaoyao fell to the ground but immediately sprang back up, positioning herself in front of Wang He. You shall not harm Higuer. Huang Zhaodi quickly shielded Fu Yaoyao behind her, glaring at Wong Dejong and Li Tsuehua. You better leave now, or I will report you. Wong Dejong and Li Tsuehua exchanged furious glances. Wong Dejong approached them. Report me? I would like to see how the authorities deal with a woman like you. He twisted his wrist. You little harlot, daring to injure me. Today, you will learn a lesson. Huang Zhaodi looked at Wong Dejong and Li Tsuehua with fierce determination. She had long prepared herself. Even if she were to die here today, she would not allow them to take Fu Yaoyao. Wong Dejong, seeing Huang Zhaodi's resolve, sneered. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. He shoved Huang Zhaodi aside, reaching for Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao trembled in fear but clung tightly to Huang Zhaodi's leg. Let go of me. Don't hurt Higuer. Wang He struggled to rise, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Yaoyao. Do not harm Yaoyao. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from outside. Stop. Seizing the moment of Wong Dejong's distraction, Fu Yaoyao clenched her small fists and struck him down. Then she climbed onto him, delivering punch after punch. You bullied my aunt. You bullied Higuer. You bullied me. Wong Dejong, dazed from the blows, had never expected this little child to possess such strength. Just as he prepared to fight back, he caught sight of the cold glint in Fu Yaoyao's eyes. That gaze, as if from a demon of hell, sent shivers down his spine. He stood frozen, allowing Fu Yaoyao's fists to rain upon him. The surrounding villagers were astonished, not believing that this usually obedient and adorable little girl could exhibit such ferocity and strength. The village chief finally spoke. Why aren't you all rushing to restrain her? He too was taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's remarkable strength. Fu Yaoyao was held in Wang He's embrace, her eyes reddening as she looked at the village chief, directly accusing Wong Dejong. Grandpa village chief, he bullies me. He wants to sell Yaoyao. No one anticipated that Fu Yaoyao would be the first to complain about the villain. Just look at how badly Wong Dejong was beaten. The village chief gazed at Wong Dejong, whose face was bruised and battered, as Li Tsuehua helped him up from the ground, unable to bear the sight. Yet he still looked at Wong Dejong and said, Wong Dejong, what are you trying to do? Are you bullying an orphan and a widow? The village chief's voice was filled with anger. This is not even her daughter. What kind of loose woman are you talking about? She raised both of your family's children. Wong Dejong, don't you feel guilty? Wong Dejong's face turned red from the village chief's words, but he still stubbornly replied, Village chief, your words are too protective. How do you know this child isn't from the Huang family? You don't have any relationship with them, do you? Wong Dejong directly slandered the village chief. The village chief trembled with rage, staring at Wong Dejong. What nonsense are you spouting? Wong Dejong sneered, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Fu Yaoyao looked at Wong Dejong, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she broke free from Wang He's embrace and charged at Wong Dejong. Unprepared, Wong Dejong was knocked to the ground. Fu Yaoyao climbed onto Wong Dejong, gripping his collar tightly, and fiercely declared, You big bad guy. How dare you bully me and my family? I'll let you know how powerful I am. With that, she raised her small fist and struck Wong Dejong's head with all her might. Chapter 61. Dealing with Wong Dejong, Fu Yaoyao picked up a stone and smashed it onto Wong Dejong's head. He was caught off guard, bloodied and shocked by her ferocity. She attempted to continue her assault, but fortunately, Wang He rushed forward and shielded Fu Yaoyao in his arms. Yaoyao, it's all right now. Fu Yaoyao glared at Wong Dejong. You still want to sell me? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. If you dare to bully us again, I'll make sure you regret it. She waved her small fists defiantly at him. Wong Dejong took a deep breath. You wild child, I'll make sure you pay for this. He couldn't fathom where such strength came from. Hearing this, Fu Yaoyao's anger intensified. She stepped forward, grabbing Wong Dejong's hair. You old bastard. How dare you insult me? I'll make sure you regret it. She genuinely wanted to harm Wong Dejong. This wicked man actually wanted to sell her. How despicable. Wong Dejong never expected Fu Yaoyao to be so strong. His head throbbed painfully from her grip, and he quickly begged for mercy. Auntie, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Fu Yaoyao shot him a fierce glare before releasing him. Wong Dejong fell to the ground, touching his head, now drenched in blood. Li Tsuehua, fearing Fu Yaoyao would strike again, helped Wong Dejong leave. Fu Yaoyao, panting, felt a sense of relief watching Wong Dejong leave in such disarray. Wang He hurriedly helped her sit down. Yaoyao, are you alright? Is there anywhere that hurts? Fu Yaoyao shook her head. I'm fine. Luckily I'm strong, otherwise, he would have sold me. Just thinking about Wong Dejong's intentions made her blood boil. Wang He sighed. Yaoyao, thank you. If it weren't for you, our family might have faced dire consequences today. Fu Yaoyao waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. You are my father and mother. Protecting you is what I should do. Wang He looked at Fu Yaoyao, filled with gratitude. Huang Zhaodi rushed over and embraced Fu Yaoyao, checking her over. Yaoyao, are you okay? Fu Yaoyao shook her head. Mother, I'm fine. Huang Zhaodi, still shaken, held Fu Yaoyao tightly. Yaoyao, it's all my fault. I've put you in danger. Fu Yaoyao patted Huang Zhaodi's back. Auntie, don't say that. You saved me. Without you, Yaoyao would have been lost. Protecting you is what I should do. Though she was just a child, she understood Huang Zhaodi's intentions. She must strive to ensure a better life for them. Huang Zhaodi turned to the village chief. Village chief, today as events might have caused you trouble. I hope you won't be misunderstood. The village chief waved his hand, looking at Fu Yaoyao with a gentle gaze. How did Yaoyao become so strong? Fu Yaoyao waved her small fists. Grandpa village chief, I'll tell you a secret. I've been strong since I was little. The village chief nodded. I see. I came to ask if there are any more herbs from last night. He approached with a somewhat sheepish demeanor. The discomfort of insomnia was truly unbearable. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with innocence. I don't have any herbs left. But the ingredients are quite simple. I can tell you, Grandpa village chief. She listed a series of herb names. The village chief stared at her in bewilderment. Yaoyao. There are too many herbs. Could you write them down? Fu Yaoyao suddenly became bashful, twisting her small hands and hiding behind Huang Zhaodi. Her reaction puzzled everyone present. Wang He held Fu Yaoyao tightly. Yaoyao, what is wrong? Fu Yaoyao, feeling shy, replied. Grandpa village chief, I'm only 2 years old. I can't write. When Fu Yaoyao said this, everyone was taken aback. The village chief stared at her in disbelief. Yaoyao, did you say you are only 2 years old? Fu Yaoyao nodded. Yes, Grandpa village chief, I'm just 2 years old. The village chief was genuinely astonished. Fu Yaoyao looked healthy and plump, and she certainly did not appear to be just 2 years old. For a 2-year-old child to possess such strength and knowledge of herbs, and to articulate her thoughts so coherently, was simply incredible. The villagers nearby were equally stunned. They had not expected Fu Yaoyao to be nearly 2 years old. Yet, looking at her, it seemed she was not lying. Fu Yaoyao nodded earnestly. Yes, I received many birthday gifts a few days ago. She looked at the village chief. Grandpa village chief, what do you think? At this moment, Fu Yaoyao could easily be described as a prodigy. He turned to Huang Zhaodi. Zhaodi, with such a smart child, you must nurture her well. Huang Zhaodi nodded. Village chief, we will. The village chief looked at Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, if you have any questions in the future, you can always come to ask Grandpa village chief. Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Really? Grandpa village chief? The village chief nodded. Of course it's true. Fu Yaoyao beamed with joy, embracing the village chief's arm. Grandpa village chief, I have a question for you. When people die, do they turn into stars or ghosts? The village chief was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fu Yaoyao would pose such a question. He coughed softly. Yaoyao, when a person dies, they are truly gone, never to transform into anything else. Fu Yaoyao pouted. That's not true. Grandpa villager is deceiving me. The village elder furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Fu Yaoyao would pose such questions. Wang He, standing nearby, appeared to have grown accustomed to her peculiar inquiries. Enough with the pretense. Grandpa villager is quite busy. Quickly, tell me the herbs needed, and I shall fetch them for him. Since becoming acquainted with Fu Yaoyao, she frequently asked these nonsensical questions. Previously, he would consider her tender heart might not withstand such thoughts. Fu Yaoyao blinked at Wang He. Brother Wang He, what nonsense are you talking? Yaoyao truly does not know. Wang He took a deep breath. All right, enough of this. Fu Yaoyao gazed at him innocently. Brother He, I like Grandpa villager, which is why I ask him these questions. The village elder coughed once more. If this was her notion of affection, he would rather forgo it. He was far too old to endure such sentiments. Fu Yaoyao did not press the elder further, and instead listed the required herbs. Wang He also presented the prescription to the elder. Chapter 62. The child Wang. Once everyone had departed, Fu Yaoyao approached Huang Zhaodi, grasping her hand. Auntie, I'm hungry. What shall we eat? She looked up at Huang Zhaodi, who felt her heart melting. Now that the weather is warm, Annie has prepared mung bean paste for you. It's in the kitchen, and I'll bring it out. She had risen early. For now, the only one the family could rely on was her. Naturally, she had to be diligent. When Wang He and Wang Yang finally awoke, Fu Yaoyao was still sound asleep. Huang Zhaodi saved her a portion, while the other three shared the rest. After breakfast, Wang He remained at home to help weave bamboo, while Huang Zhaodi prepared some mung bean cakes to see if there was a market in town. Fu Yaoyao accompanied Wang Yang outside to play. Upon reaching the rice fields, they were abruptly blocked by a group of boys. I thought it was someone important. Sure to, don't play with them. My mother says they are not good people, shouted a scrawny boy, pointing at Fu Yaoyao and her companions.
Fu Yaoyao frowned.
Zhang Shida's family was in the pork business, thriving and robust, and the village children called him Big Brother. Zhang Shitu believed he must protect them, but he was shocked to find his little brother was being bullied.
Fu Yaoyao scowled.
And Wang Yang stepped in front of her. What do you want? I warn you, do not bully my sister. Despite being 7 years old, Wang Yang looked no older than 4 or 5 due to malnutrition, making him appear particularly small next to Zhang Shitu. Even though his voice trembled, he resolutely stood protectively before Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao felt warmth in her heart as she looked at Wang Yang standing in front of her. She smiled slightly and stepped forward, pulling Wang Yang behind her. Brother, Yaoyao can protect herself. She raised her head to Zhang Shitu and declared, Bullying? Who is bullying whom? Do not slander us. Zhang Shitu, taken aback by the audacity of the little girl, became enraged. How dare you speak to me like that, you wild child? You must be tired of living. He reached out to strike Fu Yaoyao. She swiftly dodged, for she was not one to stand idly by and take a beating. With a cold laugh, she thought, as a princess of the demon realm, she would never allow herself to be bullied by such a petty child. With a firm step, she trod on Zhang Shida's cloth shoe, pressing down hard. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Could you repeat that? Zhang Shitu was furious. You little wretch, how dare you step on my shoe? Do you know how expensive they are? My mother bought them for me. Can you afford to pay for them? He lunged to hit Fu Yaoyao. She sidestepped and retaliated with a swift slap. Compensate? For what, you big-headed fool? I think you need a good beating. Zhang Shitu was left bewildered. He had never been struck before. Enraged, he lunged at Fu Yaoyao. Though she was a princess, the little demons of the realm were no pushovers. She had honed her skills from a young age, and Zhang Shitu was not a match for her. With a deft shoulder throw, she sent him crashing to the ground. Dazed, he stared at Fu Yaoyao in disbelief. You dared to hit me? Do you know who I am? My parents sell pork in town, and my uncle is the constable. You're finished. Zhang Shitu thought invoking his family's name would intimidate Fu Yaoyao, but she scoffed. What do your parents and uncle have to do with me? No matter how powerful they are, it doesn't concern you. You're still the one getting beaten by me. Humph, utterly useless. She placed her foot on Zhang Shida's chest. Let me tell you, don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. Also, do not bully my brother. Zhang Shitu cried out to his parents, while the surrounding children stared in shock. They had never witnessed Zhang Shitu being so thoroughly defeated. His bulk had not protected him from a 2-year-old girl. Wang Yang watched, astonished, as his sister suddenly appeared formidable. Zhang Shitu, frightened, ran off. And the other children hurriedly followed suit. Fu Yaoyao clapped her hands triumphantly. Humph, let them dare to bully anyone again. Wang Yang looked at Fu Yaoyao. His eyes filled with admiration. Sister, you are amazing. Fu Yaoyao proudly lifted her chin. Of course, just look at who I am. She was a princess of the demon realm. How could she not be impressive? Wang Yang felt a warm glow in his heart. He never expected his sister to become so powerful. In such a short time, she had gathered several little followers. He resolved to become just as formidable as his sister. Fu Yaoyao surveyed Zhang Shirtu and the others. If you dare to bully anyone again, I will hit you. They nodded vigorously. We won dare, Sister Yaoyao. They were now thoroughly intimidated by her, especially because of the large dog. The village children had never welcomed him or Wang Yang. He was already in poor health and did not pay much attention to such matters. However, Wang Yang was different. He particularly longed to play with them. But they dismissed him, refusing to include him. Wang Yang observed Fu Yaoyao in the center, resembling a little princess. Her childish voice held no intimidation whatsoever. Yet the group of boys obediently nodded in agreement. Sister Yaoyao, rest assured, we will definitely not fight in the future, declared Zhang Shirtu, taking the lead in expressing his resolve. Wang stared in astonishment at Fu Yaoyao. How could she, still so young, already be referred to as Sister Yaoyao? Once all the children had departed, Wang Yang moved closer to Wang He and recounted everything that had transpired that day. Fu Yaoyao, beaming with pride, shook her little head, exclaiming with guogua, isn't Yaoyao especially formidable? They are all so afraid of me. Wang He nearly gasped in disbelief. Chapter 63. The appearance of Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao had stayed at Huang Zhaodi's house for 3 months. As soon as Mrs. Wang was able to get out of bed, she came over, grabbing Huang Zhaodi. She scolded, you wretched creature. How could you do such a thing? Do you not feel ashamed before my son? Mrs. Wang shouted angrily at Huang Zhaodi. Fu Yaoyao hurriedly rushed over, shielding Huang Zhaodi behind her. You old witch. You must not bully my aunt. Mrs. Wang glared at Fu Yaoyao, furious. You freak, I will not let you off easily. As she spoke, Mrs. Wang raised her hand to strike Fu Yaoyao. Huang Zhaodi quickly enveloped Fu Yaoyao in her embrace, insisting, she has nothing to do with you. You have no right to reprimand her. Hiding in Huang Zhaodi's arms, Fu Yaoyao cautiously poked her head out and made a big face at Mrs. Wang. The latter was so enraged, she nearly fainted. You wretched girl. How dare you provoke me? Just wait and see if I don't teach you a lesson today. With that, Mrs. Wang picked up a stick from the ground and aimed it at Huang Zhaodi. Fu Yaoyao dashed forward, knocking Mrs. Wang to the ground. You must not bully my aunt. Mrs. Wang was no match for Fu Yaoyao. Having just gotten out of bed, she now lay on the ground, looking miserable. You wretched girl. I will not spare you, she hissed. Turning to Li Tsuehua, she demanded, are you blind? Why don't you help me up? Li Tsuehua hurriedly went over to assist Mrs. Wang, pointing at Fu Yaoyao. Mrs. Wang fumed. Fu Yaoyao shook her tiny fists defiantly, declaring, if you speak again, I will hit you. Mrs. Wang took a deep breath, choosing silence. Fu Yaoyao was indeed a strange child. She dared not provoke her. Just you wait, I will not let you off, Mrs. Wang threatened as she left the thatched hut. Clutching her waist, Wang Yang approached Huang Zhaodi, asking, Mother, are you alright? Huang Zhaodi shook her head. I'm fine. Just a pity about the mung bean cake on the ground. She had been buying mung bean cakes in town every day. Although the income was meager, she needed to support her family, and without money, there was little she could do. Fu Yaoyao gazed regretfully at the mung bean cake. Father says, we must not waste. Huang Zhaodi gently patted Fu Yaoyao's head. Alright dear, go play. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao remembered she needed to inquire about Fu Linfeng. She clutched Huang Zhaodi's leg and asked, Aunt, can Yaoyao go with you? Huang Zhaodi hesitated to bring Fu Yaoyao along, fearing the chaos outside and knowing she couldn't adequately protect her. But seeing the pleading look on Fu Yaoyao's face softened her heart. After some thought, she relented. You can come, but you must behave and not run around. Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously. Okay, I will be good. Huang Zhaodi took Fu Yaoyao to the town. The streets were bustling with people, and Fu Yaoyao closely followed Huang Zhaodi. She looked around, feeling a sense of novelty. Suddenly, she spotted a crowd gathered around something and tugged at Huang Zhaodi's hand. Aunt, shall we go take a look? Huang Zhaodi initially hesitated to join the crowd, but seeing Fu Yaoyao's curious expression, she agreed. All right, but be careful. As they approached, they discovered a woman performing. Dressed in a somewhat tattered red outfit, she danced gracefully, with a long sword in hand. Her swordplay was fluid and mesmerizing, prompting applause from the onlookers. Fu Yaoyao watched in rapt attention, having never seen such impressive swordsmanship. Suddenly, the dancer turned, pointing her sword directly at Fu Yaoyao, causing her face to pale with fear. And Huang Zhaodi to gasp in surprise. Just then, a figure dashed through, shielding Fu Yaoyao. Looking up, she realized it was Fu Linfeng. Clad in black, he appeared regal, his eyes icy. He regarded the dancer coldly, stating, Miss, your sword dance is commendable, but please be mindful of your surroundings next time. The woman in red, flustered, quickly sheathed her sword, apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Fu Linfeng said nothing more, turning to Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, are you alright? Fu Yaoyao shook her head, eyes wide with disbelief. Father, you didn't get lost? Fu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback by her words, then shook his head helplessly. He ruffled Fu Yaoyao's hair, saying, Yaoyao, don't randomly seek out excitement, understand?
Fu Yaoyao obediently nodded. Okay, I understand.
Just as Fu Linfeng was about to leave, Fu Yaoyao grasped his sleeve. Father, where are you going? The palace has been looking for you. She had not anticipated encountering Fu Linfeng there. Fu Linfeng crouched down to her level. Yaoyao, about today, when you saw your father, please do not tell anyone, alright? Fu Yaoyao tilted her head, puzzled by his request. She simply could not comprehend why she could not share this with others. Though somewhat confused, she nodded, trusting her father must have his reasons. Then, father, where are you headed?
Fu Yaoyao asked curiously.
Fu Linfeng gently patted her head before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Fu Yaoyao was filled with questions. The crowd had been so chaotic that Huang Zhaodi hadn't he noticed Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao tugged at Huang Zhaodi's hand. Aunt, let us hurry to our stall. Huang Zhaodi nodded, leading Fu Yaoyao toward her stall. Throughout the journey, Fu Yaoyao remained distracted, contemplating her father's words and his figure. Furrowing her brow, she found herself in deep thought. Huang Zhaodi, noticing Fu Yaoyao's troubled expression, teased, Isn't it enough for Yaoyao to eat and drink well? Why the long face? What troubles you? Huang Zhaodi did not want to see Fu Yaoyao unhappy, though she dismissed it, thinking that children's troubles are fleeting. Fu Yaoyao looked up at Huang Zhaodi. Her little face a picture of conflict. After a brief hesitation, she decided to confide. Aunt, I saw my father. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, Your father? ISNT. Fu Yaoyao shook her head firmly. No, father is not dead. He is still alive. Huang Zhaodi gazed into Fu Yaoyao's determined eyes, her heart wavering. Seeing Huang Zhaodi's silence, Fu Yaoyao worried she might not believe her and quickly explained, Aunt, I am not lying. I really saw my father. He told me not to tell anyone else, but I don't know why. She refrained from disclosing her royal identity, knowing they would not believe she was a princess. They would not recognize that the person from earlier was Fu Linfeng. Fu Yaoyao was perplexed as to why Fu Linfeng had chosen to leave. She needed assistance to resolve her predicament. Noticing that Huang Zhaodi was silent, Fu Yaoyao approached and grasped her hand, saying, Auntie, father. Huang Zhaodi gently patted her head, responding, Indeed, since that is the case, Yaoyao need not worry. Father must be attending to his own matters. At last, Fu Yaoyao was convinced by Huang Zhaodi's words. Chapter 64. He has arrived. Fu Yaoyao skipped alongside Huang Zhaodi, merrily bouncing as they reached their stall. Huang Zhaodi instructed her to sit on a chair, saying, Yaoyao, you should sit here obediently. She then retrieved some mung bean cakes from her basket. Although some were spoiled, a number of them were still of good quality. Huang Zhaodi sighed and took a seat beside Fu Yaoyao. Annie, is it because no one is buying the mung bean cakes that you feel unhappy? She looked at Huang Zhaodi with clear, innocent eyes. Huang Zhaodi smiled. These matters do not concern you, Yaoyao. Are you hungry? Would you like some mung bean cakes? She wished to shield Fu Yaoyao from her troubles. Fu Yaoyao nodded. Yaoyao is hungry. I want to eat mung bean cakes. Huang Zhaodi walked over and handed a piece of mung bean cake to Fu Yaoyao. Instead of eating it, Fu Yaoyao took the cake and dragged her little chair over to Huang Zhaodi's side, declaring, Auntie, Yaoyao will help you sell mung bean cakes. Huang Zhaodi looked at the mung bean cake in Fu Yaoyao's hand and couldn't help but smile. Yaoyao, you're still little. Leave these things to Auntie. Just sit here and enjoy your mung bean cake, alright? She reached out to take the cake from Fu Yaoyao's hand. However, Fu Yaoyao shook her head, insisting, Yaoyao has grown up. I want to help Auntie share the burden. With that, she stood beside Huang Zhaodi and began calling out to passers-by, delicious mung bean cakes. How could there be such delightful mung bean cakes? Huang Zhaodi was taken aback. Watching Fu Yaoyao's honest demeanor, a warm current surged within her heart. Since she wished to assist, Huang Zhaodi did not refuse. Fu Yaoyao's tender voice caught the attention of several pedestrians. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Zhaodi introduced, Gentlemen, these are our homemade mung bean cakes. They are quite delightful. Would you care to try some? The onlookers, charmed by Fu Yaoyao's adorable appearance and Huang Zhaodi's sincere gaze, paused in their tracks. One of them remarked, Since the little girl is so enthusiastic, we shall give them a try. A smile blossomed on Huang Zhaodi's face as she quickly presented several pieces of mung bean cake to the curious patrons. After tasting, they all nodded in approval. Indeed. Quite tasty. We shall purchase some of these mung bean cakes. Huang Zhaodi felt a rush of joy and eagerly packaged the mung bean cakes for them. With great delight, she accepted their payment and arranged the remaining cakes neatly. Seeing this, Fu Yaoyao called out even more enthusiastically. Her small figure hopped in front of the stall, her innocent voice ringing clear and melodious, attracting many more passers-by to stop and watch. Soon, the mung bean cakes at the stall were sold out. Huang Zhaodi gazed at the empty stall, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude. She lifted Fu Yaoyao into her arms and kissed her cheek. Yaoyao, you are truly my little lucky star. Thank you for helping Auntie sell the mung bean cakes. Fu Yaoyao's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she beamed. Yaoyao loves helping Auntie. I will help sell even more mung bean cakes in the future. Just as the mother and daughter duo prepared to leave, they were suddenly called upon. Madam, your mung bean cakes are truly delightful. Might I inquire if you can supply them regularly? Huang Zhaodi looked up to see a lavishly dressed man standing before the stall, his gaze intense. Her heart leapt with joy as she promptly nodded, "Of course, sir. How many mung bean cakes would you require? I can prepare them for you." The man smiled slightly. "Very well, starting today. Please deliver 10 boxes of mung bean cakes daily to the residents in the east of the city. We can negotiate the price." Huang Zhaodi was nearly ecstatic, hurriedly agreeing. Fu Yaoyao clapped her small hands in excitement. "That's wonderful. We will have even more mung bean cakes to sell." The man looked at Fu Yaoyao, bending down. "Are your family's mung bean cakes delicious?" His words seemed to be a playful trap for Fu Yaoyao. She blinked her big eyes and nodded earnestly. "They are delicious. Yaoyao loves mung bean cakes the most. Uncle, let me tell you, our family's mung bean cakes are super delicious." The man was amused by her adorable demeanor and took a piece of silver from his sleeve, handing it to Fu Yaoyao. "This is a reward for you. Go buy some sweets." Fu Yaoyao accepted the silver, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, uncle. Yaoyao will keep working hard." She turned and ran to Huang Zhaodi, raising the silver in her hand. "Auntie, look. This is the reward uncle gave to Yaoyao." Huang Zhaodi beamed at Fu Yaoyao's excitement, her heart filled with contentment. She turned to the man. "Sir, this." The man waved his hand. "I find this little girl too adorable. Her soft and sweet words are delightful." Fu Yaoyao looked at him with a sweet smile. "Uncle, thank you for liking Yaoyao." Huang Zhaodi gratefully accepted the silver, expressing her sincere thanks to the man. In the days that followed, Huang Zhaodi delivered mung bean cakes to the eastern residents as promised. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao became the little mascot of the stall, her charming appearance and bright calls consistently attracting numerous customers. One day, as Huang Zhaodi busily prepared mung bean cakes at the stall, she suddenly heard a commotion from outside. Curiosity piqued, she ventured out to investigate, discovering a crowd gathered at the entrance, murmuring amongst themselves. A sense of unease gripped Huang Zhaodi, fearing something was amiss. She squeezed through the crowd to find the lavishly dressed man, the very same who purchased mung bean cakes daily, standing at the front. "Look, auntie, it's uncle!" Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, tilting her head. Huang Zhaodi hurried forward to greet him. "Sir, what brings you here?" Her heart swelled with joy as she quickly presented the freshly made mung bean cakes. The man surveyed the cakes at the stall, then glanced at the well-behaved and charming Fu Yaoyao, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He suddenly spoke. "Your little girl is so lovely. Would it be possible for her to accompany me to my residence as a guest?" Huang Zhaodi was taken aback and hesitated. However, Fu Yaoyao blinked her eyes, curiously asking, "To your house as a guest?" Yaoyao has never been to anyone else's house. Huang Zhaodi felt a wave of apprehension, unsure of the man's intentions. Yet, seeing Fu Yaoyao's excitement, she could not bring herself to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded in agreement. "Since you have extended such a kind invitation, we shall graciously accept." The man beamed at her response, personally guiding Huang Zhaodi and Fu Yaoyao to his carriage. As the carriage glided away from the market, traversing through bustling streets, it eventually came to a halt before an impressive mansion. Fu Yaoyao eagerly examined her surroundings, her heart brimming with wonder and anticipation. She tugged Huang Zhaodi's hand, bouncing with excitement. "Annie, this place is so beautiful. Are we really going in as guests?" Huang Zhaodi held Fu Yaoyao's hand tightly, cautiously stepping into the mansion. The courtyard was deep and expansive, adorned with pavilions and towers, each reflecting the owner's nobility and taste. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in awe as she took in the splendor, pulling Huang Zhaodi's hand as she eagerly looked around. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a zither filled the air. Intrigued, Fu Yaoyao followed the sound, discovering a young boy in white robes sitting in a pavilion, playing the instrument. The boy was strikingly handsome, with an ethereal quality, as if he had stepped out of a painting, though he appeared to be merely 10 years old. Captivated, Fu Yaoyao unconsciously moved toward the pavilion. Huang Zhaodi, noticing her excitement, quickly followed, her heart racing with apprehension. "Big brother,"
Fu Yaoyao exclaimed.
Not expecting to encounter Yi Yibai here, Fu Yaoyao hurried to the pavilion, lifting her small face to gaze at Yi Yibai. "Big pot, why is mud here?" Yi Yibai paused his playing, lowering his gaze towards Fu Yaoyao. He rose to his feet and approached her, squatting down to meet her eye level. "Have you missed me?" Fu Yaoyao nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face. Yaoyao missed Big Pot. "Your music sounds so beautiful." Flattered by her compliment, Yi Yibai felt a slight flush creep to his ears. "If you enjoy it, I shall play for you more often." Fu Yaoyao clapped her hands in delight. Yes, yes. Yaoyao loves listening to Big Pot play. Chapter 65. Let us go to school. Yi Yibai looked at Fu Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, did you see your father?" Fu Yaoyao clenched her small fists, shaking her head vigorously.
"Big Pot, what are you saying?"
"I haven't seen father." Given that Fu Linfeng wished to keep his whereabouts a secret, she continued, "Big Pot, could it be that father has news?" She stared intently at Yi Yibai. Yi Yibai furrowed his brows. He had indeed heard that Fu Linfeng had been spotted in the vicinity. With Fu Yaoyao here, it was inconceivable that he would not come to see her. Yet, judging by Fu Yaoyao's demeanor, it appeared that Fu Linfeng truly had not shown himself. At this moment, Huang Zhaodi spoke up.
Yaoyao.
Fu Yaoyao took Huang Zhaodi's hand. Auntie, this is my big pot. Huang Zhaodi was taken aback, realizing that Fu Yaoyao truly knew such a wealthy person. She looked at Yi Yibai, who exuded an air of elegance she had never encountered before. In the house of the official, he would be considered a distinguished guest. Huang Zhaodi could not fathom the nature of his relationship with Fu Yaoyao. Seeing him nod at her, she bit her lip. Young master, Yaoyao. Huang Zhaodi quickly waved her hand. Yaoyao's family is in trouble. What will happen to her now? She was anxious to know whether Yi Yibai would take Fu Yaoyao away. Fu Yaoyao shook her head.
Had it been in the past,
she would have certainly left with Yi Yibai. However, today, she had seen Fu Linfeng. Remembering his words when he left, she understood that the capital was perilous. Remaining outside was her safest option. Yi Yibai took out a silver ingot from his clothing and placed it in Huang Zhaodi's hand. Thank you for looking after Yaoyao. I hope you will take good care of her. Huang Zhaodi was somewhat flustered. Fu Yaoyao grasped her hand. Auntie, I like meat. Let us buy some. To Yi Yibai, a silver ingot was negligible. Yet for Huang Zhaodi, it represented a year's worth of frugality for her family. Fu Yaoyao insisted, Auntie, keep it. Yi Yibai added. Please accept it, madam. Yaoyao is young. She should eat more of what she loves to nourish her body. Only then did Huang Zhaodi accept the silver. Yaoyao, may I speak with you for a moment? Yi Yibai looked at Fu Yaoyao, who nodded and eagerly took his hand. Let us go, big pot. They moved to a secluded corner. Yi Yibai finally spoke. Yaoyao, do not let anyone know your whereabouts, nor reveal your identity to anyone. Fu Yaoyao looked at him in confusion. Yi Yibai understood her intelligence. She was unlike ordinary children. I have only just learned that the entire palace is now under the control of my aunt, and Fu Yuexin is merely a pawn she has set in motion. With the Ning family also within her grasp, Yi Yibai had not anticipated that the quiet princess harbored such ambition. Fu Yaoyao felt a deep worry. Mother, uncles she feared for their safety. For now, they cannot act against your uncle. Your mother is in the palace, so there is no need to worry. You must protect yourself. Yi Yibai looked at Fu Yaoyao with utmost seriousness. He was from the kingdom of Yu. Should the rulers of the kingdom of Tianlin fall into the hands of the quiet princess, it would present a greater advantage for them, as she was a princess of Yu. This was the fundamental reason his father urgently summoned him to the kingdom of Yu. However, Yi Yibai did not trust the quiet princess. If she could act against the kingdom of Tianlin, her loyalty to Yu was uncertain. For now, his only aim was to protect Fu Yaoyao and ensure she remained unharmed.
Fu Yaoyao frowned.
The quiet princess, she had never liked her. From their very first meeting, she had sensed that this woman was not good.
Fu Yaoyao nodded.
Big pot, are you leaving? Yi Yibai recognized Fu Yaoyao's keen intellect and did not wish to conceal the truth from her. He did not want the only tender soul in his life to come to harm.
Fu Yaoyao nodded emphatically.
I know, big pot, you must protect yourself too. After conversing with Yi Yibai for a while, he departed through the back door. Yet, thinking of Fu Yaoyao still here, he felt compelled to remind her once more. Whether she could survive was contingent upon her own actions. Once Yi Yibai left, Zhang Yuanwei spoke. Yaoyao, why don't we have a meal here? Before Huang Zhaodi could respond, Fu Yaoyao quickly rejected the idea. She felt a bit disoriented and weary. Her mind had been overworked throughout the day, and her physical stamina was dwindling. Huang Zhaodi watched with concern as Fu Yaoyao swayed slightly while entering the house. Huang Zhaodi looked at Wang He.
Here?
I will take you to school. Wang He looked at Huang Zhaodi in shock. He quickly declined. No need, mother, I don't want to go. In truth,
he did wish to attend.
He yearned for knowledge. However, due to his frail health, he felt he was already a burden to the family and did not want to further strain Huang Zhaodi. Wang He firmly shook his head. Huang Zhaodi took a deep breath. Listen to me. Yaoyao's family is not ordinary. Since we have decided to raise her, we must protect her well. But right now, we are too weak to do so. Surely, I am not the only one who feels that Yaoyao is different from other children. This had been her contemplation for the entire afternoon. Fu Yaoyao treated them with kindness, and she too wished to protect this child. Wang He clenched his fists tightly. He was perceptive and had sensed long ago that Fu Yaoyao was not like ordinary children. This was why he had initially been worried when Huang Zhaodi wanted to adopt her. He feared it would bring misfortune to the family. Yet, recalling that night when she sweetly looked at him and said, Here, I want to eat meat too. In the future, Yaoyao will have meat to eat, Auntie. Both pots will have meat. He realized how remarkably selfless she was, even in her youth. He wanted to protect her. Wang He fell silent. His frail body limited his ability to safeguard Fu Yaoyao, aside from diligently studying. Huang Zhaodi looked at Wang He. Remember. Mother hopes you can protect yourself and Yaoyao. Only when you are capable can you protect her, understand? Go to school. I will find a way to manage the finances. Wang He hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. Mother, I will study hard. Huang Zhaodi gently patted Wang He's head. Yes, I believe in you. Wang He had always been an obedient child. She also knew he had a natural talent for learning, but their financial struggles had hindered his education.
Now,
For the sake of both Fu Yaoyao and Wang He himself, she was determined to earn more money to send him to school. Huang Zhaodi glanced once more at the sleeping Fu Yaoyao, whose delicate face bore the marks of slumber. Yang, tomorrow you'll accompany me to buy mung bean cakes. Wang Yang is not particularly adept at his studies. Huang Zhaodi has decided to nurture his other talents, to which Wang Yang has no objections. By the time Fu Yaoyao awakens, the three of them have already divided all responsibilities among themselves. Chapter 66. Days of happiness. Another fortnight has passed. Fu Yaoyao, perched upon Dahe, suggests to Guogua, let us ascend the mountain together. Although Fu Yaoyao is unlikely to encounter danger, she is still not permitted to venture alone. Wang He sighs, reluctantly setting aside his book to follow Fu Yaoyao obediently. Fu Yaoyao has a penchant for food. Being so young, she lacks a sense of caution regarding such matters. There are 4 of them in the household, an orphan mother and her children. Even when consuming meat, they must secure the doors and windows, fearing that the aroma might attract unwanted attention. Wang He invariably trails behind Fu Yaoyao, cleaning up after her. They ascend the mountain leisurely on Dahe. Upon reaching the mid-slope, Fu Yaoyao suddenly halts. She furrows her brow and glances at Wang He. Guogua, do you hear something? Wang He listens attentively, his expression shifting. Oh no, that sounds like a wild boar. A grave look flashes in Wang He's eyes. Though they are at the foot of the mountain, wild beasts occasionally roam. If it truly is a wild boar, they would be no match for it. Yet, Fu Yaoyao suddenly stops, gripping Wang He's arm and pointing aside with her small finger. Guogua, look. Wang He follows her gaze and is instantly stunned. Not far away stands a massive wild boar, glaring fiercely at them. Wang He struggles to steady his trembling voice. Yaoyao, don't move. Get down from Dahe slowly and make your way home. Be good and don't panic. Fear grips Wang He, but he strives to reassure Fu Yaoyao. He remains oblivious to the fact that Dahe beneath Fu Yaoyao is, in reality, a tiger. After all, Dahe's frail appearance resembles that of a small dog, and none would suspect him to be the king of the jungle. However, Fu Yaoyao does not dismount. She clings tightly to Wang He, her small face radiating seriousness. Don't be afraid. Dahe is here. We are safe. Wang He wishes to shake his head, his legs quaking with fear. He can think of nothing else. Yaoyao, be good and stay still. I'll come to you. His only thought is to ensure Fu Yaoyao's safety. Suddenly, the wild boar charges at them. Wang He screams and shuts his eyes tight. The anticipated pain never arrives, and when he opens his eyes, he sees Dahe lunging forward, pinning the wild boar to the ground. The boar emits a horrific cry as Dahe's sharp claws pierce its body, blood splattering everywhere. Wang He stares in shock at Dahe, unable to comprehend that this seemingly frail dog could overpower such a hefty wild boar. Fu Yaoyao, however, hops off Dahe's back with an expression of pride, approaching the wild boar and patting its head with her small hand. Dahe is so strong, he took down this big bad guy in one go. It is only then that Wang He comes to his senses, rushing to Fu Yaoyao's side and shielding her behind him. Yaoyao, are you alright? Are you hurt? Fu Yaoyao shakes her head, looking at Wang He with a radiant smile. Guogua, I'm fine. With Dahe here, we are safe. Wang He gazes at Dahe in astonishment. Then at the innocent Fu Yaoyao, a rush of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Dahe is not merely Fu Yaoyao's companion. He is her protector. Wang He suddenly feels a twinge of envy towards Fu Yaoyao for having such a formidable ally. Oblivious to Wang He's thoughts, Fu Yaoyao excitedly circles the wild boar, contemplating which parts of the meat they could enjoy for dinner. Observing Fu Yaoyao's enthusiasm, warmth wells up in Wang He's heart. He approaches and gently pats Dahe's head. Dahe, thank you for protecting Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao looks at Dahe with adoration in her eyes. Dahe is the best. Tonight, I'll make you delicious meat. Wang He nods with a smile, his gaze towards Fu Yaoyao filled with tenderness. He ruffles Fu Yaoyao's hair. Alright, these matters are not for your little head to worry about. Leave it to your brother. Wang He allows Fu Yaoyao to play nearby, while he guards the wild boar meat. In the past, he would have been anxious, but now, with Dahe, who can effortlessly subdue a wild boar, he feels far more secure. Wang Yang's business acumen is gradually being uncovered. He never anticipated he would excel in commerce. Since his arrival, Huang Zhaodi's daily production of mung bean cakes not only sells well, but also attracts numerous buyers. Upon seeing Wang He, Wang Yang smiles and asks, Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Wang He approaches. Mother, Yangge, hurry and take the knife. Let us go up the mountain together. Huang Zhaodi fears Wang He has encountered trouble. Upon reaching the mountain, she is taken aback. She has never seen such a large piece of wild boar meat. Yaoyao, this. Huang Zhaodi glances at the obediently seated Fu Yaoyao, hardly able to believe her eyes. Wang He quickly explains the situation to both of them. The three, Wang He, Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang, immediately spring into action, dividing the wild boar meat into portions. Wang Yang takes the prepared meat home, though it should be tiring work. The thought of enjoying meat again fuels his motivation. By midnight, the family has finally processed the wild boar. That evening, The aroma of meat fills the air as Fu Yaoyao and the two brothers gather around the table, savoring the delectable wild boar meat. Fu Yaoyao beams with satisfaction. Guagua. Don't you think we are the luckiest people? Wang He nods with a smile. Indeed, we are the luckiest, for we have Yaoyao and Dahe.
Wang Yang,
With grease on his lips, exclaims, Yaoyao is amazing. With her around, we can eat meat every day. Fu Yaoyao delights in the praise, her little head bobbing joyfully. Of course, Yaoyao is the strongest little child. Fu Yaoyao believes herself to be the most formidable. Huang Zhaodi watches her with affectionate eyes. In the past, she thought the greatest joy was merely having enough to eat for the three of them. Now, with Fu Yaoyao, their lives improve day by day. They have even saved enough for Wang He's schooling. Huang Zhaodi feels that Fu Yaoyao is a little blessing bestowed upon them by heaven. After dinner, Huang Zhaodi tidies up the kitchen, while Wang Yang attends to the accounts. In a few days, Huang Zhaodi will be sending him to school. He must study diligently and not fall behind. Wang He sits at his desk, studying by the dim candlelight. He feels quite content. Fu Yaoyao quietly enters the room, carrying a bowl of steaming mung bean soup. Guagua, are you tired from studying? Drink some mung bean soup. Wang He looks up at Fu Yaoyao's innocent face, warmth flooding his heart. He takes the soup, sipping it gently. It is sweet, almost as if it can dispel all his fatigue. Yaoyao, I'm not tired. Fu Yaoyao shakes her head with a smile. Guagua, don't worry. You're so capable, knowing so many characters. You will surely do great. Fu Yaoyao senses Wang He's anxiety. Wang He, deeply touched, embraces Fu Yaoyao tightly. I understand, Yaoyao. Thank you. Chapter 67. Unworthy of attending school in the blink of an eye, it is time for Wang He to attend school. He grips Huang Zhaodi's hand, still persuading her. Mother, any school will do. This one is too expensive. Wang He never anticipated that Huang Zhaodi would enroll him in the most prestigious academy in the entire town. It's all right, it's not too expensive, she thought. If one is to study, they must seek the finest teachers. Although Huang Zhaodi felt a pang of heartache, she remained generous towards her child. Beside them, Fu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, Wang He, you are truly remarkable. With matters now settled, Wang He resolved to devote himself to his studies, determined not to disappoint Huang Zhaodi and Fu Yaoyao's expectations. As he arrived at the academy's entrance, he unexpectedly encountered old lady Wang, accompanied by a young boy who appeared to be of similar age to Wang He. He was likely the youngest son of the second branch of the Wang family, Wang Yaozu. Upon seeing Huang Zhaodi and the others, old lady Wang sneered. It seems anyone can afford to send their children to school these days. I wonder where the money comes from, perhaps from her spending the nights in different men's beds. She openly insulted Huang Zhaodi, claiming that the money she earned was disgraceful. Many parents who had come to drop off their children instinctively distanced themselves from Huang Zhaodi, wary of associating with someone of such low standing. How could the teachers allow such a person into the academy? They murmured. Did they not inquire about her before accepting her child? What if it affects our children's chances of success? They began to cast judgment upon Huang Zhaodi. Seeing the crowd turn against her, old lady Wang was filled with malicious glee. Huang Zhaodi trembled with anger. Wang He stepped protectively in front of her, confronting old lady Wang. Grandmother, I still call you that because you are my father's mother, but how can you be so heartless? He clenched his fists tightly. Old lady Wang responded with a mocking smile. Do not call me grandmother. I have no such grandchild as you. Perhaps you are not even of our Wang lineage. Given that you have such a loathsome mother. Surrounded by murmurs and pointing fingers, Huang Zhaodi felt utterly humiliated. Get away from here. Do not disrupt the academy. People like you have no right to be here. It's simply disgusting. If you can attend, return the money to us. We will not study here. The crowd jeered. Huang Zhaodi was nearly faint with rage. She had painstakingly saved to send Wang He to this academy, hoping for a brighter future. Yet here she was faced with such cruelty. Fu Yaoyao, noticing Huang Zhaodi's distress, rushed to her side, offering support. Let us withdraw from the academy, but we want tea. We want tea back down. With a fierce gaze directed at old lady Wang, she added, I warned you before, since you refused to remember. Do not blame me for being rude. A month passed, and though Fu Yaoyao had not grown in knowledge, her appetite had certainly increased. Old lady Wang, witnessing Fu Yaoyao's impending aggression, hastily pointed at her and declared, This wretched child is an aberration. At such a young age, possessing such strength, what else could she be? Upon hearing old lady Wang's words, the crowd stepped back, forming a circle around Huang Zhaodi and her group. The academy steward, realizing pretense was no longer viable, emerged from within, stating, Madam, I am afraid your son is not suited for our academy. Perhaps it would be best to consider another institution. We will refund your fees in full. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Huang Zhaodi trembled with indignation. Wang He looked at the steward, his face a mask of disappointment. Huang Zhaodi quickly interjected, Steward, we do not want a refund. We only wish to remain. My son truly loves studying. She turned to Wang He, urging Wang He, kneel and bow to the teacher. Aware that this was their only hope, Wang He glanced at Huang Zhaodi and then at old lady Wang. Clenching his fists, He finally turned and knelt on the ground. Teacher, I beseech you to accept me. I genuinely love studying, and I promise to work hard. As he bowed his head repeatedly, the surrounding crowd could not contain their comments. Your money is not earned honestly. You are disrupting the academy, they exclaimed. People like you do not deserve an education. Many in the crowd began to believe old lady Wong's words. Wang He bit down on his lip, trying to suppress his emotions. At that moment, a childish voice emerged from the crowd. I am the aberration. I am the aberration. Do not bully my mother and brother. Fu Yaoyao rushed to Wang He's side, pleading with the steward, please accept my brother. He truly loves studying, and I promise he will excel. Turning to the onlookers, she declared, you are the aberrations. Your whole family is. With that, Fu Yaoyao threw herself to the ground, rolling about. The steward hesitated. Well aware of the day's tumultuous events, he shook his head, stating, this is not a decision I can make, madam. You should leave promptly. He then tossed a silver ingot at Huang Zhaodi's feet. Old lady Wang looked at Huang Zhaodi with disdain. A woman like you thinks she can send her child to the academy? You must be dreaming. Huang Zhaodi clenched her fists, feeling the weight of her struggles. Life had finally begun to improve for them, yet old lady Wang still sought to torment them. Remembering the days when Wong Dejong was alive, when all the burdens fell upon her, and every coin he earned was taken by the family, it stung deeply. Now that Wong Dejong had passed, and she had left with her 2 children, old lady Wang still refused to relent. Huang Zhaodi trembled with fury, her gaze fixed on old lady Wang as she charged forward. The villagers quickly restrained her. Huang Zhaodi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Old lady Wang demanded, her eyes narrowing. Let me go. I will put an end to this old hag. Huang Zhaodi struggled against their grip. But the villagers were too numerous for her to escape. Wang He, witnessing this, quickly said, Mother, do not be impulsive. We will leave here, and I will find a way to enter the academy. After hearing her son's words, Huang Zhaodi calmed down. She looked at Wang He and then at the rolling Fu Yaoyao, her heart aching for them. As she pulled Wang He close and lifted Fu Yaoyao, preparing to depart, a voice called out from behind, wait. Turning around, Huang Zhaodi saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe standing behind them, a smile on his face. Madam, may I have a word? I am the teacher of this academy. Huang Zhaodi, uncertain, glanced at the teacher and then at the envious onlookers. Wang He looked at the teacher with unrestrained joy. The teacher repeated, Madam, may I have a moment of your time? The high cost of this academy and the multitude of visitors can be attributed to the esteemed presence of its headmaster. Wang He straightened his posture and bowed to Wu Xingju, addressing him as Scholar Wu. Wu Xingju maintained his genteel demeanor as he turned to Huang Zhaodi, saying, Madam, there seems to have been a misunderstanding regarding your family from our academy's administration. May I have a word with you in private? Huang Zhaodi was momentarily taken aback. She did not anticipate that Wu Xingju would come personally to clarify matters. She glanced at Wang He beside her, and then at the distinguished Wu Xingju. Eventually nodding in agreement, the 3 of them retreated to a nearby tea room, where Wu Xingju personally brewed tea for them. The fragrant aroma enveloped them, and as Huang Zhaodi took a sip, she was delighted by the lingering flavor. Madam, it is regrettable that our academy's operations fell short, resulting in your family being wronged, Wu Xingju expressed with sincerity. Earlier, Wang He had already shared Wu Xingju's esteemed reputation with Huang Zhaodi, leading her to hold him in high regard. She quickly waved her hands, saying, No, Scholar Wu, you need not be so formal. If a family can boast of a scholar, it is akin to having a beacon of hope. There might not even be a single geneshur in our town. The man before me is not merely a geneshur but a scholar of higher merit. I have heard that his knowledge surpasses that of an ordinary scholar. He chose not to pursue further studies of his own volition. Wu Xingju accepted her words, slowly unfolding a scroll and reading it with great care. Huang Zhaodi observed his earnest expression, feeling increasingly anxious. She subtly turned to Wang He, who offered her a reassuring smile. Upon seeing this, her heart surged with joy. Wang He exhaled in relief and bowed slightly to Wu Xingju, saying, Thank you for your kind words, Scholar Wu. Wu Xingju regarded Wang He with curiosity. When did you begin your studies? Wang He fell silent, refraining from answering. Wu Xingju looked at him in disbelief, his expression filled with confusion. No one taught you? How then did you learn to read? Wang He took a deep breath, his voice imbued with determination. I taught myself. Wu Xingju's eyes narrowed, and he scrutinized Wang He with renewed interest. He stood up and approached Wang He, gently patting his shoulder. You are quite impressive. Would you be willing to study under my guidance in the future? Wang He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with surprise and disbelief. Huang Zhaodi also rose, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Wu Xingju. She had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Wang He stammered, Scholar Wu, are you serious? Can I really study with you? Tears of joy welled in Huang Zhaodi's eyes as she grasped Wang He's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Brother He, did you hear that? You will be able to study with Scholar Wu. Wang He nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. I will study diligently and live up to Scholar Wu's expectations. Wu Xingju looked at them, his heart filled with satisfaction. He recognized that he had discovered yet another promising talent. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao, sitting nearby, clapped her small hands in delight for Wang He, exclaiming, "Hooray! Brother, he will be extraordinary now, won't he?" Only then did Wu Xingju notice the petite Fu Yaoyao at his feet. He picked her up. "You must be Yaoyao?" Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes at Wu Xingju, mimicking Wang He's earlier demeanor. "Teacher, why do you say I am so adorable?" Wu Xingju was amused by her cuteness and laughed heartily, because Yaoyao is indeed very charming. "That's why I know." Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao puffed out her little chest with pride. "Hee, I knew I was the most lovable." Huang Zhao Di chuckled at Fu Yaoyao's antics, gently poking her nose. "You little rascal, you certainly know how to bring joy." Wu Xingju looked at Fu Yaoyao and affectionately stroked her head, choosing not to mention who had sent him. He smiled at her. "Yaoyao, would you like to join your teacher in school?" Wang He and Huang Zhaodi were astonished that Wu Xingju was willing to teach Fu Yaoyao. For someone of his stature, teaching a 2-year-old was a trivial matter. Wang He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Fu Yaoyao tugged at Wu Xingju's beard. "Teacher, what is school?" As a little princess of the demon realm, no one had ever informed her of the need for education. Wu Xingju gently played with her little pigtails, reflecting that if he were married, his granddaughter would be of a similar age. His heart softened. "You can learn many words, Yaoyao. Would you like to study alongside your brother?" Upon hearing the mention of studying, Fu Yaoyao's face immediately fell. No, I don't want to learn many words." To his surprise, the usually well-behaved child was throwing a tantrum. Wu Xingju observed her and patiently inquired, "Why not? Isn't learning to read something to be joyful about?" Fu Yaoyao pouted and murmured, "Because studying starts very early, and I can't eat the delicious food made by my aunt. I don't want to learn any words. I can still be very clever without them." Her little face was etched with displeasure. Listening to her words, Wu Xingju found some merit in her reasoning. Nearly swayed by her logic, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself not to be misled by her whimsical arguments. With a gentle sigh, he decided to persuade her differently. "Yaoyao, while you are indeed clever, studying helps you become even wiser and understand the mysteries of the world. Moreover, if you learn to read, you can enjoy storybooks and discover many fascinating things." Fu Yaoyao tilted her head in contemplation, seemingly touched by Wu Xingju's words. She blinked her eyes and curiously asked, "Really? Is studying fun?" Wu Xingju, seeing her inquisitive gaze, smiled and nodded. "Of course, it is enjoyable. Learning makes one wiser and stronger. Furthermore, once you acquire knowledge, you can help others become smarter too." Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if captivated by the idea. "Really? Then I want to be great and help more people." Wu Xingju felt a wave of contentment wash over him, knowing he had successfully guided yet another child on the path of knowledge. He gently patted Fu Yaoyao's head. "Very well, let us begin your studies together." However, Fu Yaoyao shook her head again. "Maybe not. I can't wake up early. I want to eat delicious food." Wu Xingju was taken aback. He had never imagined he would be persuading a child to study with him, as it was usually others who sought his guidance. Yet, thinking of the requests he had received, he turned to Fu Yaoyao. "Do you know that studying can make you even more formidable? You will not only learn many words but also discover countless interesting things." Fu Yaoyao blinked her large eyes, appearing somewhat intrigued. "Really? Will I be even better than now?" Wu Xingju nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. You are so clever, Yaoyao. You will excel at it." After some contemplation, Fu Yaoyao seemed to resolve herself. "All right then. I will study with the teacher. But you must promise to ensure I have delicious food every day." Wu Xingju was amused by her demand and laughed heartily, agreed. "I promise you. Every day, you shall enjoy delicious meals." Chapter 69. The arrival of the young prodigy. Fu Yaoyao also asked Wang Yang if he would like to study with them, but he declined. Currently, their family was already stretched thin to support Wang He, and he was acutely aware that he was not cut out for academia. It was better for him to join his mother in business early on, especially since he could now enjoy meat daily and earn a fair amount of silver. Wang Yang felt an acute sense of urgency, having experienced poverty in the past. It is simply impossible to squander money. She sat joyfully in her chair, savoring the meal prepared by Huang Zhaodi, blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited her the following day. While she was having her meal, a commotion erupted at the door. "Huang Zhaodi, you wretched woman, come out at once." The news of Wang Yaozu's expulsion from school had sent Wang Laopa into a fit of rage. The best school in the entire town happened to be the one that day. She had originally intended to spread rumors to prevent Wang He from attending classes. To her astonishment, not only had Wang He not been expelled, but he had also made the acquaintance of Wu Xingju. In the next moment, news about Wang Yaozu arrived. When she had sent Wang Yaozu to school, she had boasted about it to the entire village. Now, it was impossible for him to attend classes. Instead, Wang He not only gained entry to the school, but also became a close disciple of Wu Xingju. Who could be unaware of Wu Xingju's reputation? Although he himself was merely a tribute scholar, his greatest strength lay in having 5 disciples, the least distinguished of whom was a young master from the capital. Originally a ne'er-do-well, this young master had transformed into a successful candidate under Wu Xingju's guidance. There were also 2 top scholars and 2 champions among his disciples. This was the true marvel of Wu Xingju. Otherwise, even if he were a champion, his exorbitant fees would deter anyone from sending their children to a school. Wu Xingju possessed genuine talent and knowledge. Huang Zhaodi vehemently cursed Wang Yaozu in front of the house. Gently stroking Fu Yaoyao's head, she advised, "Be good, and ignore the noise outside. You are at a crucial stage of growth, so eat well." If not for her own excessive actions, how could she have ended up in such a predicament? She had never intended for Wang Yaozu to miss out on an education. It was she who had first targeted Wang He. Huang Zhaodi had always been this way. She could tolerate being bullied herself, but would never allow her children to be mistreated. After her encounter with Wu Xingju, Huang Zhaodi had merely spoken the truth. When Wang Dejong was still alive, all matters concerning the Wang family were handled by the 2 of them. Now that they were gone, how could the remaining members of the Wang family manage anything? The money they currently possessed was partly Wang Dejong's hard-earned savings and partly what Wang Laopa had gained from selling her granddaughter. Huang Zhaodi simply could not comprehend the cruelty of Wang Laopa, who would turn against her own granddaughter. Thankfully, she had given birth to 2 sons. Her gaze toward Fu Yaoyao was tender, completely unfazed by the raging voices outside. After a while, Wang Laopa tired of her tirade and left with Wang Yaozu. Everyone assumed that the matter concluded there. However, in the afternoon, while Huang Zhaodi was out, Wang He and Fu Yaoyao were left alone at home when Wang Laopa returned with a group of strangers. With a cold smile, she looked at Fu Yaoyao and said, "I must tell you, this child is truly remarkable. If it weren't for her connection to you, I would never consider selling her." The other woman, with a sharp face, gazed at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes gleaming. This girl was rather plump. Typically, no one would want such a child, so 1 or 2 silver coins would suffice, no more. Wang Laopa widened her eyes and exclaimed, "We've been regular customers for quite some time. You can't deceive me. While the girl may be plump, she is beautiful. Such a child is worth at least 3 or 4 silver coins." Wang Laopa was familiar with the person before her. It was evident that the woman was satisfied with Fu Yaoyao. They spoke openly, discussing the matter right in front of Wang He and Fu Yaoyao. Wang He clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Yaoyao. "This is my sister. What do you intend to do?" He had not anticipated that Wang Laopa would still harbor intentions of selling Fu Yaoyao. Wang Laopa reached out, attempting to pull Wang He aside. Wang He stood firm in front of Fu Yaoyao, gritting his teeth as he glared at Wang Laopa. "If you dare to touch my sister, I will not let you off easily." Wang Laopa let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. She forcefully pushed Wang He aside. Being younger, Wang He was no match for Wang Laopa and was easily shoved aside. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Laopa reached out toward Fu Yaoyao. "I won't haggle over the price. This child, though she looks good, is a freak. 2 silver coins. If you like her, take her away." Her intentions with Fu Yaoyao were no longer a mere personal vendetta. She simply wanted Fu Yaoyao to vanish from this village, preferably never to reappear before her again. The surrounding people had arranged for 4 strong men, all because Wang Laopa labeled Fu Yaoyao as a freak. However, upon seeing Fu Yaoyao, who barely reached their calves, the men scoffed. "You let yourself be bullied by such a small child?" They had not taken Fu Yaoyao seriously at all. Wang Laopa, upon hearing the label of freak, believed it to be an exaggeration. She had not expected Fu Yaoyao to be so petite. Observing the 4 strong men around her, Wang Laopa finally felt reassured. "All right, 2 silver coins. If you want her, take her away." Wang Laopa waved her hand dismissively. She truly wished to see no more of Fu Yaoyao. If it weren't for her, how could Wang Yaozu have been deprived of an education? Now, the entire school knew that the money for Wang Yaozu's schooling came from selling his sister. How could she bear to let her own grandson suffer? Fu Yaoyao had to be dealt with. And as for Wang He, Wang Laopa clenched her fists. Their family was only fit to serve her family tea. She would not allow them to rise again. The woman signaled the 4 strong men, who immediately advanced toward Fu Yaoyao. With a defiant snort, Fu Yaoyao retorted, "Old witch, I won't let you off." She stepped out from behind Wang He, pulling him back to shield her. However, the 4 strong men were already closing in on Fu Yaoyao. Summoning all her strength, she charged at the 4 men. Though she was young, her strength was formidable. The men were taken aback and were knocked over by her unexpected charge. They tumbled to the ground, and Fu Yaoyao quickly scrambled to her feet, standing defiantly with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at them. "I warn you all, do not bully us, or I will make you regret it." Her bold declaration left everyone present in stunned silence. The woman and the 4 strong men stared at Fu Yaoyao in disbelief. They had not considered this little girl a threat, only to discover she was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Wang He watched in astonishment as his chubby sister stood her ground. He had initially thought Fu Yaoyao was merely a bit stronger than average. But seeing her easily overpower the 4 strong men, he realized this was no minor strength. Fu Yaoyao, undeterred by their reactions, glared at the woman, declaring, "I warn you, do not provoke me, or you will regret it." It was only then that the woman realized she had been intimidated by a child. Enraged and humiliated, she raised her hand, intending to slap Fu Yaoyao. Yet, to her astonishment, Fu Yaoyao caught her wrist. Chapter 70. Seeking help from the village chief, you want to sell me? I will not let you go. Fu Yaoyao mounted her opponent and began to strike her left and right. No matter how the woman pleaded for mercy, Fu Yaoyao refused to relent. The 4 robust men surrounding her dared not advance. After all, Fu Yaoyao was genuinely formidable. Together, they were no match for her. Meanwhile, Wang Laopa shrieked from the side. You wicked child, release that person immediately. The tooth merchant must not come to harm. Fu Yaoyao glanced at Wang Laopa and said, Oh, I almost forgot about the mud. It is her, always thinking about selling herself day in and day out. Fu Yaoyao was infuriated. She dismounted from the tooth merchant and stamped her foot. Soon, the entire courtyard was overrun by snakes. From the outside, it resembled a den of serpents. Fu Yaoyao cast a wicked smile at Wang Laopa. This is my gift to you. Are you pleased? At this moment, the tooth merchant had already fainted, oblivious to the horrifying scene. Wang Laopa trembled with fear. Her legs quaking. Why? Regret washed over her. She should never have provoked the peculiar Fu Yaoyao.
Fu Yaoyao smirked.
I have warned you before not to provoke me. Now that you have ignored my counsel, do not blame me. When she descended, her father, the demon emperor, had advised her to conceal her uniqueness from others. Yet, the person before her continued to challenge her, pushing her to the brink. Wang Laopa's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, terror etched on her face, as she gazed at Fu Yaoyao. In that moment, she truly believed Fu Yaoyao was a monster. How else could she summon such a multitude of snakes? Fu Yaoyao chuckled coldly. If you dare to speak of today's events, I shall devour you. Although she was a demon, she had never resorted to cannibalism. As the little princess of the demon realm, she lacked for nothing. Such acts were beneath her. Yet her anger surged. Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's threat, Wang Laopa trembled uncontrollably. She had no intention of disclosing today's events. She hastily nodded. I want to say a word, I swear. Seeing her fear, Fu Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall spare you this once. Furthermore, if you ever consider selling me again. Wang Laopa shook her head vigorously. I dare not. I will never dare again. The surrounding snakes flicked their tongues menacingly at her. Only a fool would dare confront Fu Yaoyao. At that moment, genuine fear gripped Wang Laopa. Once she realized Fu Yaoyao had released her, she scrambled to her feet and fled, anxious that Fu Yaoyao might change her mind. Fu Yaoyao watched Wang Laopa's retreating figure with a cold smile. After Wang Laopa departed, the snakes in the courtyard gradually withdrew. Fu Yaoyao entered the house and approached Wang He, who sat in a chair. She bounced over, her eyes sparkling. Higuagua, isn't Yaoyao impressive? She wore a look that sought praise, embodying the essence of a child. Wang He ruffled Fu Yaoyao's hair. Yaoyao, in the future, it is best not to use such abilities in public. Do not let others discover your differences, alright? Fu Yaoyao, fearless and unyielding, questioned, why not? Higuagua, Yaoyao is so powerful. Why can't others know? She tilted her head, seeking understanding. She truly was a child. Despite the demon emperor's constant reminders to keep her uniqueness hidden from outsiders, Fu Yaoyao remained oblivious. Wang He, understanding her innocence, patiently explained, Yaoyao, you are still young and do not comprehend the world's complexities. If others discover your abilities, they may envy you and even seek to harm you. Upon hearing this, fear flickered in Fu Yaoyao's large eyes. She tightly clutched Wang He's arm. Higuagua, will they hurt Yaoyao? Wang He gently patted her head. Do not fear. With Higuagua here, no one can harm you. However, you must learn to protect yourself and not reveal your abilities too easily. Understood? Fu Yaoyao nodded earnestly, her little face reflecting determination. Yaoyao understands. I want to use my abilities carelessly in the future. Once Wang He had reassured her, he encouraged her to rest. He sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, deep in thought. Fu Yaoyao's abilities were exceedingly unique. Should they fall into the hands of the ill-intentioned, it would surely invite countless troubles. He needed to devise a means to protect her. Wang He had formed a plan in his mind. He must seize the opportunity to study. As long as he elevated his status, even if Fu Yaoyao were eventually discovered, he would possess the means to safeguard her. With this thought, Wang He felt a semblance of peace. Before long, he recounted the day's events to Huang Zhaodi. Wang Yang was furious. He had always regarded Fu Yaoyao as his little sister, and it infuriated him that Wang Laopa had taken advantage of his absence to bully her. He rushed out, intent on confronting Wang Laopa, but Wang He quickly stopped him. Yang, calm down. They have already left. Seeking her now would be futile. Wang Yang sat down in a huff. Are we just going to let this go? Wang He shook his head. Of course not. But we must devise a more effective plan to deal with her. We cannot act impulsively. Huang Zhaodi concurred. Yes, what he says is right. We must think carefully and devise a comprehensive strategy. Though Wang Yang felt dissatisfied, he recognized the wisdom in Wang He's words and had no choice but to suppress his anger for the time being. Huang Zhaodi turned to Wang He. What do you intend to do? Wang He smiled slightly. Mother, I plan to speak with the village chief. Early the next morning, Wang He visited the village chief's home. He shared his thoughts with the chief, hoping for assistance. The village chief listened intently, his brow furrowed. He go, while your plan is feasible. She is still your grandmother. Are you truly willing to take such drastic measures? Wang He nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Village chief. You know how they have treated us. Since my father's passing, I have not regarded them as family, and they have shown no desire to be related to me. The village chief sighed. Nonetheless, you share blood ties. She is your biological grandmother. He was aware of the Wang family circumstances. Yet, he had always refrained from interfering in others' family matters. He had not anticipated that Wang He would seek him out. Wang He shook his head, looking earnestly at the village chief. Village chief, you know they have never considered us family. If given the choice, I would prefer they were not my relatives. The village chief sighed again. I can help you think of a solution, but ultimately, this is your family matter. You must resolve it yourselves. He was reluctant to wade into murky waters. However, he could not ignore the plight of Wang He and his vulnerable family. Wang He expressed his gratitude to the village chief. Thank you, village chief. I understand the boundaries. Chapter 71. Slandering her the next morning, Wang He woke early. He approached Fu Yaoyao's bedside. Yaoyao, it's time to rise. The little one had not thought much of attending school the previous night and had gone to bed late. Now, she could hardly stir. Wang He gently shook the small figure on the bed, finding her unresponsive and unable to suppress a chuckle. Yaoyao, wake up. There are delicious snacks waiting for you. He spoke softly, placing the tray on the bedside table. Indeed, the enticing aroma quickly captured Yaoyao's attention. She groggily opened her eyes. And upon seeing the snacks at her bedside, her drowsiness vanished instantly. Excitedly, she climbed up. Wow, delicious. Wang He looked at her with fondness, extending his hand to help untangle her messy hair. Look at you, little glutton. Hurry and eat. After you're done, we can go to school. Huang Zhaodi entered from outside. Today is the first day of school. You can't be late and keep the teacher waiting. Fu Yaoyao was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a disciple of Wu Xingju. However, she scrunched her little face. So, I have to wake up this early for school? Yaoyao doesn't want to go. Huang Zhaodi and Wang He exchanged glances, both revealing a knowing smile. Wang He gently coaxed Yaoyao, if you go to school, you'll learn many fascinating things and meet new friends. Don't you love listening to stories? The teacher will tell you many wonderful tales. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she adored stories. Yet, she still felt reluctant to wake up so early. Observing her hesitation, Wang He continued to tempt her. Besides, there will be plenty of delicious snacks and fruits at school, things you've never tried before. The mention of food instantly invigorated Fu Yaoyao. In a soft, sweet voice, she asked, are there really many tasty treats? Of course, Wang He nodded, including your favorite osmanthus cake and mung bean cakes. The moment food was mentioned, Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, and she hastily climbed out of bed. Then Yaoyao will go to school. I need to get up quickly. Watching the little one in such a state, both Wang He and Huang Zhaodi couldn't help but chuckle. Huang Zhaodi helped her wash up, and Wang He went to freshen up as well. By the time Fu Yaoyao was ready, Wang He stood at the door waiting for her, carrying a small bag that Huang Zhaodi had sewn for him. Huang Zhaodi had crafted it with her own hands, but Wang He was quite satisfied. Fu Yaoyao joyfully ran over and hugged Wang He's leg. Higej, let's hurry. Yaoyao wants to eat delicious food. Wang He smiled as he took her hand, and they walked out together. Huang Zhaodi was quite worried about the two of them. Higej, Yaoyao, you must take care of yourselves. Higej, you must look after your sister. Huang Zhaodi kept reminding them. Fu Yaoyao responded softly, Auntie, don't worry. Yaoyao will take good care of Gigi and Higej. Yet Huang Zhaodi remained unconvinced. However, she had her own matters to attend to today. Wang He and Fu Yaoyao were now in school. The tuition was already covered, but the essential writing materials were still unprepared. She needed to work hard to earn money. Today, she didn't have many mung bean cakes prepared. Wang Yang was now capable of managing on his own, so she didn't accompany him, as she had other errands to run. She planned to go to town to see if she could find some odd jobs. Huang Zhaodi arrived in town with a nervous heart. She looked around, hoping to find suitable work. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the entrance of a fabric store. The shopkeeper's wife stood at the door, seemingly searching for something. Gathering her courage, Huang Zhaodi approached and softly inquired, Madam, do you need any help? I can do any kind of work. The shopkeeper's wife sized her up, noting that while she was dressed simply, her eyes revealed a tenacity and diligence. She nodded, just in time, I need an extra pair of hands. You can start tomorrow. Huang Zhaodi was surprised by how smoothly things had gone. She beamed with joy. Thank you, ma'am, thank you. Now, with Wang Yang capable of standing on his own, all she needed to do was prepare the mung bean cakes in the evening, allowing Wang Yang to sell them the next day. If she could find another job, she could earn a little extra money. With Fu Yaoyao and Wang He now in school, the expenses were considerable. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted her thoughts. Madam, a woman of such ill repute is unworthy of working here. Huang Zhaodi looked up, only to see Li Tsuehua, her eyes filled with derision. She sauntered over to the shopkeeper's wife. Madam, it's not that I'm speaking ill, but you should thoroughly investigate a person when hiring. Huang Zhaodi frowned. Who are you talking about? Li Tsuehua covered her mouth, snickering, her voice sharp. Is it not obvious? Who else could I be referring to? She continued. Madam, this woman has previously run away with another man and even bore a child. This is common knowledge in our village. It's utterly shameless. You mustn't take her in, or it will tarnish your reputation. Huang Zhaodi's face turned crimson with anger. You're speaking nonsense. She couldn't believe Li Tsuehua would twist the truth. They had forced her and her orphan mother to leave the Wong family. Now, she was being slandered. The shopkeeper's wife frowned. Is what you're saying true? Li Tsuehua nodded vigorously. Of course. Why would I lie to you? You can ask around. Everyone knows her. Huang Zhaodi trembled with rage, unable to find words to counter. The shopkeeper's wife looked at Huang Zhaodi, uncertainty flashing in her eyes. Sensing an opportunity, Li Tsuehua continued to embellish. Madam, please be cautious. Don't be deceived by her. Women like her can do anything. Just as Huang Zhaodi was on the verge of losing this hard-won job, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Li Tsuehua. What nonsense are you spouting here? Wang Yang strode over, having just been selling mung bean cakes nearby and overheard Li Tsuehua's words. He protectively placed himself in front of Huang Zhaodi, glaring at Li Tsuehua. My mother is a good person. Stop spreading lies. Li Tsuehua was taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden appearance, momentarily stunned, before her arrogance returned. Oh, isn't this Wang Yang? What? Are you here to sell mung bean cakes too? How pitiful, just the two of you relying on each other. Life must be tough. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Tsuehua. Whether we have it tough or not is none of your business. Stop with your snide remarks. He turned to the shopkeeper's wife, speaking earnestly. Madam, my mother is truly a good person. She is hardworking and kind, never done anything wrong. Please believe us and give us a chance. The shopkeeper's wife, swayed by Wang Yang's steadfast gaze, felt a flicker of doubt. In the end, however, she feared the risks and declined to hire Huang Zhaodi. Yet she was not pleased. As she walked to the door, she looked at Wang Yang. Yang Gij, you go in first. I need to calm down. She had never before allowed her emotions to affect the children, but today she simply couldn't hold it in. Wang Yang opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Huang Zhaodi. But he didn't know where to begin. Only Huang Zhaodi remained, unable to suppress her tears any longer. Since Wang Dexing's departure, she had been strong, concealing her emotions. But she was still a woman, and at this moment, she couldn't hold back. She had thought she had found support, only to discover. She wiped her tears and composed herself before entering the house. To her surprise, upon stepping inside, her legs were suddenly embraced. Fu Yaoyao looked up with her little face. Auntie, did you cry? Wang He looked awkwardly at Huang Zhaodi, who held Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao shrank her neck, while she was unyieldingly proud. Wang He thought back to the elderly face of Wu Xingju, which seemed to have aged 10 years since they first arrived, and felt at a loss for words. Most importantly, Fu Yaoyao couldn't be deemed a poor student. She was simply too eager to learn, akin to 1,000 questions. Wu Xingju found himself momentarily speechless at the academy. He wished to spare Huang Zhaodi further concern. Huang Zhaodi nodded. In that case, you should all rest well. She gently set Fu Yaoyao down from her embrace and turned to head towards the kitchen, only to feel a tug at her garment. Looking down, she saw Fu Yaoyao as innocent, pale face gazing up at her. Auntie, are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? Huang Zhaodi was momentarily taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's question. Quickly shaking her head, Yaoyao, I'm not unhappy. Don't overthink it. She did not wish to burden the children with her emotions and hurriedly masked her feelings. With her hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out, Fu Yaoyao displayed a skeptical expression. Auntie, you're lying. You're clearly unhappy. No lying allowed. Huang Zhaodi couldn't help but chuckle at Fu Yaoyao's words. All right, I'm not lying. I truly am not unhappy. She crouched down and embraced Fu Yaoyao, gently patting her back. Be good, Yaoyao. Don't worry about Auntie. I'm really fine. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. She spoke soothingly to Fu Yaoyao. Wang He and Wang Yang, though silent, also regarded her with concern. With these obedient children around, all weariness vanished. Huang Zhaodi felt invigorated. Wang He spoke up. Mother, if you're unhappy, you should express it. We are not just your children. We are also your support. Huang Zhaodi was momentarily stunned, deeply touched. Yes, I know. You are all the best children. I just feel a bit uncomfortable, as if I'm of no use. She finally revealed her true feelings. Wang Yang recounted the events of the day. Fu Yaoyao, hands on her hips, declared, Auntie, you are the third best person in the world. She looked earnestly at Huang Zhaodi. Huang Zhaodi was amused by her serious demeanor. So, Auntie is the third best? Who are the first and second best? Huang Zhaodi felt much better and wanted to tease Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao answered earnestly, the first best is my mother. She's beautiful, super beautiful. The second best is my father. He treats Yaoyao the best, regardless of who they were. They could not replace the position of Ning Fei and Fu Linfeng in her heart. Huang Zhaodi, noticing Fu Yaoyao's expression, realized she was missing her parents. She gently stroked Fu Yaoyao's head. Yaoyao, I promise I will help you find your parents. After the last encounter with Fu Linfeng, Huang Zhaodi was momentarily taken aback by her words, then was struck by confusion. Who could Fu Yaoyao's parents possibly be? A regular family could hardly afford to raise a child of such stature. When she had found her, despite her dirty little face, her clothing indicated a wealthy background. Remembering Fu Yaoyao's constant claims of being a princess, Huang Zhaodi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had truly found a princess? However, upon further reflection, Huang Zhaodi deemed it improbable. She had never heard of a princess going missing from the palace. She had only heard tales of a particularly remarkable little princess, whose presence was said to prevent calamity in Tianlin Kingdom. Huang Zhaodi dismissed thoughts of that little princess, believing Fu Yaoyao to be more akin to a little blessing. Without her, their family would not be enjoying such a good life. Yet, Huang Zhaodi still harbored a question. Fu Yaoyao remained oblivious to Huang Zhaodi's thoughts. Upon hearing that Li Cuihua had bullied Huang Zhaodi again today, she became furious. Her small face tightened, and her fists clenched. "Auntie, let's go." Fu Yaoyao grabbed Huang Zhaodi and marched outside. Huang Zhaodi, caught off guard, found herself at the Wong family's doorstep in no time. She patted Fu Yaoyao's head. "Yaoyao. Auntie is fine. You needn't trouble yourself." She understood that Fu Yaoyao was strong, but she viewed her merely as an ordinary child, fearing she might be harmed. Fu Yaoyao shook her head. "No, I can't let them bully Auntie." Dragging Huang Zhaodi, Fu Yaoyao marched determinedly towards Li Cuihua's house. Wang He and Wang Yang exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Their commotion quickly drew attention, with many curious onlookers eager to see what Fu Yaoyao would do next. Fu Yaoyao led Huang Zhaodi to Li Cuihua's doorstep, took a deep breath, and forcefully pushed the door open. Li Cuihua, sitting in the yard eating, immediately stood up, warily asking, "What do you want?" Fu Yaoyao, hands on her hips and brimming with indignation, retorted, "You bullied my auntie. I'm here to teach you a lesson." Fu Yaoyao stood her ground in the Wong family's yard. Wang Lapa emerged from the house, her voice icy. "You little wretch, causing trouble outside is one thing. But now you dare come to my house to make a scene? Guangzong, go fetch the village head." Wang Lapa had become somewhat shrewd. She realized she could not confront Fu Yaoyao directly. Instead, she summoned the village head to mediate. Wang Guangzong shot a smug glance at Fu Yaoyao before sprinting away. Fu Yaoyao felt no fear. She had already declared that no one was to bully her family again. Since Li Cuihua had bullied Huang Zhaodi today, she was determined to make her pay. No matter how many people showed up, she would stand her ground. Huang Zhaodi hesitated, glancing at the small figure before her. Ultimately, she and Wang Yang formed a protective barrier in front of Fu Yaoyao. Chapter 73. My apology. The village had arrived swiftly. Upon seeing Wang Guangzong, he felt as though the sky were collapsing. The Wang family's troubles were endless, filled with trivial matters day in and day out. Yet, as the village head, it was his responsibility to address them. Following along, as soon as Wang Lapa saw the village head, she began to wail, "Village head, at my age, it's not easy. I've raised my son with great difficulty, and now my wife has done something so shameless, and they come to bully me." The village had naturally favored Huang Zhaodi and her family, but with so many witnesses present, he had to appear fair and just. With a stern expression, he addressed the situation. "What are you all trying to do?" Huang Zhaodi felt a pang of fear upon meeting the village head's gaze. She wished to explain, but was at a loss for words. Wang Lapa seized the opportunity. "Village head, look at her. Huang Zhaodi is nothing but a shameless woman, taking advantage of my son's death to bully me." Wang He could no longer tolerate Wang Lapa's insults towards Huang Zhaodi. "Village head, I have something to say." He stepped forward, shielding Huang Zhaodi behind him. The village head nodded. "Higur, you have always been the most sensible. Since that's the case, please speak." Wang He turned to the sharp-tongued Wang Lapa, who, feeling his piercing gaze, began to feel uneasy. She swallowed hard, trying to maintain a fierce demeanor. "Why are you staring at me? No matter what, you are one of the Wong family. You really have forgotten your roots after just a few days away." Wang He scoffed. "One of the Wong family? When Wang Guangzong and Wang Yaozu attacked me and Yang Gur, you said he was the younger brother and that we should give in to them. When my parents were supporting your entire family, you claimed it was our duty. Now that my father has passed, you still want to bully my brother and mother. Do you really consider us part of the Wong family?" As Wang's inquiry resonated, the gazes of those around turned towards Wang's wife, revealing a palpable shift in perception. Everyone in the vicinity was acutely aware of how the Wong family had treated Wang and his kin. Wang's wife, steadfast in her reasoning, retorted, "I raised your father. This is what he ought to do." Wang, with a mocking smile and a tone laden with derision, replied, "Indeed, that was my father's duty, but alas, he has passed. The funds for his burial were handed over to you. His life has been returned to you. What more do you desire?" Clenching his fists, he delivered his words with biting sarcasm, leaving Wang's wife momentarily speechless. "We have never sought excessive kindness from them. However, we implore them not to take advantage of us. A mother and her orphan children. My father may be gone, but my mother and I, along with my brother Yang, remain. We will not allow ourselves to be bullied." The village chief, observing Wang, felt a swell of pride. Wong had always been perceptive, and now he exhibited even greater resolve. He nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Wong. I will ensure justice prevails in this matter." Wong's wife, her voice sharp, interjected, "Chief, this is unjust. They came to our home to incite trouble." The village chief shot her a disdainful glance, sternly admonishing, "Do not feign innocence here. Wong and his family have already endured enough. What more do you want?" He paused, then continued, "Do not presume I am unaware of how you treat them. This incident is clearly your fault, and should you dare to bully them again, do not blame me for my lack of civility." The chief's words drained color from Wong's wife's face. She recognized the chief's integrity and knew they were indeed in the wrong. Yet, the thought of the gleaming silver was a source of deep anguish. Glaring at the chief, Wong's wife accused, "Chief, do you have some ulterior motive towards my daughter-in-law? You are quick to blame us without understanding the situation. This is blatant bias." She began to slander both the chief and Huang Zhaodi. The chief frowned, but before he could respond, a voice from behind interrupted, "Zhang Benhua, your audacity is remarkable. To slander our family, Esli." Turning around revealed the chief's wife, hands on her hips, glaring at Wong's wife. "Repeat what you just said," she demanded. When Wang Guangzong had sought out the village chief, Wang feared a recurrence of past events and hastily summoned the chief's wife from the fields. She arrived in a flurry. Wang's wife felt intimidated under her scrutiny and stammered, "I didn't say anything." The chief's wife laughed coldly, "I heard every word. You claimed Arlie has ulterior motives regarding your daughter-in-law and that he is biased? Have you considered the absurdity of your statements? Arlie is the epitome of fairness and never shows favoritism. If he appears biased this time, surely you know the reason." Wang's wife, chastened by the chief's wife's words, flushed crimson with embarrassment. She raised her hand as if to strike, but the chief's wife seized her wrist, twisting it painfully, causing Wang's wife to cry out. Glaring at her, the chief's wife warned, "Should you dare speak out of turn again, do not expect my kindness." Turning to the chief, she continued, "Oldly, this matter is now in your hands. Ensure justice for Zhaodi. If she continues to speak ill, I will not hesitate to silence her." The chief nodded, affirming, "Rest assured. I will do so." The chief's wife then approached Huang Zhaodi, grasping her hand reassuringly, "Zhaodi, do not worry. The chief will ensure you receive justice." Zhaodi looked at her with gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie." She had not anticipated such support from the chief's wife, and her heart swelled with emotion. The chief's wife regarded Zhaodi with profound sympathy. Raising 3 children alone was no small feat, especially when her husband's family offered no assistance and instead retaliated. She could hardly fathom enduring such hardships herself. Wang's wife, sensing the chief's wife's formidable presence, felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, unwilling to relent and forfeit the prospect of silver, she gritted her teeth and resolved to make one last attempt. Kneeling before the chief, she implored, "Chief, please advocate for us. I admit I harbor no fondness for Huang Zhaodi, but who does not know the past? Their family has a peculiar member. How could I provoke them? This was clearly an attempt by them to exploit our misfortune. Losing a son is painful, and I too mourn the loss." Tears streaming down her face, she presented a pitiful sight. The chief regarded her with disdain, and Fu Yaoyao could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You all constantly slander Auntie. She has done nothing wrong. You should apologize, or do not blame me for being rude." Her gaze fixed upon Wang's wife, who appeared visibly frightened. "I do not even know what transpired. You all simply arrived here. If you acknowledge your mistake, I shall accept your apology." Wang's wife suddenly shifted her demeanor, adopting an air of feigned helplessness, approaching Huang Zhaodi. "Very well, today as the mother-in-law, I shall apologize to you." Just as she was about to bow, Wang swiftly pulled Zhaodi away, a cold smile gracing his lips, having discerned Wang's wife's intentions. "Grandma, we cannot accept your apology." Chapter 74, Embezzlement of Dowry Funds. Wang's wife, as an elder, understood that a genuine apology would invite scorn upon them throughout the village. Wang, mindful of this, prevented Huang Zhaodi from accepting the apology. Wang's wife, taken aback by Wang's shrewdness, questioned, "Since you claim we instigated trouble, and you refuse my apology, what is it that you truly desire?" Wang chuckled softly and turned to Fu Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, what would you like?" Her voice sweet and innocent, she gazed at Wang. "Anything I want?" Wang shook his head. "Not quite anything. You may only choose from what Grandma has. However, she is sincerely apologizing, so she would likely grant your wish." He then turned to Wang's wife. "Is that not so, Grandma?" Wang's wife clenched her fists, realizing Wang was ensnaring her in a trap. If she refused, her prior apology would appear insincere. Yet, if she complied, her household's meager belongings could be at risk of being taken. As silence enveloped, Fu Yaoyao chirped innocently, "Grandma, were you not sincere in your apology to Auntie? If it was insincere, then let it be. We only came because she scolded Auntie in town. It's fine. We've always been the ones bullied." She lowered her head, exuding an air of profound dejection. Nearby villagers began to chime in. Wang's wife, "You must apologize for your own misdeeds. Indeed, We have observed how well Zhao Di has treated you over the years. Yet, when Deshing departed, your first instinct was to expel her from your home. Is it any wonder she chose to sever ties with you? Even your own grandchildren have turned their backs on you. Do you not see where you went astray? Wang's wife remained unfazed by the accusations from Wang and Yang, feeling secure in her numerous grandchildren. Losing one or two would mean little. The village chief wore a grim expression. At first, it was Zhao Di who did not wish to hold any grudges against them. She merely sought to sever ties. Otherwise, did they think it would be so easy to partition the family? Everyone's eyes were fixed upon her. Upon reflection, Zhao Di's ability to send Wang He to the town's most prestigious school indicated that she had indeed earned some money outside. A family member must naturally provide for their own. Zhao Di scoffed, no need for that. I cannot become a daughter-in-law of your Wang family. Now that we have severed our ties, we should not remain entangled. I have come today primarily because the slurs hurled at me by Sisterly in town have left me deeply unsettled. Additionally, the division of the family was executed in haste, and I find it exceedingly unfair. I demand a re-evaluation of the partition. No matter how clever she was, she wouldn't allow them to strip her of her assets. Zhao Di continued with a sardonic smile. Now that the village chief is present, everyone here serves as my witness. I have stated my intention to claim my share of the grain, regardless of how you view it. Go Heir and Yang Go Heir are your Wang family as children. They rightfully deserve their portion. The old woman Wang's face contorted with rage. Gritting her teeth, she replied, Village chief, our Wang family does not consent to this. Since we have already divided the family, there is no rationale for further partitioning. The village chief frowned. When the family was divided, Zhao Di left with nothing. Logically speaking, Wang He and Wang Yang are entitled to a share of the inheritance as they are members of the Wang family. Their request is reasonable. The old woman Wang was seething with fury. She turned to Wang He, I am your grandmother. Are you truly so heartless? Wang He retorted with a cold laugh. When you drove my mother out of the house, did you ever consider that I am your grandson? The old woman Wang was left speechless by the retort. Her anger flared as she glared at Wang He. You've grown wings and dare speak to me this way. Wang He shot back. I am merely stating the truth. The entire village witnessed how you treated my mother. You know it in your hearts. Now you wish to morally blackmail me? I am afraid that will not work. He then turned to the village chief. Village chief, we demand a re-evaluation of the partition. Is that unreasonable? The village chief nodded. That is not unreasonable. It is your right. The old woman Wang trembled with rage, yet she found herself helpless. She realized that today's affair was unlikely to conclude amicably. Unable to alter the village chief and Zhao Di's decision, she could only grit her teeth in resentment. Coldly, she regarded Zhao Di. Fine, since you wish to partition, let it be so. However, I will not give you any grain. If you want grain, you must find a way yourselves. With that, she turned to leave. Zhao Di coldly interjected, wait. The old woman Wang halted, turning to face her. What more do you want? Zhao Di smiled slightly. When my mother married into your family, she brought a dowry. I ask you, where is that dowry? Although they had previously favored sons over daughters, hence her name, Zhao Di, they had once been a prosperous farming family with several servants. Furthermore, her grandmother had doted on her and prepared some dowry. The old woman Wang's expression changed. What dowry? It has long been used up. Zhao Di was prepared for this and replied with a cold laugh. When the partition occurred, the village chief personally came to inspect. And the dowry list is still with him. Village chief, could you kindly present the dowry list for everyone to see? The village chief nodded and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. The old woman Wang's face shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Zhao Di would remember this detail so clearly. During the partition, the village chief had indeed come to verify the dowry. However, due to the Wang family's disorganization, Zhao Di's dowry had long been appropriated by the old woman Wang for marrying off Wang Dexing's brother. After all, Wang Dejong and Wang Deshi had been notorious for their lack of prospects, and no family's daughter would have wished to marry them. Eventually, Wang Dexing became successful and married, leading the old woman Wang to allocate the funds to Wang Deshi and Wang Dejong. Now, where was there any dowry left? The old woman Wang stubbornly insisted. The dowry has long been used up. There is nothing left. Zhao Di scoffed. Village chief, you see? I knew she would say that. Since the dowry has been used up, then let us bring forth the items purchased with the dowry, as they are rightfully mine. The old woman Wang's expression shifted drastically. Those have all worn out. You wouldn't have any use for them. Zhao Di retorted. Even if they are of no use to me, they are still mine. What? Do you wish to hoard my dowry? The old woman Wang was rendered speechless by the confrontation. Her anger reached a boiling point. She had not expected Zhao Di to become so sharp-tongued. I have said there is none, and there is none. Do you wish to push this old woman to her death? As Zhao Di refused to relent, the old woman Wang began to threaten her. The funds from the dowry were meant to marry off Wang Guangzong and Wang Yaozu, and there was no way she would return them. Chapter 75. Resolution. Zhao Di clenched her fists tightly, astonished by the old woman Wang's audacity. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Yaoyao finally interjected. If you don't return it, then the teacher won't let your grandson attend school. Having already attended school, Fu Yaoyao was now learning to wield her power. The old woman Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you really think you hold such authority? Would the teachers in the school heed your words? Actually, they do listen to me, came a voice as Wu Xingju passed through Wangjia village, intending to check on Fu Yaoyao. He had not anticipated the commotion occurring within the village. Approaching, he found Fu Yaoyao in his arms. Wang, he is my prized disciple. Let us see who dares to disrespect him. As for Fu Yaoyao, he was already aware of her true identity and did not dare to treat her as his disciple. To do so would be a grave offense. The old woman Wang recognized Wu Xingju. Someone had informed her of his identity during their last visit to town. She approached him, her eyes gleaming with greed. Teacher, look at our Guangzong. He is certainly far more intelligent than this child. Being my grandson, I naturally know him well. The old woman Wang could not fathom that Wang he could be a disciple of such a formidable teacher. She endeavored to promote Wang Guangzong. Wu Xingju frowned. I have already stated that Wang he is my only disciple. I will not accept any others. Moreover, Wang Guangzong appears shifty. Such a person possesses no discernible talent. The old woman Wang persisted. Teacher, Wang he and his mother are not good people. They may drag you down in the future. You would be better off considering our Guangzong. She resumed her slander against Zhao Di. Wang he clenched his fists tightly, unable to contain herself any longer. Fu Yaoyao charged forward and pinned Wang Guangzong to the ground. You say that Annie is not a good person? I'm going to beat you. She began to pummel him. Fu Yaoyao was such a force that even a strong man would struggle against her. Wang Guangzong could only cry out for help. Su Guiying finally snapped back to reality and rushed over to pull Fu Yaoyao away. Let go of Guangzong. Let go of Guangzong. Wang Guangzong was her pride and joy, and she could not bear to see him being beaten by Fu Yaoyao. The old woman Wang, seeing Wang Guangzong being struck, rushed over to tug at Fu Yaoyao's hair. However, Fu Yaoyao was no easy target. She forcefully pushed the old woman Wang away and landed a punch in her stomach. The old woman Wang writhed on the ground in pain. Wang he rushed over to assist, shoving Su Guiying aside. Su Guiying, upon witnessing the chaos, sank to the ground, wailing dramatically. Oh, dear, they've killed someone. How could these heartless people dare strike an elder? Oh, my back, my back. Wang Laopa joined in, lamenting. Oh, my stomach, it hurts terribly. Amidst this turmoil, everyone finally reacted and rushed to separate Fu Yaoyao from Wang Guangzong. Huang Zhaodi cradled Fu Yaoyao in her arms, her heart aching at the small bloodstains on her face. Yaoyao, are you alright? Wang Laopa then turned to the village head, demanding, Village head, you witnessed what just transpired, right? This little wretch must give me an explanation today. She glared fiercely at Fu Yaoyao. Though Fu Yaoyao's head throbbed and her face ached, she absolutely could not concede defeat. She stuck her tongue out at Wang Laopa, defiantly declaring, I will strike you if you keep babbling nonsense, old witch. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall certainly retaliate. Despite her simmering anger, Wang Laopa dared not utter a word, for Fu Yaoyao was truly capable of such actions. Wang Laopa stormed to the village head, throwing a fit. The village head glanced at Wang Guangzong, then at Fu Yaoyao. Clearly troubled, Fu Yaoyao caught the village head's gaze and, wriggling free from Huang Zhaodi's embrace, rushed to him, exclaiming, Grandpa village head, I am in so much pain. Truly so much pain. The marks left by Wang Guangzong's grasp were evident. The village head furrowed his brow at Fu Yaoyao's injuries. Wu Xingju, protective of his students, interjected, You were at fault first. You should not have spoken recklessly. Now both parties are injured. Let us consider this matter settled. Although Fu Yaoyao had sustained injuries, it was clear that Wang Guangzong was in a worse state. Wang Laopa was unwilling to let the matter rest. She opened her mouth to protest. But Wu Xingju spoke again, Village head, let this be the conclusion. Although Yaoyao is not my disciple, she is someone I value dearly, being the sister of my disciple. If anyone dares to bully her again, they shall not find me so accommodating. Wu Xingju's expression was solemn. The village head, aware of Wu Xingju's status, nodded vigorously yes. Yes, Mr. Wu, rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. The village head turned to Wang Laopa, stating, You were the one who spoke out of turn first. Yaoyao was merely defending Zhaodi. Thus, you are at fault. Wang Laopa seethed with anger but, considering Wu Xingju's influence, could only swallow her indignation. The village head then addressed Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, while your grandmother was wrong initially, you should not have resorted to violence. You too must apologize.
Fu Yaoyao pouted in grievance.
Yet she recognized the village head's wisdom. She looked at Wang Laopa, saying, I'm sorry for hitting you, but you mustn't speak carelessly. If you do so again, I will still strike you. Her expression was earnest. Wang Guangzong, fearing Fu Yaoyao might take offense and retaliate, could only nod in agreement. The village head then turned to Wang He, stating, Wang He, it is a great fortune that Mr. Wu has taken you as his disciple. You must study diligently and not disappoint him. Wang He nodded yes, Grandpa village head, I will strive to do my best. He cast a glance at Huang Zhaodi, who was indeed a pitiable figure, having lost her husband at a young age and now raising 3 children alone. especially since her in-laws offered no support and only created additional strife. The village head then looked at Su Guiying and Wang Laopa, admonishing, "You both should refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future. Zhaodi and Yaoyao are good children. Do not bully them any longer." Su Guiying dared not argue, nodding repeatedly. Although Wang Laopa felt aggrieved, she could not challenge the village head's authority. The village head turned to Wu Xingju. "Mr. Wu, congratulations on acquiring such an excellent disciple." Wu Xingju smiled slightly. "Village head, you flatter me. I must thank you and the villagers. Without your support, I would not have found such a remarkable student." As the village head and the villagers departed, Huang Zhaodi, holding Fu Yaoyao, expressed her gratitude to Wu Xingju. "Mr. Wu, thank you so much for today." Wu Xingju shook his head. "There is no need for thanks. It is Yaoyao herself who is formidable." Fu Yaoyao proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "I am the most formidable." Wu Xingju smiled warmly. "Yaoyao, would you like to learn medicine from me?" Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. "What is learning medicine?" Wu Xingju explained, "Learning medicine means healing the sick and saving lives. In the future, everyone will come to adore you."
Fu Yaoyao looked at Wu Xingju tightly, exclaiming, "I am willing."
"I wish to learn medicine and save lives." Wu Xingju had contemplated this decision for quite some time. He realized that Fu Yaoyao was not suited for traditional schooling. However, he had promised her father to help her grow. After much deliberation, he concluded that the study of medicine would suit her well. While many knew of his scholarly prowess, few were aware of his exceptional skill in medicine. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Ning family. Early the next morning, Fu Yaoyao leapt from her bed. She shook Wang He vigorously. "He Guogua, the sun is already high. It's time to rise." Wang He opened his eyes, astonished to see Fu Yaoyao before him. "Yaoyao, how come you are up so early?" Fu Yaoyao, with her characteristic playful spirit, stuck out her little tongue. "The teacher said we must attend class, so I woke up early." Wang He was taken aback by Fu Yaoyao's enthusiasm for class today, given it had taken considerable effort to rouse her yesterday. Fu Yaoyao and Wang He made their way to the school. Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang prepared mung bean cakes to sell. Upon reaching the school, Fu Yaoyao spotted Wu Xingju from a distance. She waved, "Teacher, I'm here." Wu Xingju approached, accompanied by a dashing young gentleman. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected Ning Shiji to be the one following Wu Xingju. Ning Shiji waved at Fu Yaoyao, though it was clear he wished for her to pretend not to know him. Fu Yaoyao obediently nodded, overcoming her excitement, and stepped forward. "Good morning, teacher." Wu Xingju was pleasantly surprised by Fu Yaoyao's newfound maturity and compliance. He felt a sense of satisfaction. "Yaoyao, this is my eldest disciple, your senior brother." Fu Yaoyao responded dutifully, "Senior brother." Ning Shiji feigned ignorance of Fu Yaoyao, nodding politely with a clenched fist. Wu Xingju continued, "All right. You should greet your senior brother. Higua, come with me." Understanding the connection between Ning Shiji and Fu Yaoyao, Wu Xingju deliberately created an opportunity for them to be alone. Once everyone had left, Fu Yaoyao could no longer contain herself and dashed into Ning Shiji's embrace, exclaiming, "Big cousin, why did it take you so long to come find me? I missed you." Ning Shiji took Fu Yaoyao's hand and led her to a secluded corner. He examined her from head to toe. "Yaoyao, I'm relieved you're all right." After learning about Fu Yaoyao and Fu Linfeng's disappearance, the Ning family had nearly turned the entire capital upside down in search of them. Fortunately, they found Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao tugged at Ning Shiji's sleeve, expressing her concerns. "Big cousin, I wonder how the others are doing. Have they been expelled from the capital? But we can't blame them. They had no idea such events would unfold. Fortunately, I am doing well now and can protect everyone." Listening to Fu Yaoyao's heartfelt thoughts, Ning Shiji couldn't help but chuckle. He ruffled her hair. "What are you always thinking about, little brain? No need to worry. The situation in the capital has stabilized for now." Although Fu Yaoyao's words were rather childish, he understood that she genuinely regarded them as family, which is why she wished to protect them. Ning Shiji shook his head, stating that since the emperor and she went missing together, he had vanished without a trace and no one, not even his secret guards, had any news. This was the matter of utmost concern at present. The entire imperial palace had fallen under the control of the quiet concubine. Though she was Fu Linfeng's consort, she also held the title of the Grand Princess of the Heavenly Kingdom, leaving no one at ease. "Yaoyao, do you know where the emperor has gone?" Fu Yaoyao was about to reveal that she had seen Fu Linfeng, but recalled his instruction not to disclose this to anyone. She quickly covered her mouth, saying, "I don't know where father has gone. I just woke up and found myself here." He had merely inquired without harboring any hope. Fu Yaoyao glanced at Ning Shiji and noticed he was deep in thought. An idea struck her. "Cousin seems quite worried. Should I tell you where father is?" She proposed. "But father said I shouldn't tell anyone. Yet you're not just anyone." After much internal conflict, Fu Yaoyao decided to confide in Ning Shiji. He had already heard her new voice before she spoke. He was utterly taken aback. At a time when no one knew Fu Linfeng's whereabouts, it was astonishing that Fu Yaoyao did. Ning Shiji sheltered Fu Yaoyao and inspected the surroundings thoroughly. Once he confirmed it was safe, he turned to her, "Yaoyao, If you have something to say, please speak freely. She tugged at his sleeve. Cousin, I know where father is, but I can't just tell you. Ning Shiji was momentarily taken aback, observing Fu Yaoyao's mysterious demeanor, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Our Ning family is absolutely loyal to the royal family. Even though the Ning family once held significant power, they had never crossed the line. Even when concubine Ning was relegated to the cold palace, his presence was merely a comfort to his father, who was deeply worried about Fu Linfeng. To his surprise, not only had he found Fu Yaoyao, but he also learned of Fu Linfeng's whereabouts. Realizing that Fu Linfeng was safe, Ning Shiji understood he must not wish for this information to be known by others. He gently patted Fu Yaoyao's little head. All right, no need to elaborate. I just need to know the emperor is safe. Fu Yaoyao looked at Ning Shiji in confusion. Cousin, aren't you all searching for father? Why aren't you looking for him now? Ning Shiji smiled slightly. Yaoyao, it's not that we aren't searching. It's that the emperor does not wish to be found right now. We only need to know he is safe. Fu Yaoyao nodded in a semblance of understanding, but did not dwell on it further. After all, in her heart, Fu Linfeng was the most formidable person and would surely be fine. Ning Shiji gazed at Fu Yaoyao's innocent and adorable expression, his heart softening. All right, Yaoyao, let us go find your master. He must be waiting anxiously. Fu Yaoyao nodded and followed Ning Shiji as they departed. They remained unaware of a fleeting shadow lurking in the corner. As Fu Yaoyao and Ning Shiji were about to leave, she suddenly felt something was amiss and, in a childlike voice, asked, Who is it? Fu Yaoyao looked around warily. Ning Shiji also sensed someone nearby. He promptly shielded Fu Yaoyao behind him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. Fu Yaoyao widened her eyes in disbelief. Fourth cousin? Ning Shiji frowned at Ning Xian. Fourth brother. How did you find us? Ning Xian smiled slightly. I naturally came to look for you. Ning Shiji, puzzled, inquired. How did you track us down? Ning Xian chuckled. I secretly followed you, big brother. He approached Fu Yaoyao, the chubby little boy with tears streaming down his face. Yaoyao, I thought you were dead. I was so worried. He was quite fond of his little cousin and had secretly cried when he thought she was in danger. Seeing her safe now brought him immense joy.
Ning Xuan embraced Fu Yaoyao, sobbing uncontrollably.
She, both amused and exasperated, gently patted his back. Fourth cousin, I'm fine. Please don't cry. Only then did Ning Xian release her, looking intently at her. Yaoyao, are you really okay? Fu Yaoyao nodded. I'm really fine, fourth cousin. Don't worry. I've become quite capable now. She waved her little fist proudly. Ning Xian, unable to resist, pinched her cheek. Yaoyao, you must take care of yourself in the future and not make us worry. Chapter 77. Jealousy. Fu Yaoyao nodded. Fourth cousin, don't worry. I will definitely take care of myself and not cause you any concern. She hadn't anticipated that her disappearance for just a few days would alarm the Ning family so much. A warm feeling filled her heart. After chatting with Ning Shiji and Ning Xian for a while, Fu Yaoyao suddenly recalled, Cousin, how is my mother doing? Ning Fei had always been so fond of her. Ning Shiji shook his head. I don't know how my aunt is. The entire power of the imperial palace is now in the hands of the quiet concubine. She decides who can enter the palace. Even though Fu Yaoyao was far away, she still often heard that Fu Yuexin was the auspicious star of Tianlin Kingdom. What exactly happened the last time you and the emperor left the palace? Ning Shiji had no knowledge of that day's events and could only gather information from others. Fu Yaoyao's expression changed. Last time, when I was out with father, flowers came to life and chased us. And there was a wild beast as big as 100 of me. Fu Yaoyao was not exaggerating in the slightest. Ning's he fronet. He had never encountered such situations. Cousin, do you believe me? Fu Yaoyao prepared to share what she knew with Ning Shiji. However, she was still too young to provide any substantial clues. Taking a deep breath, she continued. The mutated flowers and the monstrous beasts are not from our realm. Ning Xian inquired, Sister Yaoyao, where did those things come from? Fu Yaoyao replied firmly, the demon realm. Although she was uncertain why these things had appeared in their domain, she trusted her father would never sacrifice others for his own benefit. The only plausible reason was that something was amiss in the demon realm as well. Ning Shiji furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Fu Yaoyao's words had surpassed his comprehension, leaving him unsure whether to believe them. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Yaoyao, what you say is beyond my knowledge. I do not know if it truly exists. Fu Yaoyao nodded, understanding her cousin's skepticism. Cousin, I am not lying. These matters are real. Though I do not understand why they are happening, I will strive to uncover the truth. Her resolute gaze moved Ning Shiji. Yaoyao, you are still young. Let the adults handle these matters, Ning Shiji gently reassured her. Yet Fu Yaoyao shook her head. No, cousin, I want to help. I don't want to see more people get hurt. The last time in the capital. That moment remained indelibly etched in her memory. So many innocent lives had perished at the hands of the monstrous beasts. Ning Shiji gazed into Fu Yaoyao's resolute eyes, feeling a surge of emotion within him. He realized that despite her youth, this little cousin possessed a heart that was both kind and unwavering, one that genuinely cared for the common people. This was the sense of responsibility, befitting a princess. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, Yaoyao, your elder brother believes in you, but these matters are far too perilous. You cannot investigate alone. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise. Elder brother, are you saying you are willing to assist me? Ning Shiji nodded. Of course, I will help you uncover the truth, but you must promise me to never place yourself in danger. Fu Yaoyao earnestly nodded, I promise, elder brother. The support of another transformed her resolve. A determined light shone in her eyes as she added, thank you for believing in me. I will strive to unveil the truth and protect the people. Ning Shiji gently tousled Fu Yaoyao's hair, his gaze filled with affection. Yaoyao, you will always be our little princess of Tianlin Kingdom. No matter the challenges you face, we will stand by your side. Suddenly, voices echoed from outside. Ning Shiji exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Shixian, who hurriedly concealed himself. Fu Yaoyao sat patiently, attentively listening to Ning Shiji's explanations. After class, Wang He rushed to find Fu Yaoyao. He was deeply concerned about her absence. As soon as Fu Yaoyao spotted Wang He, she exclaimed, Brother He, I'm right here. Wang He approached her side and addressed Ning Shiji, my apologies for the trouble, young master. Ning Shiji responded with a warm smile, Yaoyao is delightful, as her senior. It is my duty to guide her. If it weren't for the chaos outside, I would never have allowed Brother He to come to me. He understood that he had to exercise caution in this tumultuous time, ensuring Fu Yaoyao's identity remained concealed. Wang He shook his head, we should be thanking you. Young master. Ning Shiji nodded with a smile. Very well, Yaoyao. Be careful on your way. He watched as Fu Yaoyao and Wang He departed, his heart brimming with vigilance. Though he was unsure about the implications of Fu Yaoyao's earlier words, he felt a resolute determination to safeguard her from harm. As Wang He and Fu Yaoyao exited the academy, he inquired, did you enjoy your studies today? Fu Yaoyao responded with exuberance, I had an amazing time. I met Ning Shiji and Ning Shixian and learned many things about the palace. She bounced with delight. Yes, I was very happy today. Wang He felt a twinge of confusion. Fu Yaoyao had never been fond of learning before. Could it be that you liked the older brother today? Wang He's heart filled with unease at the thought of Fu Yaoyao's affection for another. Jealousy stirred within him at the prospect of his standing in her heart diminishing. Upon hearing Wang He's question, Fu Yaoyao paused, meeting his gaze. The older brother today was wonderful, he taught me so much. Though Wang He felt a pang of discomfort. The innocence in Fu Yaoyao's eyes prevented him from voicing his feelings. So, Yaoyao, who do you think is better, that older brother or your own? Wang He sought to steer her thoughts. Fu Yaoyao tilted her head in contemplation. Both are great, but the love my brothers have for me is different. Wang He felt a slight alleviation of his unease at her words. Do you like the older brother? Fu Yaoyao nodded without hesitation. Of course. He is very kind to me, and I like him very much. Warmth surged through Wang He as he gently ruffled her hair. You are truly wonderful, Yaoyao. As they continued onward, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps approached. Instinctively, Wang He turned to face the source of the noise, spotting several men clad in black attire swiftly advancing toward them. Their expressions were grim, clearly intent on Fu Yaoyao. Wang He's heart raced, and he instinctively shielded Fu Yaoyao behind him, glaring warily at the approaching figures. Though frightened, Fu Yaoyao clutched Wang He's garment tightly, refusing to let go. Chapter 78. Seeking allies, Wang He confronted the group. Who are you? The leader of the black-clad men wasted no time with words and launched an attack. Wang He's face turned pale as he shielded Fu Yaoyao with his body, urging her, Yaoyao, run. Quickly. Uncertain of their intentions, he knew that these men posed a significant threat. Fu Yaoyao watched in horror as Wang He was struck and bloodied. She realized that their goal was not to take a life, and she could not bear to witness Wang He suffer for her sake. Stepping forward, she faced the assailants, closing her eyes. What do you want? If you seek me, let Brother He go. Wang He and Huang Zhaodi had never provoked trouble. It was clear these men were after her. Fu Yaoyao understood that she could not allow Wang He to be harmed because of her. The guilt would haunt her forever. The black-clad man chuckled coldly, his voice gravelly. You are quite clever. He signaled to his accomplices, who seized Fu Yaoyao without hesitation. Despite her strength, she was no match for these seasoned fighters and was compelled to surrender. Wang He was already in fragile health, and she feared this encounter would worsen his condition. The Huang family were common folk, clearly not a match for these men. She could not allow her presence to disrupt their hard-won peace. Wang He watched helplessly as Fu Yaoyao was taken away, his heart heavy with sorrow and concern. He knew he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness her disappear from sight. Upon reaching home, he collapsed unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness, it was nighttime. Struggling to rise, Huang Zhaodi stopped him. Wang He looked at her. Mother, they have taken Yaoyao. He recounted the day's events in detail. Huang Zhaodi hurriedly supported him, soothingly saying, Do not fret, Yaoyao is blessed and will be safe. Wang He nodded, yet his heart was fraught with anxiety. He understood the gravity of the situation. Fu Yaoyao's abduction was dire. He vowed to find a way to rescue her, no matter the cost. Huang Zhaodi led Wang He from the room, instructing him to gather people to search for Yaoyao. She concealed her own worry, knowing that if she displayed her concern, he would crumble under the weight of it. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao was taken to a mountain by the black-clad men. Their faces shrouded, they glared at her menacingly. Ask you, where's Fu Linfeng? Fu Yaoyao had not anticipated that mere hours after meeting Ning Shiji, she would be kidnapped. She pressed her lips together tightly. I do not know. I swear I know nothing. The man, irritated by her defiance, tightened his grip around her throat, his voice icy. Do you think your silence will spare you? Do not forget, Fu Linfeng is your father. If anything were to happen to him, you would surely regret it. Fu Yaoyao was gasping for breath, yet her defiance shone through as she glared at the cloaked figure, unwilling to yield. At that moment, a familiar silhouette abruptly burst forth from the woods. Ning Shiji. Armed with a sword, he moved with agility, swiftly reaching Fu Yaoyao's side and striking at the assailant. The cloaked figure, seeing this, quickly released Fu Yaoyao and engaged in combat with Ning Shiji. Taking advantage of this distraction, Fu Yaoyao inhaled deeply, her heart swelling with gratitude towards him. However, Ning Shiji was ultimately overpowered and captured. The two were subsequently confined in a room and bound. Fu Yaoyao looked at Ning Shiji. Cousin, what brings you here? Ning Shiji examined her from head to toe, concern etched on his face. Yaoyao, are you unhurt? Fu Yaoyao shook her head. I am fine. Cousin, are you injured? Ning Shiji took a deep breath, his tone serious. This was my fault. I should not have come to find you without a plan. It was evident that these individuals had followed him here. Had it not been for him, Fu Yaoyao would not have been abducted. Fu Yaoyao shook her head. Cousin, do not think that way. They are searching for my father. Regardless of the circumstances, they would eventually find me. Furrowing her brow, worry for Fu Linfeng consumed her. Is my father safe? Ning Shiji reassured her. He should be fine. No one can locate the emperor's whereabouts now, otherwise they would not have resorted to abducting you to coerce you into revealing his location. Even at this moment, Ning Shiji pondered what Fu Linfeng truly intended. The cloaked figure returned to the room, casting a glance at Fu Yaoyao. I will give you 1 day. By this time tomorrow. If you still refuse to disclose Fu Linfeng's location, I shall first eliminate this man, and then you. With that, he turned and departed. Anxiety filled Fu Yaoyao's heart. She understood that these individuals meant what they said. If she did not reveal Fu Linfeng's whereabouts by tomorrow, Ning Shiji would indeed be in grave danger. Ning Shiji looked at Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, do not worry about me. Even if I perish, you must never reveal the emperor's location to them. Fu Yaoyao bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes. Cousin, I will ensure your safety. I will find a way to rescue us. As night deepened, Fu Yaoyao and Ning Shiji found themselves confined in a dimly lit room. Fu Yaoyao's urgency grew. She knew they needed to devise an escape plan swiftly. Utilizing the faint moonlight, she scrutinized their surroundings for potential avenues of escape. Suddenly, she noticed that the window appeared somewhat loose. A spark of hope ignited within her, and she resolved to test whether she could escape through it. Cautiously approaching the window, she gently pushed against the frame. To her astonishment, the window opened.
Elated, Fu Yaoyao,
being petite, quickly squeezed through the opening. She then retrieved a stick for Ning Shiji, prying the window wider. Together, they carefully crawled out, fleeing the perilous confines of the room. In the cloak of night, they stealthily navigated through the woods, making their way downhill. The forest was vast and shrouded in darkness, obscuring their path. Ning Shiji led Fu Yaoyao as they hurried along, but unexpectedly, their absence was soon noticed by their pursuers. Brandishing torches, the assailants shouted in pursuit. Fu Yaoyao's heart raced. She recognized the dire consequences should they be caught. Clutching Ning Shiji's hand tightly, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, Ning Shi slipped, and both tumbled to the ground. Panic surged through Fu Yaoyao, but Ning Shiji swiftly rose, shielding her behind him. Drawing his sword, he vigilantly faced their pursuers, his silhouette resolute in the torchlight. Fu Yaoyao gazed at him, warmth flooding her heart. Cousin, I will not let you come to harm. From her pocket, she produced a flute. Ning Shiji looked at her quizzically. Yaoyao, what are you? Without explanation, she began to play the flute. As the notes filled the air, strange sounds erupted around them. The pursuers halted, fear etched upon their faces, scanning their surroundings for the source of the disturbance. Ning Shiji was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched Fu Yaoyao continue to play, the tempo growing frantic. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, rustling the leaves. The pursuers were thrown off balance, struggling to maintain their footing. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of creatures from the mountain. Fu Yaoyao beamed with pride. As a princess of the demon realm, calling upon assistance was a simple task for her. Chapter 79. Trouble in the demon realm. Fu Yaoyao and Ning Shiji soon managed to escape. Cousin, we must hurry. We cannot linger here for long. The ferocious beasts of the mountain had mostly been dealt with, and the small demon creatures she had summoned posed more of a threat than a substantial defense. Just as Fu Yaoyao was about to lead Ning Shiji away, a fierce tiger suddenly emerged from one direction. Ning Shiji's expression changed instantly. Positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Yaoyao, the tiger halted before them, sinking to its front knees. Fu Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Tiger, what brings you here?" In an unexpected turn, the tiger addressed Fu Yaoyao. "Little princess, now is not the time for idle chatter. I must take you both to safety." Fu Yaoyao nodded eagerly and climbed onto the tiger's back. "Cousin, you should join us." Ning Shiji hesitated, eyeing the formidable creature warily. "No, you lead the way," he replied, unwilling to provoke the tiger. The tiger, unfazed by Ning Shiji's trepidation, bounded away with Fu Yaoyao atop its back. Ning Shiji exerted considerable effort to keep pace, aided by the tiger's swiftness. They finally reached a secure location where the tiger set Fu Yaoyao down. "Uncle Tiger, why are you here? Has something happened with my father?" The tiger, a steed of her demon emperor father, was never far from him. With a heavy sigh, the tiger met Fu Yaoyao's gaze. "Little princess, trouble has befallen the demon realm." A pang of dread gripped Fu Yaoyao's heart. She had long suspected that trouble was brewing, but had lacked confirmation. Hearing the tiger's words, disbelief washed over her. "Is that true?" The tiger's expression turned sorrowful. "The demon emperor was ambushed during battle and suffered grave injuries. He has retreated to heal. With the emperor in seclusion, the realm is now in disarray, each faction vying for power." Fu Yaoyao had never been privy to such matters before. Her existence had revolved around being a carefree demon princess. Now, confronted with this unsettling news, her heart raced. Clenching her fists, she declared, "But I cannot stand idly by while the demon realm faces calamity." The place where she had grown up could not be allowed to fall into chaos without her intervention. "The situation is not as dire as it seems, little princess," the tiger continued. "You must focus on your trials. For now, the realm is stable. As long as the demon emperor remains unharmed, no one dares to instigate true chaos. I came to warn you that a demon king has set his sights on the mortal realm. As we became aware, the barrier between the demon realm and the mortal world had already been breached. However, we found ourselves powerless and could only turn to the young princess for assistance." Fu Yaoyao finally understood why the belongings of the demon race had appeared in the human world. She nodded in agreement, stating, "This is only natural. Since it is a calamity wrought by our demon clan, I shall do my utmost to address it." Even if it were unrelated to the demon realm, she could not stand idly by while mortals faced peril. Regardless of the circumstances, she would extend her aid. Meng Tiger looked at Fu Yaoyao with concern. "Little princess, you must be cautious. The denizens of the demon realm will not let you off easily." Fu Yaoyao smiled reassuringly. "Uncle Tiger, you need not worry. I am well aware of my limits." Meng Tiger felt a measure of relief. He had initially been sent by the demon emperor to protect Fu Yaoyao, but unforeseen events had occurred along the way. Now that he had finally located the young princess, he inquired, "Who is this person accompanying you?" Fu Yaoyao glanced at Ning Shiji. "He is my cousin. He can be informed of these matters." Meng Tiger sighed with relief, glad that the individual was not of the demon race. Ning Shiji was rendered speechless. Previously, he had been skeptical of Fu Yaoyao's assertions, but now he was fully convinced. After all, witnessing a ferocious beast articulate human speech was beyond the realm of imagination. Once Fu Yaoyao clarified the situation, Ning Shiji grasped why she had spoken with such conviction earlier. It turned out that other races truly existed in this world, beyond just humanity. Ning Shiji asked Uncle Tiger, "What should we do now?" Meng Tiger pondered for a moment. "The demon beasts from the demon realm are searching for the young princess. We must find a secure location for her to hide, enabling her to navigate this tribulation more effectively." Ning Shiji nodded. "I understand. Since those from the demon realm do not dare to boldly come to the mortal world in search of her, I simply need to ensure Yaoyao's safety and help her succeed in overcoming this trial." Meng Tiger agreed. Indeed, the young princess's safety is paramount. Ning Shiji turned to Fu Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, rest assured, I will protect you." Fu Yaoyao gazed at Ning Shiji. Her heart warmed. No matter what transpired, she was grateful to have her cousin by her side. She grasped Ning Shiji's hand. "Cousin, thank you." Ning Shiji smiled. "We are family. There is no need for thanks." Fu Yaoyao nodded. "Uncle Tiger, you need not worry. I will face this trial with determination." Just as Meng Tiger was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. "Little princess, come with me for a moment." Confused,
Fu Yaoyao followed Meng Tiger.
He retrieved a vial from seemingly nowhere. "The demon emperor expressed concern over your inadequate strength and fears for your safety. I am to give you this treasure. Simply place a demon core inside, and it will enhance your cultivation." This was indeed a remarkable item. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the vial. She had pleaded for it for an extended period, but her father had refused to grant it to her, insisting that cultivation must be achieved step by step, not through shortcuts. To her astonishment, this vial had now found its way into her hands. Ecstatic, Fu Yaoyao accepted the vial. "Thank you, Uncle Tiger, and thank you, Father." Her spirits lifted, her lips seemed to glisten with sweetness. She examined the vial with joy and decided to test its efficacy. Conveniently, she had previously acquired a demon core during her training. Although its rank was not high, it would suffice for a trial. Fu Yaoyao cautiously opened the vial and placed the demon core inside. Immediately, the vial emitted a brilliant light, and a surge of powerful energy flowed from it, coursing into her body. She felt her cultivation swiftly ascending, and the previously blocked meridians began to clear. Fu Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated the vial's extraordinary properties. She resolved to collect more demon cores in the future to enhance her cultivation. Meng Tiger observed that Fu Yaoyao was faring well, which eased his worries. Fu Yaoyao nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Tiger, I will take good care of him. After Meng Tiger departed,
Fu Yaoyao led Ning Shije onward.
She initially assumed that those rescued by Meng Tiger, like herself, would also belong to the demon race. However, when she beheld a familiar face, she was momentarily taken aback. Ning Shiji, noticing Fu Yaoyao's astonished expression, leaned closer. Upon seeing the individual lying on the ground, he too was taken aback. How can it be him? Fu Yaoyao crouched down, checking for signs of life. Fortunately, he still breathed. Chapter 80. The change. Fu Yaoyao exchanged a glance with Ning Shiji. None had anticipated that Yi Yibai would appear in this place. Fu Yaoyao turned to Ning Shiji. Cousin, what should we do now? Ning's he yesiket. Yi Yibai was no ordinary person. At such a young age, he had secured the position of crown prince in the kingdom of Yu, undoubtedly possessing exceptional abilities. Ning Shiji and Fu Yaoyao brought Yi Yibai to the inn where they were staying. To avoid drawing attention, Ning Shiji chose the most ordinary room available. As the eldest son of a general's household and the crown prince of the kingdom of Yu, if this information were to leak, those with ulterior motives would surely seize the opportunity. Fu Yaoyao nodded, then exited the room. Meanwhile, on the side of Huang Zhaodi, upon learning that Fu Yaoyao had been abducted by mountain bandits, no villager was willing to assist, each fearful of attracting trouble. Huang Zhaodi continued to plead, I implore you, please save our Yaoyao. She is still so young. Old Lady Wang scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. The little brat has been captured. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events, considering she is a cursed child. Li Tsuehua chimed in, exactly mother. With that little brat gone, I would love to see how Huang Zhaodi manages to care for 2 children. The Wang family was the most elated with Fu Yaoyao's capture. After Fu Yaoyao's departure, Ning Shiji stared at the unconscious Yi Yibai, his brow furrowed. He understood well that Yi Yibai's identity was significant. If discovered, it could lead to unnecessary complications. The mystery of how Yi Yibai ended up here and why he was unconscious deepened. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to discreetly investigate the matter while reinforcing the inn's defenses against unforeseen events. At that moment, a rapid knock echoed from outside the door. Ning Shiji opened it to find a soldier kneeling in a panic. General, it's bad. A group of people has arrived outside, claiming they are here to search the inn for the missing crown prince of the kingdom of Yu. Ning Shiji's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. At present, Yi Yibai remained unconscious, yet his brow was tightly knitted, as if he were undergoing some torment. Ning Shiji took a deep breath, fully aware that the current circumstances were dire. If those individuals were to discover Yi Yibai's presence here, the consequences would be dire indeed. He quickly devised a plan to conceal Yi Yibai. His gaze swept the surroundings, landing on a hidden compartment beneath the bed. This compartment had been specially constructed for safety, and now it presented the perfect solution. Ning Shiji carefully lifted Yi Yibai and concealed him within the compartment, ensuring that no trace remained visible from the outside. Just as he secured Yi Yibai, a commotion of footsteps and voices erupted outside the door. Ning Shiji's heart raced as he swiftly composed himself and opened the door. A contingent of soldiers charged forward, led by an officer whose countenance bore a grave expression. We have been dispatched to investigate the disappearance of the crown prince of the Yu kingdom. We request your cooperation, General. Ning Shiji nodded impassively. Of course. I shall fully cooperate. He gestured for the soldiers to search the room, silently praying for Yi Yibai's safe passage through this ordeal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Yaoyao squeezed through the crowd, spotting Huang Zhaodi kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably, while Wang Laopa and Li Tsuehua stood nearby, mocking her cruelly. Upon seeing Fu Yaoyao, Huang Zhaodi grasped her tightly, sobbing. Fu Yaoyao tenderly patted Huang Zhaodi's back, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes. She turned to Wang Laopa and Li Tsuehua, her voice icy. What have you done to my aunt? Wang Laopa and Li Tsuehua were momentarily silenced by Fu Yaoyao's imposing presence. The village head hurried over. Yaoyao,
Do not misunderstand.
your aunt was merely distressed upon hearing of your capture. No one has harmed her. The hour was late, and he wished to avoid further discord in the village. Fu Yaoyao scoffed, well aware that the village head was attempting to smooth things over. However, she resolutely decided that today's events would not be brushed aside. She glanced at the village head. I understand, Grandpa Village Head. The village head's expression shifted as he attempted to speak, but Fu Yaoyao interjected. She glared at Wang Laopa and Li Tsuehua, her voice sharp. If I discover that either of you has spoken ill, I shall not let you off lightly. With that, she helped Huang Zhaodi to her feet and turned to enter the house. They had never seen Fu Yaoyao like this. She seemed transformed, no longer the innocent child she had been just the day before. She realized that she could no longer afford to be weak, otherwise, her aunt would continue to suffer. She resolved to grow stronger, to protect herself and her family. At that moment, a rapid series of knocks echoed from outside. Fu Yaoyao opened the door to find a tall, handsome stranger standing before her, his eyes sparkling with determination. Princess Onping, he inquired.
Fu Yaoyao nodded,
her mind racing with questions. The man smiled slightly. Princess Onping, I have been sent by the eldest young master to protect you. Fu Yaoyao was taken aback, realizing her vulnerability had been exposed. Ning Shiji had sent someone specifically from General Ning's ranks to safeguard her. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. Ning Shiji had been concerned for her safety all along. She smiled and nodded. Thank you. I will be cautious. The man inclined his head and departed. Fu Yaoyao closed the door, her heart brimming with gratitude and anticipation. She understood that she could no longer remain the timid girl she once was. She had to grow stronger to safeguard herself and her family. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to diligently learn martial arts and medicine to fortify herself. Meanwhile, Yi Yibai had also awakened. Observing Ning Shiji beside him, he furrowed his brow, his voice weak. How did I end up here? Ning Shiji chose to overlook the matter of the ferocious tiger. The fewer people who were aware of Fu Yaoyao's peculiarities, the better it was for her. Yi Yibai remained silent, deep in thought, aware that the turmoil in Tianlin Kingdom had only intensified with the recent troubles surrounding the Yu Kingdom's crown prince. He struggled to rise from the bed and bowed to Ning Shiji. Thank you for saving me, young Master Ning. Regardless of his affiliations, Ning Shiji was still a citizen of Tianlin Kingdom, and such occurrences were undoubtedly troubling to him. Yi Yibai felt a sense of vigilance. His reluctance to fully disclose his circumstances suggested he had his own considerations. Ning Shiji did not dwell on this, for individuals like them rarely invested emotional energy in others. Yet, he could not help but speculate. Yi Yibai, as the crown prince of Yu Kingdom, had many adversaries. He could not fathom who might have acted against him. If it were indeed someone from Yu Kingdom, it would be for the best, as it would not implicate Tianlin Kingdom. However, if it were from Tianlin Kingdom, especially now that Fu Linfeng was in trouble, it seemed evident that someone sought to incite war between the two realms. The night passed in silence between Yi Yibai and Ning Shiji. The following day, Fu Yaoyao prepared to attend school. Upon reaching the school's entrance, she looked at Wang He. Go in first, Guohua. Wang He frowned. What are you planning to do? Fu Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. Nothing, Guohua. Please go ahead. She intended to sneak a glance at Yi Yibai. Wang He, however, was adamant. No, you must come with me to school. Having previously been captured, he could not afford to be complacent. Realizing Wang He was serious, Fu Yaoyao reluctantly lowered her head and followed him into the school. To her surprise, Ning Shiji was there again. He regarded Fu Yaoyao. Her face lit up with joy. Senior brother, why have you come again today? At that moment, Wu Xingjiu emerged. Higa, come inside with me. Wang He looked at Fu Yaoyao with concern. Ning Shiji reassured him. Do not worry, Wang. I have taken Yaoyao as my sister. I will treat her well. Wu Xingjiu chimed in. Indeed. Higo, you can trust that Shiji, my disciple, will care for Yaoyao. Only then did Wang He leave with Wu Xingjiu. Fu Yaoyao hopped beside Ning Shiji. Big brother, how am I doing? Am I not acting exceptionally well? She felt quite proud of herself. At a glance, who could discern that she and Ning Shiji were acquainted? Ning Shiji ruffled her hair. Our Yaoyao is indeed the most remarkable little princess. Fu Yaoyao pouted. Guohua is making a mountain out of a molehill. There was really no problem yesterday. Yet he is exceedingly worried about me now. She was confident in her ability to protect herself. Ning Shiji shook his head helplessly. Yaoyao, you are still young, and do not yet comprehend many things. When you grow up, you will realize that certain matters are beyond one's control. Fu Yaoyao lifted her gaze to Ning Shiji. Big brother, I will certainly grow up, and then I will be able to protect you and my brother. Ning Shiji smiled but remained silent. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao remembered Yi Yibai. Big brother, how is de Guohua? Ning Shiji recognized that Fu Yaoyao was expressing concern for Yi Yibai. He feigned ignorance. Who are you referring to, Yaoyao? I am not aware. She had always been a grateful child. Concern for Yi Yibai warranted her reciprocating the sentiment. Ning Shiji smiled. Rest assured, the crown prince of Yu Kingdom has awakened. Fu Yaoyao then felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ning Shiji observed her expression and playfully tousled her hair. Since you are so concerned, shall I take you to see him? He had discovered that while everyone else had failed to find Fu Yaoyao, Yi Yibai had already located her. The reason so many had been unable to trace Fu Yaoyao's whereabouts was that Yi Yibai had hidden her away. For this alone, Fu Yaoyao ought to express her gratitude to him. Otherwise, in the wake of Fu Linfeng's disappearance, she would have been the first to be implicated. Ning Shiji led Fu Yaoyao to the inn, where Yi Yibai was busy writing something. As Fu Yaoyao entered, she chirped, De Guohua, I'm here. As Yi Yibai lifted his head, he was greeted by the sight of a small cannonball hurtling towards him. He hastily extended his arms to embrace her. Yaoyao, what brings you here today? Fu Yaoyao regarded Yi Yibai from head to toe. He shook his head gently, offering her reassurance. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. Fu Yaoyao nodded earnestly. Big brother, you must promise to be good. If you fall ill, let your cousin call for a doctor. She admonished him with the seriousness of a little adult. Yi Yibai gazed at Fu Yaoyao, finding her irresistibly adorable. He tousled her hair. Rest assured, Yaoyao, I shall heed the doctor's advice. Only then did Fu Yaoyao relax. She noticed Yi Yibai was writing. Leaning closer, she inquired, Big brother, what are you writing? Observing her inquisitive expression, Yi Yibai chuckled. Yaoyao, you still know too few characters to comprehend this. Fu Yaoyao pouted slightly. But you still haven't told me what you are writing. Yi Yibai lifted the paper and presented it to her. Yaoyao, this is your homework. Once you learn these characters, I shall take you out to play. Fu Yaoyao's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, she distanced herself from Yi Yibai as if propelled by an unseen force. Big brother, I do not need your help with my studies. I have a teacher. For reasons unknown, the sight of books always made Fu Yaoyao drowsy. Nearby, Ning Shiji approached, mercilessly undermining the moment. Indeed, your teacher nearly lost her mind because of you. After revealing his identity to Wu Xingju, he had spent the entire evening listening to her complaints. Were it not for his obligation to educate Fu Yaoyao, he would have preferred not to waste time. Teaching other students merely involved managing their tempers. But Fu Yaoyao was different. She simply could not comprehend what he said and bombarded him with countless questions. Most disconcertingly, she would blink her large, innocent eyes at him, rendering him completely devoid of frustration. All emotions had to be bottled up within. He had discussed this with Yi Yibai yesterday. Yi Yibai had no intention of leaving and had little to occupy his time, making him the perfect candidate to tutor Fu Yaoyao.
Fu Yaoyao pouted again. Cousine.
You are mistaken. My teacher said I am too remarkable for him to teach. Ning Shiji sighed as he observed Fu Yaoyao's unwavering conviction. She truly believed whatever anyone told her. He refrained from engaging her further and turned to Yi Yibai. Your Highness, I entrust Yaoyao to you. Fu Yaoyao quickly interjected. No, cousin, my teacher still needs to teach me how to heal. I have no time. She was utterly disinterested in attending school. Ning Shiji glanced at Yi Yibai, who helplessly shook his head. He had no means of persuading Fu Yaoyao either. Yi Yibai ruffled her hair again. That may be so, but Yaoyao, you might not be able to heal anyone just yet. Fu Yaoyao looked at Yi Yibai, perplexed. Why not? She genuinely did not wish to study, but the notion of healing was undeniably intriguing. Big brother, why can't I heal others?
Find distress, Yi Yibai replied. Yaoyao.
You are so intelligent. I initially wanted you to learn a few more characters so you could heal. After all, how could a doctor treat patients if they cannot write a single character? Fu Yaoyao quickly countered. That's not true. I can have someone else write for me. Her response rendered Yi Yibai momentarily speechless. He had never considered that approach. Ning Shiji struggled to suppress laughter, nearly causing himself injury. Even in the court, Yi Yibai was a formidable debater, yet here, he fell silent before Fu Yaoyao. Yi Yibai noticed Ning Shiji's barely contained mirth. With a forced smile, he replied, however, if you could write yourself, that would be impressive. Besides, how could a doctor rely on others to write prescriptions? People would doubt your abilities. If you are unconvinced, you may ask your cousin. Fu Yaoyao turned her gaze towards Ning Shiji. Noticing her look, he suppressed his laughter and spoke seriously. Yaoyao, your brother is correct. Doctors must indeed be able to write. If you cannot, others may perceive your medical skills as lacking, and they would not trust you. Upon hearing this, Fu Yaoyao became anxious. I can learn to write. I am clever. I will learn quickly. Yi Yibai nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. Yaoyao is indeed intelligent and will surely master it in no time. Then he turned to Ning Shiji. Brother Ning, why not take it upon yourself to teach Yaoyao literacy? Ning Shiji was taken aback, not expecting such a hot potato to land in his lap. He waved his hands dismissively. I am not as capable as His Highness. Yaoyao, who would you like to teach you? Fu Yaoyao had always been illiterate. He, as her cousin, was well aware of this. The letters from Ning Fei often lamented Fu Yaoyao's lack of literacy. Even Wu Xingju, with his excellent temperament, had been exasperated by her. Ning Shiji felt utterly unqualified for such a daunting task. Hearing his words, Fu Yaoyao's little mind raced. While she was reluctant to learn to read, the idea of healing was too enticing to ignore. After much deliberation, she turned to Yi Yibai. Big brother, I can learn. But can I only learn a little? I do not want to learn too much. Yi Yibai laughed immediately. Of course. You can learn as little or as much as you desire. However, you must first learn to write your name so others know the prescriptions are yours. And later you can show others that this is your name. Fu Yaoyao nodded eagerly. All right, I will start by learning to write my name. She never anticipated that one day she would begin learning to write. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the pen and started writing. Yi Yibai watched her awkward grip on the pen, suppressing his laughter while patiently guiding her. Ning Shiji observed the two, finding it oddly peculiar. Yi Bai was not known for his patience, yet here he was, diligently teaching Fu Yaoyao. Ning Shiji stroked his chin, pondering the strangeness of it all. However, he could also see that Yi Bai genuinely cared for Fu Yaoyao. Reflecting on the rumors circulating in the court, he could not help but shake his head. Those ministers would never have imagined Yi Bai could be so patient. As Fu Yaoyao and Yi Bai engaged in their writing lessons in the study, their rapport was harmonious. Yet, deep down, Fu Yaoyao resisted the notion of studying, contemplating how she could continue healing without the burden of learning. Her brows knitted tightly. She constantly schemed for a solution. Though she adored healing and regarded it as a remarkable pursuit, the idea of learning to write filled her with dread. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and her eyes lit up as she turned to Yi Bai with a beaming smile. "Big brother, I have a great idea. Can we skip learning to write and go straight to healing? I could accompany you on your visits. You could teach me while you treat patients, and I could learn while helping." Yi Bai shook his head. "I do not possess medical skills." Fu Yaoyao furrowed her brows. Huh? She had assumed Yi Bai was skilled in medicine. Yi Bai shook his head again. "I possess no medical skills, Yaoyao. Be a good girl. I believe in your remarkable abilities, and I am certain you will master it in just a few days. What do you think?" Fu Yaoyao relished being praised for her prowess. Upon hearing these words, she lost her sense of direction. Nodding incessantly, Yaoyao also believes she is quite capable and will certainly learn swiftly. The two shared an exceptionally harmonious rapport. Ning Shijia had his own matters to attend to, and seeing the two getting along well, he quietly exited the room. Fu Yaoyao grasped his hand, bouncing joyfully. Wang He emerged from class and, finding Fu Yaoyao absent, felt a pang of worry. Upon spotting her with Yi Bai, he rushed over and enveloped Fu Yaoyao in his embrace. "Yaoyao, who is this?" Wang He scrutinized Yi Bai with suspicion, having never encountered him before. Fu Yaoyao quickly interjected, "This is de Guigua, I know him." Wang He continued to gaze at Yi Bai, reluctant to release Fu Yaoyao. Yi Bai chuckled lightly. "Young Master Wang, please do not misunderstand. I have known Yaoyao for quite some time." Fu Yaoyao nodded vigorously. "Yes. I have known de Guigua for a while." Wang He still did not let Fu Yaoyao down, frowning as he admonished her. "Yaoyao, you are still a child. You cannot casually follow someone you do not know. What if they had ill intentions?" His words implied that Yi Bai harbored ulterior motives toward Fu Yaoyao. Yi Bai maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, showing no signs of anger. Wang He's words rendered Fu Yaoyao somewhat embarrassed. She quickly waved her hand to clarify. "De Guigua, I did not leave with him. I was just learning from him." Wang He paused, taken aback. "Learning?" Fu Yaoyao nodded. "Yes, I am learning to write with de Guigua. I want to be able to write my name so that I can help others in the future." At that moment, Wu Xingju also exited the room. "Young Master Yi, he had just received orders from Ning Shijia." Wu Xingju addressed Wang He. "Young Master, you must not be rude to our esteemed guest." Though unaware of Yi Bai's true identity, Wu Xingju could discern from his demeanor that he was not someone Wang He could afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Wang He finally released Fu Yaoyao, his gaze toward Yi Bai softening. He clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your willingness to teach Yaoyao. I am immensely grateful." Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. Yaoyao is quite intelligent, and I believe she will learn quickly." Fu Yaoyao clung to Yi Bai's leg, beaming with pride. "Yaoyao believes she is the greatest." Yi Bai crouched down and gently pinched Fu Yaoyao's cheek. "Indeed, Yaoyao is the greatest, but you must still listen to de Guigua, understand?" Fu Yaoyao obediently nodded. "Yaoyao understands." After saying this, she turned to Wang He. "De Guigua, Yaoyao will listen to you from now on. So please do not be angry, all right?" Wang He had never truly been angry, and seeing Fu Yaoyao so obedient, any lingering displeasure vanished. He tenderly ruffled her hair. "Yaoyao, you are a good girl. De Guigua is not angry, just concerned that you might be led away by someone unknown." Fu Yaoyao, with her innocent heart, truly believed he was worried. Yi Bai observed their interaction, deep in thought. Chapter 83. Taking her back to the palace every day, Fu Yaoyao would report to Yi Bai. In the afternoons, she would go to Wu Xingju to learn about herbs. This routine persisted for nearly half a year, nearing the new year, which was approaching the annual minor festival. Over this 6-month period, Fu Yaoyao's speech became progressively clearer. Fu Yaoyao pouted. "Big brother, aren't we meeting tomorrow? Why do you sound like an old man? Nagging me?" She looked at Yi Bai with a hint of disdain.
Yi Bai remained silent.
After Fu Yaoyao departed, he gazed at her lively little figure hopping away and softly remarked, "I hope we meet again by fate." Currently, Huang Zhaodi and the others were gradually improving their lives. Huang Zhaodi would prepare their pickled goods to sell and, combined with Wang Yang's astute business sense, within half a year, Huang Zhaodi's mung bean cakes had garnered a small reputation throughout the town. As she opened the door, a familiar silhouette stood in the courtyard. Hearing the sound, Fu Lin Foam turned around.
Yaoyao.
Fu Yaoyao could not contain herself, her nose tinged with moisture as she cried out, "Father." Fu Linfeng took a few steps forward, enveloping Fu Yaoyao in his embrace, gently stroking her back. Yaoyao, it is father's fault. I have come late. Fu Yaoyao shook her head vigorously against his chest. It is not late. Father, you have not come late. I thought I would never see you again. Hearing the tearful tone in Fu Yaoyao's voice, Fu Linfeng felt as though his heart was being tightly squeezed, the pain almost rendering him breathless. He gently patted her back. Yaoyao, it is father's mistake. I should not have left you alone. Fu Yaoyao wept sorrowfully. Nearby, Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang watched the father-daughter reunion with complex emotions, especially Huang Zhaodi. While selling mung bean cakes in the town, Fu Linfeng had approached her stall, initially thought to be a customer, only to declare himself Fu Yaoyao's biological father. Huang Zhaodi was naturally skeptical. If Fu Yaoyao's parents were truly alive, how could they not have sought her out in over half a year? Moreover, Fu Yaoyao's eloquence and previous attire indicated a family of considerable means. Huang Zhaodi did not believe him. However, Fu Linfeng promptly proved his identity, unexpectedly revealing himself as the reigning emperor. Observing the father and daughter before her, Huang Zhaodi felt a profound ache in her heart. She had treated Fu Yaoyao as her own daughter. Did this mean she would never see her again? Fu Linfeng brought Fu Yaoyao into the house and had her sit on his lap. His gaze softened as he looked at her. Yaoyao, do not worry. Father will properly reward them. They shall be my benefactors from now on, and they will never have to live in hardship again. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. Really? Fu Linfeng nodded. Of course. He turned a serious gaze toward Huang Zhaodi. Madam, please feel free to request any reward you desire. Huang Zhaodi hesitated before softly speaking. Your Majesty, I do not seek riches or treasures. I only hope that your Majesty will grant me one request. Fu Linfeng inclined his head slightly. Please, madam, speak. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhaodi's eyes welled with tears. She looked at Fu Yaoyao, seated on Fu Linfeng's lap, and wiped the corners of her eyes. Huang Zhaodi smiled and nodded. Wang Yang, observing from the side, also felt his eyes moisten. Although his time with Fu Yaoyao had been brief, her sweet nature had already endeared her to him as his own daughter. Fu Linfeng watched the three with a moved heart. He gently patted Fu Yaoyao's back. Yaoyao, it is time to depart. Fu Yaoyao released Huang Zhaodi and nodded. She glanced back at Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang, then turned to follow Fu Linfeng out. At the door, she looked at Fu Linfeng with pleading eyes. No matter how hard-hearted he might be, he could not refuse Fu Yaoyao. Fu Linfeng slightly nodded. All right. Father agrees. Fu Yaoyao's eyes lit up as she turned and ran back to Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang. Ani, uncle, father has agreed to stay for dumplings. Both Huang Zhaodi and Wang Yang were taken aback. They had assumed Fu Linfeng would simply take Fu Yaoyao away, but were surprised he would stay for dumplings instead. She turned and entered the kitchen. Wang Yang looked at Fu Linfeng and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, I shall prepare some dishes to accompany the wine. Fu Linfeng nodded, and Wang Yang turned to leave. Fu Linfeng gazed toward the kitchen, his eyes softening. Otherwise, he might never see Yaoyao again in this lifetime. They were Yaoyao's benefactors, as well as his own. Fu Linfeng silently resolved to repay them handsomely. Shortly thereafter, Huang Zhaodi emerged, bearing a plate of dumplings. Wang Yang had also prepared some side dishes. The group gathered around, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Fu Linfeng picked up a dumpling and placed it in Fu Yaoyao's bowl, saying, Yaoyao, give this a try. It's specially made for you by Auntie. Huang Zhaodi spoke to Fu Yaoyao with a lump in her throat. Chapter 84. Will you come with me? The thought of never seeing Fu Yaoyao again overwhelmed Huang Zhaodi, prompting her to feel a surge of emotion as she listened to the child's sweet voice. Yet deep down, she understood the improbability of such a scenario. Fu Yaoyao was the princess of the realm, and opportunities for her to leave the palace were exceedingly rare. Moreover, she was merely an ordinary person. Huang Zhaodi refrained from voicing these thoughts, especially with Fu Linfeng present. After all, he was the reigning emperor. His imposing presence made her feel unworthy to meet his gaze. She couldn't afford to waste his time and hurried to ensure the dumplings were cooked, so Fu Yaoyao and the others could depart. Outside the courtyard, Fu Linfeng observed Wang Yang's actions with curiosity, asking, what are these? Having grown up in the palace, it was natural for him not to recognize such things. Wang Yang trembled, unable to fathom that he was speaking with the emperor. Stammering, he responded. Fu Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand, reassuring him, Brother Yang, my father doesn't eat children. You needn't be afraid. Fu Linfeng shot Fu Yaoyao a disapproving glance, believing his imperial dignity should not be so easily dismissed, as she assumed everyone shared her lack of fear.
Fu Linfeng nodded, remaining silent.
Wang Yang took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Fu Linfeng instinctively shook his head. He had been groomed as the future emperor since childhood. Everything he consumed underwent meticulous scrutiny. He would never eat anything unverified. Fu Yaoyao dashed over, grabbing 2 pieces of mung bean cake, one for herself and the other for Fu Linfeng. Father, Auntie's cooking is exceptional. This mung bean cake is incredibly delicious. Please have a bite. I know you will love it, she insisted, disregarding all else. Fu Linfeng was taken aback, but, having already accepted the cake. He hesitated to spit it out, fearing it would hurt Fu Yaoyao's feelings. Besides, few knew his true identity here, and Huang Zhaodi and the others appeared to be perfectly ordinary. With that thought, he swallowed the mung bean cake. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly inquired, "Well, father, is it not superbly delicious?" Fu Linfeng had never tasted such delightful mung bean cake before. It was sweet yet not cloying. He turned to Wang Yang, asking, "How is this mung bean cake made?" "It's quite delectable. My mother uses the finest white sugar to enhance the texture, grinding it into powder for a more delicate mouthfeel. Once the mung beans cool, they are mashed together, and that's it," Wang Yang explained. Fu Linfeng regarded Wang Yang with intrigue. Is it truly that simple? In the palace, every dessert is produced through numerous intricate processes, yet none surpass this mung bean cake in flavor. Wang Yang nodded. "We are but common folk. We cannot afford the finest ingredients, so we pour our hearts into our cooking." Fu Linfeng acknowledged this with a nod. He had discerning tastes and typically eschewed the ordinary. Yet this mung bean cake piqued his interest for another piece. Wang Yang beamed at the compliment, expressing his gratitude. Fu Yaoyao turned to Fu Linfeng, "Father, isn't anti-s mung bean cake extraordinarily delicious?" Fu Linfeng affirmed, "Indeed, it is quite tasty." He spoke sincerely, astonished that such culinary skill could be found in this rustic setting. Fu Yaoyao tugged at Fu Linfeng's sleeve. "Father, let me tell you, Auntie excels at making other dishes as well." Fu Linfeng nodded and then gazed at Wang Yang. "How did you manage to sell these items initially?" He recalled having conducted some inquiries upon his arrival. Huang Zhaodi's husband had long since passed, leaving her to raise 2 children alone, a formidable endeavor.
Wang Yang,
sensing Fu Linfeng's interest, responded, "Initially, we sold as much as we could, but I realized people were indifferent. Then it struck me, we were producing too much, making it readily available. So we decided to limit our stock, selling only a certain amount each day. Even if the emperor himself came, he would find it sold out." At first, people were skeptical about why we could charge such high prices, but after tasting our mung bean cake, they discovered its uniqueness and flocked to buy from us. As Wang Yang spoke of commerce, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm.
Fu Linfeng nodded, genuinely astonished.
He had not anticipated encountering such a savvy businessman in this rural area. "Surely, father knows not that Brother Yang is the reincarnation of the god of wealth from the heavens. Should I disclose this to him?" Fu Yaoyao mused. Having sensed Wang Yang's potential early on, Fu Linfeng, overhearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, stared at Wang Yang in shock. The reincarnation of the god of wealth. No wonder he was so adept at making money. Not just mung bean cakes, even a pair of chopsticks in Brother Yang's hands could fetch a different price. Fu Linfeng took a deep breath. If he could secure Wang Yang's allegiance, wealth would flow into the nation abundantly. With this thought, Fu Linfeng's gaze toward Wang Yang grew increasingly fervent. Wang Yang, meeting Fu Linfeng's intense stare, began to reconsider whether he had misspoken. He hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I am at fault." Such a talent was one to be carefully cultivated. Wang Yang gazed at Fu Linfeng incredulously. When Fu Linfeng remained silent, he frowned. "Are you unwilling?" No one had ever dared to refuse him. Fu Linfeng's commanding presence filled the space, leaving Wang Yang terrified and speechless. Accompanying the emperor is akin to traversing with a tiger. He was hesitant about following Fu Linfeng, for the future remained uncertain. Looking at Wang Yang, Fu Linfeng stated, "I find you quite capable, hence I wish for you to consider this." Wang Yang nodded. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will contemplate it thoroughly." Taking a deep breath, Wang Yang prepared himself. Huang Zhaodi emerged from the kitchen, unaware of the preceding conversation. She promptly invited, "Your Majesty, the meal is ready. Please come in and dine." Fu Yaoyao swiftly dashed inside, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready. I want dumplings." Fu Linfeng shook his head, musing how such a temperament could ever suit a princess of Tianlin Kingdom. Wang He and Wang Yang entered last, and Wang Yang cast a glance at Wang He, feeling flustered and uncertain regarding the earlier exchange. Wang He shook his head but had already made up his mind. Even if it cost him his life, he would not allow Wang Yang to leave with Fu Linfeng. As they sat down for the meal, each person harbored their own secrets, yet only Fu Yaoyao relished the moment wholeheartedly. Chapter 85. Trouble from Lady Wang after dining. Wang Yang took a deep breath. Before he could speak, Fu Linfeng interjected, "Lady Wang, may I invite you all to the capital?" He had observed something during the meal. Huang Zhaodi treated Fu Yaoyao exceptionally well. However, he suddenly changed his mind, intending to take Huang Zhaodi and her family along with him. Huang Zhaodi gazed at Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty." Fu Linfeng chuckled softly. "Madam Wang, you are not only Yaoyao's savior, but also a benefactor to our royal family. It is only fitting that I extend this invitation. If you are willing to accompany us, I shall make arrangements for your stay in the capital." Fu Linfeng regarded Huang Zhaodi with assurance. After much contemplation, Huang Zhaodi finally resolved to respond. "Your Majesty, we are immensely grateful for your willingness to take us along, but we are merely common folk. I fear our presence in the capital may cause you inconvenience. Yaoyao is my daughter. You are her saviors, and this is my duty." Fu Linfeng replied. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements in the capital. There will be no issues. Seeing the unwavering confidence in Fu Linfeng's demeanor, Huang Zhaodi felt considerably reassured. She nodded. Very well, we shall follow you. Since Fu Linfeng had already made the necessary preparations, there was little left to worry about. She had never wished to remain in that place. Now venturing to the capital felt like seizing an opportunity for a new beginning. Rising from her seat, Fu Linfeng approached Huang Zhaodi. Madam Wang, fear not. I shall take good care of you all. Startled by his gesture, Huang Zhaodi quickly waved her hand. Your Majesty. What are you doing? We merely did what was right. Fu Linfeng looked at her with steadfast eyes. What may seem trivial to you is, to us, a matter of life and death. Yaoyao is of great significance to us. In the previous incident, he had been unable to protect Fu Yaoyao, and by the time he realized, she had already vanished. However, having decided to conceal his whereabouts, he could not afford to search for Fu Yaoyao openly. Fortunately, she had encountered good-hearted individuals. Huang Zhaodi felt a surge of emotion. She understood that this journey to the capital might very well mark a new chapter in her life. After their meal, Fu Linfeng entertained Fu Yaoyao in the courtyard while Huang Zhaodi and her companions busied themselves packing their belongings. Outside, a commotion erupted as Wang Laopa pointed an accusing finger at Fu Linfeng, berating him. You scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Her tone dripped with excitement. She had long awaited this moment. Huang Zhaodi, come out. Not only have you betrayed Dexing, but you also brought this scoundrel into your home. You are shameless. Come forth and explain yourself. Wang Laopa unleashed a torrent of invective. Onlookers gathered, curious about the spectacle. Wang Laopa turned her gaze toward Fu Linfeng. You scoundrel. Turn around so I can see your face. She was determined to reveal Huang Zhaodi's perceived infamy to all. As she continued her tirade, Fu Linfeng turned around, his cold gaze fixed upon her. An aura of authority emanated from him, silencing Wang Laopa instantly. Those around them fell silent, intimidated by Fu Linfeng's presence. Who are you? He asked, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Wang Laopa trembled at the sound of his voice. His demeanor was anything but ordinary. Huang Zhaodi, hearing the ruckus outside, rushed out and felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing Fu Linfeng and Wang Laopa. Approaching Wang Laopa, she maintained a stern expression. What do you intend to do? Wang Laopa sneered. What do you think? I am here to expose you, as the loose woman you are. With a forceful shove, she attempted to confront Fu Linfeng. You scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? Today, I shall ensure you receive your just desserts. As she lunged at him, Fu Linfeng's expression hardened. He swiftly seized her wrist, applying pressure that elicited a pained cry from her. Ah! Let go of me! Wang Laopa yelped, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain. Fear filled her eyes as she regarded Fu Linfeng, realizing the peril she was in. Huang Zhaodi, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Please, do not stoop to her level. Although she held no affection for Wang Laopa, the woman was still her mother-in-law, and she could not bear to see her come to harm.
Fu Linfeng remained silent.
Wang Laopa, undeterred, forcefully pushed Huang Zhaodi to the ground. You little wretch, do you think I need your defense? Today, you will pay for your betrayal of Dexing. With that, she lunged at Fu Linfeng once more. This time, he showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick that sent Wang Laopa sprawling on the ground, howling in pain and unable to rise. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, surprised that Wang Laopa, known for her arrogance, had encountered someone formidable. Huang Zhaodi watched Wang Laopa on the ground, feeling a sense of vindication. Fu Yaoyao rushed out, shouting, Beat her. She always bullies my aunt. Wang Laopa glared fiercely at Fu Yaoyao. You little bastard, you are not allowed to speak. Fu Linfeng's fists clenched tightly. If Fu Yaoyao was a bastard, then what did that make him, her father? He glared at Wang Laopa. Hearing that an unfamiliar man had come to Huang Zhaodi's household, the villagers rushed over. But upon seeing Fu Linfeng, they sensed something was amiss. They realized it was time to leave. Wang Laopa, writhing in pain on the ground, grimaced. Li Tsuehua quickly stepped forward to assist her, whispering, Mother, let us go. Do not stir up trouble. Yet Wang Laopa was unwilling to relent, struggling to her feet. Pointing an accusatory finger at Fu Linfeng, You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I will have you arrested. Fu Linfeng chuckled coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. He approached Wang Laopa, leaning down to speak softly. If you wish to report me, then by all means proceed. However, I advise you to ascertain my identity before making such a decision. Wang Laopa trembled at the chill in his gaze, a wave of fear washing over her. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, I care not for your status. I will not let this matter rest. I am justified in my claims. No sooner had she spoken than a squad of officials burst forth from the crowd, brandishing swords and surrounding Wang Laopa with an imposing demeanor. Her face turned pale with terror as she gazed at Fu Linfeng, panic evident in her eyes. What have you done? Fu Linfeng smirked. Did you not wish to report me? I am merely fulfilling your desire. Wang Laopa collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend that this man would go so far. The villagers watched, murmuring amongst themselves, their eyes filled with awe. While they were unaware of Fu Linfeng's true identity, the mere fact that he could summon the authorities commanded their respect. Wang Laopa, pale-faced, stared at Fu Linfeng. Chapter 86. The departure. Fu Linfeng chuckled lightly. Did you not wish to report me? He regarded Wang Laopa with an almost mocking demeanor. In truth, she had never genuinely intended to report him. The magistrate hurried to Fu Linfeng's side. Your Majesty. Before he could finish, Fu Linfeng's sharp gaze silenced him. Young Master Huang, might I inquire as to the nature of your complaint? Upon seeing the emblem that certified Fu Linfeng's identity, the governor hastily approached, his hat askew. He trembled before Fu Linfeng, for despite his status as governor, he had only ever stood at a distance during official duties at the palace. Unable to discern Fu Linfeng's appearance, this marked the first occasion he found himself in such close proximity to him. Fu Linfeng wore a slight smile, calmly addressing the elderly woman beside him. It is this venerable lady who has sought to have me arrested. Given her advanced age, I chose to assist her in reporting the matter. With a sardonic expression, he regarded the old woman. The governor, perplexed, could not fathom why he had incurred the wrath of this formidable figure. He turned his impatient gaze towards the elderly woman. What is the reason for your report? The old woman, now terrified, opened her mouth but found no words. The governor furrowed his brow. Do you not understand that filing a false report could lead to your arrest? Trembling, she stammered, I. Just as she began to speak, Fu Linfeng interrupted with a gentle smile. What is it? Did you think my youth made me an easy target? Rendered speechless by his inquiry, the old woman could only stare at him, her heart filled with dread and regret. In her panic, she sought help from the governor. The governor, aware of Fu Linfeng's true identity, quickly approached. Young Master Huang, this old woman is of advanced years and speaks without thinking. Please do not hold her accountable. He shot a reproachful glance at the old woman, urging her to apologize. Hurry, apologize to young Master Huang. The old woman, sensing the gravity of her predicament, knelt before Fu Linfeng. Young Master Huang, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. Please forgive me this once. Fu Linfeng regarded her with a flash of disdain. An apology? Do you think that will suffice? Let me make it clear, today's incident will not be easily dismissed. Fu Linfeng coldly addressed the governor. This old woman has not only insulted me, but has also attempted to frame me. According to the law, what should be done? The governor shuddered and promptly replied, by law, she should receive 80 strokes and be exiled 3,000 miles. Upon hearing this, the old woman was struck with terror, crying out, no, please do not exile me. I understand my mistake. Fu Linfeng merely chuckled at her pleas, showing no inclination to relent. The governor, recognizing the situation, gestured for the guards to take her away. As she was led off, her cries of desperation echoed through the air. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity about Fu Linfeng's identity intensifying. Huang Zhaodi stepped forward. Young Master Huang, please spare her. She did not mean it. She felt compelled to intervene, knowing that the old woman was Wong Dejong's mother. She could not stand by and watch her face dire consequences. This was her final attempt to advocate for the old woman. Fu Linfeng turned to Huang Zhaodi. Why should I show her mercy when she has never considered sparing you? He found it incomprehensible that people could display such kindness. In the palace, such benevolence often led to one's downfall. Huang Zhaodi shook her head. It is not kindness. I merely believe her actions do not warrant death. Fu Linfeng regarded her with newfound respect. You possess clarity of thought. He then addressed the governor. Since she has pleaded for mercy, let her receive 20 strokes. Should she dare to insult anyone again, the punishment will be an exile of 4,000 miles. His decision was not made in favor of Huang Zhaodi, but rather to protect Fu Yaoyao, his own daughter, who had been insulted. The governor immediately acquiesced, instructing the guards to carry out the sentence. As the old woman was taken away, despair and regret filled her eyes. Huang Zhaodi watched her retreating figure, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. She understood that this parting might be final, yet she harbored no regrets about her decision. She had never felt remorse for her actions. After the old woman was dragged away, Fu Linfeng turned to Li Cuihua. Do you wish to receive punishment as well? Li Cuihua, frightened, quickly shook her head. Though she was unaware of Fu Linfeng's true status, one thing was clear. He held significant influence over the governor. Clearing his throat, Fu Linfeng declared, Fu Yaoyao is my daughter, and I have no connection to Madame Wang. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any further misunderstandings regarding her reputation. Huang Zhaodi, astonished by his thoughtfulness, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Huang. She felt the growing malice directed towards her ever since Wong Dejong's departure, especially as a woman with 2 children to support. Even without spoken words, she could sense the hostility surrounding her. How much longer do you require? Huang Zhaodi pondered. We still have to pack. It should take us about 7 days to set off. She needed to prepare everything meticulously. Fu Linfeng frowned. I will leave with Yaoyao first. You may follow later. He had other matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time. Huang Zhaodi was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Understood. Fu Linfeng nodded and turned to leave, but paused suddenly. looking back at Huang Zhaodi. What are your plans for the future? She was taken aback by the question, but after a moment's thought, she replied candidly, I intend to continue making mung bean cakes and support my children. Fu Linfeng nodded slightly. That is indeed a prudent plan. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade pendant from his robe and handed it to her. This is a token. Take it to the Prime Minister's residence in the capital, and they will assist you. Receiving the pendant, Huang Zhaodi felt a surge of warmth. Holding Fu Yaoyao in his arms, Fu Linfeng said, Yaoyao, we must depart now. He truly had no time to linger. Chapter 87. Returning to the palace, Fu Linfeng hurriedly carried Fu Yaoyao, and within a few days, they arrived in the capital, heading straight to the general's residence. Upon entering, General Ning emerged, momentarily stunned at the sight of Fu Yaoyao and Fu Linfeng. Before quickly regaining his composure, I pay my respects to your majesty. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Fu Yaoyao. Fu Linfeng nodded, inquiring, how have matters been in the palace recently? Cradling Fu Yaoyao, he shared their concerns about the situation. They were left in the dark regarding the actions of concubine Jing, and with Fu Linfeng absent from the palace, any unauthorized entry would surely be met with accusations of treason. General Ning, unable to find a solution, was left with no choice but to seek out Fu Linfeng. Fu Linfeng acknowledged, I understand. Father certainly does not hold concubine Jing in high regard, but I recall that he sustained serious injuries during the recent upheaval.
No.
Father cannot come to harm. I must warn him. She feared that Fu Linfeng might be caught unprepared and fall victim to treachery. Fu Linfeng paused. Indeed, as Fu Yaoyao had surmised, he had not considered concubine Jing of any significance. Regardless of the circumstances, he considered concubine Jing to be merely a woman, posing no real threat to himself. Little did he know that he would indeed encounter peril. Fu Linfeng gazed at Fu Yaoyao and stated, it should be over.
Why?
Fu Yaoyao looked at him, her expression filled with confusion. Only then can the capital find stability. In that moment, Fu Yaoyao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her father was the emperor. His every action affected the entire capital. Nodding, she affirmed, Father, I understand. Fu Linfeng gently ruffled her hair and led her toward the palace. Upon receiving the news, concubine Jing's countenance shifted dramatically. She clenched her hands, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She had initially believed Fu Linfeng to be dead, allowing her to wield unchallenged authority over the palace. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her tumultuous heart. She understood that rash actions were ill-advised. Fu Linfeng was the emperor, and any misstep on her part could invite endless trouble. Yet, she could not remain passive. She must devise a strategy to navigate this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, concubine Jing resolved to covertly monitor Fu Linfeng's movements. She dispatched her trusted confidants to surveil him and Fu Yaoyao's every action, while simultaneously establishing secret alliances with court officials in an attempt to secure their loyalty. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Linfeng had already perceived her machinations. He first took Fu Yaoyao to the palace of concubine Ning. Unaware of their intentions, concubine Ning remained within her quarters, deliberately avoiding any hindrance to their plans. Upon seeing Fu Yaoyao, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Fu Yaoyao pouted, unable to contain her emotions. Mother. It had been a long time since she had seen concubine Ning, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Concubine Ning embraced her, gently patting her back in comfort. Fu Yaoyao had been away for nearly half a year, and children grow swiftly. She was now almost as tall as her mother's thigh. Concubine Ning held her tightly, for Fu Yaoyao was her lifeblood. Had she not known her daughter was unharmed, she would have succumbed to despair long ago. Fu Linfeng observed the scene, a warm current flowing through his heart. Yaoyao, have you been mistreated while you were away? Concubine Ning asked tenderly. Fu Yaoyao looked up at her with tear-filled eyes. Mother, I have not been bullied.
Do not worry about me.
Fu Linfeng stepped forward, enveloping both women in his embrace. Rest assured, Yaoyao has been well cared for outside. Concubine Ning gazed at Fu Linfeng, her heart brimming with excitement and joy. She grasped his hand tightly. It is such a relief to know you are safe. His words were imbued with determination and strength, providing her with immense reassurance. At that moment, a palace maid hurried in, her face pale with alarm. Your Majesty, it is grave news. Concubine Jing is approaching with her entourage. Upon hearing this, Fu Linfeng's gaze hardened. Rising, he turned toward the door, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Concubine Jing soon entered, kneeling to pay her respects. As a princess of the Yu Kingdom, she could not be treated lightly, and Fu Linfeng lacked substantial evidence against her. This matter would require careful handling. He clasped Concubine Jing's hand, a hint of depth flickering in his eyes. Concubine Jing felt a surge of joy in her heart, but maintained a facade of neutrality. Your Majesty, it is my honor to alleviate your burdens. Fu Linfeng smiled, yet a cold light danced in his eyes. He was acutely aware that Concubine Jing's intentions were far from selfless and concealed ulterior motives. However, he refrained from reacting immediately, continuing the charade of cordiality. Fu Yuexin's eyes were red as she stared at Fu Linfeng, who felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was his daughter. Yet she had been molded into this state by concubine Jing. Fu Yaoyao blinked, tears welling in her eyes, grappling with disbelief that this unfamiliar yet familiar man was indeed her father. Fu Linfeng reached out, gently wiping away her tears. Fu, do not cry. Your father will make amends. Just as he spoke, Fu Yaoyao's expression shifted. Chapter 88. A visit for her. Fu Linfeng departed with Fu Yaoyao and concubine Jing, leaving Fu Yaoyao and concubine Ning alone in the palace. Concubine Ning was unconcerned about anything else. Her sole focus was on Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao pouted, clinging to her mother's arm. Mother, I have suffered greatly. Others say I am a bastard. She had not shared her grievances with Fu Linfeng, only confiding in concubine Ning. Concubine Ning's heart sank at Fu Yaoyao's words. After finishing, Fu Yaoyao continued, Mother, let me tell you, that old witch is exceptionally wicked. Though concubine Ning had not witnessed it directly, she could glean from Fu Yaoyao's words that her daughter had not endured too much hardship. Finally feeling a sense of relief, concubine Ning acknowledged that while she knew Fu Yaoyao was unharmed, her daughter was still so young, and her absence had caused her great anxiety. The knowledge that her own efforts had been overshadowed by Fu Yuexin's achievements left Fu Yaoyao feeling particularly unsettled. Concubine Ning embraced Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, let us not contend with others over such matters. Ignore them. Her only desire was for Fu Yaoyao to lead a peaceful life. Fu Yaoyao shook her head, looking at her mother earnestly. Mother, do you think that if you do not compete with others, they will not bully you? The stronger you become, the less likely they are to mistreat you. Concubine Ning was touched by Fu Yaoyao's words and fell silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Yaoyao, you are still young and do not yet comprehend the world's treachery, but you are correct. We cannot simply retreat. A resolute glimmer appeared in her eyes, as if she had come to a significant decision. She realized that her constant yielding had yielded nothing but peril for her daughter. She pondered, Yaoyao, have I erred? Her tone was muddled with confusion. She had always sought a life of peace, wanting only to ensure Fu Yaoyao grew up safe, without overthinking the implications. Fu Yaoyao grasped concubine Ning's hand. Mother, no. I know you only wish to protect me. Concubine Ning took a deep breath. Yaoyao, from now on, I will not allow anyone to bully you. She had come to a revelation. As long as she stood high enough, no one would dare to mistreat her or Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao nodded, her eyes sparkling with light. Mother, I know you are the best person in the world for me. Concubine Ning stroked Fu Yaoyao's head, her gaze filled with tenderness and encouragement. Yaoyao, tell me, who was the aunt who saved you? The people of the general's household were known for their gratitude, since they had rescued Fu Yaoyao. Fu Yaoyao blinked. The aunt is exceptionally kind, her cooking is delicious, and I have gained so much weight. Concubine Ning patted Fu Yaoyao's small head, deciding to have General Ning investigate further. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao recalled, Mother, the aunt and her family are coming to the capital. She tugged at concubine Ning's hand earnestly. Mother, let my uncle go. My brother is the top scholar, and young brother is the god of wealth. Concubine Ning looked at Fu Yaoyao in shock, speechless. She could hardly believe Fu Yaoyao's words. In the countryside, a woman was connected to both the top scholar and the god of wealth. Taking a deep breath, concubine Ning felt a wave of intense anticipation. She resolved to visit Huang Zhaodi personally, to express her gratitude for saving Yaoyao and to forge connections with these extraordinary individuals. Perhaps this would be the opportunity for both her and Yaoyao to alter their fates. Ning Fei gazed at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Yaoyao, when Anne arrives, shall I take you to meet them? Fu Yaoyao, upon hearing this, leaped with joy. Yes, yes. I wish to meet Aunt as well. She felt an urgent need for General Ning to engage with them beforehand. The thought made Ning Fei wish he could come to the palace immediately. Su Nuonuo had been playing in Ning Fei's palace for several days. Finally, Fu Linfeng arrived. As he approached, he gently ruffled Fu Yaoyao's hair. Have you missed your father? Fu Yaoyao obediently replied. I have missed father. I shall ignore you from now on, she thought to herself, causing Fu Linfeng to pause momentarily. He quickly explained, Yaoyao, your father has been busy, but now that I have a moment, I hurried to find you. I must attend to my affairs first. Fu Yaoyao maintained her sweet demeanor. I don't believe you. You simply do not like me, and henceforth, I shall not like you either. You have time to visit Fu Yuexin but not to see me. You must not love me anymore. Fu Linfeng was taken aback. His daughter was indeed quite contradictory. He was at a loss for words. With a sigh, he gently rubbed Fu Yaoyao's little head. How could your father not love you? You are my favorite. He paused and continued. Your father went to see Fu Lu due to certain matters, but he certainly has not forgotten you. Please do not misunderstand Yaoyao. Fu Linfeng knew Fu Yaoyao understood, and he hurried to clarify, fearing she might truly ignore him.
Fu Yaoyao blinked at the Fu Linfeng.
He said earnestly, although I am now the emperor. Many ministers in court do not support me. I must win them over one by one. Fu Yaoyao pursed her lips and remained silent. However, I have heard that since ascending to the throne, some have not supported me. Father is rather foolish. He should seek out his former teachers. He has many students, and if they endorse him, Support in the court will naturally follow. Fu Yaoyao looked at Fu Linfeng as if he were Navi. Fu Linfeng felt a surge of excitement, hoping Fu Yaoyao would share more. Chapter 89, Enlightenment. Fu Linfeng continued to guide Fu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, your father once had a teacher who did not favor him. What do you think he should do to win the teacher's affection? He looked at her expectantly. Fu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Father is mistaken. If he is your teacher, he must like you. You simply do not perceive it. Listening to Fu Yaoyao's innocent voice, Fu Linfeng fell into contemplation. Indeed, if a teacher did not like him, how could they have agreed to teach him? All these years, he had misunderstood his teacher. Fu Linfeng contemplated leaving when Ning Fei emerged from the room. Dressed in a peach-colored palace gown, her eyes glimmered with charm. She smiled gently and approached him, bowing. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Fu Linfeng looked at her, recalling his earlier conversation with Fu Yaoyao, and unexpectedly asked, Ning Fei, if someone does not like you but agrees to assist you, does that mean they harbor feelings for you? Ning Fei was taken aback, not anticipating such a question. After careful thought, she replied, Your Majesty, if someone does not like you but agrees to help, it may not necessarily stem from affection. They might have alternative motives or believe assisting you benefits them. Upon hearing this, Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He was uncertain whether his teacher liked him or not. Ning Fei observed his contemplative expression and quietly mused. She gently suggested, Your Majesty, human hearts are complex, at times. Even one's own feelings may be unclear, let alone those of others. Perhaps you could communicate with that person to understand their true thoughts. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Fu Linfeng's eyes at her words. He nodded, deciding to heed Ning Fei's counsel. He turned to Fu Yaoyao and said, Yaoyao, your father must meet someone important tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Fu Yaoyao nodded obediently. Ning Fei grasped his sleeve, her gaze tender. Your Majesty, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Might you stay for dinner before departing? Fu Linfeng gazed at Ning Fei in a daze. Since he could remember, she had always maintained a respectful distance from him. It had been a long time since he had seen such warmth in her demeanor. His heart softened. He had once genuinely cherished her. He gently patted her hand and replied, Very well, I shall remain with you today. Ning Fei's heart swelled with joy as she hurriedly instructed the servants to prepare a meal. After they dined, she took Fu Linfeng's hand, and they strolled through the palace. The moonlight bathed them, as if draping a silvery veil over their forms. Leaning softly against Fu Linfeng, Ning Fei shared her innermost thoughts. He listened quietly, a warmth blossoming within him. He suddenly felt that this was the life he truly desired, free from courtly intrigue and palace scheming, simply him and Ning Fei, nestled together. Sharing their lives. Ning Fei smiled gently, leading Fu Linfeng to a secluded flower bed. Pointing to the blooming flowers, she said softly, Your Majesty, look at these blossoms. Though they flourish in the depths of the palace, they still radiate their most exquisite beauty. I wish to be like these flowers. To maintain my essence and shine no matter where I am. Fu Linfeng was moved by her words. He gazed deeply into her eyes, filled with tenderness. He gently held Ning Fei's hand and declared, Ning, you have always been the most special presence in my heart. No matter what happens, I shall always be by your side, protecting and cherishing you. Just then, a servant rushed in. Your Majesty, Consort Chun has requested your presence, as she is feeling unwell. Fu Linfeng frowned at the mention of Consort Chun. She had seemed well earlier in the day. Why this sudden illness? He glanced at Ning Fei, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Ning, Consort Chun has unexpectedly fallen ill. I must go see her. Though Ning Fei felt a twinge of disappointment, she understandingly nodded. Your Majesty, please attend to Consort Chun's health. As Fu Linfeng prepared to leave, he noticed Ning Fei standing nearby, her expression one of melancholy. He approached her and saw her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ning. He remembered only seeing her like this during their earlier closeness. A sight he hadn't witnessed in years. His heart softened once more as he embraced her. Ning Fei, Ning Fei's voice was laced with reproach. Your Majesty, I do not wish to impose, but I cannot help but worry about when you will next visit. I momentarily could not contain my feelings. It has been so long since we last met, and I do not understand why Consort Chun suddenly fell ill. My heart feels heavy, Your Majesty, please go. Do not mind me. Ning Fei urged Fu Linfeng to leave. She had not spoken her heart in a long time, and this time, Fu Linfeng recognized that she still cared for him, filling him with excitement. As he observed her distressed expression, guilt surged within him. He tenderly caressed Ning Fei's head and softly spoke, Ning, it is my fault for causing you distress.
Yes, you.
I shall make a concerted effort to visit you more frequently, to converse with you, and to alleviate your sorrows. Upon hearing these words, Ning Fei's tears finally ceased. She lifted her gaze to Fu Linfeng, her eyes shimmering with hope. Is it true? Will your Majesty truly visit me more often? Fu Linfeng smiled and nodded. Indeed. It is true. I am a man of my word. Ning Fei's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. She nestled into Fu Linfeng's embrace. the two of them holding each other tightly, as if seeking to meld their very beings. Fu Linfeng soothed Ning Fei, but she looked at him and said, "Your Majesty, you must hurry, lest Chun Fei cannot endure any longer." Fu Linfeng found himself momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He made his way to Chun Fei's chamber, where he found her pale, and, lying on the bed, a wave of concern surged within him. He approached her bedside and gently inquired, "Chun Fei, what troubles you? Where do you feel unwell?" Upon hearing this, Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow. He turned to a nearby palace maid and commanded, "Quickly summon the imperial physician." The maid hurriedly complied and departed in haste. Just as Chun Fei was about to speak, she noticed Ning Fei accompanying Fu Linfeng. Her eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Ning Fei. "Chun Fei, I heard you were unwell, so I came with my mother to see you." Behind Ning Fei, Fu Yaoyao also peered in with wide eyes. Prior to Fu Linfeng's arrival, Fu Yaoyao had suggested that the three of them visit together. Fu Linfeng found no issue with this, and thus brought her along. As Chun Fei observed Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao before her, she inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Outside, Fu Yuexin suddenly arrived. She glared at Ning Fei and forcefully pushed her to the ground. "You should leave. Go away." Fu Yaoyao rushed over and shoved Fu Yuexin. "Why did you push my mother? Apologize to her at once." With great strength, she dragged Fu Yuexin before Ning Fei. "Apologize to my mother immediately." Fu Yuexin clenched her fists tightly, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Ning Fei. "Father, she is a wicked woman. Today I saw her conversing with someone else. She is clearly your consort. Why should she speak with others?" Upon hearing Fu Yuexin's accusation, Fu Linfeng turned his attention to Ning Fei. After all, she had once been implicated in an affair, which had led to her exile. A child does not speak falsely. Ning Fei had not anticipated that, after painstakingly mending her relationship with Fu Linfeng, he would again harbor doubts about her. Mother was wronged. She must not suffer further injustice. "Mother, you must explain. Yaoyao believes in you." As Fu Yaoyao thought this, she approached Ning Fei and grasped her hand. "Mother, I believe in you." Ning Fei had nearly surrendered to despair. Yet, upon seeing Fu Yaoyao's cherubic face filled with trust, she nodded, took a deep breath, and turned to Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I did not engage in such actions, nor do I understand why Princess Fu has wronged me." She could not allow Fu Linfeng to doubt her once more. Fu Linfeng regarded Ning Fei in silence. Chun Fei descended from the bed, cradling Fu Yuexin in her arms. Fu is but a child. How could she possibly wrong her sister? Everyone is aware of what transpired in the past. Her words served as a reminder to Fu Linfeng of Ning Fei's previous misdeeds. In an instant, the expression on Fu Linfeng's face shifted dramatically. He turned to Ning Fei. "Ning Fei, how will you prove your innocence?" Ning Fei raised her gaze to Fu Linfeng, her eyes resolute. "I cannot provide proof of my innocence, yet I swear to the heavens that I have never committed any wrongdoing against your Majesty or the royal family." "Mother, swearing is futile. You must present evidence, or else father will not believe you." "Mother, you were wronged before. You cannot be unjustly accused again." Fu Yaoyao's words echoed in Ning Fei's mind. Ning Fei inhalate plea. Realizing that the only way to prove her innocence was to find the man with whom she had spoken. But who was that man? She had no leads whatsoever. "Mother, you lack evidence, yet Fu Yuexin has none either. Demand that they provide proof." Fu Yaoyao exclaimed, jumping in frustration. She wished to assist Ning Fei in her defense. But in this situation, only Ning Fei could advocate for herself. Ning Fei composed herself and addressed Fu Linfeng. "Your Majesty, I cannot prove my innocence, but I wish to inquire of Princess Fu." She turned to Fu Yuexin. "Princess, you claim I spoke with someone. Did you witness this encounter with your own eyes? Do you know who that person is? If you can name him, I shall accept whatever punishment your Majesty deems fit without complaint." Ning Fei's assertion bore a righteous conviction. Fu Yuexin was momentarily taken aback by Ning Fei's inquiry. She had indeed not witnessed the alleged meeting. Her accusation was baseless. However, in that moment, she could not confess to having slandered Ning Fei. She looked at Ning Fei and then at Fu Linfeng. "Father, I saw her speaking with someone. She simply cannot be a good person." Chun Fei interjected. "Fu, did you see what that man looked like?" Today, she was determined to bring Ning Fei down. Fu Yuexin shook her head. "I did not see his face, but he was dressed in a white brocade robe." Chun Fei feigned surprise with a cold laugh. "I have heard that the heir to the king of Yunnan also favors white brocade robes, and he entered the palace today. Is it not said that Ning Fei is acquainted with the heir?" A jolt of alarm coursed through Ning Fei. The heir to the king of Yunnan? They had indeed been acquainted in their youth, but they had not met for many years. Chun Fei was attempting to ensnare her. Ning Fei looked to Fu Linfeng, eager to clarify, but he had already turned to leave. As she watched Fu Linfeng's retreating figure, a sense of dread enveloped her. It was over. This time, she was truly finished. He immediately ordered someone to summon the heir to the king of Yunnan. He wished to understand why the heir had met with Ning Fei. Ning Fei hastily brought Fu Yaoyao along. Fu Yaoyao approached Fu Linfeng, her voice tinged with grievance. Father, are you casting aside mother and me once more? Fu Linfeng finally turned his attention to Fu Yaoyao. His heart softened, and he embraced her, soothingly assuring her. How could father ever abandon Yaoyao? Yet no man could bear the thought of being cuckolded. Ning Fei had already committed such an act once. To do so again, did he not possess any temper? Fu Linfeng turned to the kneeling Ning Fei. Kneel before me. Ning Fei knelt without hesitation. Fu Yaoyao, filled with compassion for her mother, pleaded, Father, please let mother stand. She is unwell.
Fu Linfeng remained silent.
Ning Fei raised her gaze to him. Your Majesty, I have never committed any wrongdoing against the royal family. I swear it. Swearing is insufficient, mother. Evidence is paramount, or father will surely not believe you. Fu Yaoyao's words resounded in Ning Fei's mind. Yes, evidence. She had done nothing wrong. How could she possibly lack proof? Ning Fei looked up at Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow me to find the man with whom I spoke. I wish to confront him directly. She was certain she had never met that man. Once he was found, all would be resolved. Fu Linfeng let out a cold laugh. Reassuring, do not worry, the Crown Prince of Yunnan will arrive shortly, and then you may attempt to argue your case. He had already been convinced by Fu Yuexin's words. The pure consort, with an air of sarcasm, remarked, Sister Ning, cease your futile defenses and plead with the emperor. Perhaps he may show you mercy. Fu Yaoyao clenched her fists tightly. She gazed at the pure consort and inquired, Your Highness, were you not unwell? How is it that you have risen from your bed? If she still could not comprehend that the pure consort and Fu Yuexin had deliberately set a trap for consort Ning, she would be a fool. The pure consort felt a twinge of embarrassment at Fu Yaoyao's words. Initially, she had merely wished for Fu Linfeng's sympathy, but was astonished by Fu Yuexin's effectiveness in concocting such a brilliant scheme. Consort Ning was in for a rough time, and of course, she had to come and witness the spectacle. The pure consort ignored Fu Yaoyao, while Fu Yuexin cast a jealous glance at Fu Linfeng, who was embracing Fu Yaoyao. Chapter 91. Proving innocence before long, the Crown Prince of Yunnan arrived. Upon entering the Yangxin Palace, he noticed Consort Ning, the pure consort, and Fu Linfeng all staring intently at him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He hurried to Fu Linfeng, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Long live the Emperor. Fu Linfeng remained silent, his expression dark as he regarded him. The Crown Prince, unsure of his transgression, could only kneel obediently. After a long pause, Fu Linfeng finally spoke. I have heard the Crown Prince entered the palace today. Why have I not seen you? He directly inquired. The Crown Prince was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Addressing Fu Linfeng, he expressed his confusion. I intended to discuss the recent military expedition with your Majesty, but you were not in the study, instructing me to return on another day. Fu Linfeng pondered. Indeed, he had been absent during that time. He continued, Did you encounter anyone else upon entering the palace? The Crown Prince quickly knelt again. I know not what you speak of. Please enlighten me, your Majesty. He genuinely did not comprehend Fu Linfeng's meaning. Fu Linfeng turned to Consort Ning. Did the Crown Prince meet with you privately? The Crown Prince and Consort Ning had been childhood friends, nearly exchanging marriage tokens. And had it not been for her entering the palace, they would have likely been a couple by now. During her time in the cold palace, the Crown Prince had publicly defended her, which kindled Fu Linfeng's jealousy. He believed they must have shared mutual affections. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily bowed his head. Your Majesty, I have never met Consort Ning. I beg you to see the truth. Consort Ning quickly echoed, Your Majesty, I have never encountered the Crown Prince. I implore you to discern the matter. Fu Linfeng narrowed his eyes, not believing a word from either of them. Yet, lacking evidence, he could only unleash his fury upon the Crown Prince. He stood, advancing step by step toward the Crown Prince, before kicking him to the ground. I warn you. Keep your distance from Consort Ning henceforth, otherwise, I shall not spare you. The Crown Prince lay on the ground, bewildered by the inexplicable punishment he had received. He looked up at Fu Linfeng, wanting to explain, but he knew that words would be futile. Rather than waste his breath, he chose to remain silent. Consort Ning watched helplessly as the Crown Prince was beaten, her heart aching for him. She glanced at Fu Linfeng, wishing to say something, but the icy glare from him silenced her. The Crown Prince, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, remained motionless on the ground, aware that any resistance would only provoke Fu Linfeng further, bringing more misfortune upon himself. Consort Ning, witnessing the scene, felt a profound sorrow. She realized there was no longer a future for her and the Crown Prince. Yet, seeing him endure such humiliation was unbearable. She yearned to assist him but was restrained by Fu Yaoyao's grip, who shook her head, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. Consort Ning swallowed her distress, her eyes fixed on the Crown Prince as he lay there, gravely injured. Her gaze flickered with a complex mix of emotions as she beheld the Crown Prince's woeful state. Her heart a tumult of feelings. Memories of their youthful laughter flooded back, a time when they were carefree and devoted to one another. Alas, fate had intervened. She had become the emperor's consort, while he had married another. Their changing circumstances had widened the chasm between them. Now, witnessing his degradation, she felt an indescribable anguish. In a moment of clarity, she resolved to rescue the crown prince from this dire predicament. Drawing a deep breath, she stood up slowly, approaching Fu Linfeng with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, I have something to say. At this, Fu Linfeng turned his attention to consort Ning. She inhaled deeply. Since Princess Falu has stated that I spoke with a man in white today, arguing against it would be futile. I propose that your Majesty summon all the men who wore white robes today. I am willing to confront them face to face. She did not defend the crown prince, fully aware that Fu Linfeng was enraged. If she spoke in his favor, it would only aggravate him further. However, she could not bear to watch him suffer any longer. Fu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback by her words. After careful consideration, he nodded. Since you are willing to confront them, I shall grant your request. He then commanded that all men who had donned white robes that day be brought forth. As consort Ning gazed at those being presented, anxiety gripped her heart. She knew she must remain composed and reveal no weakness. Taking another deep breath, she scrutinized each individual's face. However, upon seeing the last man, he immediately knelt. Your Majesty, I did not act intentionally. It was consort Ning who assured me this matter would remain undiscovered. Your Majesty, please see the truth. Consort Ning was taken aback, staring at the kneeling guard, utterly bewildered. She had never spoken to this guard. When had she ever conversed with him? Observing the guard's guilty demeanor, she quickly realized that he had been bribed, attempting to frame her just as had happened years prior. A cold smile crept across her face as her gaze turned icy. Raising her head, she addressed Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, I have never encountered this guard, nor could I have spoken with him. It is evident that he has been bribed to ensnare me. Fu Linfeng regarded consort Ning's steadfast eyes, feeling a flicker of doubt. At this moment, the pure consort interjected. Sister, I do not mean to slander, but who would admit to wrongdoing? This guard claims you spoke with him, so cease your futile defenses. Otherwise, one might think the emperor a fool. Listening to the pure consort's words, consort Ning couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She fixed her gaze on the pure consort, a glint of frost in her eyes. Pure consort, one must choose their words carefully. If you have no evidence, it would be prudent to remain silent. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. The pure consort was taken aback by consort Ning's direct threat, her heart racing. Yet, recalling her support behind her, she found her confidence. Raising her chin, she replied, Sister, what do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to speak? Or is it that sister has committed some wrongdoing, thus she dares not let me speak? Ning Fei listened to Chun Fei's words, a cold laugh echoing in her heart. She looked at Chun Fei, a glimmer of derision flickering in her eyes. Sister Chun Fei, must I report my actions to you? If you truly wish to know what I have done, then investigate for yourself instead of spouting nonsense here. Chun Fei was momentarily taken aback by Ning Fei's retort, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. She comprehended that she could not outmatch Ning Fei at this moment. However, she was resolute not to concede defeat. She resolved to gather more evidence to expose Ning Fei's true nature. At that moment, Fu Linfeng interjected. Enough, let us cease this quarrel. He turned to Ning Fei. Since you assert that you have never spoken to this guard, I will grant you the opportunity to prove your innocence. Ning Fei inhaled plea. Realizing this was her sole chance to vindicate herself. She approached the guard slowly, her voice icy as she inquired, You insist that I spoke to you. Do you recall where this conversation took place? The guard, intimidated by Ning Fei's formidable presence, stumbled over his words, unable to respond. Ning Fei snickered coldly and turned to Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, this man is clearly being manipulated and is deliberately framing me. I implore you to discern the truth. Just then, the guard spoke up. Your Majesty, I possess evidence to substantiate my claims. He produced a jade pendant from his bosom, which was indeed a personal item of Ning Fei. Chapter 92. Adding fuel to the fire. As the jade pendant emerged, Fu Linfeng's expression shifted dramatically. While others may not recognize the pendant, he did. It was a treasured heirloom passed down from Ning Fei's grandmother, one she had cherished dearly. Its presence on the guard instantly revealed the connection between them. Fu Linfeng's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Ning Fei. Ning Fei, it has come to this. Do you have anything to say? Ning Fei's complexion paled, her lips trembled as she sought to explain but found herself at a loss. Your Majesty, I. Her voice choked with emotion, tears glimmering in her eyes. Fu Linfeng regarded her coldly, devoid of warmth. Ning Fei, I have treated you with kindness. Why have you betrayed me? Ning Fei abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of determination in her gaze. Your Majesty, I have not betrayed you. Fu Linfeng's lips curled into a derisive smile. If you have not betrayed me, then I must ask, how did this pendant come to be in his possession? Do not claim it was lost. You know well that I have never believed in such coincidences. A flicker of panic crossed Ning Fei's eyes as she bit her lower lip, seemingly grappling with the decision. Suddenly, Fu Yaoyao interjected. So, a jade pendant can prove that Mother is innocent? I too wish to declare that this afternoon, Mother accompanied me to fly kites. and the kite in our courtyard was crafted by her own hands. All eyes turned to Fu Yaoyao. Chun Fei was the first to respond. Princess Onping, I understand your fear of your sister Ning Fei facing punishment, but lying is unbecoming of a good child. She smiled sweetly at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes brimming with veiled threats. She could not allow Ning Fei to escape her predicament again. However, Fu Yaoyao remained unfazed, blinking innocently as she replied, Princess Chun Fei, I never lie. I truly flew kites with mother this afternoon, and the kite is still hanging in the courtyard. If you don't believe me, you may send someone to verify. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. If Fu Yaoyao spoke the truth, then Ning Fei was indeed innocent.
Fu Linfeng believed Fu Yaoyao.
Knowing she had never uttered a falsehood, he hesitated, looking at Ning Fei, a complex array of emotions flashing across his face. Ning Fei gazed at Fu Yaoyao, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yaoyao, is everything you said true? Did you really fly kites with mother? Fu Linfeng furrowed his brow and repeated his inquiry to Fu Yaoyao. She nodded emphatically. Yes, father, I did not lie. I truly flew kites with mother, and the kite features the little duckling that mother embroidered. I adore it. Her words caused tears to cascade down Ning Fei's cheeks. Turning to Fu Linfeng, she asserted, Your Majesty, I indeed spent this afternoon with Yaoyao in the palace and did not venture out. Upon hearing this, a throng of individuals made their way to Ning Fei's palace. Only the heir of the King of Yunnan stood awkwardly in place, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Having endured a beating during his visit, he felt utterly miserable. Despite having harbored feelings for Ning Fei, he had gradually let go over the years as they both had their own children. Once they departed, the heir of Yunnan sought to slip away unnoticed. However, Fu Yaoyao approached and grasped his hand. Uncle, come with us. Unbeknownst to others, he was acutely aware that the future eldest son of Yunnan's heir would become a significant antagonist. She needed to cultivate a good relationship with them now to prevent the emergence of such a villain. The heir of Yunnan hesitated but ultimately clasped Fu Yaoyao's hand and followed her into Ning Fei's palace. Who could refuse Fu Yaoyao? He certainly could not resist such a charming little girl. Upon arriving at Ning Fei's palace, Fu Yaoyao retrieved the kite casually left in the courtyard and presented it to Fu Linfeng. Father, look, this is the kite mother made for me. Fu Linfeng accepted the kite, admiring the delicate little duckling depicted on it. A soft light flickered in his eyes. He recognized Ning Fei's craftsmanship. In the past, Ning Fei had little inclination towards needlework, yet whenever he asked her to create a pouch, she would use this little duckling to humor him. Others could not replicate such intricate designs. He turned to Ning Fei, his tone gentler. Ninger, did you truly not go out? Ning Fei nodded. Her eyes resolute. I truly did not go out. I can swear to that. Fu Linfeng gazed deeply into her eyes, remaining silent. He knew that Ning Fei would not deceive him, and he believed Fu Yaoyao's words. This matter seemed rather perplexing. The guard, taken aback, looked at Ning Fei with unwavering conviction. Your Majesty, this truly belongs to Lady Ning Fei. She entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Please, Your Majesty, investigate thoroughly. The guard's assertion left everyone stunned. Ning Fei's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? I never entrusted you with a jade pendant. The guard, unfazed, chuckled coldly. Lady Ning Fei, do you now wish to deny your words? You explicitly stated that if I assisted you, you would reward me. His words drained the color from Ning Fei's face. She turned to Fu Linfeng, her eyes filled with panic. Your Majesty, I truly have never engaged in such actions. I am being wronged. Fu Linfeng remained silent, merely casting a frosty gaze at the guard. The guard knelt low, his head bowed. Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. Lady Ning Fei did indeed instruct me to do so. I am not lying. As soon as his words fell, Ning Fei could no longer restrain herself and lunged forward, seizing his collar. You lie. When have I ever instructed you to do such a thing? I do not even know you. The guard, however, smirked coldly, producing a letter from his pocket. Lady Ning Fei, this is the letter you once wrote to me. You will not deny it, will you? He handed the letter to Fu Linfeng. Upon opening it, Fu Linfeng recognized Ning Fei's handwriting. At this moment, he found himself at a loss as to whom he should trust. Beside her, the pure consort began to embellish the tale. This is certainly not the doing of Sister Ning, Your Majesty. You must have wronged her. This letter is a forgery. Please, Your Majesty, believe in Sister Ning. Although she has made mistakes in the past, I am convinced that she has learned from them. The pure consort once again brought up Ning's previous misdeeds. Fu Linfeng's expression changed instantly. He said nothing. He could deceive anyone, but not himself. The events of the past still unsettled him. If this matter remained unresolved, it would forever be a thorn in his heart. Ning's complexion turned pale. She realized that the pure consort was deliberately speaking for Fu Linfeng's ears. At this moment, she had no choice but to rely on him. Grasping his sleeve, her eyes filled with desperation, she pleaded, Your Majesty, I truly did not commit such an act. I am wronged. You must believe me.
Fu Linfeng remained silent.
His gaze icy upon her. A chill ran through Ning's heart. She understood that this time, her fate was sealed. Yet the pure consort was relentless. Sister Ning, I trust you. You would never stoop so low. Ning suddenly lifted her head, her eyes blazing with resentment directed at the pure consort. Silence, she commanded. Her fists clenched as she stared at her adversary. The pure consort flinched and quickly hid behind Fu Linfeng, her tone feigning innocence. Sister Ning, I truly believe in you. Chapter 93. Betrayal by those closest. Ning let out a cold huff. Fu Yaoyao approached, grasping Fu Linfeng's hand. Father, what has mother done? Why is everyone blaming her? She continued, anyone can drop something. Does that mean she cannot be forgiven? Her eyes were wide with expectation, waiting for an explanation from Fu Linfeng. Taking a deep breath, he found himself at a loss for words. Ning stepped forward, addressing Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, we must clarify the events of that year. She clapped her hands, and someone was brought forth. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fu Linfeng's pupils dilated. The pure consort interjected. Sister, what do you mean by this? The person brought forth was the old maid who had once guarded Ning. Fu Linfeng stared at her, then fixed his gaze on Ning. So, you wish to revisit the past? Ning inhaled deeply. She had long since unearthed these matters. Kneeling, she implored, Your Majesty, I request a thorough investigation into those events. I was wronged. Her voice trembled with emotion. Fu Yaoyao stepped closer, squeezing her hand. Mother. Hearing her daughter's soft voice, Ning took a deep breath. I did not commit those acts. I was framed. Words long overdue were finally spoken. In retrospect, she had felt that Fu Linfeng had never stood by her side. Even if she explained herself, she felt hopeless. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had been overly pretentious. Fu Linfeng remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Ning. The pure consort chuckled lightly. Sister Ning, I wonder what you were thinking. Why did you not speak out back then? Ning pursed her lips, choosing silence. The pure consort continued. If I were in your position, I would cease to struggle. The past has already been set in stone. Fu Yaoyao glared fiercely at the pure consort, holding onto Ning's hand. Mother, I believe in you. Ning looked at her daughter, her eyes brimming with tears. Fu Linfeng paused, then spoke slowly. I will have someone investigate the events of that year. Ning's heart raced, her eyes flickering. He glanced at Fu Yaoyao before continuing. Ning, should we revisit those matters, you will pay the price. Are you still willing? Ning furrowed her brow, her eyes shifting. The pure consort observed Fu Linfeng, a hint of confusion in her heart. Ning inhaled deeply, kneeling. Your Majesty, I was indeed framed back then. I did not commit those deeds. Fu Linfeng narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Ning's words plunged him into contemplation. The pure consort observed the two, her gaze shifting, a cold smile forming on her lips. At that moment, an uproar erupted from outside. Fu Linfeng frowned, about to inquire when a guard hurried in. Panic etched across his face. Your Majesty, General Ning has entered the palace with his men. In the next instant, General Ning appeared. Fu Linfeng frowned. What brings you here today, my dear minister? General Ning looked at Ning with deep emotion. Having respected her wish not to fight for herself in the past, he was now fully supportive of her desire to clarify everything. He pushed forth the people behind him. Your Majesty, I bring you the person you have long sought. As his words echoed, the palace fell into stunned silence. Fu Linfeng gazed at General Ning in astonishment, then at the individual behind him, his eyes narrowing. The pure consort's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. Ning was equally taken aback, staring at General Ning, utterly bewildered. Fu Yaoyao curiously leaned in to inspect the person behind General Ning. The figure slowly lifted their head, revealing a familiar yet strange face. Fu Linfeng's pupils constricted, and the pure consort gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Who is this? Fu Linfeng's expression darkened. General Ning smiled. Isn't this the person you have been searching for all along? The very culprit who slandered consort Ning of infidelity. The man stepped forward. The very eunuch who had once defamed Ning. However, as everyone began to react and search for him, he had mysteriously vanished. Many factions had been looking for him, yet he remained elusive until now. Ning grasped the eunuch's hand, weeping bitterly. She continued. Your Majesty may not be aware, but this eunuch is the biological son of Granny Huang. This was something she had only learned later. Granny Huang turned to Ning. What are you saying, consort Ning? I do not understand. He was my adopted son, as you well know. Ning replied with a cold laugh. Is that so? Yet I remember when I inquired. You did not say this. Granny Huang's expression shifted dramatically, about to speak when Ning interjected. Your Majesty, I possess evidence to prove my innocence. Saying this, she retrieved a letter from her sleeve and presented it to Fu Linfeng. Fu Linfeng, puzzled, accepted the letter and opened it, his face instantly paling. The letter detailed the conspiracy between Granny Huang and the eunuch, outlining how they had framed Ning. Fu Linfeng glared at Granny Huang and the eunuch, his voice cold as ice. You dare to frame consort Ning? Ning looked at the letter in Fu Linfeng's hands, feeling a sigh of relief wash over her. After all these years, she had finally awaited this day. She glanced at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes shifting. Fu Yaoyao smiled at Ning, grasping her hand. Mother, you did wonderfully. Ning's eyes reddened as she gently patted Fu Yaoyao's hand. Fu Linfeng observed the two, his gaze narrowed. Ning took a deep breath, slowly stating, Your Majesty. I was truly wronged back then. I did not commit those acts. Fu Linfeng remained silent, coldly regarding Granny Huang and the eunuch. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the palace. To her surprise, the person who arrived was the Empress Dowager. As Ning Fei gazed at the commotion outside, her heart stirred slightly. She turned to Fu Linfeng, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow me to interrogate these two individuals personally. Fu Linfeng regarded her silently for a moment before giving a slight nod. Ning Fei approached the two, her gaze icy as she addressed them. You both shall not leave here alive unless you clarify the matter today. Huang Mama and the eunuch exchanged alarmed glances, fear evident in their eyes. The sight of Ning Fei filled Huang Mama with despair. Ning Fei was momentarily taken aback. This was supposed to be her happiest day. Free from oppression and worry, Huang Mama was entrusted to her by her mother, cherished as her own child due to her lack of offspring. Ning Fei had placed immense trust in her. Yet, she never anticipated such betrayal. A complex emotion flickered in Ning Fei's eyes as she observed Huang Mama. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. Mama, do you truly think I am unaware? I am fully aware of your deeds in the shadows over the years. Huang Mama's complexion shifted, about to defend herself, but Ning Fei raised her hand to interrupt. No need for further words. I shall uncover the truth of the past events one by one. Her voice was frigid and resolute. If your loyalty is genuine, then today, you ought to step forth and reveal everything. Huang Mama looked at Ning Fei, hesitation and struggle evident in her gaze. Ultimately, she knelt on the ground, trembling as she confessed, Miss, it is I who has wronged you. I was blinded by greed, leading me to commit such acts. Tears streamed down her face as she continued, For years, I have regretted my actions, yet lacked the courage to admit my faults. Ning Fei regarded her, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never expected the one she trusted most would betray her. However, the priority now was to uncover the truth and restore her own innocence. In Chapter 94, Huang Mama stood before Ning Fei. Your Highness, everything was my doing, unrelated to anyone else. You may punish me as you wish, but I beseech you, for the sake of our years of affection, spare my son. Huang Mama looked at Ning Fei with tear-filled eyes. Ning Fei took a deep breath, astonished that at this moment, Huang Mama still hesitated to disclose the identity of the mastermind. She coldly regarded Huang Mama. You are my mother's confidant. I refuse to believe you would betray so easily. Who is truly behind this? Ning Fei's tone was as sharp as a winter's chill, piercing Huang Mama's heart. Huang Mama's face turned pale, realizing that concealing the truth was now futile. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered, wishing Ning Fei would show mercy and spare her son. With a trembling voice, she implored, Your Highness, I was coerced. That person wields immense power. If I do not comply, my son's life is at stake. I beg of you, considering our long-standing bond, spare him. Ning Fei's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She understood that a greater conspiracy loomed behind this. Yet, she also realized that Huang Mama had reached this point. Further questioning would yield no result. As Ning Fei's words concluded, Huang Mama seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. She spoke with tremors, her voice laden with remorse and anguish. Your Highness, someone approached me, promising my son's safety if I testified that day. In a moment of folly, I agreed, only to find myself ensnared in a trap to implicate you. I truly regret my actions. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall dedicate my remaining life to atone for this error. Tears streamed down her face like pearls released from a broken string. Ning Fei looked upon her, her heart a blend of conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao scoffed. If you truly feel remorse for mother, why did you commit such acts? Fu Yaoyao's icy words pierced through the air as she scrutinized Huang Mama. Ning Fei finally comprehended the situation. She turned her gaze to the man standing behind Huang Mama, her voice cold. Since you are willing to reveal the identity of the one behind this, I shall inquire myself. With a gesture, she commanded, Bring him forth. The eunuch behind Huang Mama was promptly dragged into view. As Ning Fei's command echoed, several guards rushed forward, roughly seizing the man behind Huang Mama. Fear rendered him pale as he trembled uncontrollably. He stared wide-eyed at Ning Fei, his lips forming incoherent pleas for mercy. Ning Fei regarded him with a frigid glare, a glint of frost in her eyes. Approaching him, she grasped his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Speak, who is your mastermind? Her voice was sharp and resolute, akin to a sword piercing the man's heart. He quivered in terror, his eyes revealing dread and despair. Struggling to speak, he found himself paralyzed by Ning Fei's commanding presence. Unable to utter a word, in a chilling tone, Ning Fei remarked, If you refuse to speak, I shall uncover the truth by my own means. She turned to the guards beside her. Take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation. The guards complied, dragging the man away roughly. Witnessing this, Huang Mama's heart twisted in agony. She struggled to intervene but was seized by Fu Yaoyao. Mother, do not stop me. Let me save my son. Huang Mama cried out. Ning Fei cast her a cold glance. Save him? Do you believe you still possess the standing to negotiate with me? Huang Mama was rendered speechless by Ning Fei's words, helplessly watching her son being taken away. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace, and a flustered eunuch rushed in. Kneeling before Ning Fei and Fu Linfeng, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager insists on entering. Ning Fei furrowed her brows, taken aback by the Dowager's unexpected arrival at such a time. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and turned to Fu Linfeng. You should take Yaoyao to the back and hide. Do not let the Dowager see her. Fu Linfeng nodded, swiftly leading Fu Yaoyao away from the palace. Ning Fei then adjusted her attire, taking her seat at the main position, preparing to receive the Empress Dowager. Before long, the Empress Dowager entered, accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. Upon seeing Ning Fei seated in the main position, a hint of displeasure crossed her features. Though she quickly masked it, approaching Ning Fei with a measured tone. Ning Fei, Your Majesty, I have heard of disturbances here and have come to investigate. At that moment, Chun Fei seized the opportunity to speak. In Chapter 95, Chun Fei addressed the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty. She sought to capture the Dowager's attention. The Dowager slammed her palm on the table. What on earth has transpired? Why such uproar today? Ning Fei and Fu Linfeng remained silent. Chun Fei, with a sarcastic tone, interjected, Your Majesty, this is not the Emperor's fault. It is Ning Fei who insists on clarifying matters. Regardless, it has become a spectacle. Truly. Ning Fei displays a lack of understanding. Ning Fei frowned slightly but refrained from retorting. She recognized her current unworthiness to argue with the Dowager. The Dowager's gaze toward Ning Fei was heavy with disdain. You engaged in such shameless acts. Being allowed back into the palace is already a royal grace. What more do you seek? Ning Fei clenched the handkerchief tightly, her gaze unwavering as she met the Dowager's eyes. Your Majesty, I am aware of your disdain for me. Yet I cannot permit anyone to frame me. I shall never admit to deeds I have not committed. Chun Fei broke into laughter. Sister Ning Fei, you are truly amusing. How could Her Majesty the Empress Dowager conspire against you? Surely, she would not seek to harm you. Ning Fei took a deep breath. I did not intend such a notion. I merely seek justice. The Empress Dowager scoffed heavily. Justice? What kind of justice do you seek? I declare here, and now, I shall not permit you to continue this ruckus. This matter ends here. A heavy weight settled in Ning Fei's heart. She understood that there was no further ground for contention today. The words of the Empress Dowager were laden with an undeniable authority, leaving her with no option but to relent. Yet, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. She would not concede so easily. Chun Fei observed Ning Fei's predicament with a sense of satisfaction, though she dared not display her delight too overtly in the presence of the Empress Dowager.
Fu Linfeng,
seated nearby, remained silent, his gaze shifting between Ning Fei and the Empress Dowager, while his mind devised its own schemes. He recognized that although today's affair seemed momentarily quelled, Ning Fei's temperament would not allow her to let the matter rest. He, too, sought to leverage this opportunity to secure greater advantages for himself. General Ning, unable to remain passive, could not bear to witness Ning Fei being wronged. He knelt before the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the honor of Ning Fei. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. He would not allow any taint to mar her reputation. As General Ning's words echoed, the Empress Dowager's gaze snapped to him, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Chun Fei seized the moment to exacerbate the situation. General Ning, are you threatening Her Majesty? The affairs of Ning Fei are for the Empress Dowager to determine, not for you to meddle. General Ning's expression darkened, ready to retort, but was gently restrained by Ning Fei's hand on his sleeve. She shook her head, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, meeting the Empress Dowager's gaze with unwavering clarity. Your Majesty, I am aware that you harbor no fondness for me, yet I beseech you for a chance to prove my innocence. I am willing to submit to any form of inquiry, as long as it brings me justice. Chun Fei, of course, would not allow Ning Fei this opportunity. The events of the past were known to her. If not to others, she and Jing Guifei had orchestrated them. Should Huang Mama elucidate the truth, Ning Fei would clear her name, and their days of comfort would come to an end. Thus, Chun Fei boldly interjected, Your Majesty, this matter has lingered for many years. Pursuing it further serves no purpose. Moreover, Ning Fei has regained the Emperor's favor. Let us dismiss this issue. The Empress Dowager regarded Chun Fei for a moment, yet remained silent. Believing her suggestion had received tacit approval, Chun Fei felt a surge of joy and prepared to continue, only to hear the Empress Dowager's calm voice. Chun Fei, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? The matter of Ning Fei is mine to resolve. Your opinions are unnecessary. Chun Fei's words caught in her throat, her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly bowed her head, silenced by the unexpected rebuff. Initially, She had presumed the Empress Dowager stood by her side. However, the situation had taken an unforeseen turn. A sense of trepidation washed over Chun Fei. She had not anticipated such a direct dismissal. Stealing a glance at Ning Fei, she noticed the latter's serene expression, seemingly unperturbed by the Empress Dowager's words. A flicker of panic ignited within Chun Fei. She recognized she could not afford to surrender so readily. Gaining composure, she inhaled deeply, contemplating her next move. At that moment, Fu Linfeng, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, "Mother, I find merit in Ning Fei's claims. If there are doubts regarding her honor, she deserves the opportunity to vindicate herself. Otherwise, would it not leave the palace in disarray?" Chun Fei gasped in shock, never expecting Fu Linfeng to align himself with Ning Fei, thus disrupting her carefully laid plans. Anxious, she could only watch as the Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. The Empress Dowager relented, and Ning Fei felt a surge of elation. She recognized this as her sole opportunity to restore her name. The Empress Dowager then shifted the tone. "However, should you fail to prove your innocence, do not blame me." Ning Fei looked at the Empress Dowager, puzzled by her meaning. The Empress Dowager scoffed. "After all, engaging in an affair, especially as a consort, is a grave offense. Your father's esteemed service and the general's willingness to protect you have spared you thus far. Should you fail to clear your name this time, you shall pay with your life." This, indeed, was the Empress Dowager's true intent. She disdained Ning Fei, viewing her as a disruptor within the palace. Yet it was evident that Fu Linfeng had been beguiled by Fu Yaoyao and her ilk. This was her strategy to deal with Ning Fei. Even should she execute Ning Fei, Fu Linfeng would hold no grievances against her. The Empress Dowager believed Ning Fei had no chance of redemption. After all, had she been able to absolve herself of the past's accusations, she would not find herself in this predicament now. The Empress Dowager watched Ning Fei intently, curious to see her choice. Should she abandon her quest for vindication? This scandal would haunt her for life, leaving Fu Linfeng with lingering doubts. Conversely, if she persisted, the Empress Dowager had long regarded Ning Fei as a thorn in her side. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fei stood resolutely, locking her unwavering gaze with the Empress Dowager's. "I thank your majesty for your grace. I shall not betray your expectations and will uncover the truth to clear my name." Chun Fei's expression shifted, but she felt powerless. The tides had turned, and it was too late to intervene. Yet, her spirits lifted. The Empress Dowager was evidently aligned with her interests, undoubtedly aiding her. Ning Fei had consented to this course of action. Should she fail to prove her innocence, she would have no choice but to pay the ultimate price. As for Fu Yaoyao, with Ning Fei gone, she dismissed the insignificant threat entirely. Chun Fei watched as Ning Fei stepped closer to Huang Mama, silently praying that she would maintain her silence, safeguarding the secrets of the past. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Fei was already prepared, awaiting the moment to unveil the truth and restore her honor. Ning Fei approached Huang Mama, a complex emotion flitting across her features. She inhaled deeply, speaking softly, "Huang Mama, do you still remember the events of that year?" Huang Mama trembled, raising her gaze to meet Ning Fei's steadfast eyes, her heart racing with trepidation. She understood that the long-hidden secret would finally come to light. Her lips quivered as she attempted to deny the truth, yet found herself rendered speechless. Observing this, Ning Fei knew the answer already lay before her. She gently clasped Huang Mama's hand, soothingly assuring, "Do not fear, Mama. I shall protect you." Huang Mama gazed at the young woman she had nurtured, her heart softening. Once without children of her own, she had indeed treated Ning Fei as her own. Now, reflecting on her past actions, she felt a pang of guilt towards Ning Fei. As chapter 96 unfolds, Huang Mama opened her mouth, ready to speak, only for Chun Fei to interject. "Huang Mama, I have heard that your son has married outside the palace. Have you yet to meet your grandchildren? If you reveal the truth, you shall reunite with them." At Chun Fei's words, Huang Mama shivered, casting another glance at Ning Fei, her resolve solidifying. "Ning Fei, all of this is merely the consequence of my hatred for the lady. Had it not been for her, my son would not have gone missing. The blame lies with me." She, too, yearned to disclose the truth. However, the words of the pure concubine were unmistakably a threat to her. She dared not wager the lives of her son and grandson. Granny Huang knelt on the ground, continually bowing her head to Ning Fei, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Ning Fei, everything is my doing. No one else has instigated me. Kill me if you must. If I die, all will be resolved." She was willing to plead for death. Ning Fei gazed at Granny Huang with disappointment, unable to fathom why, even at this juncture, she remained unwilling to reveal the truth. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fei slowly spoke. "Granny Huang, do you not realize that if you divulge the truth now, I might still ensure the safety of your family?" Granny Huang's body stiffened, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes. She understood that if she continued to conceal the truth, not only would she endanger Ning Fei, but also her own family. Yet, the pure concubine's threats clung to her mind like a nightmare, preventing her from making a decisive choice. Just then, a clear, youthful voice shattered the stalemate. "I can testify." Everyone turned to see the petite figure of Fu Yaoyao stepping out from the crowd. her gaze unwavering and fearless as she looked at Granny Huang. The pure concubine scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain as she observed Fu Yaoyao. Princess Anping, I understand you wish to assist your sister Ning Fei, but you were not even born during those events. Lying is unbecoming of a good child. Before the pure concubine could finish her sentence, Fu Yaoyao stepped forward and declared loudly, I have evidence. I truly possess evidence. Her words stunned the crowd. The pure concubine's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Fu Yaoyao's bold claim, and panic began to swell within her. The Empress Dowager displayed a look of intrigue as she regarded Fu Yaoyao. Ning Fei felt a glimmer of hope, warmth flooding her heart as she looked at Fu Yaoyao. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yaoyao continued, all your actions now are in vain. The individuals behind this will threaten you with your family, and they will continue to do so. Do you truly wish to persist in your concealment? Granny Huang clenched her fists tightly. She cast a cold glance at Ning Fei. Disregarding Fu Yaoyao's words entirely, Granny Huang inhaled deeply, seemingly bracing for a final struggle. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, clutching a brocade box. His expression fraught with anxiety. He knelt before the Empress Dowager and tremulously said, Your Majesty, this was given to me by Princess Anping. The Empress Dowager gestured for the eunuch to open the brocade box, revealing an ancient jade pendant within. Although it appeared to hold little value, upon seeing the pendant, Granny Huang's face turned ashen. Trembling, she pointed at Fu Yaoyao, her eyes wide with terror. How do you possess this? Granny Huang shook her head in disbelief. It is impossible. How could Bower's pendant appear here? Did you not claim your pendant was lost? With incredulity, Granny Huang turned to the young eunuch behind her. Did you not say your pendant was lost? The young eunuch raised his voice, Mother. What are you saying? My pendant was stolen long ago. And, did you not also say I am your Bower? Fu Yaoyao pressed on. Doesn't the eunuch's son bear a red birthmark? Since you have never spoken of it to anyone, how could I possibly know? Granny Huang scrutinized the eunuch with suspicion. She had never disclosed her son's red birthmark. Not even to Ning Fei's own mother. Now, she was at a loss as to whom she should trust. Fu Yaoyao chuckled lightly. Back then, you recognized your son solely by that birthmark, yet this person claims his pendant is lost without doubt. Did you never question this? A flicker of hesitation crossed Granny Huang's eyes as she regarded the eunuch, an inexplicable fear rising within her. She reached out, trembling, to touch the eunuch's hand, only for him to deftly evade her grasp. Seeing this, the pure concubine grew anxious, fully aware that if Granny Huang uncovered the truth, all her machinations would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain composed, stating, Granny Huang, it has been so long. Who truly knows what the reality of the situation is? Perhaps Princess Anping is merely fabricating lies to save her biological mother. Granny Huang's body stiffened, her gaze towards the pure concubine filled with anger and helplessness. She understood that she was firmly under the control of the pure concubine, unable to escape. Fu Linfeng held Fu Yaoyao in his arms. Was there not a blood oath to recognize kin? If he is indeed your biological son, let us perform the blood oath. Upon uttering these words, the crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Granny Huang looked at the eunuch, her eyes brimming with sorrow. The eunuch promptly knelt, saying, Mother, I remember you. I know you are my true mother. Do you truly doubt my identity? He gazed intently at Granny Huang. Taking a deep breath, she eventually nodded. Turning to Fu Linfeng, Your Majesty, I request a blood oath. Granny Huang knelt, her voice trembling. The eunuch's face blanched at her words. He struggled to escape, but was firmly restrained by the guards. Granny Huang extended her hand, trembling as she cut her finger, allowing her blood to drip into a bowl. The eunuch was similarly compelled to cut his finger, his blood mingling in the same bowl. The crowd fell silent, their breaths held in anticipation as they watched the 2 drops of blood slowly converge, yet they did not merge. A glimmer of despair flickered in Granny Huang's eyes as she looked at the eunuch, her voice shaking. You are not my son. The eunuch's face turned pale as he realized his true identity had been exposed, unable to conceal it any longer. I never claimed to be your son. It was you who clung to me desperately. He glared fiercely at Granny Huang. With a cold laugh, Granny Huang broke free from the guard's hold and lunged at the eunuch. It is you, wretched one, who has condemned me to live in obscurity all these years, leading a half-life. Today, I shall end you. She thrust the dagger toward the eunuch's chest. The eunuch, horrified, screamed and attempted to evade, but it was too late. At that moment, a figure dashed forward like lightning, tackling Granny Huang to the ground. It was a guard beside Fu Linfeng. Fu Linfeng's gaze remained solemn as he fixed his eyes on Granny Huang. Chapter 97. Maximizing Interests. What is the truth behind those events of yesteryear? Speak clearly. Granny Huang, kneeling on the ground, cried out in despair. Your Highness Ning, I am truly sorry. She pressed the knife against her throat, but General Ning would never allow her to die so easily. Quickly, seize her knife. What is the truth behind those events? You must explain everything to me. General Ning's expression darkened. Granny Huang had been raised within their household, yet she ultimately betrayed her master. especially to the extent of harming Ning Fei. He could not let this matter pass lightly. Granny Huang knelt before Ning Fei. Your Highness, I am truly sorry. Please allow me to die. Upon uttering these words, she attempted to dash against the wall, but was stopped by the guards beside Fu Linfeng. Your Highness, I am truly sorry. I should not have betrayed you, should not have accused you. Ning Fei stared at Granny Huang in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Granny Huang sobbed, nodding fervently. Your Highness, I was overwhelmed with joy at finding my son. I had intended to tell you, but he knelt before me, insisting that I must frame you. If I failed to do so, I would see his corpse the next day. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger and sorrow crossed Ning Fei's eyes. She abruptly stood, rushing toward Granny Huang. But what of me? Did you not consider that I could die as well? Initially, she fainted entirely, and the man was discovered in her chamber. Upon regaining consciousness, Fu Linfeng stood before her, his expression dark and fixed upon her. She was utterly bewildered by the circumstances that had transpired. In the next moment, she found herself cast into the cold palace. All of this was orchestrated by Huang Momo, whom she had regarded as her own mother. You were sent to my side by my mother since childhood. I treated you as my own. Have you ever contemplated what I should do in light of this betrayal? Ning Fei, disregarding her own dignity, erupted in hysteria towards Huang Momo. Huang Momo sat helplessly on the ground, her eyes devoid of spirit, gazing at Ning Fei, her lips trembling, at a loss for words. She was acutely aware that nothing she could say would mend the wounds she had inflicted upon Ning Fei. Ning Fei looked at Huang Momo, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. She inhaled deeply to steady her emotions and then coldly declared, from this day forth, you are no longer mine, and I shall no longer acknowledge you. Huang Momo remained seated on the floor, watching as Ning Fei's figure receded, her heart filled with regret and despair. Ning Fei approached Fu Linfeng, addressing Huang Momo. If you hold even a sliver of affection for me, I implore you to reveal who is behind this, who instigated you to commit these acts. Chun Fei clenched her fists tightly. She could not allow Huang Momo to betray her. Otherwise, her fate would be irrevocably sealed. Taking a deep breath, Chun Fei turned to Huang Momo and said, Congratulations to Sister Ning Fei for clearing her name. Such a disloyal servant deserves death. Yu Chui, quickly take her away. Do not let her sully the eyes of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty any longer. She gestured discreetly to the head maid beside her. As Chun Fei finished speaking, Yu Chui advanced with 2 eunuchs, intent on dragging Huang Momo away. However, Huang Momo suddenly cried out, It was Chun Fei. All of it was instigated by Chun Fei. She compelled me to frame Ning Fei. Chun Fei's countenance changed dramatically. She had not anticipated that Huang Momo would turn against her at such a moment. She hurriedly knelt before Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, I did not. How could I possibly do such a thing? I am innocent. Fu Linfeng regarded Chun Fei coldly, saying nothing. A decision was already forming in his mind. Seeing his expression, Chun Fei's heart sank. She realized that her downfall was imminent. She quickly fell to her knees again. Your Majesty, do you not know what kind of person I am? How could I commit such an act? Before she could finish, Fu Linfeng interrupted, Chun Fei, I have always thought you sensible and understanding, which is why I favored you. I never imagined you would stoop to such deeds. Chun Fei's face turned pale. She knew there was nowhere left to escape. She shot a fierce glance at Huang Momo, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. It was all that wretched servant's fault. Had it not been for her, she would not have descended into this predicament. A surge of hatred coursed through Chun Fei. She longed to eliminate Huang Momo. Just then, Fu Linfeng's voice rang out again. Take Huang Momo away and imprison Chun Fei in the cold palace. He was not a fool. The situation had reached a critical point, and he could no longer overlook the true instigator behind the chaos. As Chun Fei was dragged away, she cast a desperate look at Fu Linfeng, her eyes brimming with hatred. Meanwhile, Ning Fei stood to the side, observing Chun Fei's departure with a tumult of emotions. She had finally cleared her name, but the cost was unbearably heavy. Turning to Huang Momo, she felt a complex swirl of feelings. Huang Momo had betrayed her, yet she had once treated her with sincerity. Ning Fei took a deep breath, preparing to speak when a sudden commotion erupted outside. The guards entered, their expressions troubled as they addressed Fu Linfeng. Your Majesty, Princess Falu has arrived and is demanding to enter. Fu Linfeng frowned. This was Chun Fei's doing, and he had no intention of allowing Fu Yuexin to share in the blame. Fu Yuexin was now a cherished emblem of Tianlin Kingdom, and even he could not act against her. While Fu Linfeng hesitated, Fu Yuexin had already entered. She knelt directly before Fu Linfeng. Father, there must be a misunderstanding. Mother is not that kind of person. You must investigate thoroughly. She recognized that Chun Fei often hindered her, but she could not bear to see her own mother suffer unjustly.
Fu Linfeng regarded Fu Yuexin, his brow furrowed.
He understood her stubborn nature. If he did not relent today, she would not leave. Yet, Chun Fei's actions made it almost impossible for him to trust her. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Shiner, the evidence against your mother is irrefutable. I cannot simply overlook her transgressions based on your word alone. At his response, disappointment flickered in Fu Yuexin's eyes. She understood that her father's resolve was unlikely to waver, yet she still wished to advocate for her mother. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Fu Linfeng. Father, I know this is difficult for you, but she is my mother. I cannot stand idly by while she is punished. If you truly believe she is guilty, let me take her punishment instead. Fu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's unexpected proposal. A complex mix of emotions surged within him, both touched and helpless. He recognized Fu Yuexin's kind heart, yet this matter was beyond her scope. Fu Linfeng inhaled deeply, gazing at Fu Yuexin. Xiner, you are my daughter. How could I allow you to bear the punishment meant for your mother? I will make my own decision. You need not worry. He then turned to Ning Fei. Ning Fei, you shall handle this matter. I trust you to manage it appropriately. Upon hearing this, a warmth surged within Ning Fei. Meanwhile, Fu Yuexin clenched her fists. Kneeling before Fu Linfeng, mother is still my biological mother. If father is unwilling to forgive her, I will kneel here until I receive the same punishment as her. Fu Yuexin's declaration heightened the tension in the palace. Fu Linfeng looked at his usually obedient daughter, now so resolute, and felt a tumult of conflicting emotions.
He sighed,
acutely aware that he could not easily yield. Just then, Ning Fei interjected, Your Majesty, I have a plan that may serve both parties well. Fu Linfeng turned to Ning Fei, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ning Fei smiled gently and continued, Princess Filu's filial piety towards Lady Chun Fei is indeed touching. Yet the Emperor cannot easily overlook Lady Chun Fei's misdeeds. Perhaps it would be best for her to reflect in the palace, redeeming herself, while Princess Filu stays by her side to fulfill her filial duties. Though she did not wish to forgive Chun Fei, the current situation demanded she project an image of virtue. After all, Fu Yuexin's status in the entire Tianning kingdom was unassailable, having won the hearts of the populace. She needed to act in her own best interest. Fu Linfeng's eyes gleamed with appreciation at her suggestion. It preserved the dignity of the royal family, showcased his benevolence, and honored Fu Yuexin's filial sentiments. He nodded, let it be as you propose. Joy illuminated Fu Yuexin's eyes as she quickly prostrated in gratitude. She understood this was her mother's sole chance for redemption. Meanwhile, as Chun Fei was escorted to the cold palace, her heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness. She had never imagined she would descend to such depths. Yet what pained her more was that her daughter, Fu Yuexin, was willing to kneel and plead on her behalf. A complex wave of emotions surged within her, a blend of gratitude and guilt.
Chapter 98 Reunion. Fu Yuexin hurriedly approached, casting a cold,
stern glance at the individuals surrounding Chun Fei. Release her at once, she commanded. The attendants nearby were acutely aware of Fu Yuexin's esteemed position in the Tianlin kingdom and dared not offend her. As she regarded Chun Fei, her heart simmered with contempt. How could a dignified consort reduce herself to such a state? It was utterly disgraceful. She lamented the misfortune of having such a mother. Though weary, Fu Yuexin softened her tone as she spoke to Chun Fei. Mother, father has requested you to reflect in seclusion within the palace. Chun Fei looked at Fu Yuexin with disbelief. So, the emperor still does not trust me? Her eyes welled with tears, and she trembled as she pleaded. I have done nothing wrong. Why does he not believe me? Fu Yuexin furrowed her brow, knowing this matter was complex, yet she needed to comfort Chun Fei. Gently, she grasped Chun Fei's hand and assured her, Mother, father merely requires time to uncover the truth. Rest assured, I shall speak on your behalf. Deep down, she felt a strong urge to slap Chun Fei. Even now, she remained oblivious to her circumstances. Did she still perceive herself as the exalted consort? Upon hearing Fu Yuexin's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chun Fei's eyes, only to fade swiftly. With a bittersweet smile, she replied, Xiner, I understand your intentions. However, this situation is intricate. You must not involve yourself, lest you attract trouble. Fu Yuexin felt warmth in her heart, recognizing Chun Fei's genuine concern for her. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, Mother, I will not allow you to suffer unjustly. I shall uncover the truth. With determination, she added, Sister Chun Fei, do not worry. This matter is not your doing, and I will ensure justice is served. Just then, they raised their heads to see Jing Guifei, supported by attendants. Making her entrance, Fu Yuexin's heart leaped with excitement. Their ally had arrived. She rushed to Jing Guifei, greeting her, Jing Guifei, Your Highness.
Jing Guifei nodded, addressing Fu Yuexin.
Princess Filu, rest assured, I believe Sister Chun Fei has been wronged, and I shall see that justice is restored. Chun Fei, upon hearing Jing Guifei's willingness to believe in her, felt a surge of elation. Sister Jing Guifei, your support grants me peace of mind. It was Jing Guifei who had initially instigated Chun Fei's actions, but Chun Fei was not entirely devoid of wit. In front of Fu Linfeng, she understood that exposing Jing Guifei would be of little consequence to her. As the eldest princess of the Yu Kingdom, Fu Linfeng would not dare to act against her. Moreover, offending Jing Guifei could lead to her own ruin. Fu Yuexin and Chun Fei felt a wave of warmth wash over them at Jing Guifei's words. Jing Guifei stepped closer, gently taking Chun Fei's hand, and said softly, Sister Chun Fei, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure you do not suffer in vain. Chun Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded repeatedly. Jing Guifei then turned to Fu Yaoyao, her gaze imbued with significance. Princess Fu, you have also endured much. I shall handle this matter with care, so you need not worry excessively. Fu Yaoyao felt a surge of gratitude, aware of the weight of Jing Guifei's promise. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jing Guifei harbored ulterior motives. Her eagerness to assist Chun Fei was a facade to conceal her past transgressions, and she intended to exploit Chun Fei's naivety to further her own agenda. While Fu Yaoyao felt grateful towards Jing Guifei, an unsettling instinct lingered within her. She recalled the palace intrigue dramas of her past life, understanding that true friendship was non-existent in the harem, only exchanges of benefit prevailed. She resolved to observe Jing Guifei's actions discreetly, lest she be manipulated. As night fell, a figure clad in black arrived. This individual appeared deeply concerned about Chun Fei's plight, incessantly inquiring about Jing Guifei's plans. Jing Guifei smiled triumphantly. Fear not, that fool Chun Fei. With a little guidance, she will readily serve my interests. The figure nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. If you proceed as planned, our scheme shall succeed. Jing Guifei internally reveled in her success, though she maintained an air of composure. Of course, but remember, after our success, you must fulfill your promise to me. The figure let out a cold laugh. Do not worry. Once Chun Fei's affair is settled, your rewards will be plentiful. Jing Guifei felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face breaking into a triumphant smile. She knew she had taken the first step towards achieving her goals. However, she remained unaware that Fu Linfeng was observing everything from the shadows. He had long seen through Jing Guifei's schemes and had resolved to lay the groundwork to unveil her true nature. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao and Ning Fei's side appeared remarkably tranquil. With her name cleared, Fu Linfeng also felt sympathy for Ning Fei, allowing General Ning to bring his family to converse with her. Ning Fei prepared herself, anxiously awaiting her family's arrival. She was no longer the disgrace of the Ning family, nor did she have to feel ashamed before her relatives. Ning Fei felt deeply moved. Fu Yaoyao watched her mother, who was constantly glancing towards the door, and playfully remarked, Mother, you seem to miss Uncle and Aunt quite a bit. Ning Fei turned to Fu Yaoyao, embracing her tightly. Yaoyao, thank you. Fu Yaoyao shook her head. Mother, please do not say that. You are my dear mother. It is only right that I help you. There is no need for formality. Ning Fei was touched by her words, warmth flooding her heart as her eyes glistened with tears. Yaoyao, I am truly fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter. Fu Yaoyao beamed and mischievously winked. Mother, we are family, so we must support each other. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and General Ning and Madame Ning entered. Ning Fei quickly rose to greet them, and the family embraced tightly, creating a heartwarming scene. General Ning looked at Ning Fei, his eyes filled with pride. Sister, you have endured much. Ning Fei shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, with you by my side, I do not feel any suffering. Madame Ning gently took Ning Fei's hand, soothingly promising, from now on, we will always be with you, and ensure you face no further injustice. Fu Yaoyao stood nearby, feeling an overwhelming warmth. She knew that with her family's support, Ning Fei would surely regain her strength to confront future challenges. Suddenly, Ning Fei turned to Fu Yaoyao, her eyes gleaming with determination. Yaoyao, I had decided to rise again, and will not allow anyone to bully us. Fu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with encouragement. Mother, I believe you can achieve that. Ning Fei nodded with a smile, her gaze brimming with confidence and courage. Beside her, Ning Shiji chimed in. Auntie, I believe you will only get better from here. Ning Shixian eagerly nodded. Annie, yes, better and better. Auntie, buy me some candied hawthorn. The little chubby boy was still fixated on treats. Ning Fei chuckled at Ning Shixian's cherubic face. You little glutton, always thinking about food. She affectionately ruffled his hair, then turned to Ning Shiji and gently said, Shiji has grown as well. You must study hard to make something of yourself in the future. Ning Xi solemnly noted. Auntie, do not worry. I will strive to do my best. Fu Yaoyao observed the scene, her heart filled with myriad emotions. She realized that with her family's support, Ning Fei would undoubtedly become stronger and braver. As for herself, she needed to continue striving to protect herself and those around her. Just then, hurried footsteps interrupted the warm atmosphere within the room. A small eunuch rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Ning Fei, something terrible has happened with Jing Guifei. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei's heart tightened and she immediately rose, asking, what has occurred? The young eunuch spoke urgently. A figure dressed in black has suddenly intruded into the residence of Consort Jing, and a fierce confrontation has ensued, causing quite a commotion. The Emperor and Empress have been alerted. Ning Fei and Fu Yaoyao exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual astonishment. A thought struck Fu Yaoyao. Could this be a scheme orchestrated by Fu Linfeng? She resolved to seek out Fu Linfeng immediately for clarity. Chapter 99. Assassination. Why did she suspect that this might be Fu Linfeng's design? Because throughout their journey, Fu Linfeng had openly discussed various matters without concealing anything from her. Thus, Fu Yaoyao was aware that he harbored the strongest reservations against Consort Jing. With trouble now brewing in her palace, Fu Linfeng would inevitably be the prime suspect. However, Fu Yaoyao had not fully contemplated the implications. After all, Consort Jing was the eldest princess of the Yu Kingdom, and given the cooperative relationship between Tianlin and Yu, Fu Linfeng's wariness towards her seemed unwarranted. She was, in theory, the least likely person to harbor ill intentions towards him. Nearby, Ning Fei furrowed her brow upon hearing the news. General Ning then interjected, "Ninger, perhaps we should leave at once." "That cannot be right. Father must be aware that uncle and the others are arriving today. Such an incident would certainly not escape their notice. Father surely intends for them to be involved." Fu Yaoyao replied, her brow knitted in confusion. But what could father possibly want them to be involved in? She pondered, struggling to comprehend. Ning Fei quickly grasped the situation. As the emperor, Fu Linfeng was undoubtedly aware of all occurrences. The events of today were likely intended for General Ning's awareness, perhaps to prompt him to join the fray. "Brother, since we are already here, let us go and see," she urged. Although General Ning was a rough soldier, he possessed a keen mind. After all, such acuity had brought him to his current station. With a glance from Ning Fei, he understood her intent immediately. "Madam, you stay here with Shiji and Shixian while I accompany Ning Fei," he stated. Ning Madam nodded obediently, recognizing her role as a woman was to listen and comply. Ning Fei quickly discerned the emperor's motives, yet she could not ascertain Fu Linfeng's true intentions, opting to proceed cautiously. The group soon arrived at Consort Jing's quarters. At that moment, Consort Jing appeared pale and frail, leaning against the bed. The emperor sat beside her, tightly grasping her hand, his face etched with concern. Upon the entrance of General Ning, the emperor slowly released Consort Jing's hand and rose. "General Ning, you have arrived," the emperor spoke with subtle significance. General Ning bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your majesty and to consort. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise," the emperor gestured. As General Ning stood, his gaze swept the room, eventually resting on Consort Jing, whose pallor suggested she was gravely ill. However, as a seasoned warrior, General Ning could discern that she was not merely ill but rather poisoned. His brow furrowed in deep concern. How could anyone dare to poison the esteemed eldest princess of the Yu Kingdom, known for her gentle demeanor and avoidance of enmity? Moreover, the poison appeared formidable. If not addressed swiftly, it could prove fatal. General Ning's expression grew grave as he looked towards the emperor, suspecting that this was a test of loyalty devised by him. "Your Majesty," General Ning hesitated, his gaze shifting between the emperor and Consort Jing. The emperor seemed to sense his unease and sighed. "General Ning, I understand that both you and Ning Fei are loyal subjects. I have already sent someone to investigate the matter of Consort Jing's poisoning. It was done through her food. I hope you can assist in identifying the perpetrator and restore justice for Consort Jing." Ning Fei interjected, "But wasn't he there an intruder in Consort Jing's palace? Where is that person now?" Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, caught everyone's attention. The emperor's expression shifted momentarily before returning to calm. He regarded Ning Fei sternly. "Ning Fei, this matter is under my purview. There is no need for your input." Ning Fei's heart sank, realizing she had touched a nerve with the emperor. She quickly lowered her head in contrition. "Yes, I acknowledge my error." The emperor offered no further comments, merely gesturing for General Ning to withdraw. As their eyes met, General Ning and Ning Fei exchanged glances filled with mutual concern and uncertainty, yet they understood that this was neither the time nor place for inquiries. They retreated from the palace, their hearts heavy with questions. Fu Yaoyao frowned slightly, filled with confusion. What could Father's true intention be? Why involve Uncle in this? Is it truly a test of his loyalty? Though she felt perplexed, she concealed her thoughts, standing obediently to the side and listening to the dialogue between the emperor and General Ning. While the emperor's tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. Despite his doubts, General Ning could only nod in agreement. Fu Yaoyao recognized that she must refrain from interfering in this affair. Yet, she was unwilling to remain passive. She resolved to investigate the matter discreetly and uncover the truth. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she slipped out of the palace. Determined to seek out the figure in black, she scoured the back courtyard of Consort Jing's residence until she finally discovered the cloaked figure in a secluded corner. The man was bound and gagged, unable to make a sound. A surge of excitement coursed through Fu Yaoyao as she approached him stealthily. However, just as she neared, the figure's eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a glint of menace. Fu Yaoyao gasped, instinctively attempting to retreat, but it was too late. The figure surged forward, breaking free from his restraints and seizing her wrist tightly. She cried out in alarm, struggling against his grip, but he held her fast, rendering her immobile. Terror gripped her heart as she chided herself for her carelessness in allowing herself to be captured. In that moment of despair, a familiar figure appeared before her, Fu Linfeng. He grasped the assailant's arm and with a powerful motion, hurled him away. Then, he pulled Fu Yaoyao into his embrace, concern etched across his face. "Yaoyao, are you unharmed?" he asked. Fu Linfeng's expression darkened. Yaoyao, this is not a place for you to play around. Go find your mother. Fu Yaoyao, feeling wronged, replied, Father, I merely wished to see what was happening. She trusted Fu Linfeng but feared he might not take these matters seriously. Now that she was part of the royal family, she felt a responsibility to protect those she cherished. Though reluctant, Fu Yaoyao recognized the seriousness of the situation reflected in Fu Linfeng's stern gaze and nodded in agreement. Yaoyao, where have you been? Your mother has been worried sick, a voice called as she stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Fu Linfeng spoke coldly, it's nothing. This child was merely playing in the back courtyard. He did not want to cause pure consort any additional distress. However, his attention shifted to a maid standing behind Ning Fei. Fu Linfeng felt a stirring in his heart and approached the maid, scrutinizing her closely. The maid, feeling his gaze upon her, instinctively lifted her head to meet his eyes. Your Majesty, she stammered. Fu Linfeng fixed his gaze on her, his voice steady. Which palace do you serve? Why have I not encountered you before? Fu Linfeng mused, furrowing his brow slightly. A new maid in the palace of concubine Jing? He recalled that the maids in concubine Jing's quarters were selected with the utmost scrutiny. It was perplexing how an unknown maid could appear among them. Moreover, the maid's furtive gaze suggested something amiss. A thought struck Fu Linfeng. Could this maid be connected to concubine Jing? Those who frequented her abode were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. He resolved to discreetly investigate the maid's origins, hoping to uncover some clues. Chapter 100. Ensnared by desire upon hearing Fu Linfeng's voice, Fu Yaoyao turned her attention to the young maid. Fu Linfeng chuckled softly, eyeing the maid. You possess an appealing countenance. What is your name? His demeanor suggested a keen interest in the maid. Fu Linfeng nodded, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Huaixiang, what a delightful name. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side to serve. At these words, the hall erupted in astonishment. The young maid, Huaixiang, was so taken aback that she could only bow repeatedly in gratitude. However, concubine Jing's expression darkened. She had intended to use this maid to gauge Fu Linfeng's affections, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Fu Yaoyao and Ning Fei exchanged no words, though Ning Fei frowned, appearing indifferent. Yet in truth, she had long grown accustomed to such dynamics. From the moment she chose to enter the palace, she understood that Fu Linfeng, as the emperor, could not have her as the sole occupant of his harem. Initially, she found this unbearable, but after her last conversation with Fu Yaoyao, she had learned to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Fu Linfeng continued to engage Huaixiang in lighthearted banter, as though genuinely intrigued by her. His unexpected actions left everyone in a state of shock. Concubine Jing sought to intervene, but could not find a suitable pretext. Ning Fei, however, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, for she discerned that Fu Linfeng's interest was not sincere. While others remained oblivious, she was acutely aware of his subtle gestures. Whenever he harbored schemes, he would unconsciously touch his index finger. Observing Huaixiang's naive demeanor, Ning Fei recognized that this young maid was far from simple. Her gaze shifted to concubine Jing, whose face had turned a shade of deep displeasure. Concubine Jing had intended to test Fu Linfeng's sentiments towards Fu Yaoyao but was taken aback by his bold decision to keep Huaixiang close. This indicated an intention to elevate the maid within the harem, an act that displayed blatant disrespect towards her. Concubine Jing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a facade of calm. She stepped forward gracefully and spoke softly, Your Majesty, while Huaixiang is indeed commendable, she is a maid under my service. If she were to suddenly depart from my side, I fear I might not adapt well. Yet Fu Linfeng merely cast her a nonchalant glance, responding, Concubine Jing need not worry. I shall select several capable maids to serve you. With that, his gaze returned to Huaixiang, his eyes glimmering with hidden intent. Concubine Jing's heart sank. She realized she had indeed miscalculated. Fu Linfeng's actions were undeniably a slap in her face. Though she felt fury bubbling within, she refrained from expressing it, forcing a smile instead. Meanwhile, Huaixiang radiated joy, as if envisioning a future of great ascendance. Ning Fei watched the unfolding scene with a smirk of disdain. She understood that this entire episode was part of Fu Linfeng's strategy, designed to undermine concubine Jing's influence, while simultaneously demonstrating that his harem was not a playground for everyone. Following his previous disappearance, concubine Jing had positioned numerous allies within the palace. She was fully aware of these machinations, and Fu Linfeng was not oblivious either. Ning Fei, finding herself an observer in this power struggle, remained vigilant. She understood that Fu Linfeng sought not a mere rivalrous woman for his harem, but an ally capable of standing by his side in battle. As Fu Linfeng stroked his hand thoughtfully, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Concubine Jing's expression grew increasingly grim, her desire to lash out stifled by fear. Ning Fei, contemplative, observed the scene with a growing sense of caution. She realized that Fu Linfeng's maneuver was not merely a warning to concubine Jing but a show of force to all the women in the harem. She too must remain alert. Otherwise, she could easily become the next target. Recently liberated from the cold palace, she was acutely aware of the high regard the general's household held among the populace. Her decision to accompany Fu Linfeng into the palace had been fraught with such concerns. At any moment, excessive merit could incite the jealousy of those in power. Fu Yaoyao, nestled in Fu Linfeng's embrace, finally grasped the situation.
Huaixiang, I just recalled who she is.
The matter of Father's poisoning is undoubtedly linked to this maid. What should we do? Father has allowed her into the harem, and her proximity to him could spell trouble. But I've heard that Huaixiang is not from concubine Jing. Who then does she serve? Regardless, we must prevent her from having any opportunity to approach Father. Fu Yaoyao was in a state of urgency, clutching Fu Linfeng's hand. Father, she is after all associated with concubine Jing. Perhaps we should consult with her regarding this matter? She feared for Fu Linfeng's safety, hastily speaking to deter Huaixiang from getting too close. Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's concerns, Fu Linfeng paused. He looked at Huaixiang, instinctively knowing she was no ordinary maid. Initially, he had suspected her to be part of concubine Jing's faction, trying to incite a rivalry for her own gain. Yet it appeared she was not affiliated with concubine Jing at all. So, who was it that backed Huaixiang? Fu Linfeng remained silent, while Fu Yaoyao grew increasingly frantic. Father. Father. She felt compelled to ensure this woman remained distant from Fu Linfeng. Observing Fu Yaoyao's anxious demeanor, Fu Linfeng's eyes twinkled with amusement. He gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to calm down. It seems Yaoyao is genuinely concerned for me, he thought. He recognized Fu Yaoyao's sincerity, yet he had his own plans. After all, such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered, especially since Huaixiang was not part of concubine Jing's entourage. She could be utilized to his advantage. He gazed intently at Huaixiang, asking, "What is your perspective, Huaixiang?" The maid promptly knelt, replying, "I shall heed the emperor's wishes." With her head bowed, her expression was obscured. Turning to concubine Jing, he continued, "Concubine Jing, I shall keep Huaixiang by my side for now. What are your thoughts?" Though displeased, concubine Jing dared not defy Fu Linfeng's decree and could only force a smile, saying, "I naturally have no objections." Fu Linfeng nodded again and addressed Huaixiang. "If that is the case, you shall accompany me henceforth." Huaixiang's heart soared with elation as she bowed deeply in gratitude, realizing she had finally secured an opportunity to approach Fu Linfeng. With her newfound proximity, she was confident she could fulfill her mission. Fu Linfeng, observing Huaixiang, noted the glimmer of complexity in her demeanor. He understood that she was not an ordinary maid, yet he too had his own schemes in mind. He believed that with careful maneuvering, he could indeed master this unfolding scenario. Meanwhile, Fu Yaoyao clenched her fists tightly, unable to persuade Fu Linfeng. She nevertheless comprehended the appeal of Huaixiang's beauty and charm, reminiscent of the many enchanting consorts her father had entertained during his reign in the demon realm. She did not take it to heart, for she knew that her father, the emperor, favored her above all else. Fu Yaoyao found this entirely natural. With a sigh, she resolved, "I shall pay more attention to my father in the future, ensuring that he is not led astray by others. I must remind him not to be blinded by desire." Upon hearing Fu Yaoyao's thoughts, Fu Linfeng was both amused and exasperated. How could such a young child possess such understanding? His own intentions had inadvertently transformed in her mind into a fixation on desire. Fu Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Gazing at Fu Yaoyao, a tender smile graced his lips. This child was a source of both affection and frustration. He recognized that Fu Yaoyao's concern stemmed from her genuine care for him. Gently, he tousled her hair, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in his eyes. His voice, soft yet resolute, brought her a sense of comfort. She understood that her father was a wise man, not easily swayed by mere beauty. It was imperative that she offer him a sincere caution. Fu Linfeng nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. He resolved to discreetly investigate the background of the woman named Huaixiang, to uncover the truth of her affiliations.